2405 destruction going back to half a minute ago. Xia Ruofei had just finished off the last two soldiers in the tent when Douglas rushed out of his tent. Xia Ruofei kept the two unconscious soldiers into the spatial cage. Immediately after, he felt a huge sense of danger. This warning was more obvious than ever. He quickly scanned the direction of Douglas' tent with his spiritual power. It was the only tent he had never visited. If there was any danger, it would most likely come from that direction. At this time, Douglas had already raised his light machine gun and aimed at Xia Ruofei's tent with a ferocious expression. Xia Ruofei's expression changed. He made the best decision in a split second. The tent had no effect on the bullets of a machine gun. Although Xia Ruofei was in the tent, it was no different from being in an open area. Even if he was a cultivator and was much faster than the average person, could he be faster than a machine gun bullet? Therefore, there was no way to hide now. Xia Ruofei did not hesitate at all. He immediately summoned the spirit map scroll from his palm and stuffed it under the mat beside him. Then, he entered the space with a thought. Almost at the same time, machine gun bullets tore through the tent like raindrops, causing cotton wadding and rags to fly everywhere. If Xia Ruofei had been half a second late, he would have been in a bloody mess by now. Although cultivators had strong bodies, Xia Ruofei was only in the qi refining stage. It was impossible for him to withstand bullets with his body. After Xia Ruofei entered the medium, he had been using a wisp of his spiritual power to check the situation outside. When he saw the terrifying scene in the tent, he felt a lingering fear. If there were people in the tent at this time, it would have become a living hell. At the same time, Xia Ruofei was also secretly speechless. This bolder Douglas was really ruthless. Douglas definitely didn't know that all the soldiers had been captured into the spirit map space. From Douglas' perspective, his soldiers must be in the tent. The only difference was whether the soldiers were alive or dead. In fact, there was a high probability that the soldiers had been subdued by Xia Ruofei and not killed. If that was the case, then Douglas's machine gun would be completely indiscriminate. Of course, Xia Ruofei had grown up in the People's Army. Back then, he was in a completely different environment from these mercenaries. He just could not understand why a commander would be so indifferent to the lives of his soldiers. Just as Xia Ruofei's thoughts were running wild, Douglas had already thrown away the machine gun and was approaching the tent with a pistol in hand. Xia Ruofei also put away his distracting thoughts and focused on Douglas' every move. As Douglas slowly approached the location of the spirit painting, Xia Ruofei stood up as well. His muscles were all tensed up and he was ready to attack. 1 step, 2 steps. Douglas's thick boots made a clicking sound when he stepped on the messy ground. He was naturally focused on the irregular spaces that were propped up by the messy tent skeletons, because only those spaces could possibly hide people or corpses. Naturally, Douglas did not pay any attention to the small scroll that was stuffed under the cushion. If there was a person under the cushion, he would be able to tell at a glance, unless the person could dig a hole big enough to hide in within a few seconds. Xia Ruofei's spiritual power was still sensing the outside world. When Douglas passed by the location of the spirit map scroll and took 2 steps forward, Xia Ruofei gritted his teeth and left the space with a thought. Now, he was already used to going in and out of the space, so he didn't feel dizzy at all. Moreover, he had very precise control over his position after he left the space. Just as Douglas took his third step, Xia Ruofei appeared exactly half a meter behind him. This was the best distance to attack. As soon as Xia Ruofei returned to the outside world, he was already prepared. He stomped on the ground and pounced on Douglas. He clenched his fist and hit Douglas' chin with all his strength. Douglas was indeed a battle-hardened veteran. He was able to react to the sudden attack because he had an extraordinary sense of danger. Although Xia Ruofei's appearance was sudden and silent, he still felt his heart palpitate at that moment. Douglas leaned his body to the side almost instinctively and raised his left arm to block. Xia Ruofei was a little surprised, but his movements did not slow down. His fist continued to make whooshing sounds as it smashed towards his face. In the blink of an eye, their forearms had already touched. There was a crack. When Douglas' strong forearm collided with Xia Ruofei's arm, it was broken like a fragile branch. Douglas felt a sharp pain, but he also staggered back from the tremendous force. 2406, the destruction of the Chinese mugwort, too. At that moment, Douglas realized that his arm was broken. However, this ruthless man did not subconsciously cover the fracture. Instead, he took advantage of the slight distance between them and aimed the gun at Xia Ruofei with his right hand. However, Xia Ruofei's speed was beyond his imagination. He only felt a blur in front of his eyes and suddenly lost his target. Then, the feeling of extreme danger immediately surged in his heart. Douglas had already felt the wind behind his head. He quickly crouched, trying to dodge the thunderous attack with his instinctive reaction. However, Xia Ruofei had calculated his reaction this time. The original position of the attack was slightly lower. When Douglas squatted down, it was as if he had sent his face to his fist. With a bang, Xia Ruofei's fist and Douglas' chin came into close contact. Anyone who knew boxing would know that when a person's chin was hit by a heavy punch, there was a high probability of fainting. Even a strong professional boxer could not avoid it, not to mention that Douglas had not undergone professional resistance training. Douglas immediately felt a shock in his head, and then he blacked out. Although he was extremely unwilling, he still fell to the ground. Involuntarily, Xia Ruofei immediately pulled Douglas into the space cage and locked him up. From the moment Xia Ruofei suddenly left the medium to the moment he fought with Douglas, to the moment Douglas fainted and Xia Ruofei put him back into the medium, the entire process only took 3 to 4 seconds. Douglas did not understand what was going on until the moment he passed out. He was especially puzzled as to why Xia Ruofei had suddenly disappeared from his sight and then appeared behind him. The staff officer on duty and the orderly who came with Douglas, on the other hand, had a clearer view of the process. The two men had been following Douglas, about 2 or 3 meters behind him. They were also holding guns, mainly to guard Douglas' 2 flanks. When Xia Ruofei suddenly appeared just now, Douglas was not at all surprised. The reason why he was able to dodge the first attack and successfully block Xia Ruofei's attack with his forearm was mainly because of his sense of danger. The staff officer on duty and the odd job soldier were at the back, so they had seen the entire process. Therefore, the 2 of them were even more shocked than Douglas. They had seen Xia Ruofei appear out of thin air behind Douglas. It was like a teleportation array in a magic movie, full of mystery. The 2 of them were so surprised that their mouths were wide open. The staff officer on duty even rubbed his eyes subconsciously. The fight between Xia Ruofei and Douglas was very short. Douglas was killed in just 2 moves. The whole process only took 3 to 4 seconds. The odd job soldiers and the staff officer on duty only came to their senses when Xia Ruofei ended the fight. However, what happened next stunned them again. Douglas, their boss, didn't do anything after he fainted, and then Douglas disappeared into thin air. Both of their eyes were wide open, and their mouths were wide open. It was definitely not a problem to stuff a duck egg into their mouths. At this moment, they couldn't help but think of the quiet military camp and the missing comrades. Could it be that they had disappeared into thin air like boss? But where could they go? Their doubts were soon answered. After Xia Ruofei had dealt with Douglas, he turned around without any hesitation and ran towards the two of them. In such a confrontation, even a second of hesitation could lead to a completely different result, not to mention that the two of them had been stunned for a full 4 to 5 seconds. If they were as decisive as Douglas and attacked Xia Ruofei with their guns when he was attacking Douglas, Xia Ruofei might not have been able to escape unscathed. After all, the distance was too close. Facing a close-range shot from a gun, his reaction speed would definitely not be able to keep up. Hence, Xia Ruofei was actually gambling. Of course, he wasn't completely without confidence. In fact, before he left the medium, he already had a rough plan and had deduced it in his mind. When Xia Ruofei was fighting with Douglas, he always took the most advantageous position. In other words, if the staff officer or the soldier on duty reacted faster than he expected, he could hide behind Douglas and use Douglas as a human shield. However, the plan did not work. After taking care of Douglas, Xia Ruofei's spiritual power immediately detected the sluggish state of the staff officer and the orderly on duty. That was why he didn't stop and directly attacked the two. On one side, he was extremely fast and had an imposing aura. On the other hand, they had missed the best time to shoot, and they were afraid of the mysterious means of the other party. The final result was obvious. Xia Ruofei had already reached the top of his speed before the two men raised their guns. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of them. At such a close distance, firearms were already useless. In terms of skills, even before Xia Ruofei started cultivating, he was confident that he could defeat them in the shortest time possible. The result was as expected. Xia Ruofei unreasonably used his speed and strength to launch a fierce attack on the two. The two barely managed to block and dodge once or twice before they were knocked down by Xia Ruofei. The most dangerous moment had finally passed. However, Xia Ruofei did not let out a sigh of relief. The string in his heart was still tight. There were still 5 or 6 hidden sentries outside Xuanji. With such a huge commotion just now, they must have already returned to the camp. Hence, after Xia Ruofei had knocked out the staff officer and odd job soldier, he immediately captured them and threw them into the spatial cage. Then, he ran towards a tent at the side. Although the tent couldn't block bullets, it could block his vision. He hid behind the tent, and the hidden sentries in the other 3 directions could not discover his existence at the first moment. At this moment, Xia Ruofei activated his spiritual power to the extreme. The majestic spiritual power spread out in 3 directions. The results of his investigation made him slightly surprised. There were a total of 6 hidden sentries in 3 directions, all of whom were lurking about 100 meters away from the camp, observing the enemy's situation in their respective directions at any time. Earlier on, there was a loud gunshot at the campsite and a tent had been torn into pieces. Logically speaking, the first reaction of these 6 hidden sentries should be to rush back with their guns. However, Xia Ruofei used his spiritual power to investigate and discovered that 4 hidden sentries from 2 directions had actually chosen to run away from the campsite. They were running away in fear. Only the 2 sentries in Xia Ruofei's 12 o'clock direction were walking towards the campsite with nervous expressions. Xia Ruofei's eyes narrowed. He was not afraid that they would surround him. After all, there were only 6 people left. Xia Ruofei was not afraid at all. But now, there were 4 hidden sentries running for their lives, and they were all running in 4 different directions. This gave him a bit of a headache. If all 6 of them had fled, he could still chase after them without fear, but now there were 2 of them approaching the camp with guns. Xia Ruofei definitely did not want the situation here to be leaked out. Even if someone managed to escape, the possibility of his true identity being traced back to the source was very small. However, the strange situation in the camp would spread. If any cultivators were to know about it, they would easily guess that he had a storage space that could contain life. Although Xia Ruofei didn't know what level of treasure a space like the spirit map world was in the cultivation world, he felt that it was definitely not ordinary. If there were still high-level cultivators on Earth, he might be tempted. If cultivators wanted to investigate his arrangements, they would find some loopholes. Hence, Xia Ruofei could not allow anyone who had witnessed this scene to escape. He could either put everyone into the spirit map space, or if the conditions did not allow it, then. Thinking of this, Xia Ruofei did not hesitate anymore. With a thought, the blue flying sword that he had been nurturing in his dantian appeared silently. It hovered in front of him, the tip of the sword trembling slightly. 2407 Triumphant. 1. A distance of more than 100 meters was within the range of Xia Ruofei's spiritual power. If he were to use a flying sword to attack a cultivator from such a distance, he might not be confident. However, it was not a problem for him to attack a few ordinary people. With a thought, Xia Ruofei controlled the flying sword with his spiritual energy, and it flew out, streaking across the night sky. At the same time, Xia Ruofei took out a sniper rifle from his storage space and aimed it at the 2 soldiers who were running in the other direction. He aimed, aimed, and fired again. The action was done in one go. The 2 soldiers who were running for their lives in the forest suddenly stopped. The inertia and the force of the sniper bullets caused their bodies to fall forward and face down on the ground. In fact, they were already dead before they fell to the ground. Xia Ruofei had shot them in the back of their heads. In another direction, the flying sword's speed exploded to the extreme under the control of mental power, bringing with it a faint sound of breaking through the air. The 2 soldiers had run in different directions. The blue traveling immortal sword cut through the night sky and caught up with one of the soldiers in a flash. A cold light flashed through the forest and circled around the soldier's neck. Then, without stopping, it drew a large arc and chased after the soldier in the other direction. The soldier just now only felt his eyes flash, and then he felt a cold sensation on his neck. Then, his consciousness sank into eternal darkness. The other soldier also couldn't run far away. The 2 hidden sentries were very close to each other. Although they ran in different directions when they escaped, the distance between them wasn't far because they didn't last long. In just 2 or 3 seconds, the flying sword caught up with the soldier. Xia Ruofei had just finished off 2 soldiers in the other direction with his sniper rifle. He threw the sniper rifle into the medium and without any emotion in his eyes, he used his spiritual energy to control the flying sword to accelerate and pierce through the soldier's heart. The soldier watched helplessly as a sword ray pierced through his chest and quickly disappeared into the night. It all happened so quickly that he could not believe his eyes. It was also because the flying sword was extremely sharp that the wound did not immediately explode after piercing through the heart. The soldier covered his chest and still had time to feel this fear. The heart was different from the other organs. It was constantly contracting and relaxing, sending blood to the brain like a water pump, forming a circulation throughout the body, so the pressure in the heart was actually very high. It was naturally in vain to hold his chest. After a short 1 or 2 seconds, the wound in his heart began to bleed, and the amount of blood loss increased. Finally, the wound burst open. The soldier felt as if all the strength in his body had been sucked out, and the loss of a large amount of blood made him feel cold. Finally, he fell to the ground, and his blood gradually seeped into the soil beneath him. By the time the second soldier died, the blue travel immortal sword had already returned to Xia Ruofei. It hovered in front of him, the tip of the sword trembling slightly as if it had a life of its own. Although the sword had taken 2 lives, there was not a trace of blood on the blue travel immortal sword. It was still as spotless as before, with a trace of cold light. Xia Ruofei kept the flying sword in his dantian and quickly spread out his spiritual power to make sure that no fish escaped the net. Fortunately, other than the last 2 soldiers who were cautiously approaching the camp with their guns raised, there was no other living person in the vicinity. Xia Ruofei's psychic energy scanned the 4 bodies, and he couldn't help but sigh. He wasn't feeling sorry for the 4 lives. These mercenaries had taken lives, and they were believers of money. They only killed for money. Those who kill will always be killed. This had been the case since ancient times. Even if there was someone who had not been stained with blood, the only mistake he had made was choosing the mod organization. This organization was destined to be destroyed. If one was weak, even if they killed the wrong person, they deserved it. Xia Ruofei only felt that it was a pity that he had lost 4 free laborers. If they did not run away, Xia Ruofei would not want to take their lives. Now that the spirit map space's primal realm was becoming more and more vast, large areas of land were abandoned. As for labor, the more the better. Hence, Xia Ruofei did not plan to kill the last 2 soldiers. Xia Ruofei's psychic energy had already locked onto the 2 soldiers, but they were obviously not in the right state. They were only alarmed by the sudden concentrated gunfire in the camp and returned to the camp to check. However, the closer they got to the camp, the more they felt that something was wrong. It was too quiet. The 2 of them were even more careful because of this. They got closer, holding their guns and looking vigilant as they approached the camp step by step. Xia Ruofei didn't wait there. Instead, he took the initiative to meet her. He went around to the side of the 2, and when they were close to the camp gate, he suddenly jumped out of the grass and attacked the 2 with a whip kick. There was no suspense in the result. 3 seconds later, the last 2 soldiers were knocked unconscious on the ground. Xia Ruofei decisively kept them into the spatial cage. Then, without any delay, he flashed towards the place where the few soldiers had died. 2408 Triumphant 2. Xia Ruofei collected the 4 dead bodies as fast as he could and returned to the quiet mod mercenary camp. He threw the bodies of the soldiers in the open space in the middle of the camp, then quickly searched the entire camp. Anything that could be taken away was put into the spirit map space. Of course, Xia Ruofei did not touch the cars of the modern mercenary group. The car was not useful in the spirit map space. Besides, such a heavy thing would consume a lot of mental energy. Xia Ruofei naturally would not do something so strenuous and unrewarding. The modern mercenary group did not carry a lot of guns and ammunition. Xia Ruofei estimated that they could only support 1 or 2 battles. The anti-government armed forces that hired them would probably be responsible for supplying them. Otherwise, it would be inconvenient for such a small army to carry a lot of ammunition when they went deep into the water kingdom. Xia Ruofei kept all the ammunition and opened the valve of a small tank truck in the camp to let the gas out. He used a barrel to collect some gasoline and poured it on the 4 dead soldiers. Then, he scattered some gasoline all over the camp. In the end, Xia Ruofei left all the TNT explosives in the campsite and quickly placed them all over the campsite. He even specially placed more around the bodies of the soldiers. The situation in this area had always been tense, and the government forces came to attack at around 12 o'clock in the evening, indicating that the 2 camps were not far from each other. Douglas had just used up all the bullets in the machine gun. In such a quiet night, the sound of gunfire would travel very far. In addition, Xia Ruofei had to deal with the last few hidden sentries for a while, so he had a sense of urgency in his heart. This was because there could be troops coming to check on the situation at any time. It could be from the anti-government armed forces or the government. No matter which side came, Xia Ruofei did not want to meet them. Therefore, he made arrangements to destroy the traces as quickly as possible, and then confirmed it with his spiritual power for the last time and then quickly retreated. When Xia Ruofei dashed out of the camp, he started the lighter in his hand and casually threw it behind him. The wind-proof lighter spun in the air and finally landed accurately on the position of the 4 bodies. Then, Xia Ruofei's speed increased by a huge margin and he sped away from the campsite. After the lighter fell to the ground, it immediately ignited the gasoline on the ground. The flame rose and spread quickly. As long as there was gasoline, it would be burned. A few seconds later, the explosives that Xia Ruofei had set up were set off. One after another, explosions rang out. Xia Ruofei could even feel the shockwaves from the explosions behind him. He exerted strength on his feet and burst out with his fastest speed without holding back, quickly rushing out of the forest. At the edge of the forest, Xia Ruofei changed back into his war reporter outfit and threw the black tights back into the medium. This way, even if he encountered the military, he could have a reasonable explanation. As a war correspondent, he happened to be active nearby. Hearing the huge explosion in the woods, he immediately rushed over to check the situation. This was a good reason. Of course, this was also Xia Ruofei's plan. It would be best if there were no more problems. In fact, the nearby troops responded very quickly, but they were afraid of fighting the enemy in the middle of the night, so they were more cautious and only sent scouts to check out the situation. This also gave Xia Ruofei a chance to leave this area. As he ran, he used his spiritual power to maintain vigilance. When he sensed someone, he would quickly change direction or hide. After running for more than 20 minutes, Xia Ruofei was about 5 kilometers away from the camp. Of course, the actual distance he ran was far more than that. Xia Ruofei used his mental strength to check and made sure that there was no one around. He then took out the Ford SUV that Tony had left behind and drove away from the area. He headed southeast, towards Aruliai's border. The journey was another few 100 kilometers long. Xia Ruofei drove until the sun rose. He checked the navigation system and realized that they were only halfway there. However, in theory, the further east they went, the more stable the situation would be. These areas were still controlled by the government. The anti-government armed forces could only send their men of sacrifice to create some chaos, such as the coffee shop explosion 2 days ago. They really didn't have the ability to start a large-scale battle in this area. Hence, Xia Ruofei did not need to use the cover of the night to drive. He decided not to rest and continued to drive towards the border area. Along the way, they encountered a few checkpoints. Xia Ruofei used Tony's identification and passed through them easily. Just like that, they headed east. At 5 or 6 in the afternoon the next day, Xia Ruofei finally arrived at the border area with Aruliai. They had been driving for more than 10 hours. Other than stopping to eat, they had not rested at all. He drove the car to a remote roadside, put down the driver's seat, and lay in the car to rest for a while. When the sky was completely dark, he got out of the car and put the car into the space. Then, under the cover of the night, he once again snuck across the border and came to Aruliai's side. As they grew familiar with each other, Xia Ruofei gained more and more experience in crossing the country's borders. After returning to Aruliai, Xia Ruofei also ran for a while before taking out the second-hand pickup truck from the medium. After changing to another car, Xia Ruofei continued to drive towards the capital, Aruliai. After more than 2 hours of travel, Xia Ruofei finally returned to Aruliai. He found a hidden place outside the city and put the pickup truck into his space. He didn't want to leave the pickup truck or Tony's Ford here. He was going to find a chance to sink both cars to the bottom of the sea after returning to China and completely destroy any possible clues. Xia Ruofei no longer had Tony's appearance. He quickly returned to Xia Tian's appearance. On his passport, Xia Ruofei carried a huge backpack and walked for a while in the suburbs before he finally flagged down a taxi. He took a taxi to the hotel he had booked when he first arrived in Aruliai. After arriving at the hotel, Xia Ruofei first booked a flight from Aruliai to Ethiopia on the internet. Then, he bought a flight from Ethiopia to Shenzhen, China. Then, he simply packed his things and went downstairs to check out with his small suitcase. In fact, besides the first day that Xia Ruofei had checked in, he had not returned to the hotel for the past few days. The hotel staff knew about this. However, as long as Xia Ruofei paid for the room, they would not care if he stayed or not. There were indeed many people who had booked rooms but did not stay. Some of them were backpackers like Xia Ruofei, while others were involved in gray or black transactions. They often booked rooms and did not stay. After checking out, Xia Ruofei saw that there were still 3 hours before his flight took off. Hence, he decided to shop around Aruliai. When it was almost time, he took a taxi to the airport. From Aruliai to Ethiopia, although it was said to be crossing the country's border, the actual distance was not far. Hence, Xia Ruofei once again sat on a plane that made squeaking sounds everywhere. When the plane jumped up lightly, Xia Ruofei could not help but think of the spirited Chinese, the black guy with a curly beard, Daka. Nadaka was ordered by Manzilla to go to Basoko town to check out the situation. This mission was destined to be impossible to complete. He would not be able to find out anything even if he reached the town of Basoko, let alone contact the Viper Boke. Even after returning to Arulai city, he would find out that the high priest was missing in Dhaka. Xia Ruofei thought to himself, I wonder how this passionate black guy is doing. I don't think I'll have much to do with him in the future. Also, I probably won't come back to Arulai anymore. 2409A Strategy 1. The plane was bumpy and finally arrived safely in the capital of Ethiopia, Ethiopia. The return trip was on China National Airlines, which Xia Ruofei had booked. This time, they were in a hurry. They only needed to wait for about 2 hours to transfer flights at the airport in Ethiopia. Hence, Xia Ruofei did not leave the airport this time. He rested for a while in the first-class waiting room set up by China Airlines at the airport in Ethiopia before boarding the plane back home. It was another 10-hour day and night flight. They boarded at around 7 p.m. local time in Ethiopia and arrived at Xincheng at around 3 p.m. Chinese time. After returning to the country, Xia Ruofei used the identity of Xia Tian to buy a ticket for the fastest flight to the capital. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Xia Ruofei finally returned to the courtyard house in Luhai Lane in the capital city after a day's travel. Xia Ruofei did not want to expose his whereabouts, so he did not inform Wu Chang to pick him up. After he came out of the airport, he took a taxi directly to the vicinity of Wangfujing. He found a shopping mall with a lot of people, changed back to his original appearance in the bathroom, and changed his clothes. Then, he walked out and stopped a taxi to go home. Wu Chang was already used to Xia Ruofei going back and forth. He was also very tight-lipped and never asked much. However, Xia Ruofei laughed and said, I went to a homestay in the countryside with my friends for a few days to change my mind. I feel much more relaxed. He said this when he entered the door. Not only did he say it for Wu Chang to hear, but the few veterans in charge of security in the front yard also heard it. It was not that Xia Ruofei did not trust them, but he was cautious out of habit. Besides, no one knew if the veterans, including Wu Chang, would accidentally reveal it. Xia Ruofei had told them where he had been these few days so that even if someone wanted to trick them, they would not reveal it. Furthermore, Xia Ruofei did not take any high-speed rail or plane these days. In theory, he should be around the capital. As for the identity of Xia Tian, he did not leave the capital directly. In addition, there were so many people entering and leaving the country every day. Under normal circumstances, no one would notice him. Xia Ruofei declined Wu Chang's sister-in-law, Wu Shoujuan, who had prepared supper for him. He said that he was tired and wanted to take a bath and rest. Wu Chang, Wu Shoujuan, Xia Xiaolan, and the others naturally left tactfully, leaving Xia Ruofei alone in the master's courtyard in the middle. After Xia Ruofei returned to his room, he locked the door and windows. He was not in a hurry to take out the spirit map. Even though there were 200 free laborers in the medium and a basin-sized realm stone waiting for the medium to absorb, Xia Ruofei was more concerned about another problem. That was Lu Haojuan's problem. Now, Xia Ruofei had clear evidence that Lu Haojuan was the mastermind behind the assassination of Song Qiming. Although he didn't know Lu Haojuan's motive for doing so, he was the one who did it. There was no doubt about it. According to Xia Ruofei's style, he should have killed Lu Haojuan. He didn't even want such a person to be free labor for his spirit map space. However, it was not difficult to kill Liu Haojuan without leaving any clues. It was not difficult for Xia Ruofei either. He was just hesitating whether to do so. Killing Liu Haojuan silently would not maximize the benefits. More importantly, everyone in the Liu family knew that the conflict between Liu Haojuan and Xia Ruofei was irreconcilable. With Liu Haojuan dead, Xia Ruofei would be a major suspect, regardless of whether there were any clues. Unless they found the murderer, Xia Ruofei would definitely be suspected. Even if the Liu family had to rely on Xia Ruofei to treat Old Master Liu, and they would not show it. For the time being, there would definitely be a thorn in their hearts. If it was not necessary, Xia Ruofei did not want such a powerful family to hate him to the bone. Although he wasn't afraid of any external threats, his company was in China. His friends and employees were all in China. The Liu family couldn't touch him. If they wanted to set some obstacles for his company, or even the people close to him, it would be impossible to guard against them. Xia Ruofei furrowed his brows and thought for a while, then let out a long sigh. In the end, it was because he was not strong enough. If he could really reach the legendary power of flying in the sky, burrowing into the ground, and destroying a city with a wave of his hand, why would he be afraid of a mere secular family? He killed one person in 10 steps and left no trace for 1,000 miles. If he wanted to settle his grudges like a swordsman, he must first have the strength of a swordsman. Although Xia Ruofei was no longer an ordinary person, he was still at a lower level among the cultivators. Not to mention the state apparatus, even if he was up against a family like the Liu family, it would be easy for them to cause trouble even if they could not threaten his safety. After much consideration, Xia Ruofei decided to listen to Elder Song's opinion. Although he knew that he would have no chance to secretly kill Liu Haojuan if he told Elder Song, he still felt that it was better than making a move rashly and causing a lot of trouble. He also believed that after Elder Song received this important piece of information, he would handle it well and maximize the benefits. 2410A Strategy 2. Xia Ruofei looked at his watch. It was around 7:30 in the evening. According to Elder Song's daily routine, he should not be asleep yet. So he took out his phone, found the number of Elder Song's personal secretary, Manager Liu, and called. Since he had already made a decision, he should not drag things out or hesitate. This had always been Xia Ruofei's way of doing things. Manager Liu picked up the phone quickly and said enthusiastically, "Are you Ruofei? How are you?" "Good day, Manager Liu." Xia Ruofei smiled and asked, "May I ask if Grandpa Song is resting now?" "The chief is still reading." Manager Liu said, "Do you need me to get him to answer the phone?" Manager Liu knew very well that something must have happened for Xia Ruofei to call at this time. Xia Ruofei said, "Manager Liu, it's an important matter. If it's convenient for Grandpa Song, I'd like to come over and report to him in person." "Why don't I trouble you to ask him for instructions?" Manager Liu was slightly taken aback. At this time, even if Xia Ruofei had something to say, he would have said it tomorrow. Since he wanted to report it overnight, it must be very important. However, Manager Liu couldn't make the decision for Elder Song. He said, "No problem. I'll go ask the chief for instructions immediately. I don't think he'll refuse." "Ruofei, to save time, I suggest you leave now. I'll call you as soon as I have any news." Elder Song usually went back to his room to rest at 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock at the latest, so the departure time was a little tight now. Of course, this was not absolute. If the matter was really important, what was the big deal with resting a little later? Manager Lu only made this suggestion because he treated Xia Ruofei as one of his own. If it was someone else, he would not have meddled in their business. Of course, it was almost impossible for the others to get an audience with Elder Song at this time. I understand. Thank you, Manager Lu. Then I'll set off now, Xia Ruofei said. After hanging up the phone, Xia Ruofei did not call Wu Chang. Instead, he went straight to the garage in the backyard and drove the Land Rover out of the Sihiyuan. He headed in the direction of the Song family's old residence. In the Song family's residence, Manager Lu walked quietly to the study and bowed slightly. Chief, Xia Ruofei just called. He said that he has something very important to report to you tonight. Elder Song raised his eyebrows and put down his thread-bound book. At the same time, he took off his reading glasses. He laughed and said, "This little guy has been in Beijing for so many days, but he only came to see me once in the first 2 days. Then, he disappeared. Why are you suddenly so late today?" Manager Lu wasn't sure of Elder Song's thoughts, but he couldn't just ignore it. He could only say, with a trace of hesitation, "Then, should I reject him? Just tell him that you're going to rest, and let him, there's no need." Elder Song waved his hand. Xia Ruofei knew his limits. Since he insisted on coming over so late at night, it showed that the matter was indeed very important. Besides, I treat this little guy like my grandson. Which grandson would want to see his grandfather? It depends on the time. Manager Lu couldn't help but feel envious of Xia Ruofei. He quickly said, "Understood, I'll inform him immediately." An eccentric Song nodded and said, "Personally inform the sentries outside." "Yes," Manager Lu said. Half an hour later, Xia Ruofei appeared in Elder Song's study. "Grandpa Song." Xia Ruofei called out and then said, "It's so late. Will it disturb your rest?" Eccentric Song chuckled and waved his hand. "I'm fine. My body is very strong now, and I'm full of energy. Sit down." Xia Ruofei sat down opposite Elder Song. At this moment, Manager Lu personally brought Xia Ruofei a cup of tea. Xia Ruofei quickly stood up and said, "Manager Lu, how could I trouble you to personally pour the water?" Manager Lu's rank was at least that of a provincial official. Xia Ruofei naturally could not treat him as an ordinary secretary. Of course, Manager Lu only served Xia Ruofei personally to show his closeness. There were many staff members in the Song family, so it was not up to him, the butler, to serve the tea. "We're all family, no need to be so polite." Manager Lu smiled. Manager Lu then turned to Elder Song and said, "Chief, you guys take your time to chat. I'll go down first." Elder Song looked at Xia Ruofei and saw that he had no intention of asking Manager Lu to stay. He nodded and said, "All right, Xiao Lu, you can go and rest. I don't have anything to do tonight." "Yes, Chief," Manager Lu replied. Then, he nodded at Xia Ruofei and closed the door of the study. Although he responded quickly, he would be on standby as long as Elder Song was still awake. After Manager Lu left, Elder Song smiled at Xia Ruofei and said, "Ruofei, tell me, what's so important that even Xiao Lu can't bear it?" Xia Ruofei scratched his head in embarrassment. He had no intention of hiding it from Manager Lu. It was just that this matter was indeed shocking and he had to keep it to the minimum. He organized his words in his mind and said, "Grandpa Song, it's like this. I found the mastermind behind the assassination of Secretary Song, but this matter has a lot of implications and I can't make a decision, so I wanted to ask you for advice." Eccentric Song couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and sit up straight. "Tell me the details." "Yes," Xia Ruofei said, "according to my investigation, the person who killed Secretary Song is from an assassin organization called Mord. After following the clues, I finally found out that the person who hired this assassin organization to kill Secretary Song was Lu Haojuan. He first passed, wait." Elder Song waved his hand and asked with a serious look, "The Lu Haojuan you're talking about. Is he Lu Chuanfeng's son?" He wasn't very familiar with the younger generation of the Lu family, but Lu Haojuan had just gotten into an accident some time ago, so he still had a deep impression of him. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "Yes. He was currently out of town, working in one of the Lu family's holding companies. He was the one who connected the company's computer to the internet and posted the mission on the secret forum of the Mord mercenary group. Then, he used his Switzerland bank account to transfer the deposit to the Mord mercenary group." Then, Xia Ruofei took out a stack of printed photos from his bag and handed them to Elder Song. These were all found through technical means, and they basically formed a complete chain of evidence. "We can confirm that the mastermind behind this incident is Lu Haojuan." Elder Song immediately took the stack of photos, put on his reading glasses, and looked at them carefully. Xia Ruofei had taken screenshots from Manzila's computer and printed them out. There were records of the Mod organization's website, including the IP address of the order and the messages left by the customers. There was also the actual address and bank account information that was traced according to the fixed IP. While Elder Song was looking at the pictures, Xia Ruofei explained, "This is the actual address that was determined based on the IP address. Lu Haojuan was just assigned to work there by the Lu family not long ago. The bank account he made the payment to is called Mr. Liu." Elder Song's heart was in turmoil. If these pictures were not photoshopped, then this evidence alone was enough to prove that the person who assassinated Song Qiming was Lu Haojuan. It could be said to be an irrefutable evidence. Of course, Elder Song also believed that Xia Ruofei would not use the photoshopped picture to frame Lu Haojuan. Even if Lu Haojuan and Xia Ruofei had a deep conflict, Elder Song believed in Xia Ruofei's character and thought that he would never do that. Besides, it was easy to find out that the photos were fake. Xia Ruofei would not make such a low-level mistake. Therefore, Elder Song didn't doubt the authenticity of the picture at all. After he finished looking at the last picture, he couldn't help but slam the stack of pictures on the desk and said angrily, "He's really too savage." 2411 Personally taking action. 1. There were cooperation and conflicts between these big families, but everything had a bottom line and rules. Directly finding an overseas assassin organization to assassinate a competitor was obviously beyond the scope of the agreed rules. It was like everyone fighting for food in the same pot. They might use some means to interfere with each other, such as using words to influence each other, or a few people might work together, or even find an opportunity to break the other person's scooping tools, etc. These were all within the scope of the rules. However, when one of them suddenly broke the rules and killed the person who was snatching food from him or smashed the pot, no one would tolerate it. This was the nature of this matter, which was why eccentric Song was so angry. If all the families did this, or if others did the same, wouldn't everyone be in danger? If this was Lu Haojuan's personal action, it would be fine. But if it reflected the will of the Lu family, then the matter was serious. Of course, now that they had solid evidence, whether or not this matter was incited by the main figures of the Lu family, it would not be considered as Lu Haojuan's personal action. As an experienced man, Elder Song naturally knew what to do to maximize the benefits. In fact, he did not think that this was the Lu family's behavior. Even if Elder Lu did not have long to live, he would not be so crazy. Moreover, he had already seen the hope of survival and would not do anything to provoke the Song family. After all, everyone in the family circle in Beijing knew about the relationship between Xia Ruofei and the Song family. Elder Lu had no reason to cut off his own path of survival. However, at this point, the Lu family had no choice but to acknowledge it. Eccentric Song pondered for a moment before saying, "Ruofei, do you have the original data for this evidence?" Elder Song trusted Xia Ruofei and believed that the evidence was not forged. However, if he wanted to confront the Lu family face to face, he would need the original evidence. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and nodded. No problem. All the data was stored on the internal website of the Mord organization and could be accessed directly through a fixed IP, provided that there was an encryption dog. Xia Ruofei had all these in his hands, so it was not a problem to get the original information. Very good. Eccentric Song nodded. It's a little late today. I'll arrange for a reliable technical staff to meet you tomorrow and confirm the evidence. How about this? You stay here tonight. Don't run back and forth. Okay, Grandpa Song. Xia Ruofei said. Then, he asked, Grandpa Song, how do you plan to deal with this? The Lu family doesn't follow the rules, so of course we have to talk it out. Grandmaster Song sneered. But don't get involved in this matter. I'll personally meet old Lu and bring my technical staff to show him the evidence on the spot. So, you must hand it over clearly tomorrow. Understood. Xia Ruofei nodded. He knew that this was Elder Song's way of protecting him. After he reported this matter to Elder Song, he couldn't get involved at all. He had to draw a clear line between himself and Elder Song. Elder Song looked at Xia Ruofei and said, the Lu family's actions will anger the public. If I release the evidence in my hands, they will be very passive and may even be unable to recover. So, we're in control now. Old Lu has to bleed a lot this time, Xia Ruofei nodded. You're here personally. There won't be any problems. Elder Song smiled and looked at Xia Ruofei. You don't seem to be in high spirits. Xia Ruofei laughed in embarrassment and said, that's not it. It's just that I think Lu Haojuan has crossed the line this time. If it were any other person, they would be in jail for a long time even if they didn't die. But as the young master of the Lu family, I'm afraid that he'll still be able to let it go easily. When I think about this, I feel a little uncomfortable. And I feel that Lu Haojuan has completely lost his mind. A madman like that is actually very dangerous. Elder Song laughed and said, Ruofei, you're feeling indignant for Qiming. Do you also think that I'm a bad old man? I only think about benefits and balance, but I've never considered the feelings of Qiming and his family. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but smile. He didn't expect Elder Song to know how to use internet slang. It seemed that this former high-level leader was not out of touch with society. He said, I really don't have that. You're far-sighted and consider the long term and the big picture. I believe Secretary Song will understand. You don't have to pick the best words. Elder Song waved his hand. Ruofei, you don't have to worry too much about this. The Lu family probably won't keep Lu Haojuan, ah? Xia Ruofei could not help but cry out, you mean, based on my understanding of old Lu, he'll be more decisive in dealing with it, said Elder Song with a nod. Your judgment is correct. Many details have shown that Lu Haojuan has gone completely crazy. The existence of such a person is not only a great threat to you and me, but also a huge hidden danger to the Lu family. He's like a time bomb. Moreover, he had used underhanded means to kill Qiming. This matter could not be forgiven no matter what. The Lu family had to make their stance clear that this matter had nothing to do with the Lu family and was entirely Lu Haojuan's own behavior. And what is the best way to express this attitude? 2412 Personally taking action. 2. Elder Song looked at Xia Ruofei with a meaningful look. The answer was obvious. However, Xia Ruofei was still in disbelief. He shook his head and said, This isn't possible. Even a vicious tiger will not eat its cubs. Lu Haojuan's father is Lu Quyuan Feng. Elder Song interrupted Xia Ruofei and said, As long as old Lu is alive, Lu Chuanfeng will not be able to make the decisions in the Lu family. I understand. But Lu Haojuan is also old man Lu's grandson. Xia Ruofei said, You're even closer after a generation. Xia Ruofei felt that Elder Song's conclusion was too crazy. It had subverted his three views. He had thought that the Lu family would reprimand Lu Haojuan harshly, then send him abroad and never let him return to the country. In the worst-case scenario, he could be brought back to his home in the capital and locked up, which was not much different from going to jail. However, Xia Ruofei did not expect Elder Song to tell him that the Lu family might put righteousness before family. After all, blood was thicker than water. You're talking about the average family. For a big family like the Lu family, family ties are already very indifferent. I know old Lu very well. As long as he can help the Lu family get out of this crisis faster and better with less losses, what's the big deal about losing a grandson? Xia Ruofei was speechless. Were these people from the big families all so crazy? He subconsciously glanced at eccentric Song. Elder Song seemed to be able to read Xia Ruofei's mind. He said angrily, What are you looking at me for? Our Song family is different from the Lu family. We have a good family culture, and what I value the most is that the siblings love each other and help each other. I didn't say anything. Please don't get so worked up. Xia Ruofei quickly said. Enough. Elder Song snapped. I'm a little tired, you should go rest too. Get Xiao Lu to arrange a room for you. Okay, Grandpa Song. Xia Ruofei said. Then, he suddenly remembered something and quickly said, Oh right, Grandpa Song, I have something else, go ahead. If you want to present the evidence tomorrow, you must access the internet directly and use hardware encryption. Xia Ruofei said, I've used that encryption dog before. Do you think it's better to get a new one? Eccentric Song pondered for a moment before nodding. You're right. We have to avoid any possibility of exposing you, so it's better to get a new one. Then we'll need a new encryption dog and a burning device, Xia Ruofei said. There were also two types of encryption dogs. One was those that could not be modified by fixed programs. This type was generally not very safe. After all, the possibility of universal encryption programs being cracked was very high. The other kind of encryption dog was empty. After buying it, one would need to burn the encryption program that they had written. The security performance of this kind of encryption dog naturally depended on the program that was burned. However, in any case, it was definitely safer than the first kind. What Manzila used was the second type of encryption dog. And the encryption program was saved on the computer on the island. If you have any needs, let Xiao Lu know. He'll coordinate it for you immediately. Elder Song said. All right. Xia Ruofei said, Grandpa Song, you should rest early. I won't disturb you any longer. Go. Elder Song said. After Xia Ruofei left Elder Song's study, he quickly found Manager Lu in the room next door. Xia Ruofei told Manager Lu that he would be staying the night and told him what he needed. Manager Lu agreed without a second word. Then, he asked a staff member to arrange a place for Xia Ruofei to stay while he went to find Xia Ruofei an encryption dog and a burning device. At this hour, those electronic cities would definitely be closed. It was not easy for an average person to buy an empty encryption dog, not to mention a ready-made burning device. However, it was a piece of cake for Manager Lu. Xia Ruofei waited in the guest room for about half an hour before Manager Lu came over with the things. Xia Ruofei and Elder Song did not take the initiative to say anything, so Manager Lu did not ask further. He left after putting down the things. Before he left, he even told Xia Ruofei to look for him if she had any needs. Xia Ruofei smiled and expressed his gratitude. He personally sent Manager Lu to the door of the guest room, then locked the door and walked back to the room. Out of habit, he used his mental power to check the whole room, and then took out 2 laptops and encryption dogs that he had seized from Manzila. The encryption dog looked like a USB drive, but it had a chip inside and generally did not come with a storage function. The two of them only looked similar, but they were actually two completely different things. The encryption dog in his hand was what Manzila usually used, and it was originally from South Africa. Under normal circumstances, this encryption dog would not be used in China. If he really took it out, he might expose some of the situation. This was the reason why Xia Ruofei had specifically brought up the encryption dog. He quickly connected the burning device to the computer on the island, found the encryption program stored in the computer, and burned the program into the chip of the encryption dog. Then, Xia Ruofei turned on the computer that was connected to the internet. He inserted the encryption dog into the computer and tried to access the internal website of the mod organization. After testing that everything was normal, he heaved a sigh of relief. Xia Ruofei kept the 2 laptops and the encryption dog in his storage space. Xia Ruofei would never take out these things when there were outsiders around. After he packed his things, he went to the bathroom to wash up and went to bed. It was not convenient for Xia Ruofei to enter the medium as he was staying at the Song family's place. As for the 200 or so people locked up in the space cage, he would just let them stay up for another night. He hoped that no one would go crazy. In any case, the second time they were caught in the realm other than the mercenary group, it would be the assassins from the Dark Shadow Squad. These people were harder to tame than the rookies in the training camp, so it was necessary to let them wait for a day or 2. It was a quiet night. The next morning, while Xia Ruofei was having breakfast with Elder Song, manager, Lu came in with a lieutenant colonel in a neat military uniform. Xia Ruofei glanced at the officer's collar and knew that he was probably a technician that Elder Song had called over. There was a difference between the collar of a commander and a technical officer. People who knew the ropes could tell at a glance. Chief, Xiao Liao is here, said Manager Lu. The lieutenant colonel quickly saluted Elder Song and said in a clear voice, Chief Liao Jun, reporting for duty. Eccentric Song nodded with a smile. Little Liao, you haven't eaten either, have you? Do you want to eat together? Reporting to the chief, Liao Jun replied. I already had breakfast before I came out. I'm ready to work. At any time. Elder Song nodded and looked at Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei finished the milk in his glass and said, Chief, I'm full too. Let's start working. All right. Eccentric Song nodded. Xiao Liao, you follow Ruofei. He'll demonstrate it to you. If there's anything you don't understand, don't be afraid of trouble, you must ask clearly. Yes, Chief, Liao Jun said. Elder Song then turned to Xia Ruofei. Ruofei, little Liao is a senior engineer at the Garrison District's automation station. His major is computer and network. Show little Liao what you showed me yesterday in detail. Don't hold back. 2413 altogether. 1. Xia Ruofei immediately knew that Lieutenant Colonel Liao Jun was someone Elder Song trusted. Otherwise, he would not have said that. Moreover, a lieutenant colonel in the field of technical skills, even if he was a senior engineer, would not be able to enter Elder Song's site under normal circumstances. It was even more impossible for Elder Song to be so clear about his position. Hence, Xia Ruofei immediately nodded and said, Understood. Engineer Liao, please follow me. Xia Ruofei said to Liao Jun. Liao Jun nodded at Xia Ruofei politely and said, I'll have to trouble you. A person who could eat at the same table as Elder Song was definitely not simple. Liao Jun naturally would not neglect Xia Ruofei just because he was young. Xia Ruofei brought Liao Jun to the guest room where he had rested last night. As he turned on the computer in the room, he said, Engineer Liao, we're going to visit an overseas IP address. Please note it down. All right. Liao Jun said, and then immediately took out a pen and a small notebook that he always carried with him. All technical experts had this habit. Many of them would carry a pen and notebook with them so that they could record information at any time. Xia Ruofei gave Liao Jun the IP address of the MORD organization's internal website and then worked on the desktop computer to figure out the address to access overseas. There were some procedures to be done first. Xia Ruofei's method was simple. He bought a temporary VPN last night and successfully opened the internal website of the MOD organization. Of course, this was only a login interface, and no information could be seen. Xia Ruofei took out the encryption dog that he had burned last night and said to Liao Jun, This is a copy of the Yuki that we made after cracking it. You have to use the UKEY to log into the website. Remember to bring it with you later. All right. Liao Jun said with a smile. These were all basic operations. As a senior network engineer, Liao Jun naturally did not need Xia Ruofei to explain too much. Xia Ruofei inserted the encryption dog into the USB port of the computer. After entering the password, he started to enter the Manzilla account password in the login box. At the same time, he Also gave the password for the encryption dog and the account password for the mod organization's internal website to Liao Jun quickly recorded it down. Xia Ruofei had already opened the internal website of the mod organization. He combined the screenshots he showed Elder Song last night and showed them to Liao Jun. He demonstrated everything, including the specific address of the computer that was used based on the fixed IP. Liao Jun's professional abilities had always been very strong. He was a somewhat famous network security expert in the Garrison district. As for the things that Xia Ruofei demonstrated, he basically had an idea of what was going on after just one look. Liao Jun was also a talent valued by the Song family. He more or less knew about the internal affairs of the family, so when he saw the information, he knew what it meant. Before he came, Manager Lu didn't disclose anything, but he emphasized that it must be kept absolutely confidential. At this moment, a huge wave was set off in Liao Jun's heart. This was the rhythm of breaking the heavens. However, he was also a soldier. Even if he was a professional technical officer, he was still well trained. He did not lose his composure and quickly recorded all the information that Xia Ruofei had provided. In the end, Liao Jun even did it himself. He had to admit that his skills were very good. In the end, when he located the address through the IP, he was much more skilled than Xia Ruofei. After Xia Ruofei finished watching, he smiled and said, "No problem, Engineer Liao. I'll leave it to you then. Also, please keep it a secret." "Don't worry about that," said Liao Jun with a straight face. "I'll keep my mouth shut." "Thank you," Xia Ruofei said. The two of them left the room. Elder Song was waiting in the hall. When he saw Liao Jun and Xia Ruofei, he asked, "There are no more problems?" Liao Jun straightened his back and replied, "Please rest assured, Chief. I've already mastered it." "That's good. Hurry up and change into your casual clothes. We'll set off now," Elder Song said. "Yes," Liao Jun replied. The staff brought Liao Jun to change his clothes while Master Song chatted with Xia Ruofei in the hall. When Liao Jun came out, Elder Song smiled at Xia Ruofei and said, "Are you au fait? Leave the follow up to me. You can go back now." "Oh right. Don't tell Qiming about this yet. He's still recovering." "Understood," Xia Ruofei replied without hesitation. Just as Elder Song and Liao Jun were about to leave, Xia Ruofei's phone rang. He took it out and looked at the caller ID. And his expression became a little strange. Elder Song turned to look at Xia Ruofei and asked, "Are you au fait? What's wrong?" Xia Ruofei waved his phone and said, "It's Commander Lu Chuanfeng." Elder Song couldn't help but laugh and tease, "Could the Lu family be good at fortune telling?" "Ruofei, answer the phone first. Let's see what they have to say. I'm guessing it has something to do with Lu Haojuan." According to Elder Song's judgment, the Lu family probably had no idea that Lu Haojuan, who was thousands of miles away in the Shanbei province, was about to pierce through the sky. Therefore, Lu Chuanfeng must have called for something else. Xia Ruofei nodded and answered the call. "Hello, Chief Lu." "Mr. Xia. I hope I didn't disturb your rest," Lu Chuanfeng said. 2414 altogether, too. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "I've been up for a long time." "Chief Lu, is there anything I can help you with?" "Oh, it's like this," Lu Chuanfeng said. "Mr. Xia, I don't know if you are free today, but we would like to ask you to come over and help my father with a follow-up examination. It had been a few days since Xia Ruofei's last consultation with old Master Lu. During this time, Xia Ruofei had been to Africa. Although Elder Lu's condition had been stable for the past few days and the tumor had basically been suppressed without getting any bigger, he was still in good spirits. However, they were still a little worried and wanted to ask Xia Ruofei for a follow-up every few days. Even if it was just a checkup, it would be good. Xia Ruofei looked at Elder Song and Liao Jun and asked, Chief Lu, is Elder Lu's condition acting up? No, I didn't. Lu Chuanfeng said, it's just that as his children, we're a little worried about our father's condition. It's been a few days since the last consultation, right? I was just thinking that if Mr. Xia could spare some time, please come over and take a look. If you don't have time, then we can meet another day. It doesn't matter. I'll come over today, Xia Ruofei said. He thought for a while and added, I still have something to do. I'll come back later in the morning. All right. All right. Thank you, Mr. Xia, Lu Chuanfeng said, overjoyed. Chief Lu, you're too kind, Xia Ruofei said indifferently. After hanging up, Xia Ruofei smiled at Elder Song. The Lu family invited me over for a follow-up. I agreed, but I told them that I would be a little late. Elder Song couldn't help but smile. He pointed at Xia Ruofei and said, You. Did he have to see for himself what old Lu's expression would be like later? You've got some bad taste. Kid, Xia Ruofei laughed drily and said, What are you saying? Am I that kind of person? A doctor has the heart of a parent. The patient's family has asked me so sincerely, how can I bear to refuse? Eccentric. Song couldn't help but laugh. All right. You can go if you want, we'll go first, you can go later. All right. Xia Ruofei said, I'm going to get ready for a follow-up visit too. He had to make preparations in advance. Although I don't know if I'll be able to use it when the time comes, Liao Jun, who was listening at the side, was confused. So this young man was also a doctor, and he even treated the chief of the Lu family? Why is the relationship here so messy? Elder Song interrupted Liao Jun's wild thoughts and said, Xiao Liao, let's go. Oh. Yes. Chief. Liao Jun quickly replied. Manager Lu accompanied Elder Song to the Lu family's residence. Xia Ruofei did not stay at the Song family's old residence. He drove the Land Rover that he had driven over yesterday and left the old residence with Elder Song's sedan with the red flag. However, Elder Song and the others went directly to the courtyard where Elder Lu lived, while Xia Ruofei went back to the courtyard in Luhai Lane. After waiting for about half an hour, he asked Wu Chong to be his driver and took the Toyota Alpha to the Lu family's courtyard. When Xia Ruofei arrived, he saw that the bulletproof red flag car that Elder Song was in was still parked in the courtyard. As for the license plate number of Elder Song's car, Xia Ruofei, who had been in this car many times, naturally knew it very well. They chatted for quite a long time. Xia Ruofei muttered in his heart. Lu Chuanfeng did not show up either. The one who welcomed Xia Ruofei was a butler of the Lu family named Lu Quan. He was also an elder of the Lu family and had been serving old man Lu for half his life. This time, in order to treat his illness, Grandpa Lu had moved to live in the courtyard, so Lu Quan had come with him. The electric car door of the Toyota Alpha opened slowly, and Xia Ruofei stepped out. Lu Quan stepped forward, slightly bowed, and said, "Good day, Mr. Xia. I'm here for Elder Lu's follow-up." Xia Ruofei nodded. "Yes, eldest young master has already instructed," Lu Quan said, "but the young master and master are receiving an important guest. The young master asked me to ask you to wait for a while if you arrived." "I'm really sorry, Mr. Xia, this guest came at the last minute, and we didn't know about it in advance, so we arranged." Xia Ruofei was well aware of this. He smiled and waved his hand. "It's okay, I'll go over after Elder Lu is done with his work." Lu Quan was secretly relieved and quickly said, "Mr. Xia, this way please. You can have some tea and rest in the reception room first. I'll immediately go and invite you after the old master has received the guests." As Grandpa Lu's trusted butler, Lu Quan knew the importance of this young man. In a sense, whether the Lu family could continue its past glory depended on this young man to a large extent. Xia Ruofei did not seem to be on good terms with the Lu family. She felt that he had a bad temper from their previous interactions. Lu Quan was worried that Xia Ruofei would leave immediately. He didn't expect Xia Ruofei to be so easy to talk to today, and his attitude was so pleasant. "All right, thank you for your hard work." Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. Wu Chang stayed in the car to wait for Xia Ruofei, while Xia Ruofei followed Lu Quan to the guest room. As soon as he entered, Xia Ruofei saw Manager Lu and Liao Jun sitting inside. Obviously, the segment of presenting the evidence had ended. Now, it was probably Elder Song and the Lu father and son who were chatting. "Manager Lu, you're here too?" Xia Ruofei said, pretending to be surprised. Everyone in the capital knew about Xia Ruofei's close relationship with the Song family, so he could not pretend not to know Manager Lu. Otherwise, it would be more obvious. "Yeah." Manager Lu smiled and nodded. "I accompanied the chief over." Then, Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded at Liao Jun, who was standing beside Manager Lu. They did not talk to each other. It was as if they were strangers who greeted each other with a polite smile. After Lu Quan served Xia Ruofei a cup of tea, he bowed slightly and left. Xia Ruofei and Manager Lu chatted casually. Of course, they would not mention what had happened last night. In fact, Manager Lu did not know much about the whole thing. Liao Jun, who was sitting at the side, had even less of a presence. He did not say a word and sat straight on the sofa like a statue. After another 40 minutes, Elder Song walked out of Elder Lu's room. Xia Ruofei and the others heard the noise and walked out of the guest room. Xia Ruofei saw Lu Chuanfeng walking Elder Song out. The two of them were talking as they walked. Lu Chuanfeng's face was pale, and he looked like he had aged a few years. Elder Song saw Xia Ruofei and asked, "Are you Fei? Why are you here?" Xia Ruofei couldn't help but mutter in his heart, "Grandpa Song is also a drama queen. I'm here to do a follow-up examination for Elder Lu." Xia Ruofei replied respectfully, "Oh. It's time to take a good look." Elder Song said indifferently, "Help old Lu recuperate. He doesn't look too good today." "Yes." Xia Ruofei promised. "Xiao Lu, Xiao Liao, let's go." Elder Song continued. After saying that, Elder Song walked out. Manager Lu and Jun Liao quickly followed. Xia Ruofei followed Lu Chuanfeng and sent Elder Song to the yard. "Uncle Song, take care," Lu Chuanfeng said, lowering his head. Elder Song nodded lightly, but there was still anger in his eyes. He didn't say anything to Lu Chuanfeng and got into the red flag car. Manager Lu and Jun Liao also quickly got into the car. Xia Ruofei and Lu Chuanfeng stood in the courtyard, watching Elder Song's red flag sedan drive away. Xia Ruofei clearly heard Lu Chuanfeng sigh heavily. Chief Lu, Xia Ruofei called out from the side. Only then did Lu Chuanfeng come back to his senses. He smiled bitterly and said, Mr. Xia, I'm sorry. I've neglected you today. 24:15 The pain on the skin. 1. Xia Ruofei said indifferently, Chief Lu, you're being too serious. I've received the consultation fee. Naturally, I'm obligated to treat Elder Lu. But I have my own treatment plan, so I hope you won't mess up my treatment plan next time. Xia Ruofei's meaning was that he would come when it was time for a follow-up visit and not for them to call him on their own accord. Lu Chuanfeng couldn't help but feel a little angry, but he was in a mess because of Lu Haojuan and didn't have the time to be angry with Xia Ruofei. Moreover, he did not dare to offend Xia Ruofei now, because the life and death of the white jade pillar of the Lu family, Old Master Lu, was in Xia Ruofei's hands. So, Lu Chuanfeng just nodded silently, gestured to Xia Ruofei, and then led the way. The two of them soon arrived at Elder Lu's room. When Xia Ruofei entered the room, he saw that Old Master Lu's face was ashen and his spirit was quite dispirited. There was a frown between his brows that could not be resolved. Xia Ruofei knew very well that Old Man Lu's condition was not due to illness. They must have paid a huge price for Lu Haojuan's matter. When Old Master Lu saw Xia Ruofei, he forced a smile and greeted him. Mr. Xia is here. You've worked hard. Xia Ruofei nodded with a smile and walked over to Old Master Lu. Elder Lu, you don't look well. Did you not rest well these past 2 days? Or did you not take your medicine on time? Xia Ruofei furrowed his brows and said, by right, after using the pills I provided, your condition shouldn't be like this. Old Man Lu revealed a bitter smile and waved his hand. It has nothing to do with Mr. Xia's medical skills. It's me who has some things to do. Sigh. I don't need to say it. Mr. Xia, since you're here, I'll have to trouble you to examine me. Xia Ruofei didn't say anything. He nodded and walked to the bed. He reached out and placed his hand on Elder Lu's pulse. He closed his eyes slightly and released his spiritual power to sense the situation in Elder Lu's body. In fact, every time Xia Ruofei came for a follow-up, the only thing he needed to pay attention to was whether Elder Lu's recovery speed was too fast. After all, he had given the Lu family all the pills for a course of treatment at once. Although the possibility of the Lu family disobeying the doctor's order and increasing the dosage was extremely low, it could not be ruled out. If Old Man Lu increased the dosage of the medicine, his recovery speed would be faster than normal. Of course, even if this situation happened, Xia Ruofei could also deal with the fact that Wan was providing the Lu family with 1 pill a day. If Old Man Lu took more, it would mean that he would have no medicine for a period of time. Xia Ruofei would wait until the pills he provided were all consumed at the rate of 1 pill a day before he continued to provide more. If the Lu family had told him the truth, Xia Ruofei could have used the excuse of them not following the doctor's advice and left without further treatment. If the Lu family could come up with some excuse, such as accidentally destroying the pill, Xia Ruofei could expose them by examining Elder Lu's body. He could also say righteously that Elder Lu had overdosed on The medicine because he did not follow the doctor's advice. The medicine had accumulated in his body and he was powerless to save him. Even if he were to continue treating Elder Lu, Xia Ruofei could still delay his recovery. In short, everything would be under his control. After the examination, Xia Ruofei found that Elder Lu's recovery was in line with his plan. It was clear that the Lu family did not dare to make any changes to the medicine that Elder Lu had taken. Xia Ruofei opened his eyes and said, "You're recovering well, but your mental state is very bad. Such a state is not good for the absorption of the medicinal properties. Right now, treatment should be your first priority. Don't let anything else interfere with your recovery." Old man Lu glanced at Lu Chuanfeng, then said to Xia Ruofei, "Thank you for your advice, Mr. Xia. I'll be careful." Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "The pills from last time should be enough for you to take for a while," Wang Yao said. "I won't provide them to you this time. After all, keeping them for too long will cause the medicinal effect to be lost." "Okay, I'll follow Mr. Xia's arrangements." Old man Lu smiled and nodded. At this time, Lu Chuanfeng said, "Mr. Xia, could you please perform acupuncture on my father?" "No need." Before Xia Ruofei could speak, Elder Lu interrupted Lu Chuanfeng. "Chuanfeng, how many times have I told you? Mr. Xia should know how to treat him, so we laymen shouldn't affect the professionals." Xia Ruofei looked back at Lu Chuanfeng with a meaningful look, then smiled and said, "Elder Lu's current condition is indeed not suitable for acupuncture. Your mental state is too poor. Mr. Xia, don't care what Lu Chuanfeng says. You can decide how to treat him." Old Master Lu looked at Lu Chuanfeng sternly, and then said to Xia Ruofei in a friendly manner. "All right," he said. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "Elder Lu, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. You should rest well." "Thank you. Thank you," Old man Lu said with a smile, then he shouted, "Lu Quan, help me send Mr. Xia off." 2416 The pain on the skin, 2, "Yes, master." Lu Quan, who had been waiting at the door, walked in and said to Xia Ruofei respectfully, "Mr. Xia, this way please." "Dad," Lu Chuanfeng quickly said. "I'll do it. You stay. I have something to say to you," Old man Lu said indifferently. Xia Ruofei glanced at Lu Chuanfeng, then nodded at Elder Lu and left the room with Lu Quan. Although Xia Ruofei had left, his mental strength was still in the direction of Old Master Lu's room, monitoring every move of the Lu father and son. Even if Lu Chuanfeng didn't invite him for a follow-up, he would have gone to the Lu family's courtyard and used his mental power to investigate. He wanted to at least know how the Lu family was going to deal with Lu Haojuan. Judging from Old Master Lu's current attitude, Lu Haojuan's fate was most likely grim. In the room, Elder Lu looked at Lu Chuanfeng sternly and asked, "Chuanfeng, do you really want to tip off your son so badly?" Lu Chuanfeng had sent Elder Song out and immediately welcomed Xia Ruofei in. They had not been alone for the entire time. When Xia Ruofei was checking on Old Master Lu did not let Lu Chuanfeng leave. However, the last two times, Lu Chuanfeng was trying to find a chance to leave the room. The first time was when he suddenly suggested that Xia Ruofei perform acupuncture on Old Master Lu. According to Xia Ruofei's rules, no one was allowed to watch when he was officially treating Old Master Lu. This way, Lu Chuanfeng could leave in a justified manner. The other time, he offered to send Xia Ruofei out. He had the same purpose. Old man Lu was so happy that he was able to see through Lu Chuanfeng's little plan. At the same time, he ruthlessly destroyed Lu Chuanfeng's little plan. Lu Chuanfeng didn't dare to look at Elder Lu. He looked down at his feet and said, "Dad, I didn't want to disclose anything, humph. You know best in your heart whether you've thought about it or not." Old Master Lu snorted coldly and said, "Didn't you hear what Mr. Xia said just now? In my current state, I can't even accept acupuncture. If I continue in this state, the treatment will be greatly affected." The peaks. You guys are really filial. You're afraid that I'll recover too quickly? You're always looking for something to give me trouble, right? I don't think I'll be killed by the cancer cells. Instead, I'll be angered to death by you unfilial descendants. Lu Chuanfeng's heart skipped a beat, especially when old man Lu's sharp gaze fell on him. He felt like he was being stared at by an ancient beast, and he felt uncomfortable. "Dad," Lu Chuanfeng explained, "I really didn't know about this, so, Hao Juan made his own decision?" Old man Lu said coldly. "Dad," Lu Chuanfeng quickly said, "this might not be the case. Maybe someone was trying to frame him. Hao Juan and Song Qiming have no grudges. How could he, no grudges? I don't think so. Song Qiming is the leader of the Southeast Province and Sanshan City. Lu Haojuan suffered a crushing defeat in the Southeast Province and came back with his tail between his legs. Doesn't Lu Haojuan hate Song Qiming at all? Even if he had an opinion, he shouldn't be so crazy as to assassinate Song Qiming." Lu Chuanfeng retorted helplessly, "If we're talking about hatred, he should hate Xia Ruofei the most. Why would he spend so much money on Song Qiming? This doesn't make any sense. Are you trying to say that the Song family is trying to frame you?" Old man Lu asked coldly. "That's possible," Lu Chuanfeng said. "Maybe the Song family couldn't find the murderer, so they deliberately concocted these things to extort us. Enough. Do you think I'm an idiot?" Old Master Lu slapped the bed and said sternly, "You don't have to say anything. You can stay here for the next 2 days, and don't go to the office for the time being." It was obvious that Elder Lu wanted to put Lu Chuanfeng under house arrest, and the biggest purpose was to prevent Lu Chuanfeng from disclosing any information. Lu Chuanfeng's face changed slightly, and he said, "Dad, Hao Juan is your grandson. How could you be so cruel? What nonsense are you talking about?" Elder Lu glared at Lu Chuanfeng and said, "All right, calm down. First." Then, old man Lu raised his voice and said, "Lu Yong, Lu Chuang, Chief." 2 burly men appeared at the door. Lu Chuanfeng's expression changed when he saw the 2 of them. He knew that his father was serious this time. "Take Chuanfeng to rest," Old man Lu said indifferently. "You have to take good care of his life." "Yes, Chief." The 2 of them replied in unison. "Huiyuan Feng, hand over your communication device." Old man Lu said, "I hope you won't make the same mistake again." Lu Chuanfeng took out his 2 phones and put them on the bedside table. Then, he followed the 2 men out of Elder Lu's room like a zombie. Lu Chuanfeng knew very well that there was no way he could hide his communication device in front of Lu Yong and Lu Chuang. Instead of being found by the 2, he might as well hand it over himself, or it would be more embarrassing. Old man Lu had mobilized the most elite force in the family to watch over him, which showed how determined he was. "Hao Juan, it's up to you whether you can get through this," Lu Chuanfeng said in his Heart, I really can't help you anymore. Xia Ruofei walked to the courtyard and prepared to get into the car. He had been monitoring Elder Lu's room with his mental power all the way down the stairs, so he knew exactly what had happened. What an exciting show! Xia Ruofei muttered to himself. Lu Quan walked Xia Ruofei to the car. When Xia Ruofei got into the car, the electric door of Alpha slowly closed, and Lu Quan still stood by the car. The Toyota Alpha started the car slowly. Lu Quan also bowed slightly to greet Xia Ruofei. After the car left the Lu family's courtyard, they drove for about 100 meters. When the car made a turn, Xia Ruofei suddenly said, "Wu Chang, stop by the side." "Boss, this seems to be a no parking area." Wu Chang could not help but remind him. "It's okay. Just pull over to the side. I'll pay the fine," Xia Ruofei said straightforwardly. "Understood." Wu Chang no longer hesitated. He slowly pulled the car to the side and turned on the double flashing lights. Xia Ruofei leaned on the soft space capsule chair with his eyes closed as if he was half awake, but in fact, his spiritual power was locked on to Elder Lu's room. From now on, he had to keep an eye on the Lu family. At least, he had to know how the Lu family would deal with Lu Haojuan. If Lu Haojuan was really lifted up high and then put down lightly, Xia Ruofei would not hold back. He would use his own methods to take Lu Haojuan's life. In the room, old man Lu watched Lu Chuanfeng being taken away by Lu Yong and Lu Chuang with a blank expression. Then, he sat on the bed silently and didn't move for a long time. This time, he really felt the pain. In just an hour, the losses of the Lu family could be said to be extremely painful, while the Song family naturally made a lot of money. Because of Lu Haojuan's matter, the Lu family had fallen into a completely passive situation. Elder Song had personally come to question them, which put a lot of pressure on Elder Lu. After an intense confrontation, the Lu family had given up a lot of benefits, and Elder Lu had personally promised that he would severely punish Lu Haojuan and give the Song family a satisfactory explanation. When he thought of the huge amount of benefits he had given away today, his heart felt like it was bleeding. He couldn't help but curse. Again, bastard. He's an absolute bastard. No one knew if he was referring to Lu Haojuan or the greedy old Song. After a moment of silence, old man Lu picked up the phone on the bedside table and dialed a number. He said indifferently, "Come to my place immediately." 2417 Witness it with your own eyes. Chapter 1334, The First Prince. Xia Ruofei sat in the car without saying a word. Wu Chang did not ask much and just sat quietly in the driver's seat. With Xia Ruofei's spiritual power, he could see everything in the Lu family courtyard. He could see Lu Chuanfeng walking around like a trapped beast, under the watch of Lu Yong and Lu Chuang. There were a few times when he wanted to rush out, but he was stopped by Lu Yong and Lu Chuang. Lu Chuanfeng's face was full of fear. He could already feel his father's killing intent. If he couldn't do anything, then Lu Haojuan would really be doomed. As a father, how could Lu Chuanfeng take such a blow? From this, it could be seen that old Master Lu was truly a formidable figure. Compared to the interests of the family, or to be more precise, the survival of the family, the affection of ordinary people was nothing in his eyes. Xia Ruofei's spiritual power also detected that old man Lu was slowly getting out of bed. He walked unsteadily to the window and looked into the distance. He continued to probe with his spiritual power without making a sound. In the Lu family's courtyard, About 20 minutes after Lu Chuanfeng was taken away by Lu Yong and Lu Chuang, a black Audi drove into the courtyard. A middle-aged man in a beige tang suit hurried into the building. Throughout the entire process, Xia Ruofei patiently sat in the car and kept a close watch on her with his spiritual power. The middle-aged man in the tang suit quickly arrived at Elder Lu's room. Lu Quan knocked on the door and walked in, then said softly, "Master, Lu Feng has arrived." Old man Lu slowly turned around and said, "Let him in." "Yes." After Lu Quan finished speaking, he stepped aside and made a gesture of invitation. The middle-aged man in the tang suit strode in and stopped a few meters away from Old Master Lu. He bowed respectfully to Old Master Lu and said, "Third great uncle. You were looking for me?" "Oh," Old Man Lu said and slowly walked to the bed. Lu Feng quickly stepped forward and helped Old Man Lu to sit down by the bed. He covered him with the quilt and then stood aside respectfully with his hands down. Old Man Lu said in a low voice, "Xiao Feng, go to Shabei province and help me kill someone." Lu Feng nodded without thinking, "Yes." "Third great uncle, who is the target?" "Lu Haojuan." Old Man Lu said expressionlessly. Lu Feng couldn't help but tremble with a look of disbelief on his face. He couldn't help but take a step back and then cried out, "Third great uncle." "You," the muscles on Old Man Lu's face twitched a few times before he said, "You didn't hear wrong, and I'm not crazy. Your mission target this time is my grandson, Lu Haojuan. Do you understand?" "I heard you clearly," Lu Feng subconsciously replied, then immediately waved his hand and said, "No, no, no. Third great uncle, what did Haojuan do wrong? You can teach him a good lesson. But there's no need to kill him." This was simply too shocking. Even now, Lu Feng could not believe that those words had really come out of Old Man Lu's mouth. Elder Lu didn't answer Lu Feng's question. He looked out of the window and the scene of the negotiation with Elder Song appeared in his mind. In fact, there were only Master Song and Master Lu in the room. Lu Chuanfeng had only seen the evidence that Master Song had asked Liao Jun to show, and then Master Lu had asked him to wait at the door. Of course, someone had been watching over Lu Chuanfeng since then. The negotiation between the two of them was still fresh in Old Man Lu's mind. After seeing the evidence, Old Man Lu was a little flustered. At the same time, he realized that this was the biggest crisis for the Lu family. Old Lu didn't haggle over the conditions that Elder Song had proposed. He quickly agreed to them. "Old Lu, there's one last condition. Lu Haojuan can't be kept," Elder Song said. "You're talking nonsense." Old Master Lu was furious. "Old Song, don't push your luck." Elder Song looked at Elder Lu calmly and said, "You know it very well. You don't have to look angry. That can't hide your inner thoughts at all." Old Man Lu snorted and said, "This condition is too much. I can't agree to it. He's the eldest grandson of my Lu family. Song Qiming is my most valued junior." Elder Song raised his voice. "What? Lu Haojuan's status was higher than Song Qiming? Qiming can die, but Lu Haojuan can. Isn't Song Qiming fine?" Old Man Lu said vaguely. "Ha ha ha. You call that fine?" Elder Song laughed coldly. "If it wasn't for Ruofei, Qiming would have been dead by now. Moreover, he was severely injured. Whether he could recover And how long he would need to recover, everything was unknown. They should pay the price for doing such an appalling thing. Or is this the Lu family's will, and Lu Haojuan is just a chess piece that you pushed out? Don't you slander him. Old Master Lu quickly said, you know very well what the truth is. Why drag our entire family into this? Old Song, Haojuan has indeed made a huge mistake this time. He cannot be forgiven. But couldn't he just let him live? We can immediately send him overseas. She would never let him return to the country. And by limiting his account, he will never do such a thing again. 2418 Witness with your own eyes _ do you even believe your own words? Eccentric Song smiled faintly and said, you can restrict him for a while, but can you restrict him for a lifetime? Besides, even if we don't talk about the Song family, isn't Lu Haojuan's existence also a thorn in your side? This guy had already gone crazy. He was a time bomb. Who knows when your Lu family might be blown to pieces? Elder Song glanced at old man Lu coldly and said, that's all I have to say. As for what to do, it's up to you, old Lu. With that, Elder Song stood up and left the room. At this moment, Elder Lu recalled the conversation between the two of them, especially Elder Song's last words. It was like a thunderclap that rang out, making Elder Lu's determination grow stronger. Lu Haojuan had almost made a big mess of things this time. It was also obvious that he had lost his mind completely. He was in a state of madness. Even if he was sent abroad, it would not make people feel at ease. Even if the Lu family restricted Lu Haojuan's bank account and didn't let him have too much money, it didn't solve the root of the problem. As long as the madness in Lu Haojuan's heart didn't disappear, he would think of ways to get money and then put his crazy ideas into practice. Moreover, the Lu family was a big tree that attracted the wind. Even if the Lu family was very united internally, and everything was done to protect Lu Haojuan's life, it was impossible for them to withstand other people's ideas. Especially when they were abroad, as long as someone paid Lu Haojuan a small sum of money, Song Qiming could be attacked again. The target might even be Song Jingping and Master Song's son. In this way, the Song family and the Lu family might completely enter into an endless struggle to the death, and naturally, someone would be able to sit back and reap the benefits. Old man Lu sighed in his heart. Old Song was right. Haojuan has really become a time bomb. On one hand, it was for his own grandson, and on the other, it was for the benefit of the entire family. Old man Lu had already weighed the pros and cons. He was just thinking back to Elder Song's words to make his decision more firm. He raised his head and looked at Lu Feng. Xiao Feng, there are many things that you don't understand. Of course, you don't need to understand. Among your group, you are the one I trust the most and feel the most at ease. That's why I'm giving you this mission. It's a difficult decision to make, but I've already made up my mind. You don't have to ask so much, and you don't have to persuade me. Just do your job well. And that's all. Understood. Lu Feng gritted his teeth and said, Third great uncle. Of course I will carry out your orders. That's good, old man Lu said. You should hurry up and fly over. I've already sent people to guard the peaks. But it's hard to avoid a long delay. The result will be the same sooner or later. It's better to end it quickly. Yes. Lu Feng said, Third great, uncle, I'll book the earliest flight. We'll leave immediately. Go. Old man Lu said, by the way, don't bring the ashes back. Just bury them in Shanbei. Lu Feng's body couldn't help but tremble. After a moment of silence, he slightly nodded and said, "All right. Third great uncle, I'll take my leave." In the Toyota Alpha, Xia Ruofei finally said, "Wu Chang, let's drive." "Let's go back," Wu Chang did not know why Xia Ruofei had suddenly asked him to stop the car and rest for more than half an hour. Now that Xia Ruofei had said that they would set off again, he did not ask much. He nodded, started the car, and continued to drive towards the courtyard house in Luhai Lane. The car drove steadily. Xia Ruofei pondered for a moment and took out his phone to check the ticket information. The next flight to Chang'an City in Shabei province would be in 2 hours. Without much hesitation, he logged into a new account and bought a ticket for this flight. Then, Xia Ruofei looked up and said, "Wu Qiang, find a place to stop the car. I suddenly remembered that I have something to do. You can go home after I get off the car. There's no need to wait for me." "All right, boss," Wu Chang said. He found a place to park his car. After Xia Ruofei got out of the car, he waved at Wu Chang, indicating for him to drive straight home. Then, Xia Ruofei found a public toilet nearby and changed into Xia Tian's appearance. He then changed his clothes from head to toe and walked out of the toilet in a short while. In just a few minutes, he had transformed back into the elegant young man, Xia Tian. Xia Ruofei hailed a taxi and headed straight to the airport. He had decided to personally go to Chang'an City in Shabei province to take a look. Although Old Man Lu's words were very clear, he still felt a little uneasy. He wasn't sure if there was any code in the conversation between Old Man Lu and Lu Feng. What if Old Man Lu used a code to communicate with Lu Feng? Out of careful consideration? What he meant was to kill Lu Haojuan, but in fact, he was helping Lu Haojuan escape. Wouldn't that mean that Lu Feng had escaped from a disaster again? Besides, missions were carried out by humans. Xia Ruofei could clearly feel that Lu Feng was conflicted about this mission. He could also see that Lu Feng and Lu Haojuan seemed to have a good relationship. In this case, they had to make sure that Lu Feng didn't carry out Old Man Lu's order determinately. Instead of killing Lu Haojuan immediately after arriving in Chang'an City, Lu Feng tipped off Lu Haojuan so that he had time to escape. All these possibilities existed. Xia Ruofei really wanted to kill Lu Haojuan, so he decided to take the fastest flight to Shanbei. He would only let go of this matter when he saw Lu Haojuan's soul pass away. After Xia Ruofei arrived at the airport, he successfully changed his ticket and went through the security check. He went directly to the waiting chair near the boarding gate and sat down. He leaned against the back and closed his eyes, as if taking a nap. In fact, his spiritual power had been constantly spreading around. Sure enough, after a while, he saw Lu Feng dragging a small suitcase to the gate. There were 3 more flights to Chang'an today. One of the last 2 took off in the afternoon near evening, and the other took off at around 10 p.m. This flight was the fastest and most suitable time. It seemed that Lu Feng had chosen this flight as well. This was not out of Xia Ruofei's expectations. After a while, the announcement started to indicate boarding time. In order not to attract attention, Xia Ruofei had booked an economy class ticket. He did not deliberately approach Lu Feng, but waited in line at the back. After everyone boarded the plane in an orderly manner, Xia Ruofei and Lu Feng's seats were quite far apart. However, his Spiritual power could easily cover the entire cabin and monitor Lu Feng at all times. There was no problem at all. The flight was smooth all the way and landed safely at around 12 noon. Xia Ruofei followed the crowd out of Xianyang International Airport. As soon as he stepped out of the airport hall, he could not help but see Lu Haojuan. At this moment, Lu Haojuan was talking to Lu Feng, who had walked out before Xia Ruofei. "Brother Feng, why did you suddenly come to Shanbei?" Lu Haojuan asked. "I couldn't believe it when I received your call." Lu Feng looked at Lu Haojuan with a complicated expression, then smiled and said, "I just happened to be here on business. That's why I thought of you, the host. If you didn't come, I wouldn't even have anyone to pick me up." Lu Haojuan laughed and said, "Brother Feng, I've been so idle these days that grass is about to grow. You're just in time, don't rush to go back, play with me for a few more days." "That'll have to wait until work is done first." Lu Feng said, "You also know that I don't have a choice most of the time." "Understood." Lu Haojuan laughed as he spoke. He didn't notice the hidden meaning behind Lu Feng's words. 2419 Chapter 1335. Without anyone knowing, 1. Xia Ruofei had been standing behind a pillar not far away. There was a trash can there. Many smokers who had been on the plane all the way could not wait to take out their cigarettes and smoke after leaving the no-smoking zone of the airport. Xia Ruofei had a cigarette in his hand as well. He looked no different from a regular smoker, but his spiritual power was constantly spreading in the direction of Lu Haojuan and Lu Feng, paying attention to their every move. It was only after the two of them exchanged a few words and went to the parking lot to get their cars that Xia Ruofei put out the cigarette in the trash can. Then, he walked to the side of the road and queued for a while before getting into a taxi. "Where are we going?" The driver was a big man from the northwest. He looked at Xia Ruofei and asked. "Drive towards the city," Xia Ruofei said indifferently. The taxi driver glanced at Xia Ruofei strangely. It was rare to see such a passenger. They did not even have a clear destination, and just asked someone to drive them to the city. However, as long as the other party paid, the driver did not want to ask too much. After all, they were all taking a taxi. So he nodded, started the car, and slowly drove to the exit of the airport. Xia Ruofei's mental power was constantly monitoring Lu Haojuan and Lu Feng. He knew that they were in a white Buick GL8 and had just left the airport. After leaving the airport, Xia Ruofei pointed to the car in front and said, "Sir, follow the car in front." The taxi driver finally couldn't help but say, "Brother, where do you want to go?" "Let me make this clear first. We won't do anything illegal." Xia Ruofei replied indifferently, "Don't worry, I'm also a law-abiding citizen. However, the person in the car in front of me owes me a large sum of money. I've chased him all the way here from another city, so I should at least know where he went, right?" The taxi driver muttered in his heart, "Could this guy be from a debt collection company? It didn't look like it. How could he have any deterrent power with his soft skin and tender flesh?" In his impression, the people in debt collection companies were all fierce-looking and fierce. If a person like this passenger were to collect debts, those debtors would probably not be afraid at all. Just as he was hesitating, Xia Ruofei casually took out a stack of cash from his wallet and said indifferently, "Follow that car and this money is yours." The taxi driver quickly glanced at the stack of money. It was all red 100 yuan bills. From the thickness, he estimated that the stack of money was at least 1 or 2,000 yuan. How much did the person in the car in front owe him? So much money for. Just following him, the taxi driver muttered in his heart and couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Sir, if we don't make a decision now, we're going to lose the car in front, Xia Ruofei said. The taxi driver came back to his senses and quickly stepped on the accelerator, speeding up the car. He said righteously, "Little brother, I hate those who owe money and don't pay it back. Don't worry. I'll definitely keep a close eye on that car." Xia Ruofei wanted to laugh. Money talks. If it was not for the stack of 100 yuan bills, the taxi driver would probably have a different story. The driver sped up the car and the distance between the two cars quickly closed. Xia Ruofei immediately warned, "Don't get too close. The other party will notice." Yes. I'm a little anxious, the taxi driver laughed dryly and slowed down slightly. Xia Ruofei's feeling was very accurate. Since old Master Lu could send Lu Feng to carry out such a mission, it showed that he had absolute trust in Lu Feng. On the other hand, it also showed that Lu Feng must be very capable. In fact, when the taxi suddenly accelerated and quickly approached the Buick minivan, Lu Feng, who was sitting in the car, had already felt that something was wrong. He looked back twice. Although the taxi was still many cars away from them, he still felt that something was wrong. This was an instinct. Lu Feng frowned and said to the driver, "Increase the speed." Lu Haojuan asked, curiously, "Brother Feng, what's wrong? You're in a hurry? I suspect that someone is following us." Lu Feng said with a serious expression. "Fuck. Who's so bold?" Lu Haojuan immediately shouted. "Maybe I'm wrong." Lu Feng waved his hand. "Anyway, there's nothing wrong with being careful. Let's speed up and see if the other party will catch up." "Lao Su, speed up." Lu Haojuan nodded and said. Lu Feng added, "Speed up a little more. If the distance between us is widened all of a sudden, the opponent will easily reveal his flaws." "Yes." Old Su nodded and said. Then, he stepped on the gas pedal heavily. The engine of the Buick minivan roared, and the speed of the car suddenly increased. In the car behind, the driver saw the Buick minivan suddenly accelerate and subconsciously wanted to speed up as well. However, Xia Ruofei shouted, "Don't accelerate. The other party might have already noticed that something is wrong. Once you accelerate, they will immediately get an accurate judgment." The driver immediately retracted his foot that had already been stepped on. The engine of the taxi rumbled and the sound immediately became softer, but the speed of the car did not increase significantly. The taxi driver looked at the Buick minivan in front of him, which was getting smaller and smaller, and said anxiously, "Little brother, if we don't speed up, we won't be able to see that car." 2420 Chapter 13:35. Without anyone knowing, too, "Don't worry about it," Xia Ruofei said calmly. "Just keep driving at the current speed." The taxi driver said unwillingly, "I'm going to lose him. If you lose him, it's on me." Xia Ruofei said, "This stack of money is all yours." "That's good," the taxi driver said with a smile. Anyway, he just wanted to make this money. As for whether he would lose the car or not, he didn't care at all. Maybe it's even better if we lose him. After all, there was a certain risk in tracking, especially if the target was an extremely evil person. The taxi driver maintained his speed and drove steadily along the ring line. while the Buick minivan became smaller and smaller in their field of vision. After turning a corner, it completely disappeared from their sight. "Little brother, I can't see that car anymore," the taxi driver said with a bitter smile. "It's okay, just keep driving and listen to my instructions," Xia Ruofei said calmly. Although the curve blocked his vision, the distance between the two cars was not very far. At least, it was not beyond the range of Xia Ruofei's spiritual sense. So, even if the car had disappeared from his vision, Xia Ruofei could still accurately sense its position and driving movement. The taxi driver nodded and said, "All right, boss, whatever you say." In the white Buick GL8, Lu Feng looked back several times. He found that after his car suddenly accelerated, the taxi did not react and was still driving at a steady speed. Until the last taxi disappeared from his vision, he did not see anything wrong. "Am I being too suspicious?" Lu Feng muttered to himself. "Brother Feng, did you find anything?" Lu Haojuan asked. Lu Feng shook his head and said, "I haven't found anything wrong for the time being." "Forget it, let's not care about this. Master Su, you can slow down a little. It's not safe to drive too fast." "All right." The driver, old Su, nodded and said with a smile. The Buick GL8 had also ended its racing mode and was once again driving on the ring line at a relatively safe speed. In the car, Xia Ruofei suddenly said, "Enter the side road at the intersection ahead. Then exit at the second exit of the wheel. Then turn left." The taxi driver found it strange that this passenger seemed to be coming to Chang'an City for the first time. He doesn't sound like a local, but why does he seem so familiar with the roads? Xia Ruofei was sitting in the front passenger seat. The driver could see that Xia Ruofei was not using his phone to check the map. "All right." Although the driver was a little curious, he immediately responded. After that, Xia Ruofei would give the taxi driver an order from time to time, directing the car to turn left and right in the city for a full 40 to 50 minutes. In the end, Xia Ruofei raised his eyebrows. His spiritual power had already sensed that the Buick GL8 had stopped in front of a restaurant. At this time, the straight-line distance between the taxi and the business car was only a few hundred meters. Of course, because of the winding roads, the two cars were probably 1 or 2 kilometers apart. "Sir, let's find a place to park," Xia Ruofei immediately said. The taxi driver felt that today's work was the strangest. The passengers were also eccentric. They directed him to circle around the city. At first, they said that they wanted to track the business car, but they lost it after a while. From then on, the shadow of the business car had never appeared in their vision again. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't see the MPV, the taxi driver would have thought that Xia Ruofei was instructing him to track the MPV. Although that was the truth, Xia Ruofei would not tell the driver so much. Even if he did, the driver would not believe him. The driver found a parking spot and stopped the car by the side. Xia Ruofei passed the stack of money to the driver and smiled. "It's been hard on you, master." When the driver received the stack of cash, he naturally smiled and thanked her repeatedly. After Xia Ruofei got out of the car, he observed the terrain. He could basically tell that if Lu Feng wanted to complete the mission without anyone knowing, he would not choose this place to attack. This was because there were many people coming and going here, and there were many surveillance cameras. In addition, he had just come out of the airport when he was picked up by Lu Haojuan. If something happened to Lu Haojuan here, he would definitely be suspected. However, Xia Ruofei had enough patience. It was noon, and the business of the restaurant seemed to be good. There were many customers coming in and out. Lu Haojuan had already walked into the restaurant with Lu Feng. Xia Ruofei's spiritual power detected that Lu Haojuan and Lu Feng had come to a large private room on the third floor of the restaurant. Lu Haojuan had ordered a table of good dishes to welcome Lu Feng. Xia Ruofei could not help but laugh in his heart. If Lu Haojuan knew that Lu Feng's mission was to get rid of him, I wonder what kind of expression he would have. There was a cafe opposite the restaurant. Xia Ruofei walked into the cafe and ordered a cup of cabino. Then, he sat by the glass window on the side of the road and enjoyed the view of Chang'an City while sipping his coffee. Of course, he kept his spirit energy in a constant state of diffusion. The target of his surveillance was Lu Haojuan and Lu Feng in the big room on the third floor of the opposite restaurant. The two of them ate from around 12:30 p.m. until past 2 p.m., and both of them had some alcohol. Xia Ruofei's spiritual power did not relax. He kept monitoring the situation in the private room. Therefore, he knew very well that Lu Feng did not reveal anything to Lu Haojuan, not even a hint. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but sigh. He's indeed old master Lu's trusted confidant. Lu Haojuan calls him Brother Feng so affectionately. He even personally went to the airport to pick him up and then to the luxury restaurant to welcome him back. Yet, he's thinking about how to kill him. After Xia Ruofei had changed to his third cup of coffee, Lu Haojuan and Lu Feng finally came out. Xia Ruofei took out 200 yuan bills and placed them under the coffee cup. Then, he stood up and left the coffee shop. This time, the two of them didn't go anywhere else. Lu Haojuan sent Lu Feng to the Wanhao Hotel where he stayed, then took his leave and returned to Pinggan County in a Buick business car. Just as Xia Ruofei had expected, Lu Feng did not make a move when they were in contact. Xia Ruofei had been keeping an eye on Lu Feng outside the hotel the whole time. He did not bother about Lu Haojuan because as long as Lu Feng followed old man Lu's orders, Lu Feng would definitely go to Lu Haojuan in the end. Hence, he did not need to follow Lu Haojuan at all. Xia Ruofei's spiritual power detected that after Lu Feng returned to the hotel room, he immediately lay down and slept. He only ordered a meal with the room phone when night fell. After the meal, Lu Feng took a very formal bath and changed his clothes, looking very ritualistic. Of course, when Lu Feng was taking a bath, Xia Ruofei retracted his spiritual power. He did not have a special habit of peeking at a man taking a bath. After Lu Feng changed into clean black clothes, he shaved his beard and finally took out a pair of shiny black leather shoes from the suitcase. After changing, Lu Feng left the room with a small suitcase. Xia Ruofei spent the entire afternoon in an old residential area not far from the hotel. He found a residential building facing the hotel that did not have strict security. He went straight to the rooftop and sat there, maintaining his spiritual power. It was not until Lu Feng had tidied up and left the room with his suitcase that Xia Ruofei stood up from the rooftop opposite and went downstairs with light steps. Lu Feng stopped a taxi downstairs and headed to Pinggan County, where Lu Haojuan was overnight. Xia Ruofei had been using his spiritual power to monitor Lu Feng. Naturally, he heard Lu Feng's destination, a high-end apartment district in Shuangji's Pinggan County. It was Lu Haojuan's temporary residence. Therefore, he immediately hailed a taxi and rushed to Pingan County. 2421 Cultivator_Pingan County, Huanyuan District. In the duplex apartment on the top floor, Lu Haojuan walked out of the bathroom. In a bathrobe. He went to the balcony and lay down on the recliner, looking at the sparse lights outside. The window and boredom. The penthouse apartment in Huanyuan District was definitely one of the best luxury houses in the area. However, to Lu Haojuan, it was no different from a slum. He had lived in luxury since he was young, and he felt that Pingan County, or rather, the entire Shanbei province, was simply a barren land. Everything here made him feel extremely irritated. These 2 days, Lu Haojuan would feel his heart palpitate from time to time, and his entire state was inexplicably anxious. Lu Haojuan had originally wanted to bring Lu Feng to Shanbei province to relax. Of course, the main reason was that he wanted to take the opportunity to vent his anger. Unfortunately, Lu Feng had politely rejected his invitation. He had no choice but to return to Pingan County. Although he was now far away from the core of the family, he was still under house arrest. If he dared to stay out in the main city, someone would immediately report it to the family. By then, he would be in even more serious trouble. Although he had been sent away, at least he had a good guarantee of living. His monthly pocket money was much higher than most people's wages. Once his family cut off his financial source, Lu Haojuan's situation would be even worse. Lu Haojuan felt inexplicably irritated. He couldn't help but take out a cigarette from his cigarette box and light it up. He didn't notice that a black shadow flashed past in the night. Without alerting anyone, it had already arrived at the downstairs of the apartment. The black shadow did not go through the building's door that was installed with a security guard. Instead, it went directly to the water pipe that was installed on the outer wall. After a short pause, it climbed up the water pipe. Under the cover of the night, no one noticed this black shadow. On the roof of the opposite building, a pair of bright eyes were staring at the black shadow. His eyes followed the black shadow as it climbed up. The black shadow was like an agile monkey, using the air conditioner, the edge of the balcony, the drainage pipe, and all the other places that he could borrow strength from. He almost did not stop, and he kept jumping and climbing up at a very fast speed. After a while, the black shadow had reached the top floor and grabbed the edge of the balcony with both hands. He exerted strength in both his hands and waist at the same time, and his entire body flipped over, nimbly jumping onto the balcony. Lu Haojuan was half lying down and smoking. He was facing the balcony. When the black shadow suddenly appeared in front of him, he was suddenly startled. He subconsciously sat up straight from the recliner and asked in a trembling voice, "Who is it?" Lu Haojuan saw a man in a black shirt and pants stand up on the balcony and walk toward him. The man in black was wearing a mask, and only his eyes and nostrils were exposed. It was impossible to tell what he looked like. However, Lu Haojuan felt a sense of familiarity from this person's figure, especially his eyes. Lu Haojuan felt that he had seen them before. The man in black didn't say anything. He just looked at Lu Haojuan with a complicated expression, and then shot toward Lu Haojuan in a flash. Lu Haojuan was so scared that he rolled down from the reclining chair and staggered in the direction of the bedroom. He staggered to the drawer of the bedside table and put a pistol in it. It was a Browning pistol that he had gotten through special channels. It was a treasure collected by many gun lovers and could also be used for self-defense. The public security in Pingon County was pretty good. Lu Haojuan also had bodyguards to protect him. However, the bodyguards lived in the apartment downstairs and would only follow him when he went out. It was precisely because of the good security here and the fact that Lu Haojuan couldn't go out and drink like he used to, that he naturally couldn't carry a gun with him. From the living room to the bedroom, they had to climb a flight of stairs. Naturally, the man in black would not give Lu Haojuan that much time. In a flash, he sped up and caught up with Lu Haojuan at the stairs. The man in black put one hand on Lu Haojuan's shoulder and exerted a little force. Lu Haojuan, whose body had been hollowed out by wine and women, suddenly felt an irresistible force, and he fell back involuntarily. The man in black put his arm around Lu Haojuan's shoulder and turned around at the same time. A cold light flashed between the fingers of his other hand as he quickly attacked Lu Haojuan's chest. The man in black's palm had already touched Lu Haojuan's chest. A blade had just avoided his ribs and directly pierced Lu Haojuan's heart without any obstruction. The man in black slashed again, and Lu Haojuan's face froze in fear. His eyes were filled with disbelief. At this time, the man in black moved closer to Lu Haojuan's ear and said softly, "Haojuan, don't blame me. I'm only following orders." Lu Haojuan's eyes suddenly widened, and he asked with difficulty, "Brother Feng, why?" The man in black was obviously Lu Feng. He didn't hide anything in front of Lu Haojuan, who was about to die. He only said with a trace of guilt, "I'm not sure. But this is an order given by the higher ups of the clan. Haojuan, you can rest in peace." After that, Lu Feng let go of Lu Haojuan gently. At this moment, Lu Haojuan felt that all the strength in his body had been sucked out, and he fell to the ground softly. Lu Feng's blade was very sharp. At this time, the wound on Lu Haojuan's chest opened up and blood began to flow out. 2422 cultivator _ In a short while, the carpet under Lu Haojuan was covered with blood. Lu Haojuan's eyes were wide open, and he twitched a few times in vain. His throat made a hissing sound, revealing a strong desire to live. However, Lu Feng's knife was a fatal wound. Even if Bianque was reborn, he could not save Lu Haojuan. After a few seconds of struggle, Lu Haojuan's consciousness sank into eternal darkness. Lu Feng had been standing quietly in the room, his eyes filled with complicated emotions. When Lu Haojuan stopped struggling, Lu Feng walked up to him and touched his neck. Then, he opened Lu Haojuan's eyelids and confirmed that his pupils had begun to dilate. Lu Feng let out a long sigh and gently closed Lu Haojuan's eyes. Then, he jumped out of the balcony and quickly disappeared into the night. Lu Feng did not know that all his actions were being monitored by Xia Ruofei, who was on the roof of a residential building in the opposite district. Xia Ruofei used his spiritual power to investigate and witness the last few minutes of Lu Haojuan's life. Xia Ruofei finally heaved a sigh of relief when he found out that Lu Haojuan was dead. Ever since Lu Haojuan had pestered Wu Liqian in Chongping County of Sanshan City, Xia Ruofei and Lu Haojuan's enmity had never stopped. This time, Lu Haojuan had hired an assassin to assassinate Song Qiming. His motive had become an eternal mystery with his death. However, Xia Ruofei speculated that it was likely to be a continuation of the enmity from that time. Of course, Xia Ruofei was not interested in knowing why Lu Haojuan wanted to kill Song Qiming. Anyway, since he dared to do such a thing, he must be prepared to die an unnatural death. If he killed him directly, he would no longer be a threat. Xia Ruofei did not alert Lu Feng, who was running away quickly, nor did he plan to keep him. Instead, he waited for Lu Feng to disappear into the night before leaving from the rooftop of the building. It was already around 9 o'clock. In the evening, Xia Ruofei did not rush back to Chang'an City overnight. He would not be able to catch the last flight back to the capital tonight, so he decided to stay in Pingan County for the night and fly back to the capital city the next morning. Hence, Xia Ruofei decided to tour this famous small town in the northwest with great interest. Finally, he came to the small mountain beside the Pingan River and sat cross-legged near the pagoda. At this time, there were no more tourists in the pagoda park. Xia Ruofei was in a secluded place, so no one would disturb him. He didn't plan to stay in a hotel. Lu Hajuan's death tonight would definitely become big news in this small county. When the news spread back to the capital, it would probably cause a huge shock in the circle of rich and powerful people. Nowadays, except for those small, informal hotels, most hotels needed to register their identity. Xia Ruofei didn't want to appear frequently in places where things were going wrong with his Xia Tian identity. Otherwise, if someone really noticed him, he would have to give up his identity. If summer appeared in Chang'an City, it might not be too eye-catching. After all, it was a 1,000-year-old ancient capital and a famous tourist city. However, if Xia Tian happened to leave a record of his stay in a hotel in Pingan County on the night of Lu Hajuan's death, it would attract a lot of attention. In such a small county, there would not be many outsiders. A simple investigation would be enough to spot the problem. Besides, there was another important reason why Xia Ruofei came to the pagoda park. He could feel that the spiritual qi in this direction was denser than in many other places. He thought that he would not have time to cultivate today, so he decided to cultivate in the pagoda park. To a cultivator, it was nothing to cultivate the entire night without sleeping. After Xia Ruofei sat down cross-legged in the shadow of the tree, he took out a piece of essence crystal from the space. He skillfully operated the great Tao formula and began to absorb the pure spiritual qi composition in the essence crystal to cultivate. At the same time, the spiritual qi around his body seemed to be attracted by a magnet, slowly gathering toward him. Xia Ruofei entered a state of cultivation. Time passed by slowly, and before he knew it, it was midnight. At this time, in a small courtyard in the western suburbs of Pingan County, a short middle-aged man with a small mustache sat up from the bed and walked to the courtyard to wash his face with the water in the basin. Just as he was about to return to his room and start cultivating, he suddenly felt a very strong fluctuation of spiritual energy in the east. He couldn't help but let out an eh. The middle-aged man with a small mustache looked at it attentively, and then muttered to himself, "It's near the pagoda park. Could it be a rare treasure has appeared?" Chang'an City was a 1,000-year-old ancient capital. The surrounding counties and cities also had a historical heritage, including Pingan County. Under the nourishment of the 1,000-year-old Emperor Aura, the spirit qi in these areas was richer than that of other places on Earth. At the same time, there had been records of rare treasures appearing in history. Therefore, the middle-aged man with the small beard was a little excited. He couldn't be bothered with his cultivation. His figure flashed and he flew in the direction of the pagoda park. Xia Ruofei, who was immersed in his cultivation, did not notice that the middle aged man with a small mustache was approaching him from a few kilometers away. He was still circulating the Great Tao technique over and over again. He could feel his cultivation level increasing bit by bit, constantly breaking through the bottleneck. The bearded middle-aged man was very fast, and he arrived at the pagoda park in about 10 minutes. He sensed it for a while, and his face was full of joy. He muttered to himself, "The spiritual energy is so dense. It must be a rare treasure." After saying this, the middle-aged man with a small mustache increased his speed and headed straight for the place where Xia Ruofei was cultivating. Although Xia Ruofei was immersed in his cultivation, he was cautious by nature and would not cultivate in the open without any preparations. In fact, he had set up a simple array around the area. Once someone barged in, it would activate the spiritual power imprint he had left behind. This way, even if he entered a state of enlightenment, he would still be able to wake up immediately. This kind of arrangement was actually just to prevent people from climbing mountains in the middle of the night, or any wild beasts from accidentally barging in. After all, this was not their home. Xia Ruofei did not consider the fact that he was a cultivator. Up until now, other than Ling Qingxue and Song Wei, the only cultivators he had seen were Li Yifu and Manzila from Africa. Therefore, he guessed that due to the lack of spiritual energy, the cultivators on Earth were almost extinct. He didn't expect to meet a real cultivator in a small county in the northwest today. As there were no cultivators on guard, Xia Ruofei's alarm array did not cover a large area. It only covered a radius of about 10 meters. Hence, when the bearded middle-aged man activated the formation and Xia Ruofei woke up from his cultivation state, he was already a few meters away from Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei opened his eyes and saw a man with a small beard staring at him. He was stunned. The middle-aged man with the goatee was also surprised. He also did not expect to meet a cultivator in Pinggan County. However, his eyes were quickly attracted by the piece of origin crystal in Xia Ruofei's hand. Even though Xia Ruofei was holding it in his hand, even though he had used it several times, the spiritual qi within it was still so dense that it could not be dispersed. The bearded man's eyes revealed a hint of greed. It was difficult to cultivate on Earth. Although the middle-aged man with the small mustache had better conditions than the average cultivator, it was his first time seeing a treasure like origin crystals. Of course, the bearded middle-aged man did not know that this treasure was called origin crystal. With his experience, he had not had the opportunity to come into contact with such a high-end cultivation resource. He glanced at Xia Ruofei. Although Xia Ruofei looked very young, one could never judge a cultivator's age by their appearance. For example, this man with a small beard looked like a middle-aged man, but he was actually over 60 years old. The middle-aged man with a small mustache bowed slightly to Xia Ruofei and said cautiously, "Fellow Taoist, I'm Lu Qingfeng. May I know your name? Which celestial mountain and treasured land were they cultivating in? Why did you come to Pinggan County?" 2423 Opening 1. Hearing this, Xia Ruofei raised his eyebrows and became alert. In fact, the moment Lu Qingfeng appeared, Xia Ruofei had already sensed the aura of a cultivator from him. This was completely different from the situation when he saw Manzila at the temple of Arulai a few days ago. At that time, Manzila's cultivation level was quite low, and Xia Ruofei did not expect a black man to actually step onto the path of cultivation. So he did not pay attention to him at all. Facing this middle aged man with a small beard. Xia Ruofei could immediately sense that his cultivation was not low. At least, it was not lower than Li Fu's. He might even have reached the 6th or 7th qi layer. To be able to cultivate to this level in such an environment with such poor spirit qi on earth, he must be extraordinary. Xia Ruofei looked at Lu Chengfeng warily and did not answer his question. Instead, he asked indifferently, "Do you need something?" Lu Chengfeng rolled his eyes and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist, not long ago, we accidentally lost our sect's most precious treasure. This time, we senior and junior brothers came out specifically to look for it, but we didn't expect that fellow Taoist would pick it up. Fellow Taoist, please return this treasure to Zhao. Our Falling Leaves sect will definitely reward you greatly." Lu Chengfeng had obviously taken a fancy to the crystal in Xia Ruofei's hand. He had even deliberately pointed out that Xia Ruofei had come with his fellow apprentices and conveniently mentioned his own sect. If it was an ordinary individual cultivator, most of them would not dare to provoke the Falling Leaf sect. They might even swallow their anger and admit that they were unlucky, handing over the treasure. If the other party also had a sect and was on par with the Falling Leaf sect, they would definitely report their sect. At that time, Lu Chengfeng would weigh the situation and at worst, say that it was a misunderstanding. However, Lu Chengfeng didn't expect that the person in front of him knew nothing about the current cultivation world. Xia Ruofei of the Fallen Leaf sect and the Floating Leaf sect didn't know anything about it, let alone intimidate him with this. Hearing this, Xia Ruofei was stunned for a moment. Then, a playful smile appeared on his face. He waved the origin crystal in his hand and asked, "You mean this?" The smile on Lu Chengfeng's face was extremely sincere. He said, "Of course. Fellow Taoist, this is our Fallen Leaf sect's most precious inheritance treasure, how could I be wrong?" As Lu Chengfeng spoke, he took a few steps closer to Xia Ruofei. He was very envious of this treasure and had long wanted to take it by force. Thus, he had intentionally or unintentionally blocked Xia Ruofei's escape route in advance. Xia Ruofei asked with a faint smile, "Since you say it's yours, then tell me, what's the name of this treasure? What's its magical effect?" Lu Chengfeng lied without hesitation, "This item is called the Spirit Accumulation Pearl. It will take the initiative to absorb the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, and it has a great auxiliary effect for cultivation. Of course, the Spirit Accumulation Pearl has some other wonderful uses, but that's our Fallen Leaf sect's secret, so there's no need to tell others." Xia Ruofei was both angry and amused. This was the first time he had met a strange cultivator. At first, he was curious about the cultivators that might exist on Earth. He did not expect to meet them in person after hearing about them. When cultivators were shameless, they were even more shameless than ordinary people. In addition, modern cultivators seem to have very ordinary vision. It was clearly just a piece of origin crystal, yet he actually couldn't recognize it, and even forcefully called a cultivation, aiding consumable a spirit accumulation pearl, and even said it so clearly and logically. Xia Ruofei was also speechless. Lu Chengfeng took the opportunity to take a few steps closer and said, "Fellow Taoist, the world's most precious treasures belong to the virtuous. This is a treasure of my Fallen Leaf sect. Fellow Taoist, please return it to its original owner, otherwise it may bring disaster to fellow Taoist." Lu Chengfeng's words were full of threat. Xia Ruofei took a step back and said, "If you go any further, I'm going to crush this so-called Spirit Accumulation Pearl." Lu Chengfeng immediately stopped and pressed his hands down. Fellow Taoist, don't be rash. Don't be rash. We can discuss this, Xia Ruofei smiled and said, is this a discussion? It's clearly mine, but you're actually so calm and composed. You're twisting the truth in front of me. How is this different from a bandit? Could it be that your fallen leaf sect is a den of bandits? Impudent. Lu Chengfeng tore off his hypocritical mask and said fiercely, you dare to insult my sect? You're dead. I advise you to obediently hand over the treasure with both hands, and I might spare your life. Xia Ruofei's face was filled with mockery. He tossed the origin crystal in his hand and said, isn't that right? If you want the origin crystals in my hands, just say it. Why do you need to go through such a big round? Lu Chengfeng's expression changed slightly. He couldn't help but widen his eyes and mumble to himself, these are origin crystals? There are still origin crystals in the cultivation world? It wasn't that Lu Chengfeng didn't know about origin crystals. It was just that they were legendary, top-grade supplementary resources. The fallen leaves sect was considered a considerable force in the modern cultivation world. However, in the past few decades, the fallen leaves sect only had one spiritual crystal, not to mention origin crystals. This only spiritual crystal was naturally in the sect leader's possession. Even the sect master treated this spiritual crystal as a family heirloom and was reluctant to use it for cultivation. If spirit crystals could enjoy such treatment, then origin crystals, which were a grade higher than spirit crystals, were even more so. Lu Chengfeng had never seen what a real origin crystal looked like. At this moment, his heart was in turmoil. It's actually origin crystals. I was wondering what kind of treasure could have such dense spiritual energy. I can't believe I, Lu Chengfeng, have such luck. After obtaining this origin crystal, there was hope for him to reach the golden core stage in this life. Xia Ruofei looked at Lu Chengfeng, who did not even bother to hide his greed, and sneered, didn't you just say that this is some spirit accumulation bead? Cut the crap. Lu Chengfeng was furious. Hand over the origin crystals obediently, and I'll spare your dog life. Do you think you're worthy of such a treasure? Xia Ruofei's great Tao scroll was special, and his spiritual power cultivation had crossed a large realm, reaching the spirit-gathering realm. Therefore, Lu Chengfeng's sense of Xia Ruofei's cultivation was somewhat vague. However, Xia Ruofei looked so young. Although cultivators often looked younger than their actual age, it was rare to see someone this young. Hence, Lu Chengfeng subconsciously assumed that Xia Ruofei's cultivation level was not very high. Even if Xia Ruofei had a treasure like the origin crystal, Lu Chengfeng was confident that with his 7th Qi layer cultivation, he could definitely defeat him. Lu Chengfeng then sneered and said, if you didn't say that these are origin crystals, I would still be a little afraid that you would really destroy the treasure in your desperation. But since they're origin crystals, there's nothing to be afraid of. The origin crystal was indestructible, and Qi refining cultivators couldn't destroy it at all, so Lu Chengfeng naturally didn't have to be cautious. After saying this, Lu Chengfeng let out a soft cry and used his spiritual power to suppress Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei only felt a little dizzy. The spiritual power in his sea of consciousness immediately trembled and actively resolved the discomfort. Xia Ruofei looked interested and said to himself, spiritual power can be used in this way? Xia Ruofei's current cultivation was close to refined Qi level 9. His spiritual power had broken through a major realm and reached the spirit-gathering realm. However, he was still lacking in combat experience. Of course, the battle experience here referred to the battle between cultivators. In addition, the great Dao arts was a cultivation technique that pointed straight to the end. It did not involve any specific battle techniques, cultivation methods, or battle skills. Because in the eyes of the Almighty who created this cultivation method, the Qi refining stage was only the stage to lay the foundation. At this stage, what the cultivators needed to do was not to fight, but to constantly lay a solid foundation. The more solid the foundation, the longer the road of cultivation could be. However, this had also caused Xia Ruofei to be very careless in the use of his genuine qi and mental energy. For example, in terms of spiritual power, Xia Ruofei only knew how to use spiritual power to hypnotize people. This was only a small trick. Xia Ruofei did not know how to use spiritual power in a real battle. Lu Qingfeng's spiritual power attack had opened a door for Xia Ruofei. Lu Qingfeng's spiritual power wasn't very high. It was probably at the spirit throb stage, equivalent to a cultivator at the 5th or 6th qi layer. However, his use of spiritual power was much more refined than Xia Ruofei's. Xia Ruofei thought to himself, I didn't know that the use of spiritual power could be so exquisite. Several strands of spiritual power can actually produce such a great amplification effect by arranging and combining them. The path of cultivation is indeed vast and profound. There is no end to learning. Xia Ruofei was subconsciously analyzing Lu Qingfeng's spiritual power attack and rehearsing it in his mind. His spiritual power had always been much stronger than Lu Qingfeng's, so Lu Qingfeng's spiritual power attacks were no secret to him. After Lu Qingfeng released his spiritual pressure, he saw Xia Ruofei mumble something to himself and then fall into a daze. He didn't know that Xia Ruofei was just excited. He thought that the spiritual intimidation had taken effect and caused Xia Ruofei to fall into a dazed state. This was an opportunity that could not be missed. Lu Qingfeng's mind flashed with an idea, and he immediately moved forward and slapped Xia Ruofei. Lu Qingfeng didn't hold back in this attack. He poured genuine qi into his palm and with a strong wind, he attacked Xia Ruofei as fast as lightning. At this moment, Xia Ruofei glanced at Lu Qingfeng from the corner of his eye. Then, he tried to copy Lu Qingfeng's method and released his spiritual power to cover Lu Qingfeng. When the spiritual power came out of his body, Xia Ruofei could feel that his spiritual attack had doubled. In other words, Xia Ruofei's spiritual attack power had doubled through a simple arrangement. Of course, this was not a simple arrangement. In theory, there could be countless combinations of spiritual power combat techniques, and most of these countless combinations would definitely have no effect, and might even affect the normal effect. Only a few combinations could have an amplification effect. These combinations were naturally discovered by generations of cultivators. If Xia Ruofei were to experiment bit by bit, he might not be able to find a spiritual power combat skill that could double the spiritual power even after a long time. Lu Qingfeng's eyes were filled with passion and greed as he attacked Xia Ruofei. He could almost see his cultivation advancing by leaps and bounds after he obtained this origin crystal. However, just as Xia Ruofei glanced at Lu Qingfeng indifferently, he suddenly felt a buzzing sound in his head. The next moment, a powerful spiritual pressure suddenly enveloped him. 2424, the world of cultivation, 1. At that moment, Lu Qingfeng felt a huge pressure. Under the pressure, his head felt like it was going to explode, and he almost lost all ability to think. However, Lu Qingfeng had been cultivating for decades. Unlike Xia Ruofei, he had a lot of battle experience, so he had made a defensive response. Almost subconsciously. However, the difference in their spiritual power was too great. Xia Ruofei was at the spirit gathering stage, while Lu Qingfeng had only reached the spirit throb stage. Crossing a major realm was an absolute suppression. Besides, Xia Ruofei was learning and applying it now. He had imitated Lu Qingfeng's spiritual power combat technique by 70 to 80%. And his spiritual power attack had almost doubled. Lu Qingfeng gritted his teeth and held on. He felt like a small boat floating on the stormy sea, in danger of capsize at any time. The other party might be able to kill him with just his spiritual power. Lu Qingfeng finally realized that he seemed to have kicked an iron plate, and his heart was filled with regret. A thought appeared in his mind: could it be that the person in front of him was an old monster who had hidden himself from the world? In the sect's ancient records, there were also records of some senior experts. These people usually did not appear in the world easily, but each and every one of them had a terrifyingly high cultivation. Once a cultivator reached the yuanying stage, they could change their appearance at will, and even low-level cultivators couldn't see through it. The moment Xia Ruofei released his spiritual power, he showed a crushing force. It seemed very easy, which made his previous performance seem even more like a cat playing with a mouse. It was no wonder that Lu Qingfeng would have such an idea. Lu Qingfeng wanted to beg for mercy, but he couldn't even open his mouth now. He could only clench his teeth and hold on. At this moment, he was so regretful that his intestines were turning green. Lu Qingfeng could feel his bones creaking. Once his spiritual power reached a certain level, he could completely crush his opponent into meat paste with just pressure. This was Lu Qingfeng's current situation. If it weren't for his strong body and his spiritual power, which had reached the spirit throb stage, his bones and armor would have been broken inch by inch. As time passed, the despair in Lu Qingfeng's heart continued to grow. His spiritual power was almost exhausted, but the spiritual pressure from his opponent did not weaken at all. Xia Ruofei looked extremely relaxed and even had a faint smile on his face. It was obvious that he still had some strength left. Just when Lu Qingfeng felt that he was about to be suppressed to death by his spiritual power, he suddenly felt his body relax. The spiritual power that had made him despair had disappeared. Lu Qingfeng fell to the ground, his clothes soaked in sweat. His eyes were filled with extreme fear. He panted heavily and said to Xia Ruofei, "Senior, this junior was blind. Please spare my life." With such terrifying spiritual power and the legendary origin crystal, which was a cultivation-aiding treasure, in Lu Qingfeng's mind, Xia Ruofei was definitely an old monster who had not left the mountain for hundreds of years. He might even be a nascent soul-old monster. Xia Ruofei's face was uninterested. He pouted and said, "Too weak. You can't hold on anymore?" Lu Qingfeng didn't even dare to raise his head. He could only keep begging for mercy. In fact, he didn't know that the person in front of him was not a nascent soul-old monster. In fact, Xia Ruofei's cultivation was slightly higher than Lu Qingfeng's, but not by much. Xia Ruofei's cultivation was close to refined Qi level 9, and Lu Qingfeng had already reached refined Qi level 7. Although there was a huge gap of 2 levels, Xia Ruofei did not practice any combat skills. If Lu Qingfeng had not used his spiritual power to suppress Xia Ruofei at the beginning but had used combat skills directly, the outcome of the battle would have been uncertain. However, Lu Qingfeng wanted to be more relaxed and chose the most disadvantageous method. In the end, not only did he fail to suppress Xia Ruofei, but he also allowed Xia Ruofei to master some spiritual power combat techniques. And was crushed. Lu Qingfeng's mind was on the verge of collapse. He couldn't even muster up any will to resist. "You're Lu Qingfeng, right?" Xia Ruofei said indifferently. "Yes, I am a disciple of the Fallen Leaf sect, Lu Qingfeng said with a trace of hope. Of course, the sect was just a glimmer of hope for him. In fact, although the Fallen Leaf sect used to be very glorious, in recent decades, the Earth's spiritual energy had been barren, and the strength of the Fallen Leaf sect had also declined. Not only the Fallen Leaf sect, but the entire cultivation world was facing the problem of a lack of cultivation resources. Furthermore, some of the sect's former experts had disappeared without a trace for unknown reasons, which had also caused a great impact on the sect's strength. The current sect master of the Falling Leaves sect was only a late Jin Dan. This was also because the Fallen Leaves sect had saved a lot of resources for thousands of years, which was why they were able to create Jin Dan cultivators. After passing on the cultivation to this generation, some of the resources of the Fallen Leaves sect were almost exhausted. And the phenomenon of the sect's lack of talent was becoming more and more serious. The one in front of him was most likely a nascent soul-old monster, or at the very least a golden core cultivator. Lu Qingfeng had no confidence that the name of the Falling Leaves sect would be able to make him fear him. However, at this point, he could only make a last resort. After hearing Lu Qingfeng's words, Xia Ruofei's voice turned cold. He asked indifferently, "Do you think I should be afraid of your Falling Leaf sect?" "I wouldn't dare." Lu Qingfeng quickly replied in fear. He didn't dare. "I have misspoken, please forgive me, senior." "Raise your head," Xia Ruofei said coldly. Lu Qingfeng raised his head uneasily, but he did not dare to meet Xia Ruofei's eyes. With a thought, Xia Ruofei summoned the blue travel immortal sword from his dantian. The flying sword danced around him like a fish. Lu Qingfeng was shocked when he saw it. It was actually a flying sword. Furthermore, one could tell that the flying sword was of very high quality. How long had it been since such a high-grade flying sword had appeared in the cultivation world? Although a small number of golden core cultivators in some sects also had flying swords. Compared to this senior's flying sword, those flying swords were simply fire sticks. The sect leader of the Falling Leaves sect also had a flying sword. This was the only flying sword the sect had, and it was their true treasure. It was completely different from the so-called spirit accumulation pearl that Lu Qingfeng had just casually fabricated. But with just a glance, Lu Qingfeng knew that this senior's flying sword was more than one grade higher than his sect master's. This further confirmed Lu Qingfeng's judgment. If he wasn't a reclusive nascent soul-old monster, how could he have crystals and high-grade flying swords? These things were almost extinct in the current cultivation world. Xia Ruofei said playfully, "Young one, you've offended me. Tell me, how should I punish you? Do you want to leave an arm or a leg? Or should I just turn you into a human stick? Senior, please spare me. Senior, please spare my life." Lu Qingfeng kneeled on the ground and kept kowtowing for mercy with a sad face. At this moment, Xia Ruofei's eyes lit up. He used his spiritual power to crush Lu Qingfeng. This time, his spiritual power was stronger than the one Xia Ruofei used in the battle. He was not holding back at all. Lu Qingfeng did not dare to move at all. He had long given up on resisting. So, almost instantly, he was dragged into a deep state of hypnosis by Xia Ruofei. This was also because he was scared out of his wits by the spiritual power confrontation just now. Otherwise, with his cultivation of the palpitating stage, Xia Ruofei would not have been able to hypnotize him so easily. Some time ago in Africa, Xia Ruofei had to spend a lot of time and effort to successfully hypnotize even Manzila, who had just entered the threshold of cultivation. Lu Qingfeng's eyes became dull. Under the investigation of Xia Ruofei's spiritual power, there was no way for him to hide whether the other party was really in a state of hypnosis. Xia Ruofei showed a satisfied smile and asked, "Let's talk about the current situation in the cultivation world." "Let's start with your fallen leaf sect," Lu Qingfeng said without hesitation. "Yes." Reporting to Senior, the fallen leaf sect has been passed down for more than 1,000 years. The conversation went on for more than an hour before Xia Ruofei finally finished. Through this hypnosis session, Xia Ruofei had finally gotten a lot of information about Huaxia's cultivation world from Lu Qingfeng. Nowadays, the cultivation world had few talents and cultivation resources. Many sects had not entered the world for a long time. However, with the deterioration of the cultivation environment, whether these sects were constantly entering the world in search of an opportunity to break through, or had closed their gates to form their own system, they could not avoid the cruel reality of their strength declining. In the current cultivation world of Huaxia, the 5 major sects were the strongest. Other than Lu Qingfeng's fallen leaf sect, there were 4 other sects: the 5 Elements sect, the Jade Sword sect, the 9 Suns sect, and the Dry Zen temple. The 5 major sects all had golden core stage cultivators in charge and were considered the leaders of the cultivation world in Huaxia. However, the 5 great sects were also struggling to hold on, and the environment was deteriorating day by day. The living conditions of the other small sects were even worse. It could be said that the entire cultivation world was currently living a hard life. Other than news about the cultivation world, Xia Ruofei also asked about combat skills. Lu Qingfeng didn't hold anything back either. He told Xia Ruofei everything, be it the sect's secret or the battle technique he had obtained by chance. This opened a new door for Xia Ruofei. It turned out that, in addition to mental power being able to be amplified through a specific combination, there was also a similar method for true qi. Mental power and true qi could even be used together. Many long-range attack unique skills involved the problem of the combination of mental power and true qi. Of course, when Xia Ruofei had asked about the overall strength of the cultivation world, Lu Qingfeng had not only explained the current situation of the sects in detail, but also told him that there were many senior masters who had hidden from the world. The strength of these people was unknown, but there were definitely some who were stronger than the golden core masters of the 5 major sections. This idea was deeply rooted in Lu Qingfeng's mind, especially after the battle with Xia Ruofei's spiritual power. Therefore, even under hypnosis, Lu Qingfeng still insisted on this idea. After Xia Ruofei finished asking, he withdrew his spiritual power. Just as Lu Qingfeng woke up and heaved a sigh of relief, he immediately felt a wave of majestic spiritual energy pressing down on him. Lu Qingfeng was dejected. He thought that he was of no value to Xia Ruofei, and now the other party was ready to kill him. However, he didn't feel death approaching. Instead, he felt the world spinning. 24-25 Sense of urgency. 1. Xia Ruofei immediately put Lu Qingfeng into the spirit map space and set up a space cage to imprison him. Actually, with Lu Qingfeng's spiritual power cultivation, if he had resisted, Xia Ruofei would not have been able to put him into the medium so easily. However, Lu Chingfeng had been scared out of his wits in front of a nascent soul-old monster, and he could not even muster up any will to resist. That was why Xia Ruofei had gently brought Lu Chingfeng into the medium. When Lu Chingfeng came back to his senses, he found that he had been imprisoned. As Lu Chingfeng was a cultivator, Xia Ruofei was not sure how well he had mastered the rules of space. Hence, this space cage was much more secure than the ones used to imprison ordinary mercenaries. Furthermore, Xia Ruofei had specially extracted all the spiritual qi in the space cage. He did not want Lu Chingfeng to use his spiritual qi to cultivate in the space. After Lu Chingfeng realized his situation, he was even more disheartened. He was so remorseful that he wanted to bang his head against a wall. It was a pity that there were no walls here. There were invisible, but extremely tough spatial membranes all around. Lu Chingfeng's knowledge was naturally different from those ordinary people. Even a half-baked cultivator like Manzila was an absolute rookie in front of Lu Chingfeng. Although Lu Chingfeng's cultivation wasn't very high, he was a true disciple of the sect and had cultivated for decades. So he quickly realized that he had been imprisoned by the senior. This at least explained two things. First, that senior's cultivation was much, much higher than his. He could easily drag him into the confined space and torture him. Of course, this was actually Lu Chingfeng's illusion. The actual reason was that his mind was in a mess, and he did not have the heart to resist. Second, this senior actually had a magical treasure that was similar to a heavenly abode. Especially the second point, which completely shocked Lu Chingfeng. He even forgot to worry about his situation for a short time. Grotto, heaven-type magic treasures were treasures that rarely appeared even in legends. Even in the prosperous era of cultivation, such a magic treasure was priceless. Even nascent soul cultivators rarely had one. Although Lu Chingfeng was still trapped in a small space cage and didn't know how big the space inside the magic treasure was, it was enough to cause a shock in the cultivation world. Taking 10,000 steps back, even if it wasn't a magical treasure that could imprison a living body, even if it was a storage ring with such a large space, it would be enough to cause a large number of experts in the cultivation world to fight for it. If Lu Chingfeng knew that the space that the spatial cage occupied was only 1,000th or even 100,000th of the entire spirit map world, his jaw would probably drop. However, it was impossible for him to know so much for the time being, because Xia Ruofei had no intention of dealing with the spirit map space now. Even the 100 or 200 people he had captured in Africa were all locked up in the space cage and were barely surviving on the basic living resources provided by Xia Qing. Xia Ruofei did not let the spirit map space absorb the huge realm stone either. He was prepared to return to the capital and deal with these matters when he was absolutely safe. This was especially so when it came to absorbing world stones. After all, the spirit map space might be upgraded again after absorbing the world stones. With the expansion of the spirit map space, the time required for each upgrade would also become longer and longer. During the process of the upgrade, the stability of the space would be worse than usual, and there might even be a situation where the space could not be used temporarily. Hence, when Xia Ruofei was outside, he had to try his best to avoid such a situation. For example, this time, he had come to the Shabei province. He had not expected to meet a cultivator who wanted to snatch the origin crystals from him. If the spirit map space couldn't be used now, he wouldn't have been able to put Lu Chingfeng into the space. Xia Ruofei only had one choice, and that was to kill Lu Chunfeng. Although Xia Ruofei had changed his appearance this time, cultivators could usually recognize each other by their aura. Lu Chunfeng had a sect background and there were golden core cultivators in his sect. He was not a match for him at the moment. No matter what, Xia Ruofei would not let Lu Chunfeng go. It would be a safety hazard. This was under the condition that Lu Chunfeng was not strong enough. If Xia Ruofei had encountered a cultivator who was stronger and more experienced than him, Xia Ruofei would have had to run away. The spirit map space was also a hidden weapon when he was escaping. Without this weapon, Xia Ruofei's safety was not guaranteed. Hence, Xia Ruofei would not rashly choose to upgrade the spirit map space when he was out. After he put Lu Chunfeng into the medium, he didn't leave the pagoda park immediately. Instead, he moved to a deeper part of the forest where there were fewer people. He set up a new alarm array, sat down cross-legged, and continued to cultivate. This time, Xia Ruofei was even more alert. He had set up an alarm array 30 meters away so that he would be able to detect any cultivators earlier if they appeared. Of course, Xia Ruofei had interrogated Lu Chunfeng through the deep hypnosis and knew that Lu Chunfeng was acting alone this time. There were no senior or junior brothers around. 26 sense of urgency, too, otherwise, he would have left in the middle of the night without any hesitation after capturing Lu Chunfeng. Xia Ruofei held the crystal in his hand and cleared his mind of all the distracting thoughts. He quickly entered a state of cultivation. The Great Tao Arts was a top-tier cultivation technique. Although it focused on building the foundation in the early stages and did not involve much actual combat content, it was still the most suitable cultivation technique for Xia Ruofei. With the Great Tao Arts as the main cultivation and the Absolute Beginning Heart Sutra as the supplementary cultivation, in addition to the large amount of cultivation resources at hand, Xia Ruofei's cultivation had improved rapidly. Lu Chunfeng's sudden appearance had given Xia Ruofei a sense of urgency. He didn't know much about the modern cultivation world. In addition, the cultivation environment on Earth was so harsh that he had hardly met any other cultivators in the past 2 years. Therefore, he had always had a more Buddhist attitude when it came to cultivation and didn't have a strong desire to improve. Lu Chunfeng's appearance made Xia Ruofei feel a sense of danger. Although the cultivation world was declining day by day, their strength was still not to be underestimated. Xia Ruofei's current cultivation was far from being invincible. Moreover, he was alone. Even if Li Yifu, Song Wei, Ling Qingxue, and even Tang Haoren were to be considered, they wouldn't be considered a powerful force. When he encountered a sect like the Fallen Leaf sect, he had no chance of winning. Xia Ruofei also believed that as the cultivation of himself and the people around him increased, it was inevitable that he would have to deal with people in the cultivation world. Cultivators like Lu Chunfeng were very likely to be a typical example of greed in the cultivation world, who would do anything to improve their cultivation. Compared to the world of ordinary people, the rules in the world of cultivation were obviously more realistic and crueler. The law of the jungle was an irrefutable truth here. Of course, Xia Ruofei didn't want to become the weak in the cultivation world because of his lack of cultivation. Moreover, he had a super treasure like the spirit map space. If there was a slip up in any part of the process and the news was leaked, the entire cultivation world would definitely rush over like a cat that had smelled the fish. With his current cultivation, he would definitely not be able to resist it. An ordinary man is innocent. but he is guilty of treasuring a treasure. As long as his cultivation reached a level that no one else could match, then even if the whole world knew that he had a rare treasure like the spirit map painting scroll, no one would be able to take it away from him. Xia Ruofei cultivated with such thoughts. His cultivation had already reached a small bottleneck. Once he broke through, he would be refined Qi level 9. Xia Ruofei decided to work hard on his cultivation and at least break through this small realm. While cultivating, one could not feel the passage of time. It was not until the next morning, when the sun shone on his body, that Xia Ruofei slowly opened his eyes. The clothes on his body were already wet from the dew, but his entire person was refreshed. After a night of cultivation, he felt that his cultivation had improved a lot. Refined Qi level 9 was already close at hand. He felt that he had touched the bottleneck of that level. Perhaps he only needed an opportunity to break through in one go. Xia Ruofei was very satisfied with the results of his cultivation. He stood up and moved his hands and feet while releasing a trace of true qi to dry the water on his clothes. Then, Xia Ruofei left the mountain. After walking for a while, Xia Ruofei arrived at the trail of the pagoda park. There were already some people jogging there. Xia Ruofei jogged down the mountain like a person doing his morning exercise. He greeted the runners with a smile. After leaving the pagoda park, Xia Ruofei hailed a taxi and returned to Chang'an City. He had bought a plane ticket back to Beijing with his mobile phone while he was in the car. There were still about 3 hours before the plane took off, so Xia Ruofei asked the taxi driver to drive directly to the airport. After changing his boarding pass, Xia Ruofei had a simple breakfast at the airport. It was not too early. It was already past 9 in the morning. After that, he passed through the security check and waited for a while in the VIP lounge before boarding. Xia Ruofei had booked a first-class ticket for the return trip. The journey was smooth, and there were no bumps. After 3 hours, the plane landed smoothly on the runway of the Capital International Airport. After Xia Ruofei left the airport, he found a place to change into his original appearance and then took a taxi back to the courtyard house in Liuhai Lane. Xia Ruofei had just returned to the master's courtyard. He was about to take a shower, close the door, and go to the medium to deal with the staff. Just as he took off his coat, his phone rang. Xia Ruofei had left his phone on the coffee table in the living room when he entered. He reached out and easily took the phone. He glanced at the caller ID and saw that it was Song Ruofei. Xia Ruofei picked up the call. Before he could say anything, Song Ruofei asked, "Have you heard?" Xia Ruofei was confused and asked, "Heard what? Did you just wake up in the afternoon?" "You speak without thinking." Song Ruofei was not in the mood to argue with Xia Ruofei. He said directly, "Lu Haojuan is dead." "What?" Xia Ruofei pretended to be surprised and raised his voice. "Lu Haojuan, the eldest grandson of the Lu family. He's the one who just left the southeast province." Song Ruofei said, "He died last night. What's the situation?" Xia Ruofei said, "It can't be. How is that possible? That grandson doesn't know how to be afraid of death." Song Ruofei said disdainfully, "He was killed by someone. The technique was quite professional. He dodged the ribs and cut his heart with a sharp blade. TSK. Who knows how many people this guy has offended? He's already been sent to Shanbei, but he still won't let him go and wants to take his life. How much hatred does he have?" Of course, Song Ruwei wasn't feeling sorry for Lu Haojuan's death. On the contrary, his tone more or less had a hint of gloating. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "You're really well informed. Last night's incident happened in Shabei province. You actually found out so quickly and even knew so many details." Xia Ruofei had personally witnessed the entire process of Lu Haojuan's death. Naturally, he knew that Song Ruwei's information was very accurate. In just one night and half a day, the news had already spread like wildfire in the capital's circle. Xia Ruofei felt that the Lu family had intentionally spread the news. If the Lu family had wanted to hide it, this matter would not have been spread. Perhaps the Lu family wanted to show the Song family that they had done what they had promised. Moreover, it should more or less carry some resentment, and could also win some sympathy. Now Xia Ruofei knew that people like Old Master Lu would squeeze everything dry, no matter what it was, even if it was the news of his own grandson's death. Song Ruwei laughed and said, "What is this? I'm known as an all-knowing scholar in the circle, so there's nothing that can be hidden from me. Lu Haojuan, this grandson, used to be very arrogant. He thought that he had a bright future ahead of him, so he looked down on us good, for nothing science. I didn't expect that in just a few months, our official careers would be cut off, and then we'd even lose our lives. How pitiful," Xia Ruofei said. "Song Ruwei, stop gloating. Also, don't get involved in Lu Haojuan's matter. We don't care what others say, but don't get involved. We just have to do our own things well and earn our money. Also, we have to learn from the fact that we're always being treated like a joke, or we'll become a joke in the eyes of others sooner or later." Song Ruwei was stunned for a moment and said, "Ruofei, why do you speak like my dad today? I'm just sharing some happy things with you. Why are you being so serious?" Xia Ruofei said seriously, "Song Ruwei, listen to me. From now on, don't discuss Lu Haojuan's matter. Don't spread it either. I can't tell you the reason. Just pretend you don't know. If you don't believe me, you can go back and ask Grandpa Song. He'll definitely ask you the same thing." Lu Haojuan's death was more or less due to Elder Song's personal pressure. Although the Lu family was in the wrong first, he was dead after all. If Song Ruwei continued to talk about this matter in a high-profile manner, the Lu family would definitely hate the Song family even more. Song Ruwei might even be at a disadvantage. Hence, Xia Ruofei thought of this and immediately reminded Song Ruwei. 24-27 Strong intimidation. 1. Although Song Ruwei was usually arrogant, he was, after all, a child of a big family. After being influenced for so many years, as long as he was not an idiot, he still had this basic sense of sharpness. Hence, after hearing Xia Ruofei's words, Song Ruwei fell into deep thought. After a while, he said, "No, don't worry. I know what to do. It's good that you understand." Xia Ruofei said, "All right, I'm busy. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up first." "What are you busy with all day?" Song Ruwei couldn't help but complain again. "The clubhouse is almost completed, but I've only seen you come a few times." "I'm always busy," Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "I'm someone who does great things. How could they pay attention to a small project like the club every day? Besides, with you brothers here, what do I have to worry about? Does your conscience not hurt?" Song Ruwei rolled his eyes and asked. Xia Ruofei and Song Ruwei bickered for a while, before hanging up the phone. He went into the bathroom and took a hot bath. After changing into comfortable cotton home clothes, he locked all the doors and windows. Then, he set up an alarm array in the house before returning to the bedroom and summoning the spirit map scroll from his palm. Xia Ruofei stuffed the scroll into his blanket and entered the space. Ever since he met the modern cultivator last night, Xia Ruofei had become more cautious. In the past, he would lock the door and windows tightly and at most leave a trace of his spiritual power to keep an eye on the outside world before entering the medium. After arriving at the mountain and sea realm in the spirit map space, Xia Ruofei first went to take a look at the work of the free laborers who had been recruited. What Xia Ruofei saw was a bustling scene of labor. Not only had the construction of the herb garden been greatly accelerated, but there were also some people who were busy in the paddy fields. The rice field was an experimental one. Xia Ruofei wanted to try out the rice grown in the spirit map space. If the improvement was obvious, he would consider doing a few generations of breeding in the space and try to grow it in the outside world. Under Xia Qing's arrangement, the staff was in good order. Bao Guijun and the first batch of free labor were now appointed as team leaders. Each of them was very enthusiastic. They led the way to work in the herb garden and paddy fields, and at the same time they did not forget to supervise the other free labor. As for the others, most of them had already accepted their fate after living in the boundless space for so many days. They had also realized the importance of points. Every day, Bao Guijun and the others could take advantage of the breaks in between work to smoke. Without points, how could they get cigarettes? The luxury items in the realm were all very expensive. Even a pack of ordinary cigarettes that cost 7 or 8 yuan would cost them the points they earned after 2 or 3 days of work. For free labor who could maintain their basic survival, it was definitely a luxury. Bao Guijun's basic points were higher than theirs. In addition, he tried to save on smoking after exchanging for cigarettes. He only smoked 1 or 2 a day, at most 2 or 3. One pack of cigarettes could last him for more than 10 days. That was why he was willing to exchange his hard-won points for cigarettes. Xia Ruofei walked around and was satisfied with the free laborer's mental state. Then, he came to the mobile room where Bao Guijun and the others lived. Manzila was lying on the bed recuperating. When he saw Xia Ruofei suddenly come in, he quickly sat up and greeted respectfully, "Master." Xia Ruofei waved his hand. He first looked around the mobile house and found that it was very clean and tidy. The blankets on each bed were also folded in an angular manner. As for the air, in the spirit map space, the air was definitely several levels higher than the outside world, even in the group dormitory where many people lived. Xia Ruofei nodded in satisfaction and asked, in English, "How's your recovery?" "Master, I'm already trying to recover, but it will take a long time for my bones to recover, so I can't move freely for the time being," Manzila said with some fear. In fact, Manzila was still considered an entry-level cultivator, and his body was much better than the average person's. However, this was a fracture, after all. Even if the recovery speed was faster than the average person, it could not be completely recovered in a few days. Xia Ruofei replied indifferently, "It's fine. I'm not in a hurry. I don't lack the food to feed a few idlers." Yes. Yes, Manzila said with a smile. "The last time I asked you about the modern mercenary group, your performance was quite satisfactory." Xia Ruofei said, "I hope that after you recover, you can show that kind of loyalty when you work." "Don't worry, Master. Manzila said with confidence. Manzila will always be your loyal believer. I'll never dare to betray my master. Xia Ruofei pouted and did not respond to Manzila's words. Everyone knew how to say pretty words. Xia Ruofei would not believe Manzila just because she was like a docile puppy now. This seemingly harmless old African was the one who had personally founded the infamous Maud organization. Countless people had died directly or indirectly at his hands. Not only Manzila, but all these free laborers in the realm were also very obedient. In the past, none of them were easy to deal with, but now they just didn't have the opportunity to do so. 24-28 Intimidating, too, however, everyone, including Manzila, was in Xia Ruofei's absolute control of the spirit map space. He could kill them all with a single thought. In the face of absolute strength, even if these people had any little thoughts, they would not be able to cause any harm. With a thought, Xia Ruofei left the mobile house. The next moment, he appeared in the void. In front of him was a small spatial cage. As the master of the space, Xia Ruofei could easily see through the membrane wall of the space cage and see the restless Lu Qingfeng. Lu Qingfeng's cell was completely isolated from the outside. He was completely unaware of Xia Ruofei's arrival. Lu Qingfeng was very anxious. It had been almost a day since he had been captured by that senior, and he had been left here without a care. He didn't know what his fate would be in the next moment. What was worse was that in this narrow space, he couldn't feel the existence of any spiritual energy at all. In the past, no matter where one was, even if the spiritual energy was not as rich as the inside of the sect, one could still more or less feel the existence of free spiritual energy. At midnight and dawn, cultivators could still use these 4 hours to cultivate. However, he couldn't feel a single wisp of spirit chi within this grotto. Heaven magic treasure. He was certain that this narrow space that had confined him was that senior's grotto. Heaven magic treasure. Cultivation was like a boat sailing against the current. If Lu Qingfeng was imprisoned here for a long time, even if the senior didn't kill him, his cultivation would decline greatly. Lu Qingfeng, who was burning with anxiety, suddenly felt that his vision had widened. The mountains, rivers, and seas in the distance all came into his sight. He couldn't help but be stunned. Then, he quickly looked around and saw Xia Ruofei behind him. At this time, Xia Ruofei had already recovered his original appearance, and the spatial cage had sealed all his aura. Hence, Lu Qingfeng did not immediately recognize that the person in front of him was the nascent soul-old monster from last night. But Lu Qingfeng didn't dare to be slow. He quickly knelt down and said, "Junior Lu Qingfeng greets Senior." Although Lu Qingfeng did not know who this person was, he could see that he was standing in the air. Even if an Aura's core stage cultivator could fly on a sword, it would be impossible to stand in the air like this without any external help. One had to be at least at the original infant stage to do so. Another nascent soul-old monster. Lu Qingfeng's mind was in turmoil, and at the same time, he was filled with regret. What kind of terrifying force had he provoked? Since when were there so many Yuanying stage cultivators? One must know, he had cultivated for several decades, and was even in a large sect like the Falling Leaves sect. Up until yesterday, he had never seen a Yuanying stage senior. Lu Qingfeng glanced around and felt that he was imprisoned in a huge cave. Although he couldn't feel any spiritual chi, the vitality outside couldn't escape his eyes. There were mountains and seas in this immortal's cave, and there seemed to be some mortals working in the distance. This was definitely a great force. The Falling Leaves sect was known as one of the 5 great sects, but compared to this place, it was simply a small village in the countryside. Lu Chungfeng, Xia Ruofei said indifferently, it's only been a day and you don't recognize me anymore? Hearing Xia Ruofei's voice, Lu Chungfeng seemed to wake up from a dream. He quickly knelt down again and said, Senior's transformation technique is unfathomable. Please forgive this junior for not recognizing Senior. At this moment, Lu Chungfeng was even more certain of his judgment. Everything showed that the person in front of him was an original infant stage senior. He was also feeling uneasy, not knowing how the senior would deal with him. When he thought about how he had actually planned to snatch the origin crystal of a Yuanying stage-old monster yesterday, he couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. This was 10,000 times more serious than touching a tiger's butt. It was definitely an act of seeking death. If he encountered a nascent soul-old ghost with a bad temper, he could turn him into ashes with a wave of his hand. However, the senior in front of him didn't seem to be so brutal. If the other party wanted to kill him, he didn't need to go through so much trouble. Thinking of this, Lu Chungfeng couldn't help but feel a little lucky. Lu Chungfeng had already made up his mind. No matter what request this senior had, even if he wanted him to take him to destroy the Falling Leaves sect, he would agree unconditionally. What could be more important than being alive? He had cultivated for decades, while the sect master of the Falling Leaves sect had cultivated for 100 or 200 years. Wasn't it all in pursuit of that illusory immortality? Thinking of this, Lu Chungfeng couldn't help but say nervously, Senior, please forgive me on account of my young age and ignorance. I'm willing to be your slave and do my best to serve you. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh when he heard Lu Chungfeng call him young and ignorant. However, he also knew that he was now a nascent soul stage-old monster in Lu Chungfeng's heart. In front of a nascent soul stage-old monster, Lu Chungfeng was indeed considered young. What can you do for me? Xia Ruofei asked with a faint smile. Lu Chungfeng was at a loss for words. That's right. The opponent was a master of the original level. Lu Chungfeng did not know Xia Ruofei's exact cultivation level. It could be higher than the original level, but that was a realm that Lu Chungfeng did not even dare to think about. 2429 Intimidating. 3. As for himself, he was only a Qi layer cultivator. What qualifications do I have to work like a horse for a nascent soul senior? Thinking of this, Lu Chungfeng couldn't help but feel depressed. Without waiting for Lu Chungfeng to speak, Xia Ruofei suddenly waved his hand and removed the spatial cage that trapped Lu Chungfeng. Without the support of the space cage, Lu Chungfeng fell down involuntarily. Although he was shocked, at the same time, he was so comfortable that he almost moaned. There was no other reason. After losing the barrier of the space cage, Lu Chungfeng felt the dense spiritual qi in the space for the first time. Even without practicing, Lu Chungfeng could feel the genuine qi in his dantian stirring just by taking a deep breath. The refreshing feeling made him feel dizzy, as if he was drunk. Lu Chungfeng had heard of oxygen intoxication and the possibility of getting drunk after drinking too much tea. He had never thought that he would feel drunk because of the rich spiritual qi. It could be said that Lu Chungfeng had never been to a place with such rich spiritual qi in his decades of cultivation. He would never have dreamed that there would be such a treasure land. For a moment, he even forgot that he was falling rapidly. At this moment, he suddenly felt an invisible force lifting him up. Xia Ruofei had appeared beside him without him knowing. Then, Xia Ruofei brought Lu Chengfeng along and flew at high speed through the mountain and sea realm of the spirit map space. Lu Chengfeng felt as if he was in a dream. The spiritual qi in the sky was so dense that it had already turned into mist, and the beautiful mountains and rivers reflected in his eyes. Everything was so harmonious and natural, as if it contained the great Tao of heaven and earth. Xia Ruofei even brought Lu Chengfeng and flew past the vicinity of the realm Heart Island. When Lu Chengfeng saw the many rare herbs on the realm Heart Island, he was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped. His mouth was wide open, allowing the wind to enter, but there was no reaction. The scene in front of him was too shocking. After going one round, Xia Ruofei brought Lu Chengfeng back to the place where he had placed the space cage. With a wave of his hand, he set up a new and secure space cage and threw Lu Chengfeng in. The moment he entered the space cage, Lu Chengfeng could not feel any spiritual qi at all. For a moment, he could not help but feel lost. Xia Ruofei looked at Lu Chengfeng with a smile and asked, "What do you think you can do for me? In other words, what do you think you have that's worth me showing you mercy?" Lu Chengfeng smiled bitterly and said dejectedly, "Senior, Junior, truly can't think of what use I have for you. With the other party's cultivation base and the astonishing wealth in this immortal cave, he was indeed not even qualified to serve tea. If it was a pretty female cultivator, she might be able to be a servant girl, but she..." Xia Ruofei said indifferently, "Since I didn't kill you directly yesterday, I'll let you live. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. The heavens care for all living things. Although you've offended me, I don't want to kill you unless it's necessary." Lu Chengfeng suddenly felt like he had found a way out of a desperate situation. He was so excited that he almost shed tears. He quickly knelt on the ground and kowtowed as he said, "Thank you, Senior, for showing mercy. Thank you for showing mercy, Senior." Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, "As for what I want you to do, I haven't thought about it yet. However, you're still a qi refining cultivator. You're still stronger than the ordinary people below. Even if you're just making use of trash, it's not completely useless." Lu Chengfeng didn't feel humiliated at all after hearing this. Instead, he was overjoyed and said, "Thank you, Senior. As long as Senior gives the order for Junior to work with those ordinary people, Junior will have no complaints." Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, "No need. You should stay here for a while. When I've thought it through, I'll naturally use you." "Yes, Junior will obey Senior's orders." Lu Chengfeng's attitude became even more respectful. Xia Ruofei's mind moved slightly. The next moment, Lu Chengfeng felt strands of vital energy appear in the space cage that imprisoned him. Although it was not as dense as before, it was still stronger than many places on Earth. Lu Chengfeng couldn't help but be overjoyed. Xia Ruofei said indifferently, "This spiritual qi is only for you to maintain your cultivation. It's a tree without a source or water. If you absorb it in one go, you won't have any spiritual qi to use for a period of time. Don't blame me then." "Yes," Lu Chengfeng quickly replied. "This Junior understands." Then, Xia Ruofei moved some food and drinking water from the warehouse in the interspace and threw them into the spatial cage. Although it was fine for a cultivator to not eat for a few days, without the protection of spiritual energy, it was impossible for a low-level cultivator in the qi refining stage to maintain it if they did not eat for a long time. Xia Ruofei said indifferently, you stay here obediently. I'll let you out when I think of how to use you. Yes, senior. Lu Chengfeng replied respectfully. With a thought, Xia Ruofei restored the membrane wall of the space cage. Lu Chengfeng's vision blurred, and he could no longer see the mountains and rivers outside. All he could see was the small confined space and the faint glowing membrane wall. After Xia Ruofei settled Lu Chengfeng down, he flashed towards the place where the mercenaries and assassins were held. He had his own reasons for doing all he could to intimidate Lu Chengfeng. Lu Chengfeng didn't know that he wasn't like what he had thought. He wasn't even qualified to serve Xia Ruofei tea. On the contrary, to Xia Ruofei, if he could make good use of Lu Chengfeng, there would be many benefits. 2430 The space is upgraded again. 1. If Lu Chengfeng could really be taken in by Xia Ruofei, his G level 7 cultivation alone would be much higher than Li Yifu's. Among the people around Xia Ruofei, his direct disciple Tang Haoren was still young and had a low cultivation. Ling Qingxue and Song Wei were only at the third level of the qi refining realm. Even if they were about to break through to the fourth level, they would still be far behind Lu Chengfeng. Furthermore, Lu Chengfeng was very familiar with the world of cultivation. He was also a disciple of the Fallen Leaf sect. This would be very helpful for Xia Ruofei to get in touch with the world of cultivation in the future. If he could completely subdue Lu Chengfeng, it would be equivalent to planting a spy in the Falling Leaf sect. At a critical moment, it might play an unexpected role. Of course, the premise of all this was that he could completely subdue Lu Chengfeng. At the moment, there was no other way. If Xia Ruofei was really a nascent soul cultivator, it would be easy. The problem was that his cultivation was only a little higher than Lu Chengfeng's. Furthermore, Lu Chengfeng already knew part of the secret of the spirit map space. Even if he didn't know that this was an independent small space, just a cave abode with extremely dense spiritual qi was enough to shake the cultivation world. Hence, Xia Ruofei would not risk sending Lu Chengfeng out. Of course, if Xia Ruofei really had the cultivation of the original infant stage, he would not need to arrange any spies. He could destroy the Falling Leaf sect with a wave of his hand. All in all, Xia Ruofei did not want to leave any hidden dangers behind. At the same time, he held on to the hope of subduing Lu Chengfeng. That was why he did not kill him on the spot but kept him in the spirit map space instead. However, there was no other way for now, so Xia Ruofei could only keep Lu Chengfeng in captivity. In the blink of an eye, Xia Ruofei arrived at the large space cage where the assassins and mercenaries were imprisoned. With a wave of his hand, the two spatial cages disappeared. 1 to 200 people screamed as they fell from the sky. Xia Ruofei easily used the invisible force of space to hold them up just as they were about to hit the ground. Then, he casually demonstrated what seemed like a miracle to these foreigners and easily dispelled their thoughts of resistance. Even the arrogant leader of the modern mercenary group, Douglas, was scared out of his wits by Xia Ruofei, the Eastern deity. No matter how powerful the special forces were, could they defeat the immortals who could fly in the sky and travel on the ground? Moreover, after being locked up in the space cage for the past few days, these people's spiritual will had long been worn down. With the appearance of Bao Guijun, Golden Fox Morendo, and Viper Boke, these killers and mercenaries were quickly incorporated. On the other hand, Manzila, nicknamed Satan, did not play any role in the process of recruitment. No one in the upper echelons of modern his identity except for Boke. Douglas only knew that his boss's nickname was Satan. The assassins and mercenaries were also split up and sent to their own groups. Bao Guijun and the others had more people under them. Xia Ruofei simply allowed them to add a higher level of leadership and divided each group into 3 teams. He let Bao Guijun and the other team leaders choose 3 team leaders to each take charge of 1 team and assist them in management. The squad leader also enjoyed a certain amount of basic points. Bao Guijun and the others were naturally overjoyed. They had more soldiers under them, and they could also have a certain human rights. The management would naturally be more flexible. Other than the lack of freedom, Bao Guijun, Qian Guiyu, and the others felt that this place was not bad. There would be no harm without comparison. At the same time, it was also because of this comparison that Bao Guijun and the rest felt that they were at least living better than most of the captives. They felt much more balanced. They even felt that it might not be a bad thing to be caught during a mission in China. At least, they had the advantage in being free labor. Xia Ruofei gave them an hour. After quickly regrouping the captives, Xia Ruofei didn't need to do the work of grouping, splitting up, registration, arranging dormitories, collecting labor tools and basic living supplies. With Xiaqing in the medium, Bao Guijun and the others could do the specific tasks, and naturally, everything was arranged in an orderly manner. Xia Ruofei left the medium and returned to the outside world. He rested in his bedroom for a while. Less than an hour had passed, at most 40 minutes, when Xia Ruofei received Xiaqing's telepathic message. This batch of free labor had been properly arranged. With a thought, Xia Ruofei re-entered the space. Xia Ruofei stood in mid-air like a god. His voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone. Today's work is temporarily suspended. Everyone, go back to your rooms immediately. You are not allowed to come out until you have received notice. In this space, Xia Ruofei's words were unquestionable. As soon as the order was given, all the workers, under the leadership of their newly appointed team leaders, withdrew from the rice fields, medicine gardens, and other places in an orderly manner, and all returned to the mobile temporary houses to stay. They didn't know what had happened, and they couldn't help but feel nervous, especially those who had lived in the space for a while. It was the first time they had encountered such a situation. 2431, the space is upgraded again, too. Xia Ruofei did not explain much. He immediately reinforced the space cage outside the mobile house a few times and shielded it. The membrane wall of the cage turned from transparent to milky white, completely blocking the vision from the inside to the outside. Then, Xia Ruofei moved the space cage that imprisoned Lu Qingfeng to the side of the mobile house and strengthened it to a certain extent. Xia Ruofei did this to prepare for the spirit map space to absorb the world stone. The world stone this time was the size of a basin. After the spirit map scroll had completely absorbed it, it was possible for it to evolve and upgrade again. In order to prevent any chaos during the upgrade, Xia Ruofei had called everyone back to the mobile house in advance and had specially strengthened the space cage. Then, Xia Ruofei called Xiaqing and the realm fox by Qingqing out and told them that the spirit map space would absorb the realm stones again, which might cause the space to upgrade. He asked them to keep quiet and pay close attention during the whole process. In particular, he warned Bai Qingqing not to cause any trouble during the process, or he would not be polite to her. Xia Ruofei then ordered Xiaqing to keep an eye on Bai Qingqing. In this spirit map space, Xiaqing had the highest authority other than Xia Ruofei. She could also mobilize the invisible force of space. If Bai Qingqing really caused trouble, Xia Qing would still be able to subdue it. Bai Qingqing protested with dissatisfaction. It was mainly because Xia Ruofei did not share any of the harvest with it. Of course, this was also because Bai Qingqing had not been of any use in the process of obtaining the world stone. Another thing was that the realm stone he obtained this time was huge. If he were to cut it into smaller pieces like before, he would not mind giving Bai Qingqing a few pieces as long as he could ensure that the space could be upgraded. Bai Qingqing's protest was naturally in vain. After giving his orders, Xia Ruofei left the medium in a flash. After returning to his bedroom in the courtyard house, Xia Ruofei used his mind to establish a connection with the spirit map. At the same time, he removed the protective screen around the huge world stone that had been stored at the Archean realm and gave the spirit map space in order to absorb the world stone. Xia Ruofei could feel that the entire spirit map space seemed to have a consciousness of its own. It was cheering and jubilant. Then a suction force appeared and the huge world stone suddenly floated in the air. The mysterious spatial energy within the world stone was also rapidly absorbed by the spirit map picture scroll. Xia Ruofei had been watching the whole process nervously. He was also praying in his heart, hoping that the spirit map space could be upgraded successfully this time. The acquisition of a world stone was often a serendipitous event. If the space still could not level up after absorbing all the world stones, then it was unknown when he would be able to obtain another world stone. The spirit map space had evolved to this extent. If it only relied on absorbing jade to replenish its energy, the demand would be huge. Even if Xia Ruofei had plenty of money, the jade on Earth was limited. It was not guaranteed that money could buy enough jade. Moreover, such a large-scale purchase of raw jade materials without engaging in any jade business would definitely attract the attention of people with ulterior motives. Hence, after a few upgrades, Xia Ruofei had given up on the idea of using jade to feed the spirit map space. The world stone was huge, and after the spirit map space absorbed it for a long time, its color only faded slightly. At the same time, one or two tiny cracks appeared on its surface. Xia Ruofei had experienced this process many times. So he was very clear that the mysterious energy contained in the realm stone was far from being fully absorbed. He couldn't help but be filled with anticipation. The more firm the performance of this world stone was, the higher the possibility of the spirit map space directly upgrading after absorbing it. The absorption process was long, but Xia Ruofei was not impatient at all. In fact, he even hoped that the longer the process was, the better. More than 2 hours had passed. The color of the basin-sized world stone was getting fainter and fainter. More and more cracks had appeared on it, almost covering the entire surface of the world stone. Xia Ruofei knew that the energy contained in the world stone was almost used up. However, the spirit map space still showed no signs of upgrading. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but feel anxious. At this moment, the world stone's exterior had already turned grayish white, and it would occasionally emit light cracking sounds. Small stone fragments would constantly fall off from the surface, indicating that its energy was about to be exhausted. Xia Ruofei sat on the bed in his bedroom with an anxious look on his face. His mind was still connected to the space, and he was constantly sensing the situation in the space. The feeling of disappointment gradually grew. Seeing that the realm stone was starting to fall apart, Xia Ruofei sighed to himself. It seemed like his wish to upgrade the realm was going to be in vain. However, just as the entire world stone broke into small pieces and fell down, the spirit map space absorbed the last wisp of energy from the world stone. Then, the entire space trembled slightly. Even Xia Ruofei's mind was shaken. Xia Ruofei's mood was like a roller coaster. All his disappointment was swept away, and his face showed joy. He was too familiar with this feeling. Every time the spirit map space was upgraded, he would experience a similar shock. This time, the shaking seemed to be more intense. Xia Ruofei immediately felt the entire spirit map space trembling slightly. His spiritual connection with the spirit map space was also affected. Although it was not completely cut off, it was still faintly discernible. He could not sense the situation inside the space clearly. Xia Ruofei kept his thoughts to himself and sat in the bedroom, waiting. Time always passed very slowly during the process of waiting. Xia Ruofei was both anxious and expectant. He couldn't help but use his mind to establish a connection with the spirit map space. However, the upgrade seemed to take a long time. It took 2 hours, but the connection between Xia Ruofei's mind and the realm was still unclear. This meant that the realm was still in the process of upgrading. After that, Wu Chang went outside to invite Xia Ruofei for dinner. However, the spirit map scroll could not be kept in the body during the process of upgrading. Naturally, Xia Ruofei was not at ease leaving the spirit map scroll in the bedroom. Hence, he told Wu Chang that he was not hungry and would not be having dinner. In reality, Xia Ruofei was not in the mood to eat. All his thoughts were on the spirit map space. Xia Ruofei waited until 10:00 in the evening before he established a telepathic thought connection with the spirit map space. This meant that the spirit painting scroll had already completed the upgrade process. Calculating the time, this upgrade had actually taken 6 to 7 hours, several times longer than the last time. This made Xia Ruofei look forward to it even more. When he re-established the spiritual connection with the spirit map space, the first thing he felt was that the connection was much clearer than before. It was as if a normal screen had suddenly changed to a 4K HD screen. Before he entered the space, Xia Ruofei noticed an obvious change. Perhaps it was because the connection between their minds had become closer, or perhaps it was because the spirit map scroll had changed after it had been upgraded. Xia Ruofei realized that he could control the spirit map scroll to change its appearance. Of course, no one would tell Xia Ruofei about this, but he had this feeling. Xia Ruofei immediately tried it. Sure enough, with just a thought, the spirit painting scroll began to shrink in front of his eyes. In the blink of an eye, it turned from a normal-size ancient painting scroll to a pocket-sized scroll that was only a few centimeters long. Ever since Xia Ruofei had obtained the scroll, it had always looked simple and unadorned. Even when he was able to store it in his body, he could not change its appearance. Every time he took it out of his palm, the scroll would still look the same. This change greatly piqued Xia Ruofei's interest. He was no longer satisfied with just changing the size, so he began to try to change the spirit map into something else. 2432 Linglong Tower, 1. Xia Ruofei's heart skipped a beat as he tried to imagine how he wanted the spirit map to change. The scroll, which was only a few centimeters long, began to transform under Xia Ruofei's gaze. Soon, it turned into a lifelike leaf. Xia Ruofei's interest was immediately piqued. Like a child who had just gotten his favorite toy, He even temporarily put aside the thought of entering the space and continued to try to transform the spirit map. Stones, bricks, teacups, USB drives. The spirit painting scroll obediently changed its shape under Xia Ruofei's command. As the shape changed, Xia Ruofei also tried to make it bigger or smaller. Soon, Xia Ruofei found a pattern. First of all, no matter how the shape changed, Xia Ruofei could feel that the essence of the spirit map scroll had not changed. Its original form should be an ancient scroll, and the changed appearance was similar to a smokescreen. In addition, it couldn't become bigger or smaller without any limit, and there was a limit. Xia Ruofei tried to shrink the scroll and realized that it could only be 1 centimeter long at most. This was the limit of its original form. If it were to change into something else, it would reach its limit even faster. It would be about 2 or 3 centimeters in diameter and could not be reduced any further. Xia Ruofei guessed that this was related to the level of evolution of the spirit map. Perhaps it was related to the closeness of his mental connection with the spirit map, or perhaps it was related to his spiritual power cultivation. He should be able to continue evolving in the future. Besides, Xia Ruofei also realized that when the spirit painting transformed into something else, it would consume his spiritual power to maintain it. Of course, it did not consume too much spiritual power. With his current spiritual power cultivation, it should not be a problem to maintain it for 10 to 20 hours. No matter what, the change in the spirit painting made Xia Ruofei very surprised. To a certain extent, the spirit painting scroll could be considered Xia Ruofei's divine tool for escaping. When they were at Green Immortal Island, Xia Ruofei had used the spirit map scroll to escape the pursuers of the purple-blooded spiritual python. Ever since he had heard about the cultivation world from Lu Chengfeng, Xia Ruofei had always felt a sense of urgency and danger. Especially some of the higher-ups in the sect, most of them were golden core cultivators. Xia Ruofei could not fight against them at all. The law of the jungle had always been the rule of the cultivation world. Xia Ruofei had a feeling that he would have to deal with the cultivation world in the future. Meeting Lu Chengfeng this time might just be the beginning. If he provoked an enemy he couldn't fight against for the time being, then the special function of the spirit map scroll would be particularly important. In the past, the spirit map scroll could not change its shape and always looked like an ancient scroll, which had certain limitations. With this new function, Xia Ruofei had more protection when he needed to escape from the enemy's pursuit. He could completely change the appearance of the spirit map scroll and integrate it into the environment. Then, he could hide in it, and the enemy would not be able to find him in a short time. Especially in today's cultivation world, space magic weapons were almost extinct. Space magic weapons that could hide living people were even rarer. Even when the cultivation world was very prosperous, this kind of magic weapon was extremely rare. Today's cultivators could hardly think of anyone who could hide in a space treasure. As long as the exposed painting was not discovered by the enemy, Xia Ruofei's safety would be guaranteed. Xia Ruofei was very satisfied with the changes that had occurred after the evolution of the spirit map. With some anticipation, he restored the spirit map scroll to its original form and entered the space with a thought. Every time the spirit map space was upgraded, Xia Ruofei would habitually enter the Archean realm where time flowed 30 times faster to see if there were any changes here before going to the Mountain Sea realm. Of course, the time he stayed here each time was relatively short. That was because the size of the Archean realm had not expanded for a long time. After the space had been upgraded and evolved, other than the spirit chi becoming denser, there were basically no other changes. This time, Xia Ruofei entered the spirit map space's Archean realm first. The first thing he felt was that the spirit chi in the space had become denser. This was within his expectations and was not a surprise. Xia Ruofei casually glanced at it as if he was doing official business, and then prepared to move to the mountain sea realm. Normally speaking, every time the spatial realm leveled up, the greatest change would be in the mountain and sea realm. However, this was completely out of Xia Ruofei's expectations. When his gaze swept across the pool in the middle of the Archean realm, he was instantly stunned. He could no longer shift his gaze away. Xia Ruofei's eyes were wide open as he stared in the direction of the pool. In the center of the spatial spirit pond, there was a crystal-clear jade pagoda. The jade tower had 9 levels and 4 jade bridges were connected to the land outside the pond from 4 directions. Both the jade pagoda and the jade bridge were small and exquisite. The 4 jade bridges could only allow 1 person to pass through, and each level of the jade pagoda was about 1.5 meters tall. From the outside, it was impossible to tell if it was hollow. Even if one could enter, most adults would have to bend down to enter. On the second floor of the jade pagoda, there was a small plaque with 3 ancient scripts of the exquisite pagoda carved on it. 2433 Linglong Tower, 2. Xia Ruofei's heart could not help but beat rapidly. It had been a long time since there were any changes to the Archean realm. The Linglong Pagoda that suddenly appeared this time definitely did not appear for no reason. It must have a very important function. Although he really wanted to find out what was going on, Xia Ruofei did not rush over. Instead, he sent a telepathic message to Xia Qing, asking him to come over immediately. After Xia Qing received Xia Ruofei's orders, she immediately flashed and arrived at the Archean realm. When Xia Qing saw the Linglong Tower in the middle of the pool, she revealed a smile and said, "Congratulations, Master. The Linglong Tower has evolved in the spirit map world, which will be a great help to Master." Xia Ruofei's face was filled with joy as he asked, "Xia Qing, give me a good introduction to this Linglong Pagoda. It's located at the center of the Archean realm, and it's obvious that it's not an ordinary item." "I'm filled with anticipation." "Yes, Master," Xia Qing said. "Actually, the appearance of the Linglong Pagoda is a dividing line for the spirit map world." "Oh?" Hearing this, Xia Ruofei's interest was piqued. He quickly asked, "Why do you say so?" "Master, although the spiritual chi in the spirit map world was very rich, did you feel that it was lacking in some spiritual movement?" Xia Ruofei smiled and asked, "And you must remember that I reminded you not to cultivate in the spirit map world for a long time to avoid damaging the foundation of the spirit map world, right?" "Of course I remember." Xia Ruofei nodded. Xia Qing smiled and said, "The reason why there is such a restriction is that the spirit map world has not evolved enough. In the past, although the spirit chi in the spirit map world was getting richer and richer, it was actually consuming the foundation of the spirit map world itself. Fortunately, Master didn't plant too many spirit grasses and spirit medicines. The crops and medicines of the secular world don't consume too much of the spirit map world." Xia Ruofei couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and ask, "So, after the space evolved, this situation has changed?" "Yes, I am." Xia Qing pointed to the Linglong Pagoda in the center of the spirit pool and said, "The Linglong Pagoda is actually the center of the array of the entire spirit map world. The appearance of the Linglong Pagoda means that the spirit map world's formation has been further activated." "There's an array in the spirit map world?" Xia Ruofei asked, curiously. Xiaqing smiled and said, of course. The entire spirit map world is shrouded in a large array. This array contains an extremely complex time and space array. This array is gradually activated, so the space of the spirit map world will continue to expand. Xia Ruofei nodded. I understand now. So, the appearance of the Linglong Tower means that a part of the key formation has been activated? Yes. Xiaqing nodded. Master, the appearance of the Linglong Pagoda means that a key function of the spirit map world has begun to resume operation. What function? Xia Ruofei asked. He had a faint feeling that the key function that Xiaqing had mentioned should be related to spirit qi. Master, this part of the function of the formation, simply put, is that the spirit map world has restored its energy exchange with the outside world. Now, the spirit map world can absorb energy from the outside world and transform it into spiritual qi. Xiaqing said. The outside world? Xia Ruofei subconsciously frowned and said, but the cultivation environment outside is already very poor. The spiritual qi is very thin. Master, the outside world I'm talking about isn't the outer space you live in, but the chaotic region outside the spirit map world, Xiaqing said with a smile. Xiaqing paused and continued, the chaotic region is full of chaotic qi. This is the most original qi. However, in most cases, the chaotic qi cannot be directly absorbed and utilized. This part of the formation that was activated in the spirit map world could continue to absorb the chaotic qi in the chaotic region and transform it into spirit qi to maintain the concentration of spirit qi in the space. This means, Xia Ruofei's eyes brightened as he continued Xiaqing's words, this means that I can cultivate in the spirit map world from now on. Xia Ruofei nodded with a smile. Yes. At least with Master's current cultivation, the speed at which the spirit map world's formation converts and absorbs the chaos qi is sufficient. Master should be able to replenish the spiritual qi in time. If you cultivate in the space. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but smile bitterly. Was he being looked down upon because of his low cultivation level? No matter what, being able to cultivate directly in the spirit map space was definitely a great thing for Xia Ruofei. Although he could use spirit crystals or origin crystals to cultivate in the outside world, he would try to save such precious cultivation resources as much as possible. After all, for the sake of safety, he couldn't bring Song Wei, Ling Qingxue, Li Yifu, Tang Haoren, and the others into the medium to cultivate in the short term. It was naturally the best choice to leave spirit crystals and origin crystals for them to use. Secondly, with the density of the spiritual qi in the space, if Xia Ruofei cultivated directly in the spirit map space, the effect would be better than cultivating with crystals. As for the third point, he could naturally use the 30 times faster time flow at the Archean realm to rapidly increase his cultivation level. After learning about the situation in the cultivation world, Xia Ruofei felt a sense of urgency and realized that time was precious. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, Xiaqing, the upgrade of the realm this time is really timely. Master has done very well, Xiaqing nodded with a smile. The spirit map world's evolution has always been very fast. That's right, the appearance of the Linglong Pagoda not only marks the activation of the spiritual energy conversion formation in the spirit map world, but it also has infinite wondrous uses. As for the specific functions, I'll leave it to Master to discover them yourself. Xia Ruofei laughed, you're still keeping me in suspense. Xia Ruofei didn't mind. Since Xiaqing didn't say anything, he naturally wouldn't force her. Moreover, although Xia Qing didn't clearly tell him about the Tower of Delicacy's function, since he was asked to discover it himself, it at least meant that the Tower of Delicacy was safe for him, and it was unlikely that any dangerous accidents would happen. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "Good. Then I'll try out the magical effects of this Linglong Pagoda." With that, Xia Ruofei lifted his legs and walked towards the jade bridge in his direction. Xia Qing, on the other hand, stood on the shore and watched with a smile. Xia Ruofei reached the jade bridge in a few steps. He took a deep breath and stepped on it. Nothing strange happened. The jade bridge was still connected to the exquisite jade pagoda in the center of the pool. The jade bridge was in the shape of an arch bridge. Xia Ruofei had to go up 9 steps, walk forward, and go down another 9 steps to reach the Linglong Tower. Xia Ruofei did not stop and continued to walk up the stairs. However, he soon realized that something was wrong. With every step Xia Ruofei took, he felt that the jade bridge seemed to widen. Originally, this jade bridge could only accommodate 1 adult. If 2 people were to walk opposite each other, they would have to walk sideways to cross. After Xia Ruofei had taken 3 or 4 steps, the jade bridge had grown to more than 2 meters wide. It was enough to accommodate 3 or 4 people walking side by side. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder. He continued to walk up the stairs. After he had finished the 9th step, the width of the jade bridge had reached about 6 meters. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but look back. He suddenly realized that the Kasaya didn't seem to have become wider because of the jade bridge. It was because he had become smaller. He saw that the shore of the pool was at least a dozen meters away from him, but in fact, he felt that he had only moved forward 2 or 3 meters. In addition, he saw Xia Qing standing on the shore. At this moment, she was like a giant in his eyes. Everything, including the grass by the pond and the Dahong Pao tea trees in the distance, had been magnified several times in his eyes. Xia Ruofei quickly came back to his senses. Perhaps it was not that the jade bridge had widened, or that he had become smaller, but that the space had changed. The space within the painting was so large that it was not surprising that the jade pagoda and jade bridge within the space had been integrated with the laws of space. Therefore, the jade pagoda, which looked like it was only 1 meter tall from the shore, might actually be much higher. Xia Ruofei could not help but admire the owner of the spirit map space, Master Shanhai. At the same time, he could not help but think, was this painting really created by Venerable Shanhai? 2434, The Jade Pillar Array, 1. As the spirit map space continued to evolve and upgrade, Xia Ruofei felt that this space, type magical treasure was more and more magical. Sometimes, he would even wonder if this was really something that could be created by man. If the painting was truly the work of Shanhai Zhenren, then he was definitely a powerful being. His cultivation had probably reached a height that Xia Ruofei could not even imagine. Xia Ruofei raised his head and looked at the Linglong Pagoda, which was now 50 to 60 meters tall. He took a deep breath and walked down the jade bridge. After walking on a jade, paved road, Xia Ruofei arrived at the Linglong Tower. Right below the plaque on the 2nd floor was the tightly shut door of the Linglong Tower. Xia Ruofei looked at the crystal, clear door of the Linglong Tower and walked up 3 steps. Xia Ruofei stood in front of the Linglong Pagoda's door. Just as he was about to push the door that was glowing with light suddenly opened. Xia Ruofei was stunned for a moment. He muttered to himself, an automatic door with a sensing function? It's so advanced. Of course, Xia Ruofei knew that there were many formations that could achieve this function. Besides, he was the owner of the spirit map space. It was normal for him to be unobstructed in the space. He teased her to ease his tension. Xia Ruofei knew very well that since Xia Qing didn't stop him from exploring the Linglong Tower, it meant that even if there was some danger inside, it wouldn't be life-threatening. So, even though he was a little nervous, he was still confident. Since the door had opened by itself, Xia Ruofei did not hesitate and walked into the tower. As he walked into the Linglong Tower, Xia Ruofei felt as if the stars were moving as he usually did when he entered the space. As soon as Xia Ruofei entered the Linglong Tower, a faint light suddenly shone down from the top of his head. The light went through Xia Ruofei's body, giving him a shock. Fortunately, he did not feel any discomfort. In fact, he still felt that there was something strange. When the glimmer of light penetrated his body, he felt as if he was being spied on. However, this feeling was very weak. If his spiritual power had not broken through to the spirit gathering realm, he would probably not have noticed it at all. Xia Ruofei didn't care about the faint light. Since he was already being spied on, he would just treat it as an X-ray. He looked around, and even though he was already mentally prepared, he still revealed a trace of surprise. Looking from the side of the pool, each level of the Linglong Tower was only about 1.5 meters high. Even adults had to bend down to enter and exit. When he reached the bottom of the tower, he felt that the Linglong Tower had expanded a lot. Each floor was about 6 to 7 meters high, which was equivalent to 2 floors. However, when he walked into the Linglong Tower, he found that it was a space of its own. He couldn't even see the ceiling when he looked up, and the area inside was much larger than what he saw from outside the tower. In the fog, he couldn't see the walls of the Linglong Tower in any other direction except for the wall behind him and the door. The Almighty who created the spirit map world must have had high attainments in space. Xia Ruofei muttered in his heart. Xia Ruofei quickly observed his surroundings and realized that the first floor of the Linglong Tower was empty. There was nothing special about it. On the wall, next to the tower's door, a large character 3 slowly appeared, shining with a faint golden light. Xia Ruofei did not understand what the 3 meant. If it was a floor, it should be 1. Because this was the first floor. Xia Ruofei decided not to think about it since he could not figure out the secret behind it. Anyway, the entire Linglong Tower was his. The spirit map and painting scroll were usually kept in his palm, so it was very convenient to come in here. If one time didn't work, he would try a second or third time. He believed that as he fumbled around, these questions would be solved very quickly. Xia Ruofei looked forward and saw that a few meters ahead, there was a white fog rising. In the blink of an eye, he could no longer see anything further other than the area near the gate of the Linglong Tower. The rest of the area was shrouded in the white fog. The white mist seemed to have a life of its own and would not invade the area he was standing on. There seemed to be an invisible boundary 3 to 4 meters away. No matter how the white fog rose and changed, it could not cross the boundary. Xia Ruofei could see that there were jade pillars on the ground in the white fog. Xia Ruofei took a few steps forward to the boundary so that he could see it more clearly. He found that these jade pillars were long and distributed in an area about 5 or 6 meters wide. They kept extending forward and soon disappeared into the fog. He couldn't see how long they were from this end. The distribution of these jade stakes did not have any special pattern. As far as he could see, some of the jade stakes were only 20 to 30 centimeters apart, and some were more than a meter apart. It was as if they were randomly distributed. Xia Ruofei looked at it for a while, but couldn't find any pattern. However, even if there was no pattern, the situation was quite obvious. He was required to pass through these jade pillars. Xia Ruofei guessed that this was a test. He pondered in his heart for a while, but he still couldn't figure out the difficulty of this test. In any case, from the area he could see so far, let alone a cultivator who was about to reach the 9th chi layer, even an ordinary person should be able to pass it easily, as long as they were careful. 2435 The jade pillar array, 2, unless the gap between the jade pillars became wider after they went deeper. However, if that was the case, would it only test one's jumping ability? Xia Ruofei felt that it was impossible. After much thought, Xia Ruofei felt that there was no harm in trying it out. Otherwise, he would not be able to figure out the mystery of the jade pillar array. So he stood in front of the boundary, adjusted his breathing, and then took a deep breath. He took a step forward and stepped on the jade pillar closest to him. When Xia Ruofei entered the Linglong Tower, he had already realized that he could not use the invisible spatial force here. To be more precise, he could not feel the spatial laws here. It was obvious that the rules inside the Linglong Tower were different from the rules in the other parts of the spirit map space. Hence, Xia Ruofei could only rely on his own strength to pass the array of jade pillars. Xia Ruofei thought that it was normal. If he could use the invisible spatial force here, wouldn't he be invincible? He could even teleport there directly, so what was the point of setting up the jade pillar array? The moment Xia Ruofei stepped on the jade pillar, a change immediately occurred. From the depths of the fog, an egg-sized glow suddenly shot out and headed straight for Xia Ruofei. The speed of the halo was extremely fast. Even though Xia Ruofei's reaction speed was much faster than that of ordinary people, he still had to wait until the halo was in front of him before he could react. He quickly turned sideways and dodged the halo's attack by a hair's breadth. However, he also lost his center of gravity, and his body fell to the side. Even though he did not know what the jade pillar array was for, Xia Ruofei knew that he could not fall off the jade pillar, or he would fail the test. So, after losing his balance, Xia Ruofei's eyes quickly swept around. Then, with a very awkward movement, he moved his body a few centimeters sideways. This way, when he fell, his fingers would touch the other jade pillar. With his current cultivation, as long as he had a place to borrow strength, he would naturally not fall under the jade pillar. Xia Ruofei's fingers pressed hard on the jade pillar, and he immediately stood up. After regaining his balance, Xia Ruofei did not even have time to catch his breath when his spiritual power sensed another ball of light shooting towards him from behind. This was the halo from earlier. After missing Xia Ruofei, the ball of light seemed to have a life of its own. It drew a beautiful arc and changed its direction to attack Xia Ruofei. This time, Xia Ruofei was more mentally prepared. He leaned forward and the halo brushed past the back of his head. He immediately stomped on the ground and jumped towards another jade pillar. He took the opportunity to move forward by 1 or 2 meters. Soon, another ball of light flew rapidly from the depths of the fog. Its target was still Xia Ruofei, who was standing on the jade pillar. The ball of light from before did not disappear either. After drawing an arc, it persevered and flew rapidly towards Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei relied on his spiritual power of the spirit-gathering realm and his superior reflexes. Under the pincer attack of the two halos, he did not panic at all. He calmly twisted his waist and dodged the faster halos. At the same time, he did a front flip and jumped over the second halos. Naturally, the halos missed. Xia Ruofei was bold because of his skills. The two balls of light almost brushed past his clothes. By the time Xia Ruofei landed, he had already calculated his position. His feet were still firmly standing on the jade pillar. Just like that, Xia Ruofei dodged the attacks of the halos and moved forward step by step. Time passed by and soon, Xia Ruofei had held on for more than 10 minutes. At this moment, more and more halos were attacking him. These halos were coming at Xia Ruofei from different angles. The speed of each halos was not exactly the same. Some were so fast that Xia Ruofei could not see their movement trajectory, while some were slow. Besides, the speed of these halos was not constant. Sometimes, they would drift towards Xia Ruofei in a wobbly manner, but in the next second, their speed would suddenly increase by several times, and they would attack Xia Ruofei with a whistling sound. Hence, in order to avoid the attacks of these halos, Xia Ruofei had to think quickly and continuously to judge the situation of all the halos. In these 10 minutes, Xia Ruofei looked very embarrassed. He had only advanced 3 to 4 meters when jade stakes flew out of the white mist one after another. Xia Ruofei's situation was getting more and more difficult. Finally, after he dodged one of the halos, he couldn't avoid the other one that followed closely. In fact, with Xia Ruofei's spiritual power, those halos could not hide their tracks. The reason why Xia Ruofei was hit was because the calculations were too much. Even if he knew that the two halos were one after the other, he did not have the time to make a judgment in that instant. After being hit by the halos, Xia Ruofei stopped dodging dejectedly. The remaining halos immediately pounced on Xia Ruofei one after another. With a soft plop sound, the halos touched Xia Ruofei's body and quickly disappeared. Xia Ruofei did not feel any pain or discomfort after being hit by the halo. However, in the next moment, he suddenly felt an irresistible force locking him in place, and then his body flew up involuntarily. When he came back to his senses, he found himself standing outside the boundary that the white mist did not dare to invade. In front of him, there was still the faintly discernible jade pillar in the rising white fog, extending into the depths of the fog. Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly and shook his head. He muttered to himself, "I was just saying that the jade pillar formation was easy. I didn't expect to be eliminated after only advancing a few meters. It's a good thing no one saw it." At this moment, Xia Ruofei suddenly realized that the 3 on the wall that was shining with a faint golden light had twisted and quickly turned into a 2. Xia Ruofei immediately understood that the number 3 on the wall didn't represent the floor. Instead, it meant that he had 3 chances to take the test. He had been hit by the white halo earlier, which led to his failure in the test. Therefore, the 3 on the wall became 2. Originally, Xia Ruofei did not believe in heresy and was prepared to challenge the jade pillar formation again. But now that he saw that there was a limit to the number of times he could challenge it, he couldn't help but hesitate. In fact, even though the process just now was embarrassing, Xia Ruofei could still feel the magical effect of the jade pillar array. This seemingly simple array of jade stakes was of great help to his reaction speed, accurate judgment, and control of his body. It was a test, but at the same time, it was also a form of training. Although it was only a short 10 minutes, Xia Ruofei could clearly feel that his abilities had improved in all aspects. The main reason was that under that extreme state, his mind was spinning rapidly and his body's potential was squeezed out. Most of the time, he had to rely on a flash of inspiration to avoid the white light by a hair's breadth. Xia Ruofei was confident that if he were to do it again, he would definitely go further. However, the words on the wall clearly stated that he still had 2 more chances to challenge. With only 2 chances, Xia Ruofei was not confident that he could pass through the array of jade pillars. After all, the jade pillars extended into the depths of the fog. His spiritual power was greatly restricted in the fog and he could not explore far. Hence, he was not sure how long the array of jade pillars was. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and decided not to rush things. He turned back to look at the rising white mist and the faintly discernible jade pillar inside before leaving the Linglong Tower. When Xia Ruofei crossed the jade bridge and returned to the shore of the pond, he turned around and saw that the Linglong Pagoda had become small and exquisite again. Each level was only a meter tall. He could not help but sigh at the magical jade pagoda again. Xia Qing had been waiting on the shore for a while. Seeing Xia Ruofei come out so quickly, she couldn't help but ask curiously, "Master, you've already used up 3 of today's challenge chances?" Xia Ruofei couldn't help but blush, but he quickly caught the main point in Xia Qing's words and immediately asked, "Today?" "Xia Qing, you're saying that the limit to the number of times you can challenge someone is only limited to today? Even if I fail all 3 times, I can still challenge him in the future, right?" 2436, try again. 1. Try again. A challenge can be initiated every 7 days. After it's opened, you have 3 chances to challenge. Xia Qing didn't keep him in suspense any longer and said with a smile, "Master, I believe you have already seen the wonderful use of the jade pillar array." Before Xia Qing could finish her sentence, she saw a figure flash in front of her. Xia Ruofei had already stepped onto the jade bridge and entered the Linglong Pagoda in the blink of an eye. Xia Qing couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile. After almost 40 minutes, Xia Ruofei walked out of the Linglong Tower, drenched in sweat. He had a carefree smile on his face. After seeing Xia Qing, Xia Ruofei grinned and said, "Cool." He used up the remaining 2 challenge chances in one go. In his second challenge, he persevered for almost 15 minutes, which was 5 meters more than his first challenge. In the third challenge, Xia Ruofei was lucky enough to persist for 25 minutes and advanced to more than 20 meters. After 20 meters, the halo's density increased significantly. Its speed was sometimes fast and sometimes slow, making it even more unpredictable. Xia Ruofei could not hold on any longer and was directly blasted out of the jade pillar array. Obviously, 20 meters should be a threshold. After 20 meters, the difficulty of the jade pillar array would increase by another level. At the same time, the jade pillar array continued to extend forward in the white fog. It was impossible to tell how long it had stretched. However, Xia Ruofei still felt rather carefree. After challenging the jade pillar formation 3 times today, he could clearly feel the improvement in his movement technique. After his reaction speed was pushed to the limit, he felt as if he had suddenly become enlightened. Xia Ruofei was not in a hurry to enter the mountain sea realm. He wiped his sweat and said to Xia Qing, "Tell me more about this jade pillar array." Yes, master. Xiaqing bowed slightly and said, the jade pillar array is actually used to train one's body technique. If I may be so presumptuous as to ask, what is master's best result in the 3 rounds? Around 20 meters. Xia Ruofei replied casually. Xiaqing had followed Xia Ruofei for a long time and was familiar with the modern measurement units. He quickly converted 20 meters to 10 feet. He said happily, Master, you're able to rush to a distance of 70 to 80 feet on your first attempt. Moreover, you haven't cultivated any movement techniques. It seems that you're really talented. Xia Ruofei shook his head and said, I feel like I'm still far from it. By the way, Xia Qing, how long is this jade pillar array in total? I can't even see the end of the formation. Master, the jade pillar formation is 600 feet long, Xiaqing replied with a smile. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but take a deep breath and said, 200 meters? In other words, I've only cleared 1/10 of it even. After using all my strength? Xia Ruofei was speechless. One had to know that although he had used 3 chances to clear 1/10 of the test, the difficulty did not increase in a linear manner. There was an obvious change at the 20-meter mark. In other words, he had only passed the lowest part of the 180 meters. The difficulty might jump 9 more times in the next 180 meters. At the 20 meters, Xia Ruofei already felt that he could not handle it. What would happen at the 200 meters? He didn't dare to imagine. The difficulty of the last jade pillar array. Xiaqing said, Master, the jade pillar array was originally used to train the body technique. Master has not yet cultivated any body technique. You are completely relying on your own reaction. 2. Be able to cross 70 to 80 feet is already a feat of heaven. Xia Ruofei waved his hand disinterestedly and said, it seems that I still have to cultivate my movement technique. Although there were many cultivation manuals in the human jade talisman, most of them were about cultivating genuine qi. There were also some methods on mental power. As for body techniques, combat techniques, and so on, there were almost none. As for the earth character jade talisman, there were only ancient books on array Dao. Hence, Xia Ruofei had not cultivated any movement techniques. He could guess that the reason why the previous owner of the spirit map space did not leave behind any martial arts or other battle techniques was that he had prepared something better. The reason he did not release it was probably to let Xia Ruofei, who came later, focus more on the cultivation of the Great Tao Sutra. Xiaqing nodded and said, it'll be much easier for Master to break through the jade pillar array after he's cultivated his body technique. That's right. If Master can pass the test of the jade pillar formation, you will be able to obtain the reward left behind by Shanhai Zhenren. Oh? Xia Ruofei's eyes lit up when he heard that there were benefits. He said, what's the reward? The prize is at the end of the jade pillar array. You will know after you pass it. Xiaqing said with a smile. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but complain, you're keeping me in suspense again. Master, please forgive me. Xiaqing said with a slight bow. His attitude was very respectful, but he couldn't say that he was tight-lipped. Xia Ruofei had long been familiar with Xiaqing's situation. He knew that no matter how much Xiaqing looked like a human, she was still a soul puppet. Just like the intelligent robots that many research institutions were researching, no matter how much she looked like a human, she was still a robot in essence, and must operate according to a certain process. Hence, Xia Ruofei did not mind. He waved his hand and did not Continue to ask about the exquisite pagoda and the jade pillar array. Anyway, the Linglong Tower was here and it wouldn't grow wings and fly away. He had plenty of time to slowly understand it. 2437, try again, 2, let's go. Come with me to the mountain sea realm to take a look. Xia Ruofei said indifferently. With a thought, he directly brought Xia Qing to the mountain and sea realm. The first thing that came into view was the mountain peak that towered into the clouds. After the spatial upgrade this time, the mountain in the mountain sea tier had once again grown a large chunk taller. Moreover, it had also expanded horizontally by quite a bit, faintly showing signs of a continuous stretch. There were indeed a few clouds floating on the mountain peak. However, Xia Ruofei could tell with one glance that they were not clouds at all. They were formed by the spiritual energy that had been slowly condensed into a water, like mist. These spiritual chi clouds slowly drifted, and the water, formed spiritual chi in the clouds continuously fused together. Sometimes, it would even transform into a rain of spiritual chi that fell down, hiding in the land of the mountain and sea realm. It was obvious that in such an environment, the crops that Xia Ruofei had planted in the mountain and sea realm would grow even faster. The area of the mountain sea realm had almost doubled. In reality, the mountain sea realm was too vast. It was difficult to judge the changes in the area with the naked eye. However, Xia Ruofei now had absolute control over space. He only needed a thought to accurately grasp the situation in the entire mountain sea realm. The sea on the periphery had also expanded a lot. Standing on the beach and looking out, it was no different from the sea outside. Fortunately, the expansion of space was only limited to the exterior, and not the entire mountain sea realm. Otherwise, the area of the newly planned herb gardens and rice fields would double. Moreover, if the normal planting density was increased to an equal ratio, the space between all the crops would double. Xia Ruofei immediately flew around the mountain and sea realm and made a quick round. Then, he came to the space cage area, where the mobile temporary house was located. He first moved the space cage that had imprisoned Lu Qingfeng to a certain place in the void. Now that the upgrade and evolution of the space had been completed, the spirit map space was more stable than before, so the danger was naturally removed. Then, Xia Ruofei asked Xia Qing to lift the martial law around the temporary housing area and let the free workers leave their rooms to work at their respective places. The mountain and sea realm and the spirit map space also gradually became lively. Xia Ruofei did not care about these trivial matters. Instead, he looked at the tall mountain in the distance. There was a stone chamber in the cave halfway up the mountain. There were 2 light films protecting a jade talisman and a small box. He could basically confirm that the jade talisman was the heaven jade talisman. Xia Ruofei felt that if the previous owner of the spirit map space had left behind any inheritances such as movement techniques or battle skills, they would most likely be in this heaven jade talisman. That was because his spiritual power had already broken through to the spirit gathering realm. The last time he tried to open the heaven jade talisman, he had failed. The light film that wrapped around the jade box would probably require Xia Ruofei's cultivation to reach a very high level before he could open it. Xia Ruofei's cultivation level had not changed since he tried to open the protective light film of the heaven jade talisman. He was still at the peak of refined chi level 8 and his spiritual power had reached the spirit gathering realm. Therefore, in theory, he still had no way to unlock the heavenly jade talisman. However, during this period of time, Xia Ruofei felt that his cultivation and spiritual power had improved by a lot. Hence, Xia Ruofei decided to try again. In fact, the reason why Xia Ruofei failed to unlock it last time was mostly because of his body, especially his palm, which could not withstand the internal and external pressure. Although he failed, his spiritual power still had some strength left. After thinking for a while, Xia Ruofei moved to the entrance of the cave on the mountainside in a flash and walked in. If it was in the past, Xia Ruofei would not be in a hurry. Since his cultivation had not reached the requirement, he would continue to cultivate and try again after he had a breakthrough. However, ever since Lu Qingfeng appeared, his sense of crisis had become much stronger. He also knew where his shortcomings were, so he was eager to unlock the Heaven Jade Talisman and make up for them as soon as possible. Soon, Xia Ruofei arrived at the stone room. He walked straight to the stone table and stared at the last 2 protective light films. After weighing the pros and cons in front of the stone platform, Xia Ruofei finally made up his mind, and his eyes became more determined. However, he didn't immediately take action. Instead, with a thought, he moved a translucent preservation box over from the Archean realm. The container was half filled with spirit heart flower petals, which he had saved up over the past few days. There were 2 such containers in total, and the other one was already full. Xia Ruofei immediately opened the container and placed it on the stone table. He was prepared to fight it out. If his palm could not withstand the pressure, he would not hesitate to use the petals of the spirit heart flower to recover. Xia Ruofei took a few sips of the spiritual pond water and sat down cross-legged on the stone bed with the jade futon as a cushion. Now that there was an energy exchange between the spirit map world and the chaotic space outside, Xia Ruofei had less to worry about. He sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate the Great Tao technique. In a short while, Xia Ruofei had adjusted himself to his best condition. Previously, when he was challenging the Jade Pillar array at the Archean realm, he had sustained some injuries. In a short period of time, he had recovered by half. For these ordinary injuries, Xia Ruofei did not need to use any medicine or waste any petals of the spirit heart flower. He could recover quickly during the process of cultivation. It felt really good to cultivate directly in the space. However, Xia Ruofei had not come to this stone chamber to cultivate. Hence, when he felt that he was in his best condition, he stopped cultivating and stood up to walk to the stone platform. Xia Ruofei stared at the ancient jade talisman in the light film. He gritted his teeth and pressed his hand on the light film. There was a strong counterforce, but Xia Ruofei did not back down. Instead, he released his spiritual energy and covered his palm with genuine qi, pressing against the light film. Xia Ruofei had already tried it once and knew the characteristics of this light film like the back of his hand. In the beginning, Xia Ruofei did not find it hard. He put his palm on the protective light film and kept injecting his spiritual power into it. Soon, as Xia Ruofei's spiritual energy entered the light membrane, it started to shake. Xia Ruofei gritted his teeth and continued to increase the output of his spiritual power. After a while, Xia Ruofei felt the pressure on his palm getting stronger and stronger. He could even feel the bones in his hand starting to crack. In fact, he was very close to unlocking the Heaven Jade Talisman. Last time, Xia Ruofei had reached this level, but had helplessly chosen to give up. Now, Xia Ruofei could only watch as his palm slowly sank into the protective light film. He could feel the pain in his palm every second. Xia Ruofei clenched his teeth and persevered. After a short while, Xia Ruofei heard a soft crack and broke out in a cold sweat. He realized that his metacarpal bone had been broken by the pressure. Xia Ruofei was already prepared. With a slight thought, a spirit heart flower petal flew out from the Tupperware. Now, Xia Ruofei's control of the spirit map space had reached an extremely high level. Even if he was fully focused on breaking the light film, he could still easily split a part of his mind to control the petals of the spirit heart flower. That petal fluttered up, and then was directly pushed by the invisible spatial force to his already fractured hand. As soon as the petals of the spirit heart flower touched the skin of his hand, they were completely absorbed by his hand. This was an entire petal of the spirit heart flower. It contained quite a lot of active ingredients. Xia Ruofei's fractured hand suddenly felt like it was receiving rain after a long drought. Wisps of cool energy flowed towards the wound on Xia Ruofei's palm. The injury on his palm seemed to have improved a lot. Just like that, Xia Ruofei gritted his teeth and continued to exert all his spiritual power. The veins on one of his hands were already popping out. He was constantly breaking his bones from the terrifying pressure, and the medicinal properties of the spirit heart flower petals were quickly absorbed. Xia Ruofei could hear the sound of bones breaking from time to time. It was another fracture. His bones were continuously fractured by the pressure, but Xia Ruofei continued to attack with his spiritual power. The protective light film kept shaking, and finally, it couldn't bear the pressure anymore and broke with a chi sound. 2438 The Heaven Jade Talisman 1. Xia Ruofei heaved a long sigh of relief. His entire body collapsed and his legs gave way as he sat on the ground. His entire body was drenched in sweat, as if he had just been fished out of the water. This time, Xia Ruofei had gone all out. In order to get the Heaven Jade Talisman, he had almost used up all his strength. In order to break through the light barrier, one's spiritual power cultivation had to reach the spirit-gathering realm. Xia Ruofei was only about to meet the requirements. However, his genuine chi cultivation was a few levels lower, and his physical strength was far from enough. Especially the hand. That was in direct contact with the light membrane barrier. It was bearing almost all the pressure. Xia Ruofei could not remember how many times he had broken the bones in his palm. As the saying went, the 10 fingers were connected to the heart, so the pain of the bones of the palm and fingers being continuously crushed was no less than cruel torture. Xia Ruofei's strong willpower and anti-interrogation training during his military service had made his pain tolerance much higher than that of ordinary people. Otherwise, he might have passed out before Xia Ruofei could break the light membrane. Xia Ruofei leaned against the stone platform, panting heavily. Although Xia Ruofei had been using the spirit heart flower petals to repair his palm during the process, his hand was still swollen like a steamed bun. The recovery speed of the spirit heart flower petals could not keep up with the speed at which his bones and fingers were broken. The medicinal properties of the petals were also quickly consumed. Although there was still a large number of spirit heart flower petals in the preservation box on the stone platform, and Xia Ruofei could take the petals to continue repairing his palm with just a thought, he did not want to move at all. In fact, his spiritual power was almost exhausted. The strength of this light barrier was much tougher than he had expected. This time, it was also a risky move, and they had almost failed. Xia Ruofei felt a lingering fear when he thought about it, but it was quickly followed by a strong sense of joy. As the saying goes, wealth comes from danger. This saying was really not wrong. Although the process was a little dangerous, the harvest was gratifying. Now, the heavened jade talisman was quietly placed on the stone platform. There was no barrier on the outside, waiting for Xia Ruofei to take it away at any time. Xia Ruofei sat on the ground and rested for more than 10 minutes before he slowly regained his senses. At this moment, the swelling on his palm had also subsided a little. The remaining medicinal properties of the misty spirit heart flower had been healing the injuries on his palm. However, it was obvious that the fracture had not been completely cured. Xia Ruofei could still feel the sharp pain in his palm. After resting for a while, his spiritual power had recovered slightly. Hence, with a thought, a spirit heart flower petal from the Tupperware on the stone platform floated up and landed accurately on his slightly swollen palm. The petals quickly melted when they came into contact with his skin. Xia Ruofei felt a comfortable chill in his hand, and the pain was reduced. He stood up and walked to the stone bed. After climbing onto the bed, he sat down, cross-legged on the jade futon and began to circulate the cultivation method of the Great Tao formula. Perhaps it was because the true qi and mental energy in his body had been greatly consumed, but at this time, his body was like a sponge, greedily absorbing the rich spiritual energy in the space. To Xia Ruofei, it was a happy thing to be able to cultivate in the space without any worries. The Great Tao Arts was a top-notch technique, and the spiritual qi in the space was so rich. Hence, Xia Ruofei's cultivation efficiency was very high. As he continued to practice the technique, the true qi in his dantian gradually filled up, and the recovery speed of his mental power also increased. When Xia Ruofei finished his cultivation, he realized that the injury on his palm had basically healed. In fact, if the spirit heart flower petals that were consumed during the entire process were given to Old Man Lu, his tumor would probably disappear on the spot. Of course, Xia Ruofei did not think that it was a waste at all. His gaze fell on the ancient jade talisman on the stone platform, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. At this moment, he was at least 70 to 80% recovered, even if he was not fully recovered. Xia Ruofei jumped off the stone bed and walked to the stone platform in a few steps. He reached out and picked up the jade talisman. The jade talisman felt very warm to the touch. Its simple appearance looked similar to the earth and human jade talismans from before, but the patterns on it were more complicated. Xia Ruofei fondled with the jade talisman for a while before putting it into his pocket and walking out of the cave. Although he had already obtained the heaven jade talisman, Xia Ruofei still needed to perfectly engrave the array patterns on the jade talisman in order to obtain the inheritance. After the extreme challenge, Xia Ruofei was still mentally exhausted even though his body had almost recovered. The array patterns on the jade talismans were usually difficult and could not be completed in one go. Hence, Xia Ruofei did not start learning the array patterns on the jade talismans. You can't eat hot tofu in haste. Xia Ruofei patrolled around the mountain sea realm and saw that Xia Qing had arranged the free laborers' work in an orderly manner. He did not go over to disturb her and directly returned to the outside world with a thought. It was already dark outside. Xia Ruofei had been busy upgrading the space and did not even have dinner. In addition, his body was almost exhausted in the cave, so he felt his stomach empty. 2439, the Heaven Jade Talisman, 2, so, he strolled to the backyard, ready to find something to eat in the kitchen. However, he was discovered by Wu Chang as soon as he appeared in the backyard. When he found out that Xia Ruofei was looking for food, Wu Chang quickly called his sister-in-law, Wu Shoujuan, out. Wu Shoujuan immediately went to the kitchen to prepare food for Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei didn't want to trouble everyone, but he couldn't help but smile bitterly at the scene. Fortunately, it wasn't too late. Wu Chang and the others hadn't rested yet, so it wasn't too much trouble. Xia Ruofei asked Wu Shoujuan to prepare some light side dishes and some plain porridge. After slurping down 2 bowls of hot porridge, Xia Ruofei felt much better. He bade Wu Chang and the others farewell and returned to his courtyard. Although he had taken a shower before entering the medium, the clothes he had just changed into were drenched in sweat when he unlocked the Heaven Jade Talisman. At this moment, his body was also sticky. Hence, Xia Ruofei immediately went to take a shower before returning to the bedroom. He laid on the bed and studied the Heaven Jade Talisman, carefully studying the formation patterns on it. However, Xia Ruofei did not try to carve it immediately. He only studied it for a while and had a general understanding of the array pattern on the Jade Talisman. He also had a direct understanding of the difficulty of carving it. Then, he put the Heaven Jade Talisman into the spirit map space and lay down to have a good sleep. The next day, Xia Ruofei had planned to start trying to carve the array pattern of the Heaven Jade Talisman at home. However, he received a call from manager Lu early in the morning, saying that Elder Song wanted to see him. Xia Ruofei guessed that it was about Lu Haojuan, so he immediately agreed. He didn't let Wu Chang drive, but drove the Land Rover to the Song family's old house. Although Xia Ruofei's car often entered and left the Song family's house, he was stopped twice by the security guards for inspection and verification. He was only allowed to pass after confirming his identity. Furthermore, Xia Ruofei could clearly feel that the security around the Song family's residence had increased. He knew that this might be a chain reaction caused by Song Qiming's assassination, especially when he knew that the mastermind behind this was a direct descendant of the Lu family. Elder Song would naturally be more alert and arrange for more people to protect him. Soon, Xia Ruofei saw Elder Song in the dining room of the Song family's old residence. The old man was used to waking up early, but he would always arrange a certain morning exercise program. After the morning exercise, he would take a break to read the latest newspapers and documents before having breakfast. Elder Song saw Xia Ruofei and asked with a smile, "Ruofei, have you had breakfast?" Xia Ruofei grinned and said, "I was just about to get up and eat. Manager Lu called me." Manager Lu couldn't help but laugh when he saw this. He personally got up and took a set of cutlery from the side and said, "Then come over and eat. Wouldn't it be better to have breakfast with the chief?" Xia Ruofei didn't pretend to be polite. He sat on the seat to the left of Elder Song and took a sip of milk. Then, he grabbed 2 pieces of bread, added bacon to it, and started eating. Elder Song was happy that Xia Ruofei did not regard him as an outsider. He was almost done eating, but he was not in a hurry to get up. Instead, he smiled as he watched Xia Ruofei eat. Of course, Xia Ruofei did not treat this place as his own home. He ate his breakfast slowly. He quickly ate some bread and drank a glass of milk. Then, he used a napkin to wipe his mouth and said, "Grandpa Song, I'm done." Elder Song nodded, and Manager Lu immediately motioned for the service staff to come and clean up the dishes. Xia Ruofei and Elder Song sat at the table and chatted. Manager Lu, after instructing the service staff to clean the table, found an excuse to leave. The others naturally left as well. You should have heard the news, right? Elder Song asked. Lu Haojuan is dead. Xia Ruofei nodded calmly and said, the news spread all over the capital yesterday. If he died, then he died. He's asking for it, and he deserves it. Eccentric Song nodded. He naturally wouldn't care much about the life and death of A. Junior, from an opposing family. Eccentric Song revealed a profound smile. The Lu family is making an announcement to the world. Elder Song then looked at Xia Ruofei and asked, Ruofei, you've been in contact with old Lu many times. What do you think of him? What do you think of him? Xia Ruofei replied without thinking, a formidable person. You're quite direct. Eccentric Song laughed. How do you know? That person from the Lu family is able to reach such a high position, so he naturally has very strong abilities. Xia Ruofei said, and his style of doing things is very distinctive. Everything he does is for his family's benefit. At this point, Xia Ruofei revealed a strange expression and said, but I think this kind of person is quite scary. In the face of the family's interests, he could sacrifice anything. In his eyes, it might only be the size of the interests. There was nothing that could not be sacrificed. If there was, it was because the benefits that could bring him were not enough. Besides, if even family ties are gone, then what's the point of living? Your evaluation of old Lu is quite accurate, Ruofei, laughed Elder Song. We've known each other since we were young, so I know him quite well. He's been like this since he was young. Speaking of this, Eccentric Song couldn't help but reveal a trace of nostalgia, sighing. However, this characteristic of his was actually quite good in that era, especially when he worked in the army. In the face of the ever-changing battlefield environment, he needed to quickly make the most favorable judgment for his side. There are very few people who can be as calm as him and directly sacrifice the soldiers he has led for many years. Thus, he also had outstanding military achievements at that time. Xia Ruofei nodded in agreement and continued, maybe. But at least in this era, such a person is a little scary. The day you went to the Lu family, I talked to the old man. He's really terrifyingly calm. Let's not talk about this. Elder Song laughed. Ruofei, I called you here because of Lu Haojuan. After all, the news you got was only hearsay, while my source is more reliable, so I can confirm for you that Lu Haojuan is indeed dead. Xia Ruofei nodded and waited for Elder Song to continue. There's one more thing, Elder Song continued, about the treatment you gave old Lu. I know. You've been controlling his recovery speed. Otherwise, with your abilities, he would have been alive and kicking by now. When I saw him at the Lu family's house that day, he still looked sickly. I knew, Grandpa Song, I don't have that kind of ability. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, it's mainly because old Master Lu's condition is very complicated. And it's a dangerous pancreatic tumor. Naturally, he won't recover so quickly. Elder Song smiled and said, actually, I just wanted to remind you that it's okay to delay the treatment process a little, but don't make it too obvious. Otherwise, not only will the Lu family not be grateful, but they might even hate you. And in the end, you still have to cure him. When that time comes, Elder Song knew that Xia Ruofei had been delaying the treatment to fight for the Song family's interests. This time, the Lu family was caught off guard by the Lu Haojuan incident. The Song family had already gained a lot from this incident, but the Lu family had suffered heavy losses and even lost a direct descendant like Lu Haojuan. the Lu family would definitely not be in a good mood. They might not bite anyone, but it was very likely that they would vent their anger on Xia Ruofei. Therefore, Elder Song felt that he needed to let Xia Ruofei know so that he wouldn't be treated badly. 2440 Unlocking the Jade Talisman. 1. Elder Song's kind reminder warmed Xia Ruofei's heart. However, he was also very clear that there was already a rift between him and the Lu family. Even if he sped up the treatment, the Lu family would not be grateful. This was also why Xia Ruofei had defined this treatment as a pure deal. From the beginning, he directly took the pharmaceutical group from the Lu family, and the Song family also got a lot of benefits. For the Lu family, this was no different from cutting their flesh. In addition, the conflict between Xia Ruofei and Lu Haojuan had been going on for a long time. The reason why Lu Haojuan went to the extreme this time was because he had failed in his battle with Xia Ruofei and ruined his future. It was basically impossible for them to live in peace with the Lu family. Of course, Master Song was also thinking for Xia Ruofei. Even if they could not make peace, at least they did not have to offend the Lu family. After all, a family of the Lu family scale, even if they had suffered some losses in several confrontations, was still a huge force. Moreover, as long as old Master Lu was still alive, the losses of the Lu family would not be a big deal. In Elder Song's eyes, Xia Ruofei did not need to go against such a big family. This was also why Elder Song had used Lu Haojuan's matter to negotiate with Elder Lu. He had been determined to draw Xia Ruofei's name out of this matter. Xia Ruofei nodded. I understand, Grandpa Song. Although Xia Ruofei didn't agree with Elder Song's point of view, he still appreciated the concern of an elder. In fact, as his cultivation level increased, Xia Ruofei's mentality was also slowly changing. In his mind, the Lu family's threat was far less than those in the world of cultivation. He also did not really take the Lu family, who seemed to be invincible to others, seriously. Elder Song saw that Xia Ruofei didn't want to say more, so he smiled and didn't mention it again. Then, Elder Song asked about Xia Ruofei's company and the construction of the club in the capital. When he heard that the club's basic construction was completed and would be ready to go into operation soon, Elder Song said with relief, Xia Ruofei has changed a lot recently. In the past, this child had nothing to do every day, but now, he's starting to look like he's doing something serious. Xia Ruofei smiled. Grandpa Song, Xia Ruofei is a good person. He just needs a chance to prove himself. Actually, there was something that Xia Ruofei did not say. Song Ruofei's elders were all too outstanding. They were simply dazzling. It was actually very stressful to grow up in such a family. In Song Ruofei's words, if they did well, they would be the help of the family and would have no sense of existence at all. If they did not do well, they would be like mud that couldn't hold up the wall and would be pointed at every day. It's Xia Ruofei's good fortune to have met you as a friend, Elder Song sighed. Please don't say that. Xia Ruofei said, Xia Ruofei has helped me a lot too. For example, I didn't do anything for the club this time. It was Xia Ruofei, Brother Zhao, Yongjun, and a few others who were busy. Elder Song waved his hand. To you, the Peach Blossom Banquet is just a small part of the fun. You're an entrepreneur now. How can you just spend all your time with them? Xia Ruofei said humbly. What a joke. With his net worth, he was naturally a rich man in the eyes of ordinary working-class people, but he was still not enough to enter the eyes of the person in front of him. Even now, the scale of the Song family's financial group was far from what Xia Ruofei's Paradise Corporation could compare to, not to mention the projects that could easily cost tens or even hundreds of billions before Elder Song retired. A few days ago, Xia Ruofei had taken the time to check his assets. Other than the Peach Blossom Company, his overseas account now had about $2.5 billion. Most of it was from the black market trip to Africa. However, even so, all of his assets were only converted to about 10 billion Chinese dollars. Even among private enterprises, it was far from the standards of the first group, not to mention that there were many giant state-owned enterprises in China. The old and the young sat in the dining room and chatted for a while. Then, Elder Song pulled Xia Ruofei to the study room to play 2 games of chess. He also asked Xia Ruofei to stay for lunch at the Song family's house, before letting him go home. Manager Liu couldn't help but feel envious. Elder Song admired Xia Ruofei from the bottom of his heart. Even among the direct descendants of the Song family, few could compare to Xia Ruofei in admiration. Manager Liu also had a good impression of Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei could be said to be successful at a young age and had the full support of people like Elder Song. However, he was never arrogant and had a calmness that did not match his age. What was even more valuable was that Xia Ruofei had never used Elder Song's influence for his own convenience. Although he was close to the Song family, he had always maintained a gentleman's friendship. His magnanimity and breadth of mind had already surpassed most people. Therefore, when he personally sent Xia Ruofei out, Manager Liu's attitude towards Xia Ruofei was much warmer. Are you au fait? Next time, remember to bring me 2 sets of jaded skin ointment. Manager Liu smiled and said, the higher-ups in my family have already given me a death order. If I don't complete the task, I can't enter the house. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, Manager Liu, it's just a small matter. You can just say the word. How about this? Please send me your address and Auntie's contact information. I'll arrange for someone to send it to Auntie regularly. 2441 Unlocking the Jade Talisman. 2. In fact, with Manager Liu's status, how could he not get a few sets of jaded skin ointment if he wanted to? Sometimes, it wasn't really troublesome to trouble others to do things properly. Instead, it was a display of closeness. Manager Liu chuckled and nodded. Then I won't be polite with you. I'll send you the address later. The two of them laughed and chatted at the door for a while before Xia Ruofei drove away from the Song family's old house. Xia Ruofei was concerned about the Heaven Jade Talisman, so after leaving the Song family, he returned to the courtyard in Luhai Lane. When they stopped the car in the backyard, Xia Ruofei said to Wu Chang, who came forward, I won't be having dinner today. Also, if there's nothing important, don't come to my courtyard. I didn't sleep well last night, so I'll catch up on some sleep this afternoon. Okay, boss. Wu Chang quickly replied, if you need supper, let me know at any time. I'll ask sister-in-law to get ready. Xia Ruofei nodded and threw the car keys to Wu Chang. Then, he walked through the backyard and arrived at the courtyard where Wu Chang lived. Xia Ruofei returned to her room and immediately locked the door and windows before closing all the curtains. Out of habit, he used his mental power to check the room. After making sure that there was nothing unusual in the room, he took out the spirit map scroll from his palm. Xia Ruofei placed the scroll under the blanket in his bedroom and entered the medium. He had arrived at the Tao Wu at the Archean realm. There was a 30-fold difference in time flow here, which could save Xia Ruofei time. Although the actual time he experienced had not changed, it had been shortened by 30 times. According to the time in the outside world, Xia Ruofei estimated that it would take a long time for him to perfectly inscribe the array runes on the Heaven Jade Talisman with his spiritual energy. He could not possibly study the array runes all the time, much less stay in the space for a few days. The difference in the flow of time at the Archean realm could solve this problem. Xia Ruofei waved his hand and the Heaven Jade Talisman was teleported from somewhere in space and flew into Xia Ruofei's hand. He looked left and right, then stepped onto the jade bridge and sat down cross-legged on the empty space in front of the Linglong Pagoda. Although the spiritual qi in the entire space was very dense, the Linglong Pagoda was the core of the formation. In the spirit map world, the spiritual qi here seemed to be even denser. Hence, Xia Ruofei chose to break the Heaven Jade Talisman here. He first cultivated the great Tao arts. After circulating his mental cultivation method a few times, his entire state of mind gradually calmed down. Then, Xia Ruofei stopped practicing and slowly opened his eyes. He looked at the ancient jade talisman in his hand. The lines of mysterious patterns were very clear under the investigation of his spiritual power. The array pattern on the Heaven Jade Talisman was much more complicated than the Earth Jade Talisman. Xia Ruofei spent more than an hour just to go through all the array patterns. One must know that Xia Ruofei had inherited the knowledge of arrays and his spiritual power had reached the spirit-gathering realm. Even so, it took him so much time to roughly go through the array patterns on the Jade Talisman. If he wanted to understand it, it would take even longer. In the end, if he wanted to decipher the Heaven Jade Talisman, he not only had to understand it, but he also had to use his spiritual power to perfectly carve out the entire array pattern. That was even more difficult. Fortunately, Xia Ruofei was mentally prepared and did not feel anxious. He just sat on the ground calmly and studied the formation pattern on the Jade Talisman. Time passed by quietly. Unknowingly, Xia Ruofei had already sat there for more than a day and a night. Of course, this was the time in the Yuanshu realm. To the outside world, less than an hour had passed. Xia Ruofei remained in the same position and did not move. His eyes never left the array pattern on the Heaven Jade Talisman. In these 20 hours, he didn't even move his finger. He didn't even try to carve. He just stared at the Jade Talisman. However, Xia Ruofei's eyes brightened and he looked more confident. Although Xia Ruofei looked at it for an entire day and night and did not seem to make any progress, he had actually gained a lot. The array pattern on the Jade Talisman became clearer and clearer in his eyes. He was even simulating the effect of the array pattern in his mind. Of course, these were all theoretical speculations. Xia Ruofei himself was not very sure about the actual effect. Xia Ruofei could feel the fog covering the array pattern slowly dissipating. Finally, he had a feeling of sudden enlightenment. The formation patterns were still the same. However, in Xia Ruofei Sei's, the formation patterns that were initially unrelated had now become an organic whole. Every formation pattern, every curve, and every arc seemed to be just right. Xia Ruofei smiled. At this moment, Xia Ruofei, who had not moved for more than 20 hours, slowly raised his right hand. He stretched out his index finger and drew a line in the air. The invisible and intangible mental energy had a trace of golden light, leaving a mysterious arc in front of him. Xia Ruofei's fingers were moving very fast. The array patterns were faintly visible in front of him. In a short while, he was completely surrounded by the array patterns. But soon, Xia Ruofei waved his hand gently and dispelled all the array runes that he had just spent a lot of mental energy to carve. Then, Xia Ruofei picked up the Heaven Jade Talisman. He frowned and stared at one of the array patterns, studying it. After a few more hours, Xia Ruofei put down the Jade Talisman and started to draw in the air again. In the next 3 to 4 days, Xia Ruofei spent most of his time studying the array pattern on the Jade Talisman, except for the time when he got up to eat something. Sometimes he was in high spirits as he carved the array patterns, and sometimes he frowned and shook his head. He continued to grab the Heaven Jade Talisman and studied the text on it. In this repeated process, Xia Ruofei's familiarity with the Heaven Jade Talisman increased rapidly and he carved more and more array patterns. In the end, Xia Ruofei put down the Heaven Jade Talisman in his hand. He reached out and took a stream of spiritual water from the spiritual pond and poured it into his open mouth. Xia Ruofei drank some water from the spiritual pond to speed up the recovery of his spiritual power. Then, he practiced the great Tao arts for a while, filling up the true qi in his dantian. Xia Ruofei felt that he had adjusted himself to a good state. He encouraged himself and sat down with his legs crossed. He was also drawing the lines in the void, but Xia Ruofei's state was very different from before. His drawing speed was also faster than before. Xia Ruofei's index finger continued to draw in the air and faint golden array runes appeared in front of him. Soon, there were more and more of these array patterns. They all circled around Xia Ruofei and were very beautiful. This time, Xia Ruofei didn't stop halfway. Instead, he continued to inscribe the basic array runes. After these basic array runes were formed, they would circle around Xia Ruofei. When Xia Ruofei drew the last stroke and completed the last array pattern, he heaved a sigh of relief. However, he couldn't slack off at this time. These array patterns all existed on their own and didn't form a stable union with the other array patterns. A confident smile hung on Xia Ruofei's face. With a slight thought, all the array patterns obediently moved to their positions as if they were being moved by an invisible hand. These array patterns dazzled one's eyes as they shuttled back and forth. They seemed chaotic, but they seemed to follow a certain rule. In the end, Xia Ruofei put his hands together and all the array patterns merged together, forming a seamless whole. If one looked carefully, they would realize that the array pattern that was emitting a faint golden light was exactly the same as the one carved on the Heaven Jade Talisman. 2442 A Heaven, Defying Inheritance. 1. Xia Ruofei's expression relaxed. However, he didn't take out the heavenward jade talisman immediately. Instead, he carefully observed every formation pattern that had been fused. After a while, Xia Ruofei casually erased the array pattern that he had spent 5 days to inscribe. Although the formation pattern looked exactly the same as the pattern on the Heaven Jade Talisman, he could still find a few minor flaws when he carefully compared it with his mental power. Xia Ruofei would not allow such a flaw to exist. If he ignored these small flaws and tried to unlock the Heaven Jade Talisman by force, the failure would be a small matter. However, if the Jade Talisman was damaged, Xia Ruofei would have no time to regret. With the experience of unlocking the human and Earth Jade Talismans, Xia Ruofei was not in a hurry. He knew that the most difficult part was actually the first successful inscription. Now that he was able to inscribe a complete array pattern, it was only a matter of time before he polished off some small flaws. After Xia Ruofei rested for a while, he started to carve the runes again. As expected, he didn't encounter too many obstacles this time. Everything went smoothly from beginning to end. After about an hour, he carved and fused the array runes again. After Xia Ruofei observed it carefully, he erased the array pattern again and started to carve it again. Xia Ruofei repeated the process over and over again. He used all his energy to carve the runes and personally erased them again and again. Although it seemed like a futile effort, if a cultivator who was proficient in arrays were here, they would realize that every array pattern that Xia Ruofei drew was more perfect and in line with the way of nature. The number of small flaws in the array pattern due to the proficiency of the technique and the control of spiritual power was also decreasing. Just like that, after a whole day and night, when Xia Ruofei once again drew the array pattern that he was so familiar with, his eyes revealed a trace of anticipation. During the entire process of carving the runes, Xia Ruofei felt that it was smooth and natural. This feeling was hard to come by, and when it appeared, it was usually when he was performing beyond his usual level. After a day and a night of practice, Xia Ruofei was getting more and more skilled at carving the array pattern. The flaws in the array pattern were rapidly reduced, and there were even a few times when it was close to perfection. Xia Ruofei was full of anticipation for the array runes that he would carve this time. He immediately released his mental energy and carefully performed a carpet check on the array pattern. Starting from every small array pattern, every arc, and every detail, he examined the set of array patterns bit by bit. Under the effect of his powerful mental energy, every detail of the formation pattern was revealed. This examination lasted for an entire hour. When Xia Ruofei finished examining the last small array pattern, he couldn't help but reveal a satisfied smile. He had finally met the requirements. At least Xia Ruofei had reached the standard in his heart. As for whether this standard was high enough and whether he could unlock the heaven-ranked jade talisman, Xia Ruofei had some confidence. After all, this was not his first time unlocking a jade talisman. With the experience from the previous 2 times, he knew what kind of standard the array pattern had to reach. Hence, Xia Ruofei did not hesitate and took out the ancient heaven jade talisman. The jade talisman floated in front of Xia Ruofei with the help of the invisible spatial force. Not far from the jade talisman was the set of formation patterns that glowed with a faint golden light. Xia Ruofei's mind moved, and the set of complicated array patterns formed by spiritual power slowly floated towards the heaven jade talisman. Finally, the array pattern was imprinted on the heaven word jade talisman and perfectly matched with the patterns on the jade talisman. Streams of light lit up on the heaven jade talisman. The formation patterns engraved on the jade talisman also lit up one by one. Finally, the entire jade talisman lit up with a dazzling brilliance. When the last formation pattern lit up, the dazzling light suddenly expanded and flew towards Xia Ruofei like a waterfall. It went straight into his forehead. Xia Ruofei, who was already experienced, was prepared. He sat up straight and closed his eyes tightly. His face revealed a rare trace of nervousness. A huge amount of information gushed into Xia Ruofei's mind. Even though he had already experienced it, Xia Ruofei still felt a sense of fullness after a second or two. Information was still pouring into his mind. He revealed a pained expression. And the blue veins on his forehead also protruded. Xia Ruofei gritted his teeth and held on. He knew that the inheritance information in the jade talisman was very precious. Although the process of inheritance was painful, under normal circumstances, it would not exceed his tolerance. At least, it would not cause too much danger. At least, that was the case for the earth and human jade talismans. However, Xia Ruofei's cultivation level was not as high this time, especially in terms of physical strength. If he had unlocked the Heaven Jade Talisman normally, he would have been safe. However, it was hard to say in this situation. When Xia Ruofei made the decision to take out the Heaven Jade Talisman by force, he was already mentally prepared. He knew that there was a certain degree of danger in doing so. On the one hand, he might cause harm to his body in the process of breaking the light membrane. On the other hand, his cultivation level might not be high enough, and the amount of information in the inheritance might be too much for his body to handle. 2443 A Heaven, Defying Inheritance. 2. Xia Ruofei had considered all these. Hence, he kept a container with the petals of the spirit heart flower and a large bowl of spatial spirit pool water in case of an emergency. The actual situation was better than what Xia Ruofei had worried about. Although the entire process of the inheritance was extremely painful, and his head was in so much pain that it felt like it was going to explode, he did not suffer any substantial damage until the last piece of inheritance information entered his mind. After the inheritance, Xia Ruofei finally heaved a long sigh of relief. Although the inheritance had not been long, Xia Ruofei felt as if he had been suffering for 100 years. Fortunately, the process was finally over. No matter what the inheritance information in the Heaven Jade Talisman was, to Xia Ruofei, at least this adventure had been a success. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and rubbed his throbbing temples. At the same time, he couldn't wait to retrieve the information of the inheritance from his mind. He wanted to see what good things the Heaven Jade Talisman had left for him. After a round of investigation, Xia Ruofei's face revealed a surprised and happy expression. He couldn't help but clench his fist and shouted, "Yay!" The Heaven Jade Talisman's information was not as complex as the Human Jade Talisman, nor did it provide a complete array Dao inheritance like the Earth Jade Talisman. However, to Xia Ruofei, the inheritance information in the Heaven Jade Talisman was very useful. First, it was the 7th to 9th layers of the great Dao arts. This was within his expectations. Xia Ruofei was not particularly surprised. Moreover, he didn't need such a high-level cultivation technique at the moment. In fact, he had only cultivated the first layer of the great Dao arts when he was at the Qi condensation stage. In addition to the 7th to 9th levels of the Great Dao technique, there were 3 complete inheritances in the Heaven Jade Talisman. Floating steps, this was a top-class movement technique. After training it to the major completion, not only could one's speed increase by 10 times, but one's body would also be like a ghost. Whether it was dodging or escaping, this movement technique manual was the best choice. Even if it wasn't for the sake of escaping, in a battle between cultivators, the side with a stronger movement technique had an obvious advantage. They could easily dodge the other party's attacks and also use their movement technique to quickly approach the enemy. If they were coupled with close combat techniques, the power would be greatly increased. The noble sword was one of the top sword techniques that practitioners used. This was completely different from Yu Buchuan's noble sword, created by Mr. Jin Yong. This set of sword technique was divided into 4 realms of plum, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum. This was not an incremental relationship, but each realm was relatively independent. After mastering it, one could fully reflect the intent of each of the four noble men. Moreover, the four realms could be switched at any time. According to the description in the cultivation method, this set of sword technique could even merge the four realms and cultivate a brand new nobleman realm. Its power would be even more shocking. The noble sword also didn't use ordinary swords. Instead, it used the flying swords of its practitioners. Just like Xia Ruofei's blue travel immortal sword, most cultivators' flying swords did not have a hilt. Every part of the sword body was rather sharp. Naturally, such a sword could not be controlled by hand. It completely relied on spiritual power. Even though Xia Ruofei had already reached the spirit gathering realm, he was still far from being able to use this sword technique well. What was rare and valuable was that both the drifting steps and the noble sword were movement techniques and battle skills that were compatible with the Great Tao arts. When combined with the Great Tao arts' special circulation path, the power that was unleashed was even greater. Xia Ruofei was still not good at his swordsmanship as his spiritual power was still lacking. However, the appearance of his body movement technique was like charcoal in the snow. He could use the jade pillar array to train his sashimi and improve his body movement technique. No matter when, it was very important to practice the ability to save one's life. Xia Ruofei was full of motivation. At the same time, he also secretly regretted that he had used up all 3 times of the Linglong Tower's jade pillar array. Moreover, he did not practice any movement techniques at that time, so the effect of the jade pillar array could only be said to be unsatisfactory. Now that he had the movement technique manual, he had to wait another 7 days before he could have a second chance to challenge it. He regretted it. Of course, what made Xia Ruofei the happiest was the last set of cultivation techniques. To be more precise, this was just a spiritual force secret technique. Actually, Xia Ruofei had mastered quite a few secret techniques of spiritual power. For example, his tried and tested spiritual hypnosis was actually one of the secret techniques of spiritual power. There were also other small techniques of using spiritual power. There were many of them. In the inheritance information of the human-shaped jade talisman. However, this time, the spiritual power secret skill called Soul Seal was taken out by itself. Together, with drifting steps and gentleman's sword, it was sealed in the heaven jade talisman. It was enough to show that this set of spiritual power secret skills was different from the others. As the name suggested, after successfully cultivating Soul Seal, the practitioner could form a Soul Seal in his sea of consciousness. The Soul Seal itself did not have any benefits to the sea of consciousness, nor could it improve the cultivation of spiritual power. However, after Xia Ruofei read the introduction of Soul Seal, he was overjoyed. The Soul Seal was actually a combination of mother and child. The mother seal was naturally in the cultivator's sea of consciousness, while the child seal could be imprinted in other people's sea of consciousness. Through this set of mother and child soul seals, the cultivator could completely control the other party. The so-called complete control meant that no matter if it was an ordinary person or a cultivator, after being branded with the child seal of the soul seal in the sea of consciousness, they would absolutely submit to the cultivator who had the matching mother seal. This was a kind of submission that came from the depths of the soul, rather than being forced to submit under the suppression of absolute strength. Of course, if one really wanted to brand a soul seal in the other party's sea of consciousness, it would also be an absolute suppression of strength. Because as long as the practitioner of the soul seal thought about it, the other party's sea of consciousness would instantly explode. Naturally, that person would also die. In reality, they were soul slaves. What was even more heaven-defying was that, according to the description of this secret skill, even a Yuanying stage cultivator would find it difficult to find the soul seal in another person's sea of consciousness. Even if they were lucky enough to find it, it would be extremely difficult to break or even destroy the soul seal. If they were not careful, they would touch the soul seal and the final outcome would still be the destruction of their soul. Even a nascent soul stage cultivator would find it difficult to break through, so the power of the soul seal could be seen. The minimum configuration requirement for the cultivation of soul seal was that one's spiritual power had reached the spirit gathering realm. In fact, this kind of secret skill was closely related to the soul and the sea of consciousness, and the cultivation threshold was often the cultivation of spiritual power. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but secretly rejoice. If this secret skill required the cultivation of true qi, he probably wouldn't be able to meet the cultivation requirements at his current stage. When a spirit gathering realm cultivator practiced the soul seal to completion, he could form a mother seal and 5 child seals. In other words, once Xia Ruofei mastered this secret skill, he could control 5 soul slaves. It didn't seem like a lot, but considering how thorough and domineering the control was, if he used all of them, it would be equivalent to having 5 more servants that he could absolutely trust and would never betray him. This was simply too heaven-defying. This sort of absolute control over the soul was extremely terrifying. Even if his master ordered him to immediately cut off his head, he would not hesitate to carry it out. When Xia Ruofei examined the secret soul skill in the Heaven Jade Talisman, the first person that appeared in his mind was Lu Chimfeng, who could only be imprisoned in the spatial cage of the mountain and sea realm. If he could plant a soul seal on Lu Chimfeng, it would be equivalent to planting a sharp nail in the falling leaf sect. This would be extremely useful for Xia Ruofei's future dealings with the falling leaf sect and even the entire cultivation world. Although Lu Qingfeng's Qi level 7 cultivation was a little low in Xia Ruofei's eyes, he was the most suitable candidate for the position. Thinking of this, Xia Ruofei couldn't wait to start cultivating. As long as he could successfully cultivate and form the first child seal, he would be able to completely control Lu Qingfeng. 2444, Cultivating the Soul Seal. 1. Great Tao Arts, Level 7 to Level 9 Cultivation Techniques, Drifting Steps, Gentleman's Sword, and Soul Seal were all the inheritances in the heavenward Jade Talisman. Although it was not as all-encompassing as the human Jade Talisman or as complete as the Earth Jade Talisman, Xia Ruofei was still very satisfied. There was no doubt that the inheritance in the heavenward Jade Talisman was much more precious than the human word and earthward Jade Talismans combined. Although there were not many inheritances, they were all the essence. To Xia Ruofei, every inheritance was very useful. Xia Ruofei left the empty space in front of the Linglong Tower and returned to the spiritual pond through the Jade Bridge. He had not slept or rested for the past few days in order to decipher the heavenward Jade Talisman. Now, he had used up a lot of mental power and was feeling a little tired. Regardless of whether it was the floating steps or the soul seal, it was impossible to master them in one go. Even though the inheritance was imprinted in Xia Ruofei's mind and it was not difficult for him to understand the martial arts and secret skills, after all, no matter if it was body movement, sword technique or spiritual power secret skills, it was not enough to understand them. It was more important to practice repeatedly. For example, The soul seal was actually a very complicated seal formed by the use of spiritual power. It was impossible to form it without a lot of practice. Therefore, Xia Ruofei was not in a hurry. He spoke to Xia Qing in his mind and left the spirit map space in a flash. Although he had been working hard in front of the Linglong Tower for 4 or 5 days without rest, only a few hours had passed in the outside world because of the difference in the flow of time. The sky had just turned dark. Xia Ruofei had eaten something in the interspace. In addition, he was extremely tired, so he did not eat dinner. He went to the bathroom to take a shower and went to bed. If it was someone else who had obtained a heaven-defying secret skill like Soul Seal, they would probably be extremely excited no matter how tired they were. They would toss and turn and not be able to sleep. However, Xia Ruofei's mental strength had been slowly trained after obtaining the spirit map space. Although he was very excited when he first obtained the inheritance, he fell asleep very quickly after lying on the bed. The next morning, Xia Ruofei woke up on time. In the past, he would be cultivating at this time, and today was no exception. However, he would not choose to use spirit crystals or origin crystals to cultivate in the outside world. Instead, he took out the spirit map scroll and entered the medium to cultivate. Xia Ruofei did not deliberately choose the Archean realm to save time. He sat cross-legged on the peak of the mountain in the Mountain Sea realm and cultivated for about 2 hours. This was the highest point of the Mountain Sea realm, and the field of vision was quite good. As long as one's vision was good enough, they could see every corner of the Mountain Sea realm. Of course, as they continued to level up and expand, the area of the Mountain Sea realm would continue to expand. Now, the surface and the surface of the sea were already curved to a certain extent. Hence, Xia Ruofei had always wondered if the Mountain Sea realm would become a planet if they continued to level up. He believed that even the cultivators from hundreds of years ago would know more about Earth than ordinary people. These cultivators might know that there was a big ball under their feet. Thinking that he might own a private planet in the future, Xia Ruofei could not help but feel a sense of longing. Xia Ruofei ended his cultivation and opened his eyes. In the herb garden and rice fields at the foot of the mountain, the free workers with a regular schedule had already started working. Xia Ruofei took a quick glance and left the space. It was 7 or 8 o'clock in the morning. Xia Ruofei had breakfast in the backyard and told Wu Chang that he had important things to deal with at home for the next few days and that he should not be disturbed if there was nothing. Also, unless it was Zhao Yongjun and the others, he should decline any visits. After returning to his master's courtyard, Xia Ruofei locked himself in his room again. As usual, he locked the door and windows, checked them with his mental power, and then set up a warning array in the room. He then took out the spirit map scroll and entered the space with a thought. Xia Ruofei was planning to focus on cultivating his soul seal for a few days. Xia Ruofei's cultivation was still not high enough to practice the noble sword, and it would be difficult for him to master it. It was best to practice the drifting footwork with the jade pillar array to achieve twice the result with half the effort. Now that the challenge count of the jade pillar array had not refreshed, Xia Ruofei had pushed back the cultivation of the drifting footwork. As for Soul Seal, it was obviously a matter of utmost importance. Lu Chengfeng had been captured by him for a few days. If he wanted to take Lu Chengfeng as his sole slave, he had to hurry up. Otherwise, it was hard to guarantee that the Falling Leaves sect would not be suspicious. Xia Ruofei went to the Linglong Pagoda, and sat down cross-legged. Xia Ruofei didn't need to spend time to understand the secret skills that he had inherited. He could practice them directly. After Xia Ruofei sat down, he immediately focused his mind and released a wisp of spiritual power. Slowly, under his control, it began to form seals. Another advantage of Xia Ruofei's cultivation of the soul seal was that he had spent a lot of spiritual energy to carve the runes. During the 3 times he unlocked the jade talismans, he had a lot of experience in the fine control of his spiritual energy, and his accuracy had obviously improved. Although drawing the array pattern and forming the seal were different, it was only a difference in the technique. In the end, it was still about the control of spiritual power. Hence, when Xia Ruofei was cultivating the soul seal, he was able to master it relatively quickly. Xia Ruofei was trying to form the master seal. In fact, whether it was the mother seal or the child seal, they were both very complicated. The difficulty level was much higher than the formation pattern of the Heaven Jade Talisman. Layers of seals condensed from mental energy continued to stack up, and a mysterious stream of light flowed on the seals. However, Xia Ruofei soon frowned. The flowing light on the magic seal also stagnated slightly. Then, the complicated magic seal collapsed all of a sudden, and the spiritual power disappeared. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the progress. This time, he had only completed less than 1/10 of the mother seal. Furthermore, the formation of the seals went from easy to difficult. The first few seals were relatively easy. Even so, Xia Ruofei had only completed less than 1/10 of it. Due to the precision of his control, the entire seal had collapsed. However, Xia Ruofei would not give up just because of one failure. Failure was normal, but if he succeeded on the first try, then the soul seal would be worthless. Xia Ruofei took a short break and started his second attempt. For the entire day and night, Xia Ruofei tried countless times, but each time ended in failure. In the past 20 hours, Xia Ruofei had also successfully completed about 1/7 of the progress. He stood up and stretched his arms and legs, then ate something and drank a few mouthfuls of water from the spirit pool, to help his mental power recover. After a short rest, Xia Ruofei prepared to continue condensing his soul seal. This time, he decided to bring the jade-like praying mat in the stone chamber of the Mountain Sea realm to the Archean realm. Sitting on the praying mat would not only speed up the recovery of his mental power, but it would also help him concentrate more. For the next 3 days, Xia Ruofei almost never left the small open space in front of the Linglong Tower. Other than when he used up a lot of spiritual power, he would stop to rest and recover. He would also eat something occasionally. The rest of the time, he was practicing how to form a soul seal. When he was about 1/3 done with the condensing of the soul imprint, Xia Ruofei stopped his practice. He had been at the Archean realm for 4 days and 4 nights. It was almost noon in the outside world. Xia Ruofei left the medium and went to the backyard. Wu Shoujuan and Xia Xiaolan had already prepared lunch. Xia Ruofei went back to his courtyard after he had some food. After continuously practicing under that state of high concentration, Xia Ruofei was inevitably tired. So after lunch, he took an hour's nap. At 9 o'clock in the afternoon, he entered the space again and continued to practice forming the soul seal. In the following days, Xia Ruofei would wake up early and cultivate for an hour or 2 in the medium before having breakfast. Then, he would return to his room and enter the medium to practice forming his soul seal. He had already calculated the time in the outside world when he was in the medium. He would leave for a while when it was mealtime and use the mealtime to relax a little. After resting, he would immediately enter the medium to practice. This continued for 3 days. In the past 3 days, Xia Ruofei stayed in the outside world for about 10 hours. Other than his 3 meals a day, he would take an hour nap if he was not struck by lightning. Then, at 9 p.m. in the outside world, he would leave the medium and return to the outside world to sleep. Although he wanted to master the soul seal as soon as possible, he still tried to maintain the normal work and rest in the outside world. Even so, due to the 30 times difference in time flow, Xia Ruofei had actually stayed in the spirit map space for 40 to 50 days. In the past 2 months, Xia Ruofei had only been doing one thing, and that was to practice forming soul seals. In the beginning, his progress was very fast. From the first time he condensed a soul seal, he only completed 1/10, then 1/8, 1/5, 1/3. However, as the seals needed to be condensed became more and more complicated, and the fusion between the seals became more and more difficult, Xia Ruofei's progress in cultivating the soul seal also slowed down. Finally, after going through such a difficult process, Xia Ruofei successfully condensed a complete soul seal for the first time. Even though it was just a spiritual seal simulated outside the body, as long as it was successfully condensed, it meant that Xia Ruofei had mastered the basic level of the spiritual secret skill. The true condensation of a soul seal had to be carried out directly in the sea of consciousness. Naturally, Xia Ruofei would not be like a hot-headed youth who would try it in his sea of consciousness right from the start. One must know that once the soul seal failed to form, the seals formed by the spiritual power would collapse instantly. If this collapse had happened in the sea of consciousness, Xia Ruofei's sea of consciousness would probably be riddled with holes by now. After all, even Xia Ruofei could not remember how many times he had practiced, let alone how many times the seals he had condensed had collapsed. The successful condensation this time boosted Xia Ruofei's confidence. He dispelled the seal formed by his spiritual power and immediately started a new round of practice. He had to practice as much as possible. Once he really condensed a soul seal in his sea of consciousness, it was best to succeed in one try. Otherwise, his sea of consciousness would be more or less damaged. Another day had passed in the outside world. Xia Ruofei had been practicing for more than 20 days in the spirit map space. He was finally satisfied with his soul seal condensation technique. 2445 Loyal Servant Number 1, 1. Xia Ruofei stood up and stretched his arms and legs, while sighing in his heart. Cultivation knew no time. Xia Ruofei had read about this in many cultivation books, but he finally understood it. This time, just to cultivate a soul seal, he had stayed in the space for more than 2 months. This was also due to the unique environment in the space, the top cultivation technique he cultivated, and the practice he got when he carved the array patterns. With many other beneficial factors stacked together, he still spent such a long time. This was also the first time Xia Ruofei had spent so much time in space using the difference in the flow of time. As only 3 or 4 days had passed in the outside world, Xia Ruofei had spent more than 2 months in the medium. In theory, he had aged more than 2 months. Of course, this was relative to the people in the outside world. To Xia Ruofei, the past 2 months had passed by day. It did not mean that he had aged 2 months in just 3 or 4 days. For cultivators, their bodies were spotless. As their cultivation level increased, the aging speed of the body would be greatly delayed, or even completely stopped. Therefore, 2 months was nothing. Although Xia Ruofei felt that he was fully prepared, he was not in a hurry to form a soul seal in his sea of consciousness. He had enough rest to ensure that his body and spiritual power had recovered to their best condition. Then, he sat down cross-legged on the jade futon, closed his eyes, and focused. It was extremely dangerous to form a soul seal in the sea of consciousness. However, when Xia Ruofei truly entered a state of calmness, all his nervousness, worry, and worries disappeared. At this moment, he was like an old monk with no desires. The only thing in his mind was the mysterious pattern of the soul seal. A wisp of mental energy entered his sea of consciousness through his meridians. Under Xia Ruofei's control, it condensed into a seal in an instant. The whole process was extremely smooth and natural, like an antelope hanging its horn without leaving a trace. Xia Ruofei's face was emotionless. The spiritual power in his sea of consciousness continued to form seals. After these dermic seals were condensed, they stacked together, and a huge, complicated dermic seal gradually took shape. As time passed, more and more dermic seals appeared in Xia Ruofei's sea of consciousness. Finally, the last dermic seal was formed. The seal floated toward the huge seal like the last piece of a puzzle. When it was embedded, the soul seal was finally formed. After the complete soul seal was condensed, the infinite world in the sea of consciousness seemed to shake slightly. The spirit on the small island in the center of the sea of consciousness spontaneously released a mysterious aura, which came to the soul seal in a flash and integrated with it. Xia Ruofei suddenly felt a connection between him and the soul seal. He vaguely realized that this was the reason why the soul seal could control other souls. Obviously, when the child seal merged into the other party's sea of consciousness, it would also form a similar connection with the other party's spirit body. Then, with the help of the connection between the child and mother seal, it would achieve the purpose of soul control. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but admire the exquisiteness of the soul seal's design. No wonder it could be sealed in the Heaven Jade Talisman even though it was only a spiritual power secret skill. When Xia Ruofei's spiritual aura was imprinted on the soul seal, the mother seal of the soul seal was completely condensed. Xia Ruofei's face revealed a satisfied smile. He rested for a while and immediately began to practice condensing child seals. With the experience of forming the mother seal, Xia Ruofei's process of forming the child seal was much smoother. Of course, the child seal was much less complicated than the mother seal. In about half a day, Xia Ruofei had already mastered the formation of the child seal. After he recovered, he immediately began to form the child seal in his sea of consciousness. This time, it was still a success on the first try. After the child seal was formed, it naturally revolved around the mother seal slowly, like a satellite. Xia Ruofei's heart was filled with joy. For the past 2 months, he had been practicing without sleep for a few days. Today, he had finally achieved great results. Cultivators whose spiritual power had reached the spirit-gathering realm could only control 5 child seals at most. However, Xia Ruofei did not continue to form child seals. Instead, he stood up and teleported to the mountain and sea realm in space. Now, Xia Ruofei's top priority was not to form child seals, because Lu Chengfeng was the only one who was suitable or qualified to be soul-controlled by him. No matter how many child seals he formed, it would not be of use. He had captured Lu Chengfeng and imprisoned him in the space for many days. since he wanted to control him completely and make him a nail-in the world of cultivation. He had to return to the world of cultivation as soon as possible. Hence, Xia Ruofei did not waste a single moment and immediately arrived at the mountain and sea realm. He didn't alert Bao Guijun and the others who were working in the herb garden and paddy fields. Instead, he wrapped himself with the invisible force of space and went to the space cage where Lu Qingfeng was imprisoned. Lu Qingfeng was sitting in the cage, bored. Although there was a certain amount of spiritual qi in it, it was a non-renewable resource. Even if the concentration of spiritual qi was higher than the outside world, Lu Qingfeng did not dare to practice without restraint. Lu Qingfeng couldn't get out, and he couldn't cultivate either. It was also because he was a cultivator that his physical and mental qualities were stronger than ordinary people. Otherwise, ordinary people would have gone crazy after being locked up in such a confined space for so many days. Xia Ruofei's sudden appearance in the spatial cage gave Lu Qingfeng a shock. When Lu Qingfeng saw who it was, he quickly stood up and knelt on the ground, calling out respectfully, "Senior." Xia Ruofei glanced at Lu Qingfeng indifferently and did not say anything. Lu Qingfeng couldn't figure out what Xia Ruofei was thinking, so he was naturally very nervous. At this moment, Lu Qingfeng suddenly felt a huge pressure coming toward him. He was so scared that his soul almost left his body. Could it be that Senior Qian thought he was useless and changed her mind to kill him? After Lu Qingfeng had such a thought, he was so scared that he kowtowed like pounding garlic and shouted, "Senior, please spare me. Senior, please spare my life." Xia Ruofei didn't say a word, but the spiritual pressure on Lu Qingfeng kept increasing. Lu Qingfeng struggled to hold on, his face turning pale. In front of Xia Ruofei, he couldn't even think of resisting. However, the pressure was getting stronger and stronger. Lu Qingfeng had no choice but to use his own spiritual power to resist. This was exactly what Xia Ruofei wanted. He continued to release his spiritual pressure and continuously consumed Lu Qingfeng's spiritual power. After a long while, Xia Ruofei suddenly retracted his spiritual pressure. He glanced at Lu Qingfeng and left the spatial cage in a flash. The whole process only took 3 to 4 minutes, but Lu Qingfeng's clothes were already soaked with sweat. He felt as if he had just walked through the gates of hell, and he was filled with fear. At the same time, Lu Qingfeng did not know what Xia Ruofei was up to. He became more and more nervous. After Xia Ruofei left the spatial cage, he hovered outside the cage and took a large bottle of spatial spirit pool water. He took a few big gulps. Then, a jade-like futon appeared under his feet. He took a step forward and sat down with his legs crossed. The jade futon was suspended in the air. Xia Ruofei sat on it, but the jade futon did not move at all. It was as if it was placed on the ground. With the help of the spiritual pond water, the praying mat, and the rich spiritual qi outside the cage, Xia Ruofei's spiritual power was recovering rapidly. When he had recovered about 90% of his mental power, he immediately flashed back into the cage. Xia Ruofei still didn't say a word. He directly released his spiritual pressure and swept it towards Lu Qingfeng. Lu Qingfeng wanted to cry, but had no tears. His spiritual power had been consumed by more than half in the short 3 to 4 minutes. After Xia Ruofei left, Lu Qingfeng also tried to recover his spiritual power. However, his cultivation technique was very ordinary and the spiritual qi in the cage was pitifully little. So when Xia Ruofei recovered his spiritual power and entered the cage, Lu Qingfeng's spiritual power had not recovered much. However, the spiritual pressure that he was in awe of once again descended on him. Helplessly, he could only use his spiritual power to resist. This was also an instinctive reaction of a cultivator. Even if the one standing in front of him was a nascent soul cultivator who was highly respected, Lu Qingfeng did not sit still and wait for death. He knew that he could not defeat his opponent, but he still tried his best to use his spiritual power to resist the pressure. This was the effect that Xia Ruofei wanted. This time, Xia Ruofei didn't leave the spatial cage. Lu Qingfeng's spiritual energy had been exhausted, but Xia Ruofei still had some energy left. Xia Ruofei saw that Lu Qingfeng's face was as pale as a sheet of paper. He was dispirited, and his eyes were dull. At the same time, his resistance to the spiritual pressure was getting weaker. Xia Ruofei knew that Lu Qingfeng's spiritual energy had been worn out. Sure enough, the next moment, Liu Qingfeng fell to the ground with a trace of despair in his eyes. He soon fell into a coma. Xia Ruofei had been waiting for such an opportunity to check that the gap between their spiritual power cultivation was not as wide as the chasm between heaven and earth. If he used the soul seal on Lu Qingfeng directly, it would definitely cause a strong resistance and the success rate would not be too high. Now that Lu Qingfeng's spiritual power had been completely consumed and he had passed out, it was naturally the best time to use the soul seal. Xia Ruofei didn't hesitate. With a thought, the child seal in his sea of consciousness was released. Under the control of his mind, the child seal was like a beam of light and entered Lu Qingfeng's forehead in the blink of an eye. After the child seal entered Lu Qingfeng's body, it didn't need Xia Ruofei's control at all. It spontaneously went straight into Lu Qingfeng's sea of consciousness. Lu Qingfeng was in an extremely weak state at the moment, and there was almost no resistance in his sea of consciousness. The child seal went straight in, and the fog in its path automatically parted to the sides. In just a few seconds, the child seal was imprinted in Lu Qingfeng's sea of consciousness. At this moment, Lu Qingfeng's spirit body seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep. When the child seal was imprinted in his sea of consciousness, a wisp of qi from Lu Qingfeng's spirit body was sucked out by the child seal and integrated into it. When Lu Qingfeng's soul aura was sucked into the child seal, Xia Ruofei immediately felt the connection between the child and mother seals. At the same time, he also sensed that Lu Qingfeng's consciousness and spiritual body could be sensed directly without the need to use spiritual power to probe inside. Xia Ruofei revealed a look of joy. He had successfully obtained his first soul servant. 2446 The future is limitless if you follow me. 1. Lu Qingfeng was still unconscious, but it didn't affect Xia Ruofei from feeling the heaven-defying function of the soul seal. The moment the mother-child seal formed a connection, Xia Ruofei knew that he could destroy Lu Qingfeng's soul with a single thought. And according to the description of the soul seal, no matter how far the two were, this soul restraint would not be affected. What was even more terrifying was that even if Lu Qingfeng's cultivation increased in the future, even if he had heaven-defying luck and his cultivation even surpassed Xia Ruofei's, he would not be able to get rid of the control of the soul seal. With the growth of cultivation and time, the connection between the child seal and Lu Qingfeng's sea of consciousness would become closer and closer. In the end, they would basically become one. It could be said that once the child seal was branded in his sea of consciousness, Lu Qingfeng would never be able to get rid of it for the rest of his life. Of course, because his soul was being controlled, Lu Feng could not even think of getting rid of it. Xia Ruofei looked at the unconscious Lu Feng. He did not feel guilty at all. That day, if Lu Feng had not been greedy and provoked Xia Ruofei would not have captured and imprisoned him. It could be said that Lu Feng's ending today was mostly his own fault. Besides, it was not necessarily a bad thing for his soul to be controlled by Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei was not a bloodthirsty person, and he would not sacrifice Lu Feng for no reason. Because of Lu Feng's absolute loyalty, Xia Ruofei would not be stingy with cultivation resources. At least in cultivation, Lu Feng's future achievements would be much higher than when he had not met Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei waved his hand and removed the spatial cage. The invisible force of space carried him and the unconscious Lu Feng, and slowly landed on a patch of grass. This place was very far from the place where the free laborers worked, and there was a tall mountain in the middle. Without the imprisonment of the space cage, Lu Feng was exposed to an environment with extremely rich spiritual qi. Xia Ruofei didn't try to save Lu Feng. In such an environment, Lu Feng slowly woke up. Lu Feng's eyes were filled with confusion when he first woke up. However, his body quickly shook and he looked at Xia Ruofei with respect. Lu Feng kneeled on the ground and said respectfully, "Master." Now that Lu Feng knew that Xia Ruofei had planted a soul seal in his sea of consciousness, he naturally understood why Xia Ruofei kept using her spiritual power to suppress him. He was very clear that he would be under Xia Ruofei's control for the rest of his life. However, this was the magic and horror of the soul seal. Even if Lu Feng knew everything, he still had a kind of admiration and respect for Xia Ruofei from the bottom of his heart. There was no trace of hatred at all. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "In the future, you can call me Mr. Xia in front of others." "Yes, Master." Lu Feng knelt on the ground and answered without hesitation. "Get up," Xia Ruofei said indifferently. "Thank you, Master," Lu Feng said. Then, he stood up and stood in front of Xia Ruofei with his hands by his side. Lu Feng could no longer have any other thoughts, so Xia Ruofei did not intend to deliberately hide the matter of the spirit map space. "Lu Feng, what do you think of this place?" Xia Ruofei asked indifferently. "Master, this place is the best place for cultivation," Lu Feng said respectfully. "I've read some ancient books in the sect. The so-called paradises recorded in them are nothing but slums compared to your abode." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "What if this is just a spatial treasure?" Lu Feng couldn't help but open his eyes wide in shock. After a while, he said, "This place. Master, are you saying that we're in the same magical abode?" He couldn't help but look at the vast space around him again, and his face revealed a look of disbelief. Xia Ruofei smiled lightly and did not explain. He brought Lu Feng out of the spirit map space and returned to the house outside. As soon as Lu Feng returned to the outside world, he immediately felt the familiar environment. He had been cultivating on Earth for decades, so he was very familiar with the environment. Lu Feng did not have the time to look at the furnishings in the room. He felt his vision blur and was once again brought into the spirit map space by Xia Ruofei. "Now you believe me?" Xia Ruofei asked. "I didn't mean to question you, Master," Lu Feng quickly replied in fear. There was a huge wave in his heart. Although the soul seal had controlled his soul and made him absolutely loyal to Xia Ruofei, it did not stop him from thinking independently. Nor did it turn him into a walking corpse that only followed orders mechanically. Lu Chengfeng had never heard of such a vast space that could allow living things to survive. He didn't even dare to think about it. At this moment, his admiration and respect for Xia Ruofei had reached a higher level. Xia Ruofei smiled. By the way, I'm not a nascent soul senior. I'm only 27 years old. Lu Chengfeng was dumbfounded once again. He stood still like a statue. After a long while, he asked in disbelief, Master, then your cultivation, not much higher than you. Xia Ruofei said, I'm only at refined Qi level 8 now, but I should be able to break through to refined Qi level 9 soon. 2447 You'll have a bright future if you follow me, too. In the past 2 months, although Xia Ruofei did not deliberately cultivate in the spirit map space, his cultivation had improved to a certain extent due to the unique environment and the fact that he needed to cultivate to recover from his condition sometimes. Now, Xia Ruofei could clearly feel that he was about to break through the bottleneck of refined Qi level 9. His experience told him that this was actually a sign of a breakthrough. As for how long it would take, it was not easy to judge. It was possible that he would break through naturally in the next cultivation, but it was also possible that he would need to drag on for a period of time. However, he was sure that he was not far from breaking through to refined Qi level 9. Lu Chengfeng felt that his knowledge system of cultivation that he had formed over the past few decades was about to collapse. Qi level 8. Even if he was about to break through to the peak of Qi level 9, he was only 1 level higher than him. But in front of Xia Ruofei, he had no power to resist. So, Lu Chengfeng couldn't help but ask, Master, if you're only a Qi condensation cultivator, how did you? Lu Chengfeng suddenly realized something and quickly said, I understand. Master, that's because we're in your spatial magic treasure. Lu Chengfeng was initially confused as to why Xia Ruofei, as a Qi refining cultivator, could have such an incredible ability like standing in the air and even teleporting. Then, he thought about it and realized that it was in Xia Ruofei's spatial Dharma treasure. Although he did not know much about such a high-grade spatial Dharma treasure, he could guess that the reason Xia Ruofei was able to use a nascent soul cultivator's divine power in here was most likely related to the spatial Dharma treasure. However, Lu Chengfeng would not look down on Xia Ruofei just because he was only in the Qi refining stage. Even without the soul seal, Xia Ruofei could still crush him. That day, his mental power was completely suppressed, and he was not in the spatial treasure. Thinking of this, Lu Chengfeng couldn't help but ask curiously, Master, if I may be so bold as to ask, your spiritual power cultivation, I've just broken through to the spirit gathering realm not long ago, Xia Ruofei said indifferently. Lu Chengfeng couldn't help but shiver. He looked at Xia Ruofei with respect and said, Master's spiritual power cultivation has already reached the spirit gathering realm. No wonder, Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, the spirit gathering stage is nothing. The Qi refining stage was just the beginning of cultivation. It wasn't even enough to lay the foundation. As long as you work for me with all your heart, your future achievements will definitely not stop at the Qi refining stage. Lu Chengfeng knelt down again in excitement and said, It's my great fortune to meet you, Master. This subordinate's life is yours, Master. Even if I have to go through fire and water, as long as Master says the word, this subordinate will not hesitate to sacrifice my life. Xia Ruofei said indifferently, Okay, I need you to return to the sect and gather all the information about the cultivation world. Other than that, you don't need to do anything else. You don't need to deliberately gather information either. You just need to note it down within the range that you can normally come into contact with. Don't deliberately ask about it. Your safety is the most important. I will need you in the future. Xia Ruofei was very clear about the power of the soul seal, so he had explained it clearly to Lu Chunfeng to prevent him from working too hard and giving himself away. Thank you for your understanding, Master, Lu Chunfeng said, touched. This subordinate will remember. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and asked again, by the way, you disappeared for a few days. Will the sect be suspicious? No, I won tea. Lu Chunfeng quickly said. Every year, disciples above the 5th Qi layer have a month of vacation, and often have the opportunity to leave the sect to go out to do business. This subordinate used the vacation to come out this time. Generally speaking, unless something big happens in the sect, no one will come to find this subordinate during the vacation. The world of cultivation was not isolated from the world. They had never cut off contact with the secular world, so they used modern means of communication. Xia Ruofei found a mobile phone in Lu Chunfeng's personal belongings, but he had casually thrown it into the warehouse where the spoils of war were kept. In the spirit map space, mobile phone signals could not penetrate in. Master, Lu Chunfeng added, even if someone looks for me during this period, I can just find a reason to brush it off. It's normal for cultivators to go into seclusion. Some people don't even turn on their phones for the whole holiday. It's fine as long as they return to the sect on time. Hearing this, Xia Ruofei finally felt at ease. I'll take you to a place, he said after some thought. With that, he teleported to the Archean realm with Lu Chunfeng and appeared in the open space in front of the Linglong Pagoda. You can stay here and cultivate. By the way, how much time do you have left for your holiday? Xia Ruofei said. Lu Chunfeng looked a little embarrassed and said, when I met Master in Pingan County that day, I had just started my vacation. Counting the days, I should have about 20 days left on my vacation. Xia Ruofei did some calculations. A year in the Archean realm was only about 12 days in the outside world. Hence, he said, Lu Chunfeng, you can cultivate here for a year first. Try to make a breakthrough in your cultivation. The soul seal could ensure Lu Chunfeng's loyalty. In addition, after the space was upgraded, it could exchange energy with the chaotic space. Lu Chunfeng's cultivation here would not affect the spiritual qi in the space. Hence, Xia Ruofei would not be stingy with his cultivation resources. The stronger Lu Chunfeng was, the more help he would be. Xia Ruofei naturally understood this. 1 year? Lu Chunfeng asked in surprise. Master. Then. What about the sect? Xia Ruofei said indifferently, the time flow here is 30 times slower than the outside world. If you cultivate here for 1 year, only 12 or 13 days would have passed in the outside world. The remaining time is enough for you to return to the sect. After Lu Chunfeng heard Xia Ruofei's words, he was stunned on the spot like a clay sculpture. He was so shocked by this news that he had lost his ability to think. Time law. And it was a difference of 30 times in the flow of time. This spatial magic treasure was simply too heaven-defying. Lu Chunfeng. Xia Ruofei frowned and shouted. Lu Chunfeng came back to his senses and quickly bowed, thank you, Master. This subordinate will definitely work hard to cultivate. He would strive to break through to refine Qi level 8 as soon as possible. In the future, I will be able to contribute more to Master. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "You only have one mission here, and that is to improve your cultivation as much as possible. Also, don't touch anything here. I'll have people prepare some living supplies for you. If you run out of supplies, just contact me through telepathy at any time." Xia Ruofei was not worried that Lu Chunfeng would lose control, but he still gave him some advice. In fact, Xia Ruofei had constructed a spatial barrier around some of the important resources in the Archean realm as protection. For example, the spirit heart tree, spirit heart fruit, and spirit heart flower petals. Even if Lu Chunfeng accidentally barged in, these strategic resources would not be damaged. "Yes," Lu Chunfeng quickly replied. "Master, this subordinate will definitely remember this in my heart." The thought of being able to cultivate in an environment where the spiritual qi was so dense that it had turned into mist for a year made Lu Chunfeng extremely excited. His respect and gratitude for Xia Ruofei deepened. Xia Ruofei then called Xia Qing over and briefly told her about Lu Chunfeng. Xia Qing naturally knew that the soul seal was passed down from the heavenward jade talisman. Seeing that Xia Ruofei had condensed a soul seal in such a short time and had even taken in a 7th Qi layer soul slave, she couldn't help but congratulate Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei asked Xia Qing to move some compressed biscuits, instant noodles, bottled water, and other living supplies to the Linglong Tower. She also brought a sleeping bag. These were the living supplies for Lu Chunfeng. As long as there was enough spiritual qi, cultivators didn't need too much food. Although qi refining cultivators couldn't completely abstain from eating, they didn't need to be too particular about food. These supplies were basically enough for Lu Chunfeng to support himself for a year. Xia Ruofei gave Lu Chunfeng a few more instructions and left the spirit map space, satisfied. 2448 The arrival of 2 daggers. 1. Xia Ruofei heaved a long sigh of relief when she returned to her bedroom. This trip to Africa could be said to have been a huge harvest. It could be said that it had basically come to a perfect end. Xia Ruofei did a quick count. His biggest gain was the basin-sized world stone. No matter what, the development of the spirit map space was always the top priority in Xia Ruofei's mind. He had accidentally obtained that world stone and successfully upgraded the spirit map space by 1 level. The upgrade of the interspace could be said to be a qualitative leap. Not only did it solve the problem of cultivating in the interspace, but it also developed the Linglong Pagoda, which would be very beneficial for Xia Ruofei's future cultivation. The unlocking of the Heaven Jade Talisman had given Xia Ruofei a lot of benefits, especially the Soul Seal, which allowed Xia Ruofei to successfully have a soul servant at Lianqi level 7. In the long run, be it casual steps or noble sword, they would greatly increase Xia Ruofei's combat strength. The 7th to 9th levels of the Great Dao technique would be enough to support Xia Ruofei's cultivation to the legendary realm. Other than the upgrade of the spirit map space and the unlocking of the Heaven Jade Talisman, Xia Ruofei's trip to Africa had also earned her 200 to 300 free laborers. While she was temporarily unable to make her own spirit puppets, it had solved the severe shortage of manpower in the space. Besides, after wiping out the Mord organization, the funds in Xia Ruofei's overseas account had risen to more than $2 billion. If the company were to speed up its development, he would have plenty of funds. Of course, when he went to Africa, he successfully found Lu Haojuan, the mastermind behind Song Qiming's assassination. A few days ago, Lu Haojuan was also killed by Elder Lu in the name of justice. This hidden danger was forever resolved. All in all, Xia Ruofei's trip to Africa could be described as perfect. His harvest had exceeded his expectations. At least, he did not expect to get such a huge piece of world stone from his trip to Africa. This time, Xia Ruofei had been out for a longer time. However, he did not return to the Three Mountains immediately after he was done with his business. This was because the Paradise Club would be opening in 2 days. Although he didn't manage much as a major shareholder, he definitely couldn't be absent from the opening ceremony. Zhao Yongjun, Song Ruwei, and the others were all very concerned about the Paradise gathering. To Xia Ruofei, this project was just for fun, but to Zhao Yongjun and the others, it was basically the core of their careers. This group of people had a lot of power in Beijing. They were so serious about this project and invested a lot of energy, so the construction progress was naturally quite fast. In fact, when Xia Ruofei was recording a life to look forward to, the construction of the Peach Blossom Society was basically completed. All that was left was some ancillary work such as greenery. Zhao Yongjun and the others were determined to make Paradise Club the benchmark for the high-end clubs in the capital, so they chose the best construction materials and decoration materials. After the construction, they even asked an authoritative organization to carry out a comprehensive environmental inspection of the club. The result was that the interior of the club met the standard for opening, and the harmful gases and other indicators were all within the standard range. In addition, when the club was still under construction, the recruitment and training work had already been carried out simultaneously, so it was basically a seamless link. Xia Ruofei rested for a day. The next morning, he took the Toyota Alpha business car driven by Wu Chang and headed to the capital International Airport. The Paradise Club was going to open tomorrow, and Ling Ji's private kitchen would also be set up in the club. According to the original agreement, the Ling's private kitchen of the Beijing Paradise Society was relatively independent of the Ling's dining group. Ling's dining group was considered to have invested in the company and was mainly responsible for running this Paradise Society. As a shareholder, Ling Ji Restaurant naturally had to send a representative to attend the opening ceremony. The representative of Ling Ji Restaurant was Ling Xiaotian's successor, Ling Qingxue. Xia Ruofei had to welcome his girlfriend at the airport since she was in the capital. Not only that, Xia Ruofei had already made arrangements yesterday for the flight crew to coordinate the flight route, so Ling Qingxue had actually taken the public jet Paradise today. After Xia Ruofei arrived at the airport, he let Wu Chang wait in the car while he went to the private aircraft building to handle the procedures. After going through a strict security check, he entered the restricted zone accompanied by the ground staff and directly arrived at the landing strip where Paradise was about to land. If non-internal staff wanted to enter the tarmac, the procedures were very strict. However, the crew of the Peach Garden had their own channels in the civil aviation field. Furthermore, they were entering the tarmac to pick up the Paradise. Hence, Xia Ruofei did not use his connections in Beijing. Instead, he asked Captain Lu Anqing to coordinate with them. The weather today was very good. The blue sky was cloudless, which was very rare in the capital. The field of view on the tarmac was very good, and they could clearly see the planes taking off and landing on the runway. In the distance, Beijing Airport was one of the busiest airports in the world. On average, there were more than 1,600 flights taking off and landing every day. It was also the second most crowded airport in the world, only second to Atlanta Airport in the United States. Xia Ruofei had only been waiting on the tarmac for a few minutes when more than a dozen planes took off or landed. On average, there was more than one plane taking off and landing every minute. Of course, the Capital International Airport had 3 runways. It could only achieve such high efficiency when it was running at full speed. 24:49, the arrival of 2 daggers, 2 minutes, he saw the Peach Source slowly descending. Although the Gulfstream business jet was much size than a single-channel narrow passenger plane like a Boeing 737 or an Airbus A320, the visibility in the airport was very high today. Furthermore, Xia Ruofei's vision was far better than ordinary people. So, when others could only see a small black dot slowly descending from the distance, he could already distinguish the logo of Paradise Corporation on the tail of the plane. Paradise landed steadily on the runway. Because it was a remote plane, it took more than 20 minutes to reach the tarmac. Under the command of the ground crew, it accurately landed on the plane. Although Xia Ruofei had been waiting for more than half an hour, he was not impatient at all. On the contrary, he and Ling Qingxue had not seen each other for a long time. He was about to see his girlfriend, so he couldn't help but feel a little excited. After Paradise's engine died down, the tarmac became much quieter. Soon, the door of the Peach Origin opened and the accommodation ladder was lowered. A flight attendant stepped down from the plane and stood beside the cabin door. When she saw Xia Ruofei waiting on the tarmac, she immediately bowed slightly and said, "Good day, Mr. Fong." Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded at her. Then, he turned to look at the cabin door. Ling Qingxue finally appeared at the cabin door. Xia Ruofei quickly walked up to her and said with a smile, "Qingxue, you've had a long journey." Xia Ruofei stood under the plane and reached out to Ling Qingxue, wanting to take her luggage. Unexpectedly, Ling Qingxue did not get off the plane immediately. She only smiled at Xia Ruofei and moved away. Then, another beautiful figure appeared at the cabin door. Xia Ruofei could not help but be stunned. He subconsciously took a quick glance at Ling Qingxue, then laughed dryly. "Wei Wei? You're in the capital too?" This time, it was Song Wei who appeared at the door. Xia Ruofei did not know that Song Wei had come to the capital with Ling Qingxue. Moreover, Ling Qingxue and Song Wei did not reveal anything, which made Xia Ruofei a little surprised. Especially with the relationship between the 3 of them, Xia Ruofei couldn't help but feel awkward. Song Wei smiled at Xia Ruofei and asked, "Am I not welcome?" "How could it be?" Xia Ruofei quickly said, "Let's get off the plane first. Let's talk while we walk." Song Wei nodded and walked down the ramp with her luggage. Xia Ruofei quickly took Song Wei's luggage and Ling Qingxue's luggage. When facing Ling Qingxue and Song Wei at the same time, Xia Ruofei had to be careful, afraid that he would favor one over the other. Ling Qingxue saw Xia Ruofei's nervous look and a smile flashed across her eyes. However, she did not show it on her face and just quietly followed Song Wei as they got off the plane. Captain Luan also got off the plane. The other captain, Jing Daming, probably stayed in the cockpit to do some inspection work after landing and did not come down. Xia Ruofei said to Luan, "Captain Lu, you've worked hard. The crew will rest in Beijing for the next few days. I'll contact you in advance if there's anything." "Yes, Mr. Xia." Luan said, "Take care. I still have some work to do, so I won't be able to see you out." Xia Ruofei smiled. and nodded. He waved at Luan and the flight crew. Then, he pushed the 2 suitcases and led Ling Qingxue and Song Wei to the exit. From afar, Wu Chang saw the 3 of them walking out of the private jet building. He quickly got off the car and walked up to them, taking the luggage from Xia Ruofei's hands. The 2 most comfortable seats in the middle row were naturally reserved for Ling Qingxue and Song Wei. Xia Ruofei took the initiative to sit in the front passenger seat. After Wu Chang placed his luggage in the trunk, he quickly walked to the front and sat in the car. "Let's go back to Sihiyuan," Xia Ruofei said to Wu Chang. "Yes, boss." "Yes," Wu Chang replied calmly and started the car slowly. Xia Ruofei sat on his side and turned to the back. He smiled and asked, "Weiwei, how's Uncle Song's health?" "It's recovering well," Song Wei said. "The medicine you left behind is very effective. He can now walk." Xia Ruofei said happily, "That's great. I was still wondering if I should find some time to go back and show him. It seems like there's no need for that, it's just that my dad can't stay idle. He started working as soon as he recovered a little," Song Wei said with a frown. "Even though he hasn't gone to work yet, he has to read a lot of documents every day. And there's an endless stream of people reporting to him. He's treating his home as his office." Xia Ruofei laughed. "Uncle Song's position is more important. There are many things that need his approval. You have to understand. It doesn't matter if I understand him or not. He doesn't listen to me anyway," Song Wei said. "Well, I asked him a few more questions, but he found me annoying. He said that he's fine now and told me not to stay at home and slack off. He told me to come back to school as soon as possible." Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. He knew that Song Wei was just complaining. As Song Qiming's daughter, Song Wei had been influenced by him since she was young. How could she not know the severity of the situation? In fact, many people were envious of Song Qiming's current state. Even elder Song was worried that Song Qiming's recovery period would take too long. If that happened, he would have to appoint someone new to his current position. After Song Qiming recovered, he might only be able to arrange a position of the same level, but the importance of this position would definitely be far less than that of the Deputy Secretary of the Southeast Province and the Secretary of Sanshan City. Song Qiming's position had not been replaced, and there were so many people reporting to him every day. This was the most ideal result. Xia Ruofei also knew that Song Qiming's brain injury was still recovering. After drinking the soup, the injury in his sea of consciousness had probably recovered as well. His other external injuries were not serious. With his current state, he should be able to handle work every day without any problems. Xia Ruofei was worried that Ling Qingxue would feel that he had been left out. So, after talking to Song Wei for a while, he immediately changed the topic to Ling Qingxue and asked about the recent situation of Ling Ji restaurant. This time, Ling Qingxue did not treat Xia Ruofei badly because of Song Wei, as Xia Ruofei had worried. Although Ling Qingxue didn't smile much, at least she didn't look cold. After a few words, Xia Ruofei said, "Qingxue, there might be a lot of guests at the opening ceremony tomorrow. There might be a lot of pressure on Ling Ji's private kitchen. You have to make arrangements in advance." The service staff was all provided by the Paradise Club. As for the management, Ling Ji F&B had sent a manager over. In addition, the entire kitchen was also in charge of Ling Ji F&B. The manager and chef had arrived in Beijing a few days ago and settled in the Paradise Club. They had come early to familiarize themselves with the environment and the team. After all, they would be working together in the future. If they didn't manage to establish a good relationship, it would cause all kinds of trouble. Ling Qingxue nodded and said, "Don't worry. Ling Ji's private kitchen definitely wouldn't drop the ball. We've already made sufficient preparations. In addition, senior brother has already started to process the ingredients since the day before yesterday. Tomorrow, our signature Buddha jumps over the wall will definitely be a hit." This Buddha jumps over the wall was a secret recipe provided by Xia Ruofei. Later on, it had become the signature dish of the Three Mountains Ling Ji private kitchen. If customers wanted to eat it, they had to make an order many days in advance. Many of the ingredients for the Buddha jumps over the wall soup had to be prepared in advance. Some of them even had to be slowly cooked for more than 10 hours. Therefore, Ling Qingxue had already made arrangements for them in advance. Along the way, Xia Ruofei kept his side facing Ling Qingxue and Song Wei as he talked to them. Although there was still a little bit of awkwardness between the three of them, Xia Ruofei could still feel that Ling Qingxue and Song Wei's subconscious rejection seemed to have decreased a lot. Xia Ruofei was overjoyed. This was a good start. To the courtyard in Luhai Lane, Xia Ruofei asked Wu Shouchuan to prepare 2 guest rooms. He had thought that only Ling Qingxue would be coming, so he had not asked anyone to prepare a guest room. He had even thought that he could use Ling Qingxue's visit to the capital as an opportunity to ease the somewhat awkward relationship between the two of them. It would be best if they could sleep on the same bed again. However, this time, Song Wei and Ling Qingxue came together. Xia Ruofei knew that it was impossible for them to live together. It was already noon when they returned from the airport. Ling Qingxue and Song Wei went back to their rooms to pack up and went to the backyard to have lunch with Xia Ruofei. After the meal, the three of them returned to the courtyard in the middle. Ling Qingxue said, "Ruofei, can you arrange a car for me? Tomorrow is the opening ceremony, and I'll be going to the peach blossom gathering in the afternoon to see how senior brother Wu and the others are preparing." The senior brother Wu that Ling Qingxue was talking about was one of Ling Xiaoyan's disciples. Previously, he had been working at the Ling's private kitchen of the Three Mountains. This time, he had been sent to the capital city to take charge of the Ling's private kitchen of the Peach Blossom Society. He could be considered to be in charge of the work alone. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "No problem. I'll go with you in the afternoon. It just so happens that I haven't been there for a while." "Don't go in the afternoon," Ling Qingxue said. "Wei Wei is looking for you for something." "Ah?" Xia Ruofei was stunned. "I'm fine," Song Wei replied with a flushed face. "What could happen to me?" Ling Qingxue smiled and said, "How can it be fine? Didn't we have an agreement? I'll let this guy accompany you in your cultivation in the afternoon. It's my turn to cultivate at night. Now that this guy often runs out, and our cultivation technique needs his cooperation, it's not easy to catch him, so of course we have to seize the opportunity. It's okay to train. We'll have plenty of time in the future," Song Wei said shyly. Xia Ruofei looked at Ling Qingxue and then looked at Song Wei. He thought for a moment and nodded. "All right then. I'll get Wu Chong to drive you, and I'll give Brother Zhao a call. They should be at the club today." Ling Qingxue smiled and nodded, "Sure. You just have to make the arrangements." Ling Qingxue then took Song Wei's hand and said, Wei Wei. We've already come to an agreement, what's there to be embarrassed about? If we don't take the initiative to seize the opportunity to cultivate, then when can we improve our cultivation? What if the gap between us gets bigger and bigger in the future? Xia Ruofei laughed dryly at the side and did not say anything. Song Wei blushed and nodded her head, saying, I got it. Xia Ruofei called Wu Chong over and gave him some instructions. He asked Wu Chong to drive Ling Qingxue to the Peach Blossom Association in a Toyota Alpha car and stay there in the afternoon. He then called Zhao Yongjun, Song Ruofei, and the others were all at the club, busy preparing for the opening ceremony tomorrow. Zhao Yongjun heard Xia Ruofei say that Ling Qingxue would be there in a while, so he said, let sister-in-law do it. If there's anything you need us to coordinate with the private restaurant, you can also find me directly. Thanks. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Why are you being so polite with me? Zhao Yongjun laughed and scolded, besides, isn't this our own business? That's right. Your sister-in-law just arrived in the capital and wanted to come over to see her. You're a major shareholder, how can you still have the nerve to hide? Xia Ruofei glanced at Song Wei and Ling Qingxue and said awkwardly, Big brother Zhao, I have some things to do this afternoon and can't leave. Otherwise, I would definitely go with Qingxue. Zhao Yongjun wasn't Song Ruofei. He wouldn't keep harping on this matter. Since Xia Ruofei had explained, he didn't say anything more. He just smiled and said, then you have to come over tomorrow. Please don't be late. Definitely not. Brother Zhao, don't worry. I'll definitely arrive early tomorrow. Xia Ruofei said. All right. I'm busy here. I won't talk to you anymore. Zhao Yongjun said. Good. Then. See you tomorrow. After Xia Ruofei hung up, he said to Ling Qingxue, you're familiar with brother Zhao and Song Ruofei. They'll be there this afternoon. You can find them if you need anything. We're all family, and it's our own business, so you're welcome. I got it. Ling Qingxue said, then I'll go over directly. After she finished speaking, she winked at Song Wei and clenched her fist to cheer her on, causing Song Wei to blush again. Ling Qingxue went to the backyard to get a car. Only Xia Ruofei and Song Wei were left in the yard. The atmosphere suddenly became a little ambiguous. Song Wei blushed and stared at her feet. She said softly, Ruofei, you should rest for the afternoon. Xia Ruofei chuckled. Let's not stand here and talk. Let's go inside. Ah? Song Wei was stunned. Ah, what? Xia Ruofei laughed and said, of course, I have to cultivate in the house. Are we going to set up a time formation in the courtyard? Then, Xia Ruofei held on to Song Wei's hand and led her into his house. After entering the house, Xia Ruofei saw that Song Wei was a little reserved. He could not help but smile and said, Wei Wei, you've been here countless times. Why are you acting so distant today? Song Wei was very familiar with this room. It was here that she had insisted on removing the peach blossom miasma. Xia Ruofei had taken the risk and accidentally discovered the spirit body combined cultivation method. Taken the risk, their relationship wouldn't have made any substantial progress. Of course, Xia Ruofei might never find out the true secret of the scripture. After hearing Xia Ruofei's words, Song Wei glared at him and said, I'm not as thick-skinned as you. Xia Ruofei leaned back on the sofa comfortably and said seriously, Wei Wei, since it's like this now, why should we think so much? I see that Qingxue is slowly accepting it. I know that this is unfair to both of you, but that was indeed an accident, wasn't it? I can't give you too many promises, but I can promise that I'll treat you well in the future and won't let any of you feel neglected. This was the first time Xia Ruofei had told Song Wei about the relationship between the three of them. Song Wei was slightly moved after hearing it. She nodded and said, Qingxue and I both know about it. Oh right, Qingxue was the one who took the initiative to ask me to come to the capital with her. It just so happens that my parents are also afraid that I'll delay my studies and have been urging me to come back as soon as possible, so I went back to the capital with them. Xia Ruofei chuckled. Then, we won't leak any information at all. This is Qingxue's idea, right? It's our idea. Song Wei laughed. All right. You've already started to play tricks on me. Xia Ruofei deliberately made a fierce expression and said, How do you think I should punish you? You can punish me however you want. Song Wei laughed. Who asked our cultivation to be inferior to yours? We can't resist you. After she finished speaking, Song Wei made a pitiful face. Xia Ruofei could not help but feel warm inside. He stood up from the sofa, held Song Wei's slender waist, and lowered his head to kiss her. Song Wei raised her head in panic. Just as she was about to speak, her mouth was blocked. Song Wei felt Xia Ruofei's hands were getting more and more naughty. She twisted her body gently and said, Ruofei, cultivate. Cultivate first. Although Xia Ruofei and Song Wei were already very close during the spirit body joint cultivation, they had never had any physical contact outside of cultivation. Song Wei still had some psychological barriers about this. Of course, it was not that she was unwilling, but she was concerned about Ling Qingxue's feelings. Xia Ruofei sighed and his eyes became clear again. He smiled and said, Good. Let's cultivate first. Song Wei was slightly apologetic as she carefully asked, Ruofei, you won't be angry, will you? Xia Ruofei laughed, Silly girl. Why would I be angry with you? Don't let your thoughts run wild. We haven't been spending much time together recently, so we should hurry up and cultivate when we have the chance. You guys should also seize the opportunity to improve your cultivation. Ever since he knew about the situation in the world of cultivation, Xia Ruofei had always felt a sense of crisis. Not only did he feel more pressured in his own cultivation, but he also hoped to improve the cultivation of the people around him. Song Wei and Ling Qingxue were only at refined Qi level 3. Even though the world of cultivation on Earth had declined, their cultivation was still not enough. Even if they were not at the bottom, they were not far from it. Xia Ruofei hoped that Song Wei and Ling Qingxue could at least protect themselves as he could not be by their side all the time. After Xia Ruofei finished speaking, he returned to his bedroom and took out the array flags from the medium. Then, he returned to the living room and set up the array flags skillfully. Then, he went over to lock the doors and windows, draw the curtains, and set up a few alarm arrays. Wei Wei. Let's go in. Cultivation needs to seize every second. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Song Wei looked at Xia Ruofei and felt that he was not angry. She let out a sigh of relief and nodded. She held Xia Ruofei's hand and walked into the time formation. When Xia Ruofei, Ling Qingxue, and Song Wei cultivated together, they would usually set up a time array. On one hand, it was to save time. They usually only spent 1 or 2 hours together, which was definitely not enough for cultivation. However, if they used time array flags to create a time difference of 90 times, they would have more time. On the other hand, this was so that once he discovered something, he could react faster. Under the effect of the time array flag, the flow of time inside and outside the array was 90 times slower. When looking at the outside world from the range of the array flag, it was equivalent to 90 times slow motion. If someone really broke into the house, Xia Ruofei and Song Wei could exit their cultivation state and respond. The two of them sat down cross-legged within the range of the array. Then, they reached out their hands in tacit understanding, and their palms touched. At the same time, they circulated the absolute beginning Heart Sutra cultivation technique. They had been cultivating together for a long time, and they were already very familiar with this process. Therefore, after each of them circulated their soul energy for a few cycles, their soul frequencies were adjusted to a state where they were basically synchronized. Wei, concentrate. Let's start our cultivation, Xia Ruofei said in a deep voice. Song Wei nodded her head calmly. Next, when the two of them circulated their cultivation techniques, their true qi no longer circulated in their bodies. Instead, through a relay method, their true qi formed a big circulation in their meridians, and their mental energy gradually blended together. After a few cycles, Xia Ruofei felt that their soul frequencies were basically in sync. Hence, he began the next step of the ethereal joint cultivation. Xia Ruofei's spiritual energy entered Song Wei's consciousness through her meridians. A simulated spiritual body was formed on the island in the center of her consciousness. They started to cultivate together. The scene seemed to be erotic, but in fact, both of their spiritual bodies were solemn. In the extreme trembling of the blending of souls, the speed and efficiency of their cultivation suddenly increased by several times. The true qi in their meridians was circulating faster and faster. And the origin crystals in their palms were also being consumed quickly. Cultivation knew no time. Xia Ruofei and Song Wei felt that it was just a short moment, but in fact, they had been in the state of combined cultivation for a few hours. If Xia Ruofei had not felt a slight tremor at the bottleneck of his cultivation, the joint cultivation of their spirit bodies would have continued. Xia Ruofei's face revealed a trace of surprise. He did not expect that the bottleneck of his cultivation had not moved at all. This time, after he combined cultivation with Song Wei's spirit body, he was finally touched. The cultivation efficiency of the Great Way of Tao was definitely higher than that of the Absolute Beginning Heart Sutra. Moreover, the gap between Xia Ruofei's cultivation and Song Wei's and Ling Qingshue's was relatively large. When they were cultivating the spirit and body together, Song Wei and Ling Qingxue would definitely benefit more. Xia Ruofei's own cultivation would improve relatively slower. There was no other way. But sometimes, even if one's cultivation efficiency was high, one might not be able to break through. Even if the efficiency of cultivation was low, it did not mean that there would be no effect. Perhaps Xia Ruofei had been cultivating the great Tao arts all this time and had accumulated a certain level of quantitative change. This time, he was finally going to cause a qualitative change. Perhaps it was because trying different cultivation methods would make it easier to reach a bottleneck. In short, this was the first time Xia Ruofei truly felt the opportunity to break through. He was only distracted for a moment, and he quickly regained his focus. However, he didn't continue to cultivate, because he felt that it would be more difficult to break through the bottleneck between refined Qi level 8 and 9 with the help of the absolute beginning scripture. Hence, Xia Ruofei decided to stop cultivating. He and Song Wei tacitly withdrew from the state of the spirit-body joint cultivation. Then, they circulated the absolute beginning heart sutra for 2 more cycles and completely left the state of cultivation. Song Wei's face was still flushed red as she asked, "Ruofei, is there a problem?" Although Song Wei did not have as much cultivation experience as Xia Ruofei, she could still sense the change in Xia Ruofei's emotions when they were in the state of the spirit-body combined cultivation. Xia Ruofei said apologetically, Wei, I feel like I'm about to break through. 2452 Refined Qi Level 9, 1, happily, that's great. Ruofei, we should continue to cultivate. Why did you suddenly stop? Xia Ruofei scratched his head and said, I feel that the absolute beginning scripture is not enough to break through the bottleneck of my cultivation. Once I break through, my state may not be stable. I'm worried that the process of breaking through will affect you. So, Song Wei was a little down and said, it's all because my cultivation level is too low. Not only can I not help you, but I might even cause more trouble, Xia Ruofei laughed and said, silly. Do you know how difficult it is to go from refined Qi level 8 to refined Qi level 9? My cultivation has long reached the peak of refined Qi level 8, but it's just a paper window that I can't break through no matter how much I cultivate. I didn't expect that after only cultivating with you for a few hours today, that bottleneck actually began to loosen. You call this not being able to help me? You've been a great help to me. Song Wei's worry turned into joy. She opened her eyes wide and said, really? Her lips curled up into a beautiful arc, and her heart was filled with joy. Xia Ruofei touched Song Wei's hair affectionately and said, of course it is. Wei, you're definitely going to bring fortune to your husband. Otherwise, why would I immediately see the hope of breaking through the moment I started cultivating with you? Song Wei blushed and said, you're full of nonsense. Xia Ruofei laughed and then said seriously, Wei, I'm going to use the time formation to cultivate in seclusion and try to break through to refine Qi level 9 in one go. He said. The smart Song Wei immediately said, cultivate in peace. I'll stand guard outside and protect you. Zhang Xian said. Xia Ruofei hugged Song Wei gently and said, thank you for your hard work. I estimate that the breakthrough process should not take too long. We can continue to cultivate later. If I break through to refine Qi level 9, our cultivation efficiency will definitely be much higher. You're also close to refined Qi level 4, so try to achieve a breakthrough in this cultivation. Song Wei nodded her head and said, Then hurry up and cultivate. I'll be going out first. Xia Ruofei and Song Wei walked out of the time formation. Although the two of them had been cultivating in the array for a few hours, only 2 to 3 minutes had passed in the outside world. Song Wei picked up a book from the shelf beside her and smiled at Xia Ruofei. I'll read a book at the door for a while. You can cultivate in peace. No one will come and disturb you. Xia Ruofei walked Song Wei to the door, then returned to the house and locked the door. He took back the time formation flag and walked into the bedroom. The process of breaking through would consume a lot of spiritual qi. Xia Ruofei would not waste his crystals at this time, so he had planned to cultivate in the spirit map space from the beginning. Furthermore, with the effects of the time array flag and the Archean realm stacked, time could flow 2000 times faster. This way, even if the process of breaking through took longer, Song Wei wouldn't have to wait too long. Xia Ruofei locked the bedroom door and summoned the spirit map scroll from his palm. He casually stuffed it under his blanket and entered the spirit map space, where he was at the primal level. He went directly to the open space in front of the Linglong Tower. Lu Qingfeng was sitting cross-legged and cultivating. The batch of living supplies he had with him had already consumed some of them. A day had passed in the outside world, but Lu Qingfeng had been cultivating here for a month. Because of the soul seal, Lu Qingfeng immediately sensed Xia Ruofei's presence the moment he entered the space. He immediately stopped his cultivation and opened his eyes. Seeing Xia Ruofei standing not far from him, Lu Qingfeng quickly stood up and bowed to Xia Ruofei. He called out respectfully, "Good day, master." Xia Ruofei waved his hand. "I'm also here to cultivate. Don't worry about me. Continue cultivating." "Yes, master." Lu Qingfeng replied. There was an empty space around the Linglong Tower. Xia Ruofei walked to the other side and threw out the time array flags. The array was set up in an instant. Then, he walked into the formation space and sat down cross-legged to calm his mind. He began to circulate the first level of the Great Dao Chant cultivation technique. The entire qi refining stage was actually cultivating the first level of the Great Dao Chant cultivation technique. The majestic genuine qi surged in Xia Ruofei's meridians and quickly circulated according to the circulation route of the first level of the Great Dao formula. Traces of spiritual qi were absorbed into Xia Ruofei's body at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. After passing through his dantian, they were transformed into genuine qi. In fact, Xia Ruofei's dantian was almost full. However, after each circulation, the genuine qi in his dantian would become more solid. Xia Ruofei circulated the Great Dao technique over and over again, without any distracting thoughts. Once he entered the state of cultivation, Xia Ruofei would not think about anything else. Even if he was about to have a breakthrough in his cultivation, his heart was still very calm. The only thought in his mind was to control his genuine qi and continuously circulate it in his meridians according to the Great Dao technique. The genuine qi in his dantian became more and more solid. Xia Ruofei even felt a swelling sensation. This was a feeling that would only occur when the genuine qi had been condensed to the extreme. There was a limit to the compression of true energy, and this was related to one's cultivation realm. In other words, within the realm of refined qi level 8, his dantian's capacity limit was more or less this. If he wanted to continue to improve, he had to break through to refined qi level 9. 2453 Refined qi level 9, 2, dantian's capacity expand, but more importantly, their true qi would also undergo a qualitative leap. With the same amount of true qi, there would be a huge difference between a cultivator of the 8th and 9th qi levels. The density of their true qi would increase even further. Wisps of true qi were continuously compressed in his dantian. The Great Dao Arts technique did not stop for a moment. The true qi in his dantian was also approaching the limit of its density. The spiritual energy within the spirit map was rather abundant. Furthermore, Xia Ruofei was within an array that was 70 to 80 times slower than the time of an Archean realm expert. Hence, the spiritual energy consumption per unit of time was tens of times greater. From Lu Qingfeng's point of view, it was as if a vortex had appeared where Xia Ruofei was cultivating. The spiritual qi around him was being devoured at an extremely fast speed, and there was even a temporary vacuum zone of spiritual qi. Fortunately, the energy exchange rate between the spirit map space and the chaotic space was very high. It could still maintain such a rapid consumption and did not cause any damage to the foundation of the space. However, the concentration of spiritual energy in the Yuanshu realm began to inevitably decrease slowly. The energy formation of the spirit map space could no longer keep up with the speed at which Xia Ruofei was consuming his spiritual energy. Lu Chengfeng was dumbfounded. His admiration for Xia Ruofei could not be any greater. Especially under the effect of the soul seal, Xia Ruofei had become an omnipotent god in his heart. Although the Archean realm and the mountain and sea realm were relatively independent, they were also closely connected. They were like two connected vessels. The concentration of spirit qi in the Archean realm started to decrease, and the energy exchange formation couldn't keep up with Xia Ruofei's consumption rate. Naturally, the spirit qi in the mountain and sea realm started to flow towards the Archean realm. The concentration of spiritual energy in a claimed space would always maintain a dynamic balance. Xia Qing immediately sensed the change. With a flash, she arrived at the Archean realm. At first, he thought that something had gone wrong with Lu Qingfeng's cultivation. However, the moment he reached the Archean realm, he saw Xia Ruofei cultivating in the time array. Xia Qing's expression was grave as she stood by the pond, closely watching Xia Ruofei's situation. At the same time, Xia Qing also took out a few crystals from the warehouse where Xia Ruofei stored his important supplies. Once the spiritual qi concentration dropped to a dangerous level, he would decisively set up a spirit gathering formation around Xia Ruofei and use the spiritual qi in the crystals to maintain Xia Ruofei's cultivation. Because the mountain and sea realm covered a large area, the total amount of spirit qi in the spirit map space was also very large. Even though they had been replenishing their blood toward the area where the concentration of spirit qi was low, in general, the spirit qi in the entire spirit map space had not decreased by much. Xia Ruofei could not feel the passage of time as he was cultivating. He didn't know how much time had passed, but he was immersed in his cultivation state. He didn't know that Lu Chengfeng had been shocked by his cultivation method of swallowing spiritual qi like a whale, and that it had also shocked Xia Qing. In fact, if Xia Ruofei did not have the realization of breaking through, no matter how hard he cultivated, he would not be able to make any progress. A bottleneck was a bottleneck because it was difficult to break through. In the end, he might even cultivate for half a day without any change in his genuine qi because his dantian was already full. Only by sensing the opportunity for a breakthrough could it be possible to break through the bottleneck in one go by continuously compressing the true qi through cultivation. Xia Ruofei continued to cultivate in the array for more than 10 hours. Finally, he felt that a layer of shackles had been broken, and he had a feeling of satisfaction. When the shackles were broken, the genuine qi in Xia Ruofei's body flowed faster, and his dantian began to expand slowly. Xia Ruofei was slightly happy, but he quickly collected his thoughts and continued to operate the Great Tao technique. The process of the breakthrough lasted for almost an hour. During this process, Xia Ruofei felt as if he was soaking in a hot spring. Every pore on his body was filled with comfort. All the meridians involved in the first level of the Great Tao arts had been widened during the process of this breakthrough. At the same time, they had also become tougher. The expansion and strengthening of the meridians meant that they could withstand more and more powerful true qi. After his dantian expanded, it seemed to have become much emptier. The true qi in his dantian had also been compressed to the extreme during the breakthrough process, and a qualitative change finally appeared. The true qi of Lianqi level 9 was obviously more condensed than when he was at Lianqi level 8. Xia Ruofei roughly sensed that the same amount of true qi was at least twice as powerful as before. Besides the strengthening of his energy center and meridians, Xia Ruofei felt that his body had also been tempered after he had reached refined qi level 9. He was much stronger, especially in the process of breaking through. When the genuine qi was transforming the meridians, a part of it seemed to seep into the muscles and internal organs, strengthening Xia Ruofei's entire body to a certain extent. He knew that this was something that would definitely happen when one was about to reach the peak of the refinement stage. The next time would be when he broke through a major realm, and at that time, the strengthening of his body would be even more obvious. Due to the expansion of his dantian and the condensation of his true qi, Xia Ruofei could clearly feel that his dantian was much emptier. He was feeling an obvious hunger. Xia Ruofei prepared to continue cultivating. On one hand, he wanted to fill up his empty dantian. On the other hand, he wanted to consolidate his cultivation. However, he suddenly frowned. Xia Ruofei could feel that the spiritual qi in the surroundings had decreased slightly. He raised his head and saw Xia Qing standing on the shore, with a worried look on her face, watching him. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and gave up on his cultivation plan. He stood up and walked out of the time formation. In a flash, he appeared by the pool. Seeing Xia Ruofei stop cultivating, Xia Qing quickly bowed and called out, "Master." Xia Ruofei nodded and asked, "Why do I feel that the concentration of spirit qi in the space has decreased?" Xia Qing revealed a bitter smile and said, "Master, the speed at which you absorb spirit qi during your cultivation is too fast. The energy exchange between the spirit map world and the chaos space can't keep up with your absorption speed, so the concentration of spirit qi will naturally decline. Fortunately, you haven't been cultivating for a long time, and the total amount of spirit qi in the spirit map world is relatively large, so it won't harm the foundation of the spirit map world." Xia Ruofei raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked, "I was absorbing it so quickly just now. By right, there shouldn't be a problem for the spirit map world to support the cultivation of several qi refinement cultivators together." Xia Qing was stunned and pouted at Xia Ruofei's time formation flag that had not been removed. Xia Ruofei suddenly understood. The time array flag didn't accelerate to the limit. It created a difference of 70 to 80 times time flow. Compared to those at the Archean realm, the rate of spirit qi consumption per unit time was 70 to 80 times faster. To put it more vividly, it was equivalent to 70 to 80 Xia Ruofei's cultivating at the same time. Moreover, it was a cultivation breakthrough that consumed a lot of spiritual qi. This was similar to the time array when he was cultivating the heart condensing grass in the past. In order to prevent the spiritual qi consumption in the spirit map space from shaking the foundation, a spirit gathering array had to be set up outside the time array, and spiritual crystals were used to supply the spiritual qi consumption of the array. It was no wonder that the spirit qi concentration in the spirit map world had begun to decline slowly. Xia Ruofei revealed an awkward smile. Fortunately, the process of breaking through was not very long. Over 10 hours inside the formation was equivalent to a few minutes in the primal region. It was just that it had consumed spiritual energy that would normally take More than 10 hours in a few minutes, so it looked a little scary. Xia Ruofei said, "It's fine. I'll remove the time array flags immediately. I just wanted to save some time, but I didn't expect to cause such a big commotion." With that, Xia Ruofei dismissed the time formation. Only a few minutes had passed since he reached the Archean realm. To Song Wei, who was in the outside world, the time spent was less than a minute. She probably had just sat down at the door and had not even turned a page of her book. Hence, Xia Ruofei was not in a hurry. After he removed the time formation, he rested for a while by the spatial spirit pond. When he felt the concentration of spirit qi in the spatial space slowly rise back to a relatively saturated state, he returned to the open space in front of the Linglong pagoda in a flash and sat down cross-legged to consolidate his cultivation. He didn't dare to use time formation flags this time. Still practicing the first level of the Great Way of the Way after he had reached level 9, his energy center and meridians had undergone a qualitative change, so his cultivation efficiency had increased a lot. After each qi circulation, his energy center would produce a wisp of true qi, which was much faster than when he was at level 8. The higher the efficiency of cultivation, the faster the rate of absorption of spiritual energy. However, no matter how fast it was, it couldn't be as fast as when he used the time array flag to increase it by 70 or 80 times. Therefore, the spirit map world could support such an intense cultivation. Although the spiritual qi around Xia Ruofei was being consumed quickly, it could be replenished immediately. Moreover, the spiritual qi concentration in the entire space had not changed significantly. Xia Qing saw that the spiritual qi concentration in the space had returned to normal and that Xia Ruofei's continued cultivation was not affected. She was relieved. He bowed slightly to Xia Ruofei, who was cultivating in the middle of the pool. Then, he silently left the Archean realm and continued to supervise the free labor in the mountain and sea realm. 2 hours later, Xia Ruofei felt that his dantian was full. His true qi was much higher than that of refined qi level 8, both in terms of quantity and quality. After more than 2 hours of cultivation, Xia Ruofei's cultivation level had been completely consolidated at refined qi level 9. He had an urge to continue cultivating. Although his dantian was filled with true qi, if he continued to cultivate, his true qi would continue to be compressed. In fact, the process of cultivation was the process of continuously compressing true energy. When the true energy was compressed to the extreme, it was the bottleneck of the breakthrough. The efficiency of this compression was naturally determined by the cultivation technique. Xia Ruofei's Great Tao Arts was a top-tier cultivation technique, so her cultivation efficiency had always been very high. Although he didn't know much about the current cultivation world and all the information he had was from Lu Qingfeng's description, he had also obtained many other cultivation methods from the human jade talisman. These methods were naturally good, but they were still far from the Great Tao Arts. Even the wonderful Absolute Beginning Heart Sutra was much worse than the Great Tao Formula. Hence, Xia Ruofei was very clear that the Great Tao Arts must be very precious. If it were to be leaked to the cultivation world, it would definitely cause a bloody fight. Considering that Song Wei was still waiting outside, Xia Ruofei suppressed his urge to continue cultivating. He stopped after he had consolidated his cultivation. When he stood up, he found Lu Qingfeng standing not far away from him with his hands down. Lu Qingfeng saw Xia Ruofei stand up and immediately bowed. "Congratulations on your breakthrough, Master." Xia Ruofei had broken through to refined Qi level 9 and was in a good mood. He laughed and said, "Chengfeng, you have to work hard on your cultivation too. If I can't break through to refined Qi level 8 within a year, I can't afford to lose face." "Master," Lu Chengfeng quickly said, "you've given this subordinate such a good cultivation environment, and an entire year's time at that. If I still can't make a breakthrough in my cultivation, then this subordinate really won't have the face to see you." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "It seems like you're very confident. Then I'll wait and see. Work hard." "Yes, Master," Lu Chengfeng said with a bow. Xia Ruofei nodded and left the medium with a thought. He returned to his bedroom outside. He glanced at the electronic clock on the bedside table. Only 5 or 6 minutes had passed in the outside world since he entered the spirit map space. Xia Ruofei kept the painting in his palm and walked out of the room. He came to the living room and took out the time formation flag from the space, but he didn't set it up immediately. Instead, he put it on the sofa. Then, Xia Ruofei opened the door and saw Song Wei reading a book on the recliner under the roof. Song Wei heard the noise and immediately turned her head. "Are you Ruofei? You're done with your cultivation?" Song Wei asked happily, "How is it? Have you broken through?" Xia Ruofei deliberately showed a proud expression and said, "That's a must. From now on, I'm a cultivator at refined Qi level 9. Wei, you guys have to work hard too. Otherwise, I'll pull you further and further away." When Song Wei heard that, she immediately stood up and said, happily, "He really broke through so quickly." "That's great." Xia Ruofei scratched his head. "Actually, it's not that fast. You know, we have the time formation. That's still very soon." Song Wei looked at Xia Ruofei with admiration and said, "That's refined Qi level 9. Xia Ruofei enjoyed the feeling of being worshipped. Held and held Song Wei's hand. "Let's go. Let's go in and continue cultivating. I'll try to help you break through to refine Qi level 4. Song Wei had reached the peak of Qi cultivation level 3 a long time ago. At that time, Ling Qingshui hadn't even started cultivating. Now, Ling Qingshui's cultivation was almost at the peak of Qi cultivation level 3, but Song Wei still hadn't broken through. Although Song Wei did not say anything, Xia Ruofei knew that she must be worried. Now that Xia Ruofei had reached refined Qi level 9, it would be more efficient for him to practice the absolute beginning scripture. Song Wei would also benefit more from it. Afternoon. If they used the time array flag to create a time flow difference of 90 times, they could cultivate for at least 10 days inside. Excluding rest, food, water, and toilet, the remaining time should be enough for Song Wei to break through the bottleneck of refined Qi level 3. As Xia Ruofei pulled Song Wei into the house, she said, "Are you Ruofei? You've just broken through. You must take a rest first. And didn't you say that it's best to consolidate your cultivation as soon as possible after breaking through?" "I'm not in a hurry to cultivate, so I don't want to delay you from consolidating your cultivation." Xia Ruofei laughed, "Silly girl. Of course, I'll only stop cultivating after I've consolidated my cultivation. Furthermore, wouldn't cultivating the Absolute Beginning Heart Sutra also help me to further consolidate my cultivation? As for rest, I feel like I can kill a bull by blowing on it. I don't need to rest." Song Wei was stunned for a moment, then she giggled. "Killing a bull by blowing on it. Isn't this the legendary bragging? Ha ha ha, Song Wei was so happy that she couldn't stand up straight. Xia Ruofei flew into a rage out of embarrassment and reached out to scratch Song Wei's waist. You actually dare to laugh at me? It seems that I have to enforce the family law. Otherwise, you won't be able to keep your dignity. Song Wei was so scared that she giggled and hid far away, begging for mercy. Don't come any closer. Ruofei, I'm most afraid of tickles. I was wrong, all right? Xia Ruofei laughed evilly and pounced on Song Wei. Just as Song Wei was about to move around the sofa to avoid him, she felt an invisible force restraining her. As a Chi Level 3 cultivator, Song Wei naturally knew that Xia Ruofei had used his spiritual power. She couldn't help but exclaim, Hey! How can you go back on your word? Xia Ruofei grabbed Song Wei and laughed. How can you call that cheating? You're clearly the one who's inferior. Tell me, do you still dare to make fun of me in the future? Song Wei looked up at Xia Ruofei with her big eyes and said, I won't dare. I won't dare. To do it again, Xia Ruofei looked at Song Wei's lovely face and almost couldn't resist his impulse. He sat down on the sofa awkwardly and said, I'll let you off this time. Then, Xia Ruofei picked up the time array flag on the sofa and said to Song Wei, Wei, let's prepare something to eat and prepare to cultivate. For a few days in one go. Song Wei nodded her head and said, Wait a minute. Xia Ruofei said. After saying that, he walked into the bedroom and came out with a paper box in a short while. It was filled with instant noodles, compressed biscuits, mineral water, and so on. These were naturally taken out by Xia Ruofei from the spirit map. Why did you leave so much food in the bedroom? Song Wei laughed. We don't have to panic when we have surplus food at home. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Then, he placed the box on the floor of the living room and set up the time formation again. Let's go. Xia Ruofei said. Time is precious, we should start cultivating. The two of them walked into the time formation hand in hand and sat down, cross-legged. This time, the two of them quickly entered a state of cultivation. Xia Ruofei could feel that after reaching refined Qi level 9, it would be easier for him to practice the absolute beginning scripture with Song Wei. Since Xia Ruofei's genuine Qi had improved, the efficiency of their joint cultivation was higher. Not only did Song Wei improve significantly, but Xia Ruofei could also feel that his spiritual power and genuine Qi were slowly growing. Time passed by slowly. The two of them had been cultivating in the time formation for more than 10 hours. Both of them felt a little tired. Xia Ruofei then signaled for Song Wei to stop cultivating. They left the time formation to get some food and rest. Just like that, they continued to cultivate with high efficiency. In order to save time, Xia Ruofei found a blanket from the bedroom. When they needed to rest, they would sleep in each other's arms in the time formation. The two of them cultivated in the array for about 9 days before Song Wei finally broke through. Xia Ruofei felt that Song Wei had broken through her bottleneck and was slightly happy. At the same time, he reminded her in a deep voice, Wei. Don't be distracted, continue to focus your energy and circulate the absolute beginning heart sutra. Song Wei didn't say anything and only nodded slightly. Xia Ruofei's understanding of the absolute beginning scripture and his control of genuine Qi were better than Song Wei's. Hence, even when Song Wei was in the process of breaking through, he could control his genuine Qi very well and cooperate with her perfectly. Soon, Song Wei's breakthrough was completed. Her energy center and meridians were strengthened to a certain extent, and her true chi density increased. Xia Ruofei didn't stop cultivating. He continued to cultivate the absolute beginning scripture with Song Wei until Song Wei's cultivation was completely stabilized at refined chi level 4. Then, the two of them stopped cultivating. Song Wei, who had not spoken during the cultivation process, was very excited. She hugged Xia Ruofei's neck and kissed him on the cheek. "Are you okay? I've finally broken through." "Thank you." Xia Ruofei chuckled and said, "You have to be careful of arrogance and rashness. Qi refining stage level 4. It's not too powerful among qi refining cultivators. In fact, even for me. I've only just started on the road of cultivation." N. Song Wei nodded her head. The two of them walked out of the time formation. Xia Ruofei kept the formation flag and threw the blanket on the sofa. Song Wei sniffed and blushed. "Ruofei, I'm going to take a shower." In order to save time, they would leave the time formation. At most when they were eating or going to the toilet. They would even sleep in the time formation at other times, so they didn't have time to take a bath. It had been 9 days since she last took a bath. In addition, when Song Wei was breaking through, her body had discharged a lot of impurities. Naturally, the smell on her body was very strong. To a gentle and understanding beauty, this was absolutely unbearable. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. Song Wei immediately ran out of Xia Ruofei's room and rushed to the guest room. There was a bathroom in the guest room. Song Wei's luggage was still in the guest room, so she would not shower at Xia Ruofei's place. No matter how smelly she was, she had to at least take a shower there. Xia Ruofei looked at Song Wei's back as she fled. He smiled and shook his head. Then, he started to clean up the house. Although only an afternoon had passed in the outside world, the two of them had actually spent 9 days. Now, the house was filled with a lot of plastic containers, empty mineral water bottles, and other trash. After Xia Ruofei cleaned up the house, he went to the bathroom to take a shower. It was much easier for men to take a bath than for women. When Xia Ruofei came out after changing, there was still no movement in Song Wei's room. However, the sound of a car came from the backyard. Xia Ruofei's hearing was very good. He could tell that it was Toyota's Alpha. So he walked to the backyard. Sure enough, Ling Qingshui had returned from Alfred and was walking towards the courtyard in the middle. "Qingshui, how's the preparation for the Taoyuan gathering going?" Xia Ruofei asked with a smile. "There shouldn't be any problems," Ling Qingshui said confidently. "For tomorrow's opening ceremony, our private kitchen will definitely not fail." Then, Ling Qingshui looked left and right, then asked in a low voice, "Ruofei, how's your cultivation going?" Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "The effect is unexpectedly good. I'm already at refined Qi level 9, and Wei has also broken through a level and reached refined Qi level 4. In fact, Xia Ruofei's breakthrough was the result of his accumulation during this period of time. He also broke through by relying on the Great Tao Sutra. The joint cultivation with Song Wei could only be considered as a catalyst. Ling Qingshui's eyes widened. "It's only been an afternoon and I'm already so far behind. No. I have to cultivate well tonight. I can do it anytime." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "I'm in an amazing state now." Hence, after dinner, Song Wei sensibly left all the time for Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingshui and went back to her room to rest. Naturally, Xia Ruofei began to bring Ling Qingxue along to continue cultivating the absolute beginning scripture. His goal was very clear, and that was to let Ling Qingxue break through to refine Qi level 4. 2456, getting better and better. 1. Qingxue's cultivation had also reached the peak of the third Qi layer. From the third Qi layer to the fourth Qi layer, it was not too difficult to break through the bottleneck. Furthermore, after taking the heart-concentrating grass, Ling Qingxue's physique had become very suitable for cultivation. With one night's time and the help of array flags, it was completely possible to help Ling Qingxue break through. After all, Ling Qingxue's talent was actually better than Song Wei's after consuming the heart-concentrating grass. This was also the main reason why she was able to catch up even though she started cultivating later than Song Wei. The facts had proven that Xia Ruofei's judgment was very accurate. He had cultivated with Ling Qingxue in the array flags for about 7 to 8 days. And Ling Qingxue had successfully completed the transformation from Qi layer level 3 to Qi layer 4. The process of breaking through was without any danger, and it could be said that success came naturally when water flowed. After Ling Qingxue had consolidated her cultivation, Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue left the time formation. Xia Ruofei kept the time array flag and smiled. Qingxue, you broke through faster than I expected, compared to Wei Wei? Who's faster? Ling Qingxue asked. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but smile bitterly. He thought to himself that he had to be more careful in the future, especially in terms of cultivation. If one of them cultivated too fast, he would be in an awkward situation. I think you're faster. We spent about 9 days to help Wei Wei break through, Xia Ruofei said. It seems that my cultivation speed is not bad. Ling Qingxue smiled in satisfaction. Xia Ruofei said seriously, Qingxue, you're only cultivating your true qi and mental energy now. You're not practicing the secret techniques of cultivators. Also, your and Wei Wei's cultivation is still too low. So, you must be careful when you're outside. Don't expose your identity as cultivators. If you meet other cultivators, no matter what their cultivation is, you must avoid them at once. Ling Qingxue nodded and said, I understand. Don't worry, Ruofei. We won't go around showing off. Besides, when it comes to cultivation, unless you're experiencing it yourself, no one would believe you. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, I'm just giving you a reminder. Don't get carried away just because your cultivation has improved. Including myself, I'm still far from that, yes, Ling Qingxue nodded her head lightly. Xia Ruofei continued. Also, after you've improved your cultivation, you have to get used to the power you control as soon as possible. I don't want you to become the kings of destruction. If one's cultivation didn't break through to a new level, in addition to the strength of their true qi, their body would also be strengthened. The corresponding physical strength would naturally increase a lot. If they couldn't adapt to this power in a short time, there would be problems of overexerting. It was fine if they accidentally damaged some things, but it would be bad if they hurt people. Don't worry. Ling Qingxue pursed her lips and smiled. It's not like this is the first time we've broken through. We'll be careful. That's good. Xia Ruofei said. Then, he sniffed and asked with a smirk, Qingxue, don't you smell something weird? Ling Qingxue was stunned for a moment. She did smell something unpleasant, but She was too focused on talking to Xia Ruofei and did not pay much attention to it. Now that Xia Ruofei reminded her, she immediately realized that the pungent smell was coming from her. Ling Qingxue couldn't help but cry out in shock. She said shyly, "Xia Ruofei, how can you be so bad? Why didn't you remind me when you smelled it?" Ling Qingxue couldn't stay there any longer. She wanted to rush back to her room to take a shower. Xia Ruofei grabbed her hand and looked into her eyes. "Qingxue, you can shower at my place. You can stay at my place tonight." Ling Qingxue's heart trembled. She lowered her head and said, My change of clothes is still over there, I'll help you get it," Xia Ruofei said decisively. But, Ling Qingxue hesitated. But she couldn't think of any reason to reject him. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "No buts. Hurry up and take a shower. I'll go get your clothes now." "Then hurry up," Ling Qingxue said, half-heartedly. "Immediately," Xia Ruofei said happily. Then, he tapped his feet and used his true energy. His speed was as fast as lightning. And he rushed into the room next to Song Wei's. He picked up Ling Qingxue's luggage and immediately returned to his room, locking the door. Seeing Xia Ruofei lock the door, Ling Qingxue's pretty face could not help but heat up. "I'll find my own clothes. You're not allowed to look." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, Good. I don't want to." With that, Xia Ruofei turned around and walked to the sofa opposite him. He sat down with his back facing Ling Qingxue. Ling Qingxue took out some clean clothes from her luggage and quickly hid in the bathroom. After the shower, Ling Qingxue did not mention that she wanted to go back to the guest room. The two of them very naturally walked towards the bedroom with each other in their arms. After a while, a heart-shaking sonata was played in the room. After a long time, Ling Qingxue snuggled into Xia Ruofei's arms, with a faint smile on her face. She nestled in Xia Ruofei's arms comfortably and said lazily, "Ruofei, there's something you have to pay more attention to. Don't forget." 2457, getting better and better. 2. Xia Ruofei caressed Ling Qingxue's hair as he asked, "What is it?" "About Uncle Song." Ling Qingxue said, "Didn't Uncle Song's constitution change after he was injured this time? You can try cultivating, right? You have to think about this and choose a better cultivation technique for him." Xia Ruofei patted his forehead and said, "Qingxue, I almost forgot about this if you didn't mention it. You're still the most meticulous." Song Qiming had profited from his misfortune. His head was severely injured, and even his sea of consciousness was damaged. When Xia Ruofei used the heart-concentrating grass to save him, his sea of consciousness had also changed. Just like Ling Qingxue, his physique had changed, and it was possible for him to cultivate. Ling Qingxue pouted and said, "Since you've already accepted Wei Wei, you should pay more attention to her father. Otherwise, she'll feel aggrieved." Xia Ruofei's heart skipped a beat and he said, "Qingxue, thank you." Ling Qingxue pursed her lips and smiled, "All right. Don't think of me as a jealous woman. Although I did feel a little uncomfortable when I first found out about you and Wei Wei, I also know what it feels like to practice the spirit-body fusion. I'm afraid it's not just the spirit-body fusion. Wei already has someone in her heart for you, right?" Xia Ruofei smiled awkwardly. This wasn't easy to answer. Ling Qingxue glanced at Xia Ruofei and continued, "Wei Wei's sacrifice was huge. We're on the path of cultivation after all, and it's time for us to change our mindsets. So, I've thought it through a long time ago, then why? Did you leave me hanging for so long? Xia Ruofei asked. Ling Qingshui glanced at Xia Ruofei with a half smile and said, if I don't teach you a lesson, what if you find a few more sisters like Wei? Wei? Xia Ruofei was instantly embarrassed. He laughed dryly. It's not. It's not. Wei and I were just an accident. When he said this, Monica's figure involuntarily appeared in his mind. Back then, when he and Monica had a one-night stand, to be honest, they did not have much emotional foundation. It was completely an impulse after being hot-headed. However, as they got along, this passionate woman from the Mediterranean region had undoubtedly occupied a certain position in Xia Ruofei's heart. Besides, Xia Ruofei also thought of Lu Yu. This girl, who looked cold on the outside but had a very rich inner world, had boldly taken the initiative to confess to him. In the past, it had been a long time since he had heard from her. Of course, this was just a flash of knowledge. Xia Ruofei did not dare to reveal any flaws in front of Ling Qingshui. Otherwise, not only Ling Qingshui, but Song Wei would also be furious. He secretly sighed and said worriedly in his heart, these were all debts he owed. Ling Qingshui didn't pursue the topic any further. She said, Ruofei, about Uncle Song, Xia. Ruofei waved his hand and said, Qingshui, I know what to do. I'll find a suitable martial art for Uncle Song. First. However, the actual implementation was still a bit difficult. First of all, we have to make Uncle Song accept the existence of practitioners. Besides, he's a little old, after all, so it might be difficult to make him a practitioner. Ling Qingshui nodded. It's okay. Let's take it slow. Just remember this, N. Xia Ruofei said. Ling Qingshui revealed an envious expression and said, if Uncle Song can become a cultivator, Wei will be very happy. Even if your cultivation can't reach a high level, you can at least extend your life. Xia Ruofei saw through Ling Qingshui's thoughts. He patted Ling Qingshui's smooth and tender shoulder gently and said, Qingshui, don't worry. In the future, when my cultivation has improved, I will think of a way to let Uncle Ling cultivate with me. Even if he can't cultivate, I will find some spiritual medicine for him to consume. At least, he will live to 100 years old. I know, Ling Qingshui smiled sweetly at Xia Ruofei and said, it's late. Go to sleep. The two of them fell asleep in each other's arms. Since the afternoon, Xia Ruofei had been cultivating in the time formation. He had been cultivating for almost 20 days. In addition, he had fought with Ling Qingshui for 300 rounds at night. He was mentally exhausted and soon fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Xia Ruofei did not wake up to cultivate. He slept all the way until dawn. Ling Qingshui was also lazily sleeping in Xia Ruofei's arms. When she woke up and saw the sunlight coming in through the window, she immediately got up from the bed in a hurry. Xia Ruofei rubbed his sleepy eyes and said, it's still early. Sleep a little longer. Ling Qingshui said in a panic, I'm dead because of you. The sky is already bright. Wei must be up by now. If she sees us, Xia Ruofei said lazily, so what if I see it? You're my wife, so you're open and aboveboard. I'm too lazy to talk to you. Ling Qingshui lowered her eyes and said. Ling Qingshui and Song Wei had an agreement. Then when they were cultivating, Ling Qingshui would not be alone with Xia Ruofei, let alone spend the night with him. If Ling Qingxue went back on her promise and even spent the night with Xia Ruofei, she would be too embarrassed to face Song Wei if she was caught red-handed. Ling Qingxue hurriedly put on her clothes, tidied her hair, and walked out of the bedroom in a hurry. She opened the door of the hall a crack and poked her head out to look around. Then she quickly slipped out and tiptoed to the other side of the courtyard, to the guest room that belonged to her. Even though Xia Ruofei was still in bed, he had been paying attention to Ling Qingshue's condition with his spiritual power. He could not help but laugh when he saw this. Xia Ruofei's spiritual power also detected that Song Wei had already woken up. Just as she was about to come out of the guest room, she saw Ling Qingxue coming out from Xia Ruofei's room, so she went back to her room. Obviously, Song Wei already knew that Ling Qingxue had spent the night in Xia Ruofei's room. However, she did not want Ling Qingxue to feel awkward, so she took the initiative to avoid her. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but smile. Yesterday, Ling Qingxue had taken the initiative to remind him to prepare a cultivation technique for Song Qiming. Today, Song Wei had pretended not to notice that Ling Qingxue had spent the night here. It seemed that the situation was developing in a better direction. Xia Ruofei was no longer sleepy. He jumped out of bed in a good mood, put on his clothes, and went out. At that moment, Ling Qingxue and Song Wei also walked out of their rooms. Ling Qingxue felt a little guilty and greeted Xia Ruofei and Song Wei. Song Wei's expression was normal, as if she had no idea what had happened last night. After the three of them had breakfast in the backyard, they took the Toyota Alpha commercial car driven by Wu Chang and headed to the Paradise Gathering celebration site in Little Tang Town. Although Song Wei was considered an industry insider, she did not want to join in the fun. However, after Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingshue's persuasion, she agreed to go to the celebration with them. It was the weekend, so there wasn't as much traffic on the road in the morning. The Alpha van quickly drove onto the ring road and headed out of the city. 40 minutes later, the car arrived at the Paradise Gathering. Although it was an opening ceremony, it was a high-end club, so it wasn't as loud as usual celebrations, with an inflatable arch or balloon banners. There were only some decorations along the road to embellish the festive atmosphere. As soon as the car entered the entrance of the Paradise Gathering, it stopped. Zhao Yongjun, Song Ruofei, and the others were standing at the entrance to welcome the guests. Xia Ruofei, Ling Qingxue, and Song Wei alighted from the car. Naturally, there was a staff member who guided Wu Chang to the side parking lot to park his car. "Are you Fei?" Zhao Yongjun came up to greet him with a smile, his face full of joy. 2458 The Peach Blossom Gathering, 1. In addition to Zhao Yongjun and Song Ruofei, Lu Jian, Su Zixuan, Ho Liang, and Wei Jun were all present. They were all wearing well-ironed suits and their hair was neatly combed. "We look like bridegroom today." Xia Ruofei laughed. Because of the opening ceremony, Zhao Yongjun and the others, who were the hosts, all had a corsage on their chests, making them look like bridegroom to groom. On the other hand, Xia Ruofei was also dressed in a suit, but his suit was more casual. At least, his hair was not greasy, and he did not wear flowers on his chest. Relatively speaking, his outfit was not as eye-catching. On the other hand, Song Wei and Ling Qingxue had specially dressed up today. The two of them were wearing dresses of the same color. They stood on either side of Xia Ruofei, looking like a pair of pure and beautiful sisters. "You're a major shareholder," Zhao Yongjun laughed, "you'll have to put on a brooch too." By the way, President Ling can't avoid it either, we all have to go on stage. Xia Ruofei quickly waved his hand. I'm fine. You guys can handle it. I'm just here to freeload some food and drinks. You're getting more and more shameless. Song Ruofei couldn't help but curse with a smile. Xia Ruofei shrugged innocently and said, it's not easy to survive in any industry if you're not thick-skinned these days. Ling Qingxue and Song Wei could not help but laugh when they saw Xia Ruofei bickering with Song Ruofei and the others. They could tell that Xia Ruofei was very relaxed when he was with Zhao Yongjun, Song Ruofei, and the others. Only when they were truly close friends could they be so casual and not have to worry about offending others. Let's go, Ruofei, Zhao Yongjun said. I'll accompany you around the club. Don't you have to receive guests? Xia Ruofei asked with a smile. Zhao Yongjun was stunned for a moment, then he couldn't help but laugh. You little brat, a dog's mouth really can't spit out ivory. No wonder. Xiao Ruofei dispels you every time we meet. Brother Xiao's tongue is getting more and more poisonous. Su Zixian also said with a smile. Xiao Ruofei and the others are all here, it's fine if I leave for a while, Zhao Yongjun said with a bitter smile. You're a major shareholder, so it's our responsibility to keep you company. Xia Ruofei laughed, Brother Zhao, I'm just joking. Let's go. Take me to see our club. Just then, Apollo drove into the club. This car was very unremarkable among the many luxury cars, even a little shabby. However, the security guard at the entrance of the club obviously recognized this car. He did not stop it for questioning, but directly waved his hand to let it through. When Song Ruofei saw the car, he was obviously happy and took 2 steps forward. The Polo stopped. Xia Ruofei looked at the person who got out of the car. It was Xue Yi. No wonder Song Ruofei was so attentive. However, Xue Yi ignored Song Ruofei. Instead, she walked quickly towards Xia Ruofei and the others. Wei Wei. You're here too. Xue Yi cried out in surprise. Yi. Song Wei was also very happy to see her old classmate. The 2 women hugged each other passionately the moment they saw each other. They then held hands and chatted non-stop. Song Wei even introduced Ling Qingxue to Xue Yi. The 3 women were on the same stage, so their conversation became even more lively. She didn't know why they had so many topics to talk about. Song Ruofei, who had followed Xue Yi over, had a bitter expression on his face. Xia Ruofei, who was holding back his laughter, leaned over to Zhao Yongjun's ear and whispered, Brother Zhao, it seems like Xiao Ruofei's status in the family will be worrying in the future. Zhao Yongjun laughed and said, being henpecked is actually a good quality. It was only when Song Ruofei walked to Xue Yi's side that she seemed to have just noticed his presence. Xue Yi felt a little strange and said, Song Ruofei, what are you still doing here? Hurry up and help me park the car. Can't you see that I'm reuniting with Wei Wei after a long time? How can you be so blind? Song Ruofei looked like he had nothing to live for and said, oh, I know. Song Ruofei carried out his girlfriend's orders with determination. Although he looked bitter, he still ran to the polo car parked at the entrance. Yi. Song Wei said with a smile. That's good. He actually taught my uncle Song Ruofei to be so well behaved. You're really good at this. Song Qiming and Elder Song were from the same village. They were relatives for several generations. Song Qiming and Song Ruofei were of the same generation. Therefore, Song Wei should call Song Rui uncle. However, they were of the same age, so she would not call him that under normal circumstances. Shui said casually, I didn't teach him anything. He did it willingly. Besides, I'm quite good to him. I even applied for a fitness card for him some time ago. That guy just eats and drinks all day. And doesn't exercise. He's so young and already has a small stomach. Ling Qingxue smiled and said, you're really good at this. However, Song Wei caught the main point and said, Yo. You even know Uncle Song Rui's stomach so well. It seems that you guys are developing very quickly. No matter how insensitive Shui was, she couldn't help but feel her face heat up. She said in a low voice, Wei, why are your thoughts so dirty? I saw it when I was swimming with him. What are you thinking? What else could I be thinking? Song Wei replied with a smile. I just wanted to say that you guys went swimming and working out together. It's obvious that your relationship is developing very quickly. Where do you think I was thinking? 2459, The Peach Blossom Gathering, 2, Zhuyi was at a loss for words. After a long while, she glared at Song Wei and said, I didn't expect that you'd become bad after not seeing you for a few months. Sister Qingxue, Wei used to be an obedient girl. Now it's simply, I don't even know who he learned it from. Ling Qingxue glanced at Xia Ruofei with a half-smile and said, a bad man must have led her astray. That's right. Zhuyi said, Wei, you've fallen. Xia Ruofei laughed bitterly to himself. It's fine for you women to tease each other, but why are you looking at me? So Wei was led astray by me? Was this considered a collateral damage? Luckily, Ling Qingxue only glanced at Xia Ruofei and did not make it too obvious. Hence, Zhuyi and Zhao Yongjun did not notice anything unusual. Song Wei was standing diagonally opposite Ling Qingxue. She had seen everything that had happened just now, and she could not help but feel embarrassed. Although Song Wei and Xia Ruofei did not have any physical contact, they had tried all kinds of embarrassing positions when they were cultivating their spirit bodies together. Therefore, Song Wei was much bolder when it came to sex. In the past, the shy Song Wei would not have teased Zhuyi like that. She felt a little guilty from Ling Qingxue's intentional or unintentional gaze, so she quickly changed the topic. Big brother Zhao, didn't you want to show us around the club? You come with us. Good. Zhuyi said happily, I was worried that I'd be bored attending the celebration here. I didn't want to come at first, but now that Sister Qingxue and Wei are here, I'm sure it won't be boring. Following that, Zhuyi shouted at Wei Jun, who was not too far away, Little Wei, help me. Tell Song Sharawei that I'm going on a tour of the club with Wei. All right. Wei Jun quickly replied. Sister you go. I'll tell Brother Rui. Let's go. Zhuyi said excitedly, Big brother Zhao, I'll have to trouble you. Zhao Yongjun and Xia Ruofei looked at each other and smiled bitterly. The three women had chatted for a long time and finally remembered them. And so, Zhao Yongjun led Xia Ruofei and the other three into the club. Zhao Yongjun introduced as he walked, Ruofei, you should be more familiar with the area on our left. It's the Mushroom House, where Xiangnan TV filmed live, to look forward to. As it doesn't take up a lot of space, we managed to retain the original feel. There are also a few guest rooms there. Members who are interested in experiencing it can stay there or make their own meals. You can even fish at the side. It's a little like a Homestay. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. I even stayed there for a night. The environment there isn't bad, and it seems to match the style of our entire paradise gathering. There's nothing that feels out of place. Yeah. Zhao Yongjun laughed. Xiaonan TV has just finished filming. Originally, before the filming ended, the first few episodes would have been broadcast at the same time, but because of an internal issue with their seating arrangement, they had a conflict with another variety show, so there was a delay. A few days ago, when Xiaonan TV's production team left, they even asked me to explain it to you. Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, "What's there to explain? Wasn't it the same when it was broadcast? Even if it's not broadcasted, I don't care. I'll just treat it as a one-day trip in the countryside." Xia Ruofei had agreed to participate in the recording of live stream because of Zhao Yongjun and the others, including Feng Jing. On the other hand, it was for the publicity company's consideration. He didn't really want to be exposed to the public, so even if the show couldn't be aired and some of the company's exposure was lost, he didn't really care. Zhao Yongjun nodded and continued, "The area on the right is a small golf course. Although it's not a standard 18-hole course, it's very good for leisure and entertainment. If you have time, go and try it out," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. At this time, Song Rui's voice came from behind them. "Ruofei, you know how to play golf?" After Song Rui parked his car in the parking lot inside the entrance, he heard from Wei Jun that Ling Yi and Xia Ruofei had gone to visit the clubhouse. He immediately ran over and was still panting. Xia Ruofei turned around and smiled. "All of you, go away. Are you really okay? We didn't neglect any guests, right? How many people in the circle deserve to be welcomed by me personally?" Song Rui waved his hand nonchalantly and said, "Besides, there's still Lu Jian, Su Zixuan, and the others." Then, Song Rui asked with great interest, "Ruofei, have you played golf before?" Xia Ruofei shrugged and said, "No. I've seen it on TV before. Now we have our own golf course. If there's a chance, we can come and play." "No problem," Song Rui said with a smirk. "I'm pretty skilled, I can teach you. When the time comes, let's have a few matches and train in actual combat. Your level will definitely improve very quickly." "All right," Xia Ruofei said. "But there's got to be a bit of a stake for the competition," Song Rui said with a smile. "Otherwise, without stimulation, I can't perform to my best." Xia Ruofei replied nonchalantly, "No problem. What's the big deal with adding a little bit of luck? Even if I lose, I'll just treat it as my tuition fees." Shui looked at him in disdain and said, "Song Sharui, how can you do this? Handsome Xia doesn't even know how to play golf, and you're still pulling him into a bet. Isn't this a scam?" "How can it be a scam?" Song Rui said, "You don't know this, but Ruofei is too rich. All of us combined don't even have 1/10 of his wealth. This was called beating the rich and dividing the rich. You see, Ruofei himself doesn't have any objections, right?" Then, Song Rui immediately said, "I saw a Swarovski crystal pendant last time and I've been thinking of buying it for you, but I'm short of money. After winning against Ruofei, won't I have enough money to buy you a present?" Xia Ruofei stood at the side and laughed as he watched Song Rui show off. He did not say anything. Ling Qingxue and Song Wei pursed their lips and laughed. They looked at Song Rui with sympathy. Even if Xia Ruofei had never touched a golf club before, he was a cultivator at level 9 of the Qi refining realm, and his spiritual power had reached the spirit gathering realm. With his precise control of his power, wouldn't it be easy for him to win against Song Ruofei? She just didn't know what Song Ruofei's expression would be like if he lost all his pants. Zhao Yongjun still had the air of an older brother and didn't join in. He just continued to lead everyone forward. Zhao Yongjun pointed at a 6-story building and said, "This is the main building of our Paradise Society. Most of the entertainment and leisure facilities are inside, and the area is about 2,500 square meters." Then, Zhao Yongjun led everyone into the main building of the club. The work of an internationally renowned designer was extraordinary. The building looked very spiritual from the outside. It was not a rigid square shape, but was made up of square modules of various sizes that were put together like building blocks. There was a sense of harmony in the disorder, and many of the designs were in line with Chinese traditional culture. These modules used a large number of glass curtains, so the internal lighting would be very good. After entering the main building of the club, Zhao Yongjun brought Xia Ruofei and the rest to look around. There was a gym, a bowling alley, a SPA, a KTV, a sauna, a swimming pool. Basically, all the common entertainment facilities were here, and there were also many guest rooms of various styles. Of course, the Ling's private kitchen was also arranged to be in the main building, on the first floor. After leaving the main building, Zhao Yongjun brought Xia Ruofei and the others on a tour. Other than the main building and the mushroom house, there were also some small villas scattered around. They could provide accommodation, parties, and other needs. Zhao Yongjun pointed at a small villa by the lake and smiled. "We built a villa in that area according to your request. We've also given orders that it's not open to the public." Xia Ruofei couldn't help but stare at the array core. He was the one who had specifically suggested building a villa on it. As cultivators, Song Wei and Ling Qingxue were also keenly aware that the spiritual qi in that direction was much denser. Their beautiful eyes couldn't help but reveal a trace of amazement. 2460 Diamond Card 1. Xia Ruofei was very excited. "Let's go. Let's take a look together." The group walked towards the small villa. The entire peach blossom gathering was designed as one. The villa also had some Chinese elements, but it also used some of the modern villa's assembly concepts. The two were integrated together, and there was no conflict at all. It could be seen that the designer's level was high. After walking into the villa, everyone clearly felt their spirits lift. In fact, because of the natural array, the spiritual qi concentration in the entire paradise gathering was higher than that in the outside world. Therefore, after stepping into the paradise gathering, even ordinary people could feel refreshed, and even their mood would inexplicably become better. This was the magical thing about spirit qi. This villa was built on top of the array I, so it could be said to be the core of the entire array. Of course, the spiritual qi was the densest. Of course, compared to the spirit map space, it was still a far cry. However, to Ling Qingxue and Song Wei, this place was already quite good. They could even cultivate here directly. They all knew that this was Xia Ruofei's doing, and they looked at him with admiration. Song Ruofei said enviously, "I feel that this is the most comfortable place in the entire club. I even want to move here." Xia Ruofei, Zhao Yongjun said, "This was decided by Ruofei first. You can't take what he likes." "Don't worry." Song Ruofei pouted. "Am I that kind of person?" Xia Ruofei laughed and said, if you like this place, then move in. Just leave me a room. Then, Xia Ruofei pointed to the guest room on the first floor and said, I want this one. You can arrange the other places as you wish. The reason why we don't want to open this villa to the public is that we want to have our own space. Also, some things have to be hidden well to prevent others from destroying them, right? Xia Ruofei's words were vague, but when Xia Ruofei first set up the array, Zhao Yongjun, Song Ruwei, and the others had personally experienced it. At that time, Xia Ruofei set up a yin array, and it was called the yin wind. Song Ruwei almost fainted on the spot, so he naturally had a deep impression of it. Later on, it was Xia Ruofei who took action and turned the yin formation into a yang formation. The aura of the entire Paradise Gatherings location was also completely reversed. The gloomy aura was completely gone. Not only that, everyone who came here would feel as warm as spring and their mood would be at ease. Hence, Zhao Yongjun and Song Ruwei understood what Xia Ruofei meant. They were well aware of the importance of this place to the entire Paradise Association. If the formation core was destroyed, the formation would lose its effect, or even worse, it would turn into a yin formation, and the club would not be able to continue operating. Song Ruwei immediately said, Ruofei is right. This place can't be open to the public. It's not bad for us to set up our own land. But Ruofei, I'll leave the master bedroom upstairs for you. Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, I want this guest room. In addition, pass down the order that no one is to enter that room at will. Otherwise, if there is any danger, you will have to bear the responsibility. That guest room was located directly above the array I, and the spiritual chi was the densest. The master bedroom upstairs was more than 3 meters above the ground, so the spiritual chi concentration was naturally not as dense as that of the guest room on the first floor. Even though Xia Ruofei no longer needed to cultivate in the outside world, he could still let Song Wei and Ling Qingshui use it. Cultivating in such an environment would even slow down the consumption of spirit crystals and origin crystals, because the cultivator could also absorb the spiritual energy from the outside world. Besides, Xia Ruofei also had to set up a series of protective arrays in the room. He had already decided to use his knowledge of arrays to the fullest. This defensive array was as strong as it could be. There was only one purpose, and that was to protect the array I of the array. This was why Xia Ruofei had warned Zhao Yongjun and Song Ruwei in advance. All right then, Song Ruwei said, since you like to be down to earth, I'll leave the room on the first floor for you. Song Ruwei had guessed Xia Ruofei's intention when he said that. However, he knew that this matter was of great importance, so he did not say it in front of Ling Qingshui, Song Wei, and Zhui Yi. The group of people took a look around the small villa, then went out from the back door of the villa. They walked around the lake and then prepared to go back. After all, it was the opening ceremony today. Zhao Yongjun and Song Ruwei were the leaders of their small team, except for Xia Ruofei. His status was a little high, and he didn't like to show his face in the circle of rich people in the capital. There would be a lot of guests today, so Zhao Yongjun and the others had to go back as soon as possible to socialize. The group walked along the lakeside and headed in the direction of the club's entrance. After walking for a while, Zhao Yongjun patted his forehead and said, look at my memory. I almost forgot about this. Then, Zhao Yongjun took out a few cards from his shirt pocket. He gave the top card to Xia Ruofei, then gave the rest to Ling Qingxue, Song Wei, and even Shui Yi. Zhao Yongjun smiled. This is the highest level diamond card in our club. Everyone here has one. Xia Ruofei took the diamond membership card and played with it for a while. When he saw the number 001 on it, he was slightly stunned and said, "Brother Zhao, why did you give me the number 1 card? Isn't that a little inappropriate?" 2461 diamond card, too. There's nothing inappropriate about it, Zhao Yongjun said with a bright smile. You're a major shareholder of the club. Isn't it only natural for you to take card number 1? Aren't our shares the same? Xia Ruofei muttered. But you're still a major shareholder. Zhao Yongjun said, I took the number 2 card too, just take it. It was actually just a card. If we come to the club to play, isn't it the same whether we have a card or not? That's what I mean. Song Ruwei also said, Ruofei, just accept it. We've already discussed this. Everyone will get one. In fact, even if no one said anything, Xia Ruofei was already the soul of the team. No one had any objections to giving him card number 1. Even someone like Zhao Yongjun was willing to take card number 2. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said with a smile, all right. Then I'll accept it. Zhao Yongjun laughed and said, that's right. There is no money in this card. You can just put it in the account and deduct it from the dividends regularly. We brothers are the same. Xia Ruofei naturally had no objections. This was for the best. Brothers should settle their accounts clearly. Everyone had such a good relationship. It was originally a good thing to work together to set up a club. If they ended up parting unhappily because of money, then a good thing would become a bad thing. As a shareholder of the club, Xia Ruofei might not come here often. However, Zhao Yongjun and Song Ruwei lived in the capital and their careers had shifted to the club. They would definitely come here often. After all, whether it was inviting friends or leisure entertainment, it was quite high, and if the shareholders were to do it for free, then some people would spend more, while others would spend less. It would inevitably lead to some conflicts in the end. Of course, Xia Ruofei didn't care about this, but Su Zixuan, Ho Liang, and the others weren't very rich. It was necessary to separate the money in advance. Zhao Yongjun then turned to Ling Qingxue and the rest. President Ling's card is the same as Ruofei's. Any expenses incurred on it will be directly charged. Ling Qingxue held the shares of the club on behalf of Ling GF and B, so she was also one of the shareholders. Of course, she had to be fair. All right, thank you, big brother Zhao. Ling Qingxue said with a smile. You're welcome. Zhao Yongjun waved his hand and said, as for Song Wei and Yi's cards, there's 200,000 yuan in them. You can spend it at the club. When Song Wei and Zhua Yi heard this, they said in unison, I can't accept that. Then, they handed their cards to Zhao Yongjun. Zhao Yongjun took a step back and pretended to be angry. What's wrong? You won't even give this little bit of face to brother Zhao? It's just a card. Although it's said to be 200,000, the club's profit is very high. The cost isn't much, so you should just take it. Big brother Zhao, I really can't accept this card. Shui Yi hurriedly said. The club is open for business, how can you, Zhao Yongjun said. As the older brother, I'm just giving my sister-in-law a small gift. Why can't I accept it? At this point, Zhao Yongjun seemed to realize that it wasn't appropriate, and quickly added, Wei Wei is also our good friend. She's on very good terms with us and Ruofei. Besides, the club business might not be good, and we might need your help to increase the popularity. Xia Ruofei saw that Song Wei's face was a little red. He thought for a moment and said, Wei Wei, since it's brother Zhao's kind intentions, you should accept it. Zhao Yongjun smiled and corrected him, Ruofei, this is what we all want. Don't get it wrong. Everyone was a shareholder of the Paradise Association. In theory, the 200,000 yuan in this card was also given by everyone according to the ratio. Yes, yes, yes. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, it's a token of our appreciation. Just accept it. Seeing that Xia Ruofei had spoken, Song Wei's attitude became less firm. She hesitated for a while and said, all right then. Thank you, Zhao Da. Thank you. Everyone. When Zhui saw Song Wei take the card, she couldn't help but look at Song Ruofei. Although Zhui was carefree, she was actually very clear about the priorities of the matter and did not rashly accept the card. Song Ruofei smiled and said, you should accept it too. He had to give face to Big Brother Zhao. Besides, you should treat your colleagues and friends in the hospital to meals and entertainment when you have time, so that you can get to know each other. I think our paradise gathering is not bad. You can bring your colleagues over to have fun, and it can also be considered as helping us increase our popularity. Only then did Zhui nod and say, all right then. Thank you. Song Ruofei waved his hand and said, you're welcome. Besides, I don't have many shares. The 200,000 in this card is mostly from Ruofei and brother Zhao. Zhui immediately reverted to her usual demoness and glared at Song Ruofei. Who's thanking you? I'm just thanking brother Zhao and handsome Xia. Xia Ruofei and Zhao Yongjun looked at each other and smiled. Then, Xia Ruofei said, sister-in-law, no need to be polite. We're all on the same side. After handing out the membership cards to Xia Ruofei and the rest, Zhao Yongjun led them towards the entrance. Brother Zhao, how many membership cards have we given out? Xia Ruofei asked as they walked. There shouldn't be many of these diamond cards, right? The rarer something was, the more expensive it would be. Some of the tricks in the business world were no longer a secret. As a high-end club, Paradise Club would definitely set a threshold. Not just anyone could enter with money. The diamond card was the highest level of membership card, so it was definitely impossible to give it out everywhere. Otherwise, it would not show its nobility. Zhao Yongjun laughed, you're finally concerned about the club's operation. You're really thorough in being a hands-off shopkeeper. Xia Ruofei laughed drily and said, I'm just trusting you, aren't I? I know that everyone here has outstanding abilities, and I can't help much. Zhao Yongjun laughed and scolded, stop trying to bewitch me. I'm not a little girl at the nightclub, sweet words are useless against me. Of course, Zhao Yongjun was just joking. He didn't really blame Xia Ruofei for not helping. In fact, they were all very clear that it was all Xia Ruofei's own strength that they were able to get this land at a low price after so many twists and turns. Therefore, even if Xia Ruofei never asked about the trifle matters of the establishment of the club, his contribution to the Paradise Gathering was the greatest among the few people. So, Zhao Yongjun only teased him a little and didn't harp on the issue. He introduced the cards to Xia Ruofei. There are 30 diamond cards in total. We announced that The annual fee is 1 million, but only a few of them are sold. Most of them are free. Xia Ruofei understood. He nodded and said, I understand. Xia Ruofei had also participated in the design of the Paradise Club's membership program. Hence, he knew very well that the so-called annual fee was actually a pre-charge. After a member paid 1 million, he would not only receive the highest VIP treatment in Paradise Club, but also have 1 million in his membership card. The usual spending in Paradise Club would be directly deducted from the balance. Of course, this 1 million was valid for a year. After a year, no matter how much 1 million was spent, the remaining money would not be accumulated in the next year. If one wanted to continue to maintain the membership, they would have to pay an annual fee of 1 million for the second year. Of course, this would also be added to the balance of the membership card. However, if the money in the card was spent within a year, it didn't matter. He would still maintain his membership and pay the bill after each purchase. Some members even had a certain credit limit and could rely on the membership card to buy on credit. This was for those who paid for membership. In fact, only a few diamond cards with a 1 million-year fee were sold. Most of them were given away. Those who could receive a diamond card were naturally the more influential people in the circle of rich playboys in Beijing. Of course, the free membership card would not have any balance in it. Members still had to pay for their own expenses in Paradise Club. To put it bluntly, this membership card only represented one's identity. At the same time, being able to hold a diamond membership card was a symbol of identity in itself, especially when everyone was in the same circle. I was given a diamond card, while you only had a gold card. You even had to spend money to buy membership. When the two were compared, the difference was obvious. In addition to the consideration of connections, this was also a marketing method. 2462 A gathering of guests. 1. The membership card was sold at a low price, but it wasn't because no one was interested in Paradise Club. On the contrary, when the Paradise Society had just started its construction, many people had already rushed to it. However, it was definitely impossible to give out a diamond card so easily. The number of people had to be controlled. Otherwise, not to mention 30, even 300 would be sold out. There was no shortage of rich people now. Zhao Yongjun continued, we've released 80 platinum cards with 500,000 membership fees and 120 gold cards with 300,000 membership fees. They're all sold out. There were 3 levels of membership cards: diamond, platinum, and gold. In other words, the total number of members of the Paradise Club was less than 200, because many of the diamond cards were held by their internal shareholders. Xia Ruofei said proudly, there are many people who want to buy a membership. They're even willing to pay more, and it's purely membership fees, and there's no need to transfer the membership fees to the balance in the card. However, we've discussed it, and since we've decided on this amount for the first batch, the rules have to be set up. We can't change orders overnight, so they've all been sent back. It seems like our paradise gathering has become popular. Xia Ruofei chuckled. Zhao Yongjun said calmly, the capital is a political center. And the business is very developed. There are many rich people, and with the people in our circle, the market is still very big. This time, there were a total of 200 membership cards for the 3 grades, which was definitely far from enough. It could be said that if the supply was opened, even if it was 10 times more, it could be sold out cleanly. But we can't do that. Yup. We can't do something like drying Up the pond to fish. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, we can recruit more members in the future. However, we have to gradually expand our club and improve the facilities. In short, we can't let the members' spending experience decline. If we turn a high-end club into a vegetable market, we'll become the joke of the circle. Don't worry. We all know what we're doing. Zhao Yongjun said with a smile. The group of them chatted and laughed, and soon they arrived at the entrance of the club. At this time, some guests had started to arrive one after another, and some people greeted Zhao Yongjun from far away. Zhao Yongjun was very popular in the industry. He was forthright and loyal, so everyone gave him face. Brother Zhao. Congratulations. I wish you good luck. Thank you, Brother Zhou, for coming. Zhao Yongjun said with a smile. The person who came to greet Zhao Yongjun was in his early 40s. He was slightly chubby, but his face was full of energy. He had a warm smile on his face, giving off a feeling of being bathed in the spring breeze. Brother Zhou, let me introduce you. Zhao Yongjun said, this is my good brother, Xia Ruofei. He's also one of the main investors of the Paradise Society. Then, Zhao Yongjun smiled at Xia Ruofei and said, Ruofei, this is my good friend. He's the chairman of Glory World Corporation, Chairman Zhou. Lei Yun. From the introduction, one could tell how close they were. Zhao Yongjun was obviously close to Chairman Zhou, or he wouldn't have introduced him to Xia Ruofei. However, one was a good friend while the other was a good brother. There was obviously a difference between close and distant. After Zhou Leiyun heard Zhao Yongjun's introduction, his eyes brightened. He came forward and said enthusiastically, you must be CEO Xia from Paradise Corporation, right? I've always seen you on the internet. I didn't expect to see you in person today. Zhou Leiyun was like a fan of a celebrity. In fact, Xia Ruofei had heard of Glory World Corporation before. Among the private enterprises in the country, Glory World Corporation was at least in the top 10. Zhou Leiyun was definitely considered a super rich person in reality. How could an ordinary celebrity allow Zhou Leiyun to deliberately befriend them? Thus, Zhou Leiyun was only making his stance clear. Of course, the fact that Zhou Leiyun could think of such a way to get close to Xia Ruofei in such a short time also showed that Xia Ruofei's popularity was indeed very high. Chairman Zhou. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Since Zhou Leiyun could call Zhao Yongjun Brother Zhao, it was clear that the two of them had a good personal relationship. Hence, Xia Ruofei would not reject him. Zhou Leiyun took out a name card from the inner pocket of his suit and handed it to Xia Ruofei. He smiled and said, President Xia, this is my business card. We can keep in touch in the future. Paradise Corporation was thriving. As the chairman of the company, Xia Ruofei was not like before, where he didn't even have a name card. After Qin Yanan took over Xia Ruofei's security team, he personally made 2 sets of business cards for Xia Ruofei. One of them was for socializing purposes, and the other was for people who were closer to him. The only difference was that Xia Ruofei's personal phone number was on the latter set. After Xia Ruofei received the name card, he stored it in the spirit map space. He first took Zhou Leiyun's name card, then reached into his pocket. In reality, he took out a name card with his private number from the space and held it in his hand before reaching out. Chairman Zhou, we can have tea together when you have time. Xia Ruofei smiled as he passed his name card to Zhou Leiyun. I will. I will. Zhou Leiyun took the business card and said. Happily, Peach Blossom de Hong Pao is famous far and wide now. If there's a chance, I'd like to try CEO. Xia's personal collection of de Hong Pao. Ha ha ha. No problem. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. After some small talk, Zhou Leiyun went to the main banquet hall while Xia Ruofei continued to wait at the door, accompanying Zhao Yongjun and the rest to welcome the guests. After a while, Xia Ruofei started to feel bored. It wasn't that he wasn't good at socializing, but he wasn't too used to this kind of reception. Furthermore, the people who came today were either rich or powerful, and many of them were famous people in the circle of rich playboys in the capital. Other than being familiar with Zhao Yongjun and his small circle, Xia Ruofei didn't really have much interaction with the people in the circle of rich playboys, so he naturally felt a little bored. Big brother Zhao, you guys go ahead with your work. Xia Ruofei said, I'm going in to relax, alright. Zhao Yongjun said, take CEO Ling, Weiwei, and the others around. If you're tired, you can go to the banquet hall and rest for a while. Go over first. Song Ruwei said, the sun is a little strong today. Don't get tanned, Xia Ruofei muttered, this guy only has the opposite sex, but no humanity. Shui was already bored out of her mind, so she immediately replied, alright. Alright. I'll go with handsome Xia. Xia Ruofei felt Song Rui's resentful eyes, and smiled bitterly. Can't you just say that you're with Weiwei? Shui had always spoken in a carefree manner, so how could she think so much? She impatiently said, handsome Xia. Weiwei. Sister Qingxue, let's go. This place is so boring, hence, Xia Ruofei brought the three beauties and swaggered around the paradise gathering, attracting the attention of many guests. Since they had already visited the place, they didn't stay outside for too long. After the three women took a few selfies by the lake, they followed Xia Ruofei into the main building of the Paradise Society. The first half of the first floor was a tall hall similar to a hotel lobby, while the second half was a banquet hall. There were a total of 3 restaurants, 1 big and 2 small. Other than the main banquet hall, there were also Ling's private kitchen and a Western restaurant. When there was a need, the guest dining area could be opened up to form a large banquet hall. All 3 restaurants had been opened up today, but the kitchen was still relatively independent. This side of the restaurant faced the lake, and the side of the first floor facing the lake was a large glass wall, so the view was very wide. From most parts of the banquet hall, one could enjoy the beautiful lake view. As soon as Xia Ruofei and the others entered the banquet hall, a manager immediately came over and bowed slightly. Hello, President Xia. Would you guys like anything to drink? As the major shareholder of the Paradise Association, Xia Ruofei had never shown his face in the basic construction and employee training. However, Xia Ruofei had just brought them to visit the place, and it was a must for the foreman to remember the names of the guests quickly in a short time. Moreover, this VIP was the major shareholder of the Paradise Association. As their real boss, the foreman would naturally have a good eye for this. Ladies first. Xia Ruofei asked in a very gentlemanly manner, beautiful ladies. What would you like to drink? I'll have some red wine. Song Wei said after thinking for a while. I also want one. I also want one. Shui said. Ling Qingxue saw that the two of them had ordered red wine, so she smiled and said, then give me a glass of red wine too. I'll have a blue martell. Xia Ruofei said. Alright, please wait a moment. The head waiter said. The head waiter went to pour the wine, while Xia Ruofei and the others looked around the banquet hall. They were just here to look around, but now they had more time to take a good look. Today was the first day of the Paradise Club's operation, and the purpose of the Paradise Club was to create more opportunities for people in need to communicate, so Zhao Yong, June and the others chose to have a cold dinner party. There weren't many people in the banquet hall at the moment, so it seemed a little empty. The hall was not filled with round tables like the Chinese banquet. Other than the long tables filled with various drinks, and cakes, the rest of the hall was very empty. There were also many sofa seats around the banquet hall. If there was a need for further communication or people who wanted to find a place to sit down and rest, they could have their own semi-private space. Xia Ruofei and the others had walked quite a bit today, so they found a sofa and sat down. The four of them, 1 man and 3 women, just happened to fill the 4 seats opposite each other. Soon, the head waiter personally carried a tray and brought over the red wine that Xia Ruofei and the others had ordered. Xia Ruofei and the others sipped on the wine and chatted. The atmosphere was very relaxed. At this moment, 2 young men walked in from the entrance of the banquet hall. They both had a trace of arrogance on their faces. This was a temperament that had been formed after being influenced by what they saw and heard for a long time. They looked around and immediately noticed Xia Ruofei. One of the young men raised his eyebrows and said, "Eh? Isn't that the Song family's Wei Wei? When did she return to the capital?" 2463 The ambition of a rich man. 1. The other young man in a Givenchy casual suit was stunned for a moment and asked, "Which Song family?" The young man who had spoken earlier laughed and said, "Zhou Yuan, which other Song family could it be? Are there 2 Song families in the capital?" The young man called Zhou Yuan was still confused. He said, "I just don't think I've ever heard of a Wei Wei in the Song family." Young Master Yun. Am I ignorant? You can't say that, young Master Yun said, pursing his lips. After all, Song Wei is a little different from the other Song family members. Young Master Yun, please give me some pointers. Zhou Yuan quickly said. Young Master Yun raised his chin in Song Wei's direction and said, "She's Song Qiming's daughter." Song Qiming can only be considered a distant relative of that old man. Besides, Song Qiming isn't in the capital, so it's normal that you don't know her. After all, you don't have much contact with people in this circle. Although young Master Yun's tone was calm, there was still a sense of superiority. Zhou Yuan was enlightened, so that's how it is. Following that, Zhou Yuan could not help but look towards Song Wei's direction, before whispering, "Young Master Yun, this Song Wei is really pretty." Young Master Yun glanced at Zhou Yuan and asked, with a hint of ridicule, "What's wrong? Are you tempted?" Zhou Yuan chuckled and said, "At first glance, it's more to my liking. Besides, Song Qiming's daughter. If she really gets married, I'm sure my father won't object to it." Zhou Yuan, do you like Song Wei? Young Master Yun asked with a half-smile. Or is it because of her father? Zhou Yuan didn't try to hide it as he smiled and said, "Both. You also know, I can't find a girl from an ordinary family. My family won't be able to get through. This Song Wei is a perfect match for him. If there's a chance, we can get to know her first." You don't know about Song Qiming? Young Master Yun asked indifferently. Zhou Yuan was stunned for a moment, then he patted his forehead and said, now that you remind me, I remember. Song Qiming got into a traffic accident some time ago. He was seriously injured, right? Although the news of Song Qiming's injury was not announced to the public, it was just that it was not widely spread. Those who could attend the opening ceremony today were not simple, and they all had their own channels of information. Zhou Yuan was no exception. It was just that he did not think of this earlier. Young Master Yun smiled faintly and nodded. Do you still have feelings for Song Wei? Zhou Yuan's expression changed slightly as he asked in a low voice, Young Master Yun, are you saying that Song Qiming will be affected by his health? I'm not too sure about that, but Song Qiming hasn't returned to work yet, Young Master Yun said. It's mainly because she's been recuperating at home most of the time and acting all mysterious. I don't think many people know about his situation. You haven't gone back to work after so long? The expression on Zhou Yuan's face changed. It was obvious that he was really tempted, and only at this time would he weigh the pros and cons. Young Master Yun said with a smile, you're really thinking that far. All right. I'm just saying. If you can really catch up with Song Wei, you'll definitely have a lot of benefits. What do you mean? Zhou Yuan asked in confusion, her father isn't? Although Song Qiming has been recuperating, his position hasn't been replaced, Young Master Yun said mysteriously. This means that his health shouldn't affect his future work. Also, the higher ups still think highly of him. Do you understand? Zhou Yuan's mind was suddenly enlightened as he nodded and said, Young Master Yun, you have a profound view of the problem. It must be that way. Zhou Yuan could not help but sigh in his heart. In this aspect, he was still not as good as these playboys who had been influenced by him since young. Even if these people were good for nothing, they were very sensitive to political matters. This was something that he could not compare to in any way. It was a congenital deficiency. Young Master Yun seemed to be enjoying Zhou Yuan's look of admiration, and continued to point out, even if Song Qiming is no longer a B-list celebrity because of his health, he is still very influential. He is also related to the Song family. If you can really get Song Wei, you will definitely make a fortune. Zhou Yuan's eyes brightened as he quickly said, Young Master Yun, you have a lot of connections. Help me create some opportunities. It's not difficult to introduce you to each other, Young Master Yun said. And as far as I know, Song Wei is currently single. But whether you can get together or not, it's up to you. Of course. That's for sure. Zhou Yuan quickly said, Young Master Yun, no matter if it's a success or not, as long as you can introduce me to him, I'll always remember this brotherly love. I will definitely repay you in the future. A trace of disdain flashed through Young Master Yun's eyes, but he concealed it very well. He still had a faint smile on his face, but he said in his heart, if your father wasn't rich, would this brother take you to play? An embroidered pillow. With Young Master Yun's status, ordinary rich people naturally wouldn't enter his eyes, but this wasn't absolute. When one was rich, to a certain extent, their influence couldn't be underestimated. These super-rich people couldn't be treated as pure businessmen. Zhou Yuan's family was considered to be rich to a certain extent, and could basically be said to be at the top of China's circle of wealth. It was also because of this that Young Master Yun had pretended to be a snake with him, but in reality, Young Master Yun did not think much of this Zhou Yuan. 2464 The ambition of a rich man. 2. Young Master Yun smiled and said, it's a piece of cake. Let's go. I'll bring you to meet him now. Thank you, young Master Yun. Zhou Yuan quickly said, I got a Ferrari Enzo a while ago. If you like it. Hearing this, young Master Yun's eyes narrowed slightly, and he asked, you actually managed to get Enzo? Amazing. Ferrari Enzo was born in 2002. It was a gift for the 60th anniversary of the Ferrari brand. It was also the first flagship top sports car created by the Ferrari brand after entering the 21st century. At that time, there were only 399 of this car in the world. It was said that the Pope's custom-made model was added in the end, so there were only 400 of it in the world. The key was that each of the Ferrari Enzo had an owner long ago. After all, they were cars from more than a decade ago. Unless you bought them back then, you wouldn't be able to buy them even if you had the money. Zhou Yuan chuckled. My dad has a good personal relationship with a rich man in Dubai. He has 2 Enzos at home. I had to pester him for a long time before my dad helped me to ask that rich man to buy one. He gave up one of them. Young Master Yun was a person who loved cars as much as his life. When he heard the news about Ferrari Enzo, he was naturally very excited. Zhou Yuan was playing along. How's the car? Young Master Yun couldn't help but ask. Zhou Yuan smiled, I tried driving it in Dubai previously. Although this Enzo is more than 10 years old, it's been maintained quite well. I don't think it's any different from a new one. And this car's mileage is less than 1,000 kilometers. Less than 1,000 kilometers. After more than 10 years? Young Master Yun was in disbelief. Zhou Yuan chuckled, that Dubai tycoon really likes to collect all kinds of sports cars. Most of the time when I bought it, I just enjoyed it and didn't drive it much. Zhou Yuan continued, young Master Yun, do you know how exaggerated it is? He had a large 3-story garage specifically for him to store all the sports cars in his collection. It was a spectacular sight. He has hundreds of sports cars of all kinds. How many times do you think he can drive this Enzo in a year? Zhou Yuan was no match for young Master Yun in terms of politics, but when it came to luxury cars, he immediately started to talk non-stop, finally regaining some confidence. Then you're really lucky. Young Master Yun said with a hint of envy, this kind of person doesn't lack money at all. It's harder than ascending to heaven to get him to sell you his collection of cars. Isn't that so? Zhou Yuan said with a trace of pride, the main thing is that my father's face is big, so he wanted me to step in personally. It's already good enough that he didn't chase me out, so why would he sell it to me? And it's not expensive, only 20 million. Back then, the Ferrari Enzo was sold for about $600,000, which was about 3 to 4 million Chinese dollars. However, the value of this model of car couldn't be measured by normal standards. An ordinary car would probably be worthless after more than 10 years, but the Ferrari Enzo was completely different. The car was still maintained as if it was new, and its collection value rose steadily. Because of the commemorative significance of this model and the general rule that rare things were more expensive, it was indeed not expensive to buy it for more than 20 million. Following that, Zhou Yuan lowered his voice and said, young Master Yun, I'll send this car to you after it arrives at the port. Just leave the procedures to me. Young Master Yun pondered for a moment, then waved his hand and said, forget about the formalities. When the car arrives, just let me drive it for a few days. Zhou Yuan immediately replied, understood. I'll send it to you when the car arrives. Young Master Yun wasn't noble and unquestionable, but he didn't want to cause any negative influence and avoid being punished by his family. As for lending it to him for a few days, it was no different from giving it to him. As long as young Master Yun did not take the initiative to return it, how could Zhou Yuan possibly ask for it? It was just that the car was still Zhou Yuan's in name. Young Master Yun nodded with satisfaction, then said, "Go. I'll take you to Song Wei's place to say hi." After saying that, young Master Yun led Zhou Yuan and strode towards Xia Ruofei's direction. Xia Ruofei held the blue belt martel and leaned back on the sofa. The three women were chatting beside him, but he couldn't interrupt. He just enjoyed the leisure. Young Master Yun walked over with Zhou Yuan and greeted him with a smile. "Wei Wei. When did you return to the capital?" Song Wei and the other two stopped chatting and looked up. Song Wei was slightly stunned and said with a hint of surprise, "Ling Yun? Why did you come to the capital?" Ling Yun, also known as Young Master Yun, smiled and said, "My dad was transferred to Beijing half a year ago, so I followed him here. It seems that you don't care about me." "I'm sad." Song Wei felt a little awkward. She wasn't embarrassed because she didn't know that Ling Yun had come to Beijing with his father. It was because she wasn't that close to Ling Yun. However, she wasn't used to Ling Yun speaking to her as if they were old friends. Therefore, Song Wei didn't know how to respond to Ling Yun's words. She simply gave him an awkward but polite smile. "Wei Wei. I heard that Uncle Song had an accident some time ago?" Ling Yun asked again. "How is it now?" Song Wei felt a trace of anger in her heart. In principle, news of Song Qiming's incident should be kept under wraps. However, Ling Yun asked such a question in front of so many people, especially when there was a young man she didn't even know beside Ling Yun. However, since he had asked about her elder, Song Wei could not be rude. She replied, "I'm fine now. Thank you for your concern." Zhou Yuan, who was standing at the side, saw that Ling Yun had been chatting with Song Weila but had no intention of introducing her to him. He couldn't help but feel anxious. Ling Yun chatted with Song Weima for a while before he pulled Zhou Yuan to his side as if he had just remembered something. "Look at me, I'm so happy to see my old friends that I forgot to introduce them to you. Wei Wei, this is the eldest son of Glory World Corporation's director Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan, this beauty is the one I've been telling you about, the Pearl of Southeast's Secretary Song Wei." When Xia Ruofei heard Ling Yun's introduction, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He had just chatted with Glory World Corporation's chairman, Zhou Leiyun, at the door. That Zhou Leiyun looked like he was in his early 40s. She already had a son this old? Although he didn't know Zhou Yuan's age, he looked to be at least 25 or 26 years old. Could it be that Zhou Leiyun got married and had children in his teens? Xia Ruofei couldn't help but feel curious. On the other side, Zhou Yuan saw that Ling Yun had finally remembered him. He was on the verge of tears as he hurriedly took 2 steps forward and extended his hands to Song Wei. "Miss Song, it's a pleasure to meet you." Song Wei saw that Zhou Yuan was about to shake hands with her, and she could not help but frown. She took a step back and said, "Young Master Zhou, it's a pleasure to meet you." Looking at Song Wei's calm expression, she did not seem to be pleased at all. Zhou Yuan was not angry that he did not manage to shake hands with Song Wei. Instead, he took out a gold-stamped business card and handed it over with both hands, saying, "Miss Song, this is my name card. Song Wei hesitated for a moment, but in the end, she still reached out and took the kasaya. This was the most basic etiquette. Moreover, it was the opening ceremony of Xia Ruofei's Paradise chapter today, and she did not want to make the atmosphere too awkward. Zhou Yuan saw that Song Wei had accepted his name card and was overjoyed. He rubbed his hands together and said enthusiastically, "Miss Song, may I have the honor to have your name card?" "I'm sorry, Mr. Zhou. I'm still a student. I don't have a name card," Song Wei replied. "Oh. It didn't matter. It's fine," Zhou Yuan quickly said, then. "Can we add each other on WeChat?" At the side, Ling Yun couldn't help but frown. He felt that Zhou Yuan was indeed a little embarrassing. He noticed that the business card that Zhou Yuan gave Song Wei had a layer of gold foil on it. It was real gold, and it was too deliberate to show off his wealth. Furthermore, Song Wei's attitude was already very cold, yet Zhou Yuan still wanted her contact details. He had no sense of judgment at all. In this situation, it was impossible to get his contact information by force. Moreover, it would easily cause the other party to be more disgusted. Ling Yun, who prided himself on having an off the charts EQ, definitely wouldn't be so tactless. 2465, dejected and dirty, faced _1 Song Wei's tone turned cold. "I'm sorry, Mr. Zhou. I'm afraid that's not very convenient." Ling Yun furrowed his brows slightly and said, Zhou Yuan turned to look at Ling Yun and smiled. "Young Master Yun, I just want to be friends with Miss Song. I don't have any other intentions." After he finished speaking, Zhou Yuan looked at Song Wei and said with a smile, "It seems that Miss Song is still a little wary of me. Actually, there's no need to. I really want to be friends with you. You'll know in the future that I, Zhou Yuan, am absolutely sincere to my friends." He did not wait for Song Wei to say anything and immediately continued, "Miss Song, it's fine if you don't want to exchange WeChat numbers with me. Since we're fated to meet, I'd like to give Miss Song a small gift." Ling Yun didn't know what Zhou Yuan was up to, but he didn't stop him since he didn't pester him. Zhou Yuan looked around and raised his voice, "Where's the person in charge of this club? Is there anyone in charge? Come over." Xia Ruofei had been sitting and watching the show for a long time and was already bored. He stood up and walked over. "Mr. Zhou, I'm a shareholder of the Paradise Club, so I have some say in this club, right? Do you need something?" Zhou Yuan took a look at Xia Ruofei and found that he was very unfamiliar. His first impression was that Xia Ruofei was not one of those rich people he knew and thought that he should be someone who helped the boss of the club. Hence, Zhou Yuan said indifferently, "You are the person in charge of the Paradise Society. Miss Song Wei should have a membership card, right?" Xia Ruofei's eyes revealed a trace of interest. He said calmly, "Of course. It's good. I was worried that you didn't give Miss Song a membership card. That's a huge mistake," Zhou Yuan said exaggeratedly. He then glanced at Xia Ruofei and said indifferently, "Top up 1 million yuan to Miss Song's membership card. I'll pay for it." Xia Ruofei was stunned for a moment. He couldn't help but smile and look at Song Wei. Song Wei glared at Xia Ruofei with a threatening look in her eyes. "Mr. Zhou, right?" Xia Ruofei asked seriously. "I'm sorry. I can't do this." Zhou Yuan frowned and asked, "What's going on?" "Ah? Aren't you the person in charge of the Paradise Gathering? Why can't you even do something as small as topping up? Then find someone who has the final say. Xia Ruofei smiled. It doesn't matter who comes. If it can't be done, it can't be done. What kind of attitude is this? Zhou Yuan was a little angry, especially when he saw the half-smile on Xia Ruofei's face, which seemed to have a trace of ridicule. He was even more furious. Let me tell you. I have a very good relationship with your Paradise Association's director Zhao. Think carefully before you speak. Now that the economy is in a slump, it's not easy to find a job. I'm also a shareholder of the Paradise Society. So I don't need to find a job. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. You. Zhou Yuan was at a loss for words. After a long while, he finally said angrily, all right. Then tell me, why can't I top up? Don't. Tell me that your club doesn't accept members' pre-payment? If you don't give me an explanation today, I'm going to have a good talk with President Zhao. Zhou Yuan had mentioned the name President Zhao twice. Xia Ruofei guessed that this President Zhao should be Zhao Yongjun. After all, Zhao Yongjun and Zhou Leiyun were close friends. However, Xia Ruofei did not care about this kind of threat. It was just a joke. In fact, Xia Ruofei was also bored and wanted to tease this idiot rich man. Xia Ruofei shrugged his shoulders and said with an innocent look, the reason is simple. Wei Wei is a diamond card member of Paradise Club, and it's a custom-made card issued by the shareholders. All her expenses in Paradise Club are free, so she naturally doesn't need to top up. Of course, Xia Ruofei was just making up the so-called custom-made card. However, it was not fake. Xia Ruofei was prepared to mention it to Zhao Yongjun after the opening ceremony. In the future, Song Wei's expenses here would be directly on his account. Ling Qingshua's card could also be used to pay for the expenses. Since the Ling family was a shareholder, Xia Ruofei had to treat her equally. Song Wei, on the other hand, enjoyed the same treatment. Zhou Yuan's originally angry expression suddenly froze, as if someone had grabbed his neck. That expression was simply too interesting. Ling Yan had been watching the show and felt that Xia Ruofei looked familiar, but he couldn't put his finger on it. Ling Yan hadn't been in Beijing for a long time. His father had been working with Song Qiming in a southwest province. That was why Ling Yan knew Song Wei. Actually, Song Wei didn't interact much with the rich kids in Beijing. Many of the rich kids only knew about Song Wei and didn't meet her often. Ling Yan's father had been transferred back to Beijing to work more than half a year ago, and his rank was the same as Song Qiming. Of course, the Ling family's power was not limited to Ling Yan's father. In reality, the Ling family was also a prominent family in Beijing. Compared to the Song family and the Lu family, the difference wasn't that great. However, Ling Yan had followed his father from a young age to travel all over the country, so he didn't have much contact with the rich and powerful in Beijing. 2466, dejected and dirty, faced _2. However, the Ling family's roots were in Beijing, and Ling Yan had spent his childhood in Beijing as well. Therefore, it wasn't too difficult for him to adapt to the environment here. Many of the people in the circle were his childhood playmates, so it was natural for him to be like a fish in water here. Coupled with the Ling family's power, Ling Yun naturally became an influential figure in the circle of rich and powerful people. This was also the reason why Ling Yun could stand here today. There weren't many members in the Misty Paradise Club. Those who could come here either came from powerful families or were very capable themselves. At first, Ling Yun felt that Xia Ruofei looked a little unfamiliar. Furthermore, Xia Ruofei claimed to be a shareholder of the Paradise Society. Thus, Ling Yun was like Zhou Yuan and thought that Xia Ruofei was helping Zhao Yongjun and the rest to beat up a small shareholder of the society. He was the person in charge of the society on the surface. But when he saw Xia Ruofei's indifferent expression when facing Zhou Yuan, he could not fake the confidence that was in his bones. If Xia Ruofei was really just the representative of Zhao Yongjun and the others, he would definitely not speak to the members in such a manner. Ling Yin revealed a thoughtful expression when he thought of this. Very quickly, he thought of a rumor in the industry. Ling Yin couldn't help but look at Xia Ruofei a few more times. He then took out his phone and searched for Ying. He had already guessed Xia Ruofei's identity. These young masters didn't usually pay attention to entertainment news. Even if they did, they would only occasionally pay attention to the pretty female celebrities. Otherwise, Ling Yun wouldn't have needed to search for Xia Ruofei to recognize him. There were many photos of Xia Ruofei on Weibo and various forums. Naturally, Ling Yun found them quickly. Ling Yun's facial muscles twitched uncontrollably when he saw Xia Ruofei's selfie on Weibo. This was someone that even Elder Song had a good impression of. Although this person was not in the circle, he had long been a legend in the circle. And she was different from him. People like Ling Yun could live a decent life and be in high spirits mostly because of their fathers. On the other hand, Xia Ruofei had made it this far with his own abilities. Xia Ruofei's influence was no less than anyone in the rich and powerful circle. In terms of wealth, these people couldn't even compare to Xia Ruofei. Ling Yan's mind was racing as he quickly came forward with a warm smile. You must be President Xia. I've long heard of your name. Today, he finally saw her in person. It's a pleasure to meet you. Xia Ruofei was slightly taken aback. He was not used to Ling Yan's sudden enthusiasm after such a long time. He thought to himself, why does this self-approachable fellow speak so much like Zhou Leiyun? What did he mean by finally seeing her in person? Ling Yun was very friendly. He immediately said enthusiastically, President Xia, let me introduce myself. I'm Ling Yun, and I've been good friends with Wei Wei for many years. My father and her father are old colleagues too. So it's young Master Ling, nice to meet you, Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Even though this Ling Yun looked a little slippery, he wasn't as brainless as some nouveau riches. Moreover, one shouldn't slap a smiling person. Xia Ruofei wouldn't give Ling Yun any attitude either. Hello. Hello there. Ling Yun passed his business card over enthusiastically. Director Xia, this is my business card. Xia Ruofei took the name card and thought for a while. In the end, he reached into his pocket and took out a name card from his storage space. He passed it to Ling Yun out of courtesy. Of course, this business card was a different set, specially for dealing with outsiders. There was only an email box that Qin Yanan and the others had taken care of, as well as the phone number of the board of directors. Xia Ruofei's personal phone number was not on it. Ling Yun carefully kept Xia Ruofei's name card, then turned his gaze to the slightly dazed Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan, how can you speak to Director Xia like that? Ling Yun frowned slightly. President Xia won't stoop to your level, or else you'll be out of luck. Ling Yun was actually helping Zhou Yuan. Otherwise, If Zhou Yuan offended Xia Ruofei too much, he would not be able to bear the consequences. After all, Zhou Yuan was usually very respectful to him. If there was anything, especially if it required money, Zhou Yuan would do it at the first possible moment. There were also those luxury sports cars that Ling Yun coveted but didn't dare to ask his family for money to buy, especially the Ferrari Enzo that Zhou Yuan mentioned just now. Ling Yun had long taken note of them. This time, after helping Zhou Yuan out of his predicament, he would be able to drive the Enzo car in peace. Xia Ruofei looked at Zhou Yuan in amusement and said, "It's unlikely." "I don't think so." While Zhou Yuan was still in a daze, Ling Yin frowned and said, "What are you thinking? Why aren't you apologizing to President Xia?" Ling Yan's voice was icy cold, causing Zhou Yuan to shiver. At this moment, no matter how slow he was, he could tell that this young man, who always had a faint smile on his face, must have a very powerful background. Thinking of this, Zhou Yuan quickly said, "President Xia, I'm sorry. I was a little impatient just now. Please don't take it to heart." Xia Ruofei did not take Zhou Yuan seriously, so he waved his hand and said, "Forget it, I'll just be more careful in the future. And when you're chasing girls, don't just use smashing, that's too tacky." Zhou Yuan didn't think much of it. However, after seeing Ling Yan's attitude, he didn't dare to refute Xia Ruofei. He could only nod his head and say reluctantly, "I've learned a lot." At this moment, a person walked over quickly, looking a little anxious. "President Xia." The man cupped his hands at Xia Ruofei and said. Xia Ruofei took a closer look and smiled. "Chairman Zhou." "Hello there." This person was Zhou Leiyun, who had just chatted with Xia Ruofei at the entrance of the club. Just now, Zhou Leiyun had gone upstairs to take a look. When he walked down the stairs, he saw Zhou Yuan standing in front of Xia Ruofei, as if he was bowing and apologizing. His heart skipped a beat, and he quickly walked over. After Zhou Leiyun and Xia Ruofei greeted each other, he immediately looked at Zhou Yuan sternly. Zhou Leiyun's gaze was like a knife, causing Zhou Yuan's entire body to tremble. He lowered his head and called out, "Second uncle." When Xia Ruofei heard this, he finally understood. Xia Ruofei thought to himself, "I knew it." Zhou Leiyun looked like he was in his early 40s. How could he have a son in his 20s? Zhou Yuan was his nephew, after all. Glory World Corporation was run by Zhou Leiyun. Zhou Leiyun's brother, who was also Zhou Yuan's father, Zhou Leiming, was also an executive in Glory World Corporation. However, Zhou Leiyun was still the one who had the final say. Furthermore, because Zhou Leiyun had no sons and only 2 daughters, Zhou Yuan could be said to be the only male in his family's next generation. As such, Zhou Leiyun treated Zhou Yuan as half a son, and was usually more strict with his discipline. This also caused Zhou Yuan to not be afraid of his parents, but the moment he saw Zhou Leiyun, he was like a mouse that saw a cat, trembling and unable to speak clearly. Zhou Leiyun stared at Zhou Yuan and asked, "Zhou Yuan, what did you do just now? Are you being disrespectful to President Xia?" 10,000 alpacas galloped across Zhou Yuan's heart. He cried out in his heart, what kind of god was this President Xia? He could even befriend young Master Yun, and now even his powerful second uncle seemed to be fawning over him. Why was he so unlucky? He had accidentally touched the iron plate. Zhou Yuan did not dare to lie in front of Zhou Leiyun. He lowered his head and stuttered, "Second uncle. I was just talking to CEO Xia just now, and my tone was a little rushed. I wasn't being disrespectful to CEO Xia. You still dare to quibble? Zhou Leiyun glared at him and said, "What did I teach you? Did you just ignore it?" Xia Ruofei watched from the side and knew that Zhou Leiyun was putting on an act for him. He felt a little bored and said, "Chairman Zhou. Forget it, it's not a big deal. It's just a few quarrels, and young Master Zhou has already apologized to me. Just forget about it." Zhou Leiyun then glared at Zhou Yuan and said, "Hurry up and thank President Xia for his magnanimity." Zhou Yuan quickly thanked Xia Ruofei. "Thank you, CEO Xia." "Thank you, President Xia. What are you still standing there for? Why don't you go home and reflect on your mistakes?" Zhou Leiyun said sternly, "What a disgraceful thing." 2467 Hiding from Leisure. 1. I know. Zhou Yuan's neck shrunk and he left the club as if he was flying, not even daring to look back. It could be seen that Zhou Yuan was truly afraid of Zhou Leiyun. Zhou Leiyun smiled bitterly and said to Xia Ruofei, "President Xia, I'm really sorry. My family is unfortunate. In Zhou Yuan's generation, he was the only male in our family, but he was a hopeless case. My big brother. And I have been so worried about this child. Please forgive me. Please bear with me." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Chairman Zhou, it's really not that serious. It was just a few words. Why would I take it to heart? They were all young people, so it was normal to have a bit of a temper. We'll just educate them properly." For Zhao Yongjin's sake, Xia Ruofei wouldn't argue with Zhou Leiyun over such a small matter. Besides, this had nothing to do with Zhou Leiyun. As for Zhou Yuan, although Xia Ruofei had put it nicely with Zhou Leiyun, he actually understood that Zhou Leiyun and Qianqian were born with a silver spoon in their mouths. They had never suffered much since they were young, which resulted in their low emotional intelligence. "Yeah." Zhou Leiyun forced a smile. "You are all young people, but Zhou Yuan, this child. Sigh. If he's half as good as President Xia, my brother and I will wake up laughing in our dreams." After sighing, Zhou Leiyun said, "Let's not talk about him. President Xia, thank you for your magnanimity for today. I'll buy you a drink when I have the chance. Then I'll thank you in advance, Chairman Zhou." Xia Ruofei said with a smile. "You're welcome. You're too polite." Zhou Leiyun said, "Director Xia, I won't disturb you and your friends anymore. I'll go over there and take a look." "Please. Do as you wish, Chairman Zhou." Xia Ruofei said with a smile. After Zhou Leiyun left, Xia Ruofei saw that Ling Yun was still standing at the side. He couldn't help but ask, "Young Master Ling, is there anything else?" Ling Yun was actually a little stunned when he saw how humble Zhou Leiyun was in front of Xia Ruofei. Zhou Leiyun's business empire could be ranked at least in the top 10 of China's private enterprises. The influence of the head of such a giant company could not be underestimated. It could be said that although those second and third generation rich playboys were all first and second to him, they still did not dare to act rashly in front of Zhou Leiyun. Even though Ling Yun had heard many legends about Xia Ruofei, they were all hearsay. Today, he had witnessed this shocking scene with his own eyes. His heart was in turmoil. Ling Yun only came back to his senses after Xia Ruofei finished speaking. "Oh, I'm fine," he quickly replied. He was fine. "President Xia, I Just wanted to explain the misunderstanding earlier. Zhou Yuan wanted to get to know Wei Wei, so he insisted on me bringing him here. I didn't expect this guy. Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, young master Ling, this matter is already in the past. I don't take it to heart. But since you are Zhou Yuan's friend, then you should go back and advise him to keep a low profile. If it wasn't for me today, and it was a narrow-minded person, wouldn't he be bringing hatred to his family for no reason? No matter how big Glory World Corporation is, it's still a private enterprise. Don't cause trouble for Glory World Corporation. Because of him. Well said, President Xia. Ling Yan quickly replied, this is simply bitter medicine. I will definitely pass on your words, and I believe that Zhou Yuan will definitely remember them. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, I hope so too. Seeing that Xia Ruofei had no intention of talking to him, Ling Yan thought for a while and said, President Xia, Wei Wei, I have a friend who's here too. I won't disturb you guys then, take care. Young Master Ling, Xia Ruofei said, let's have a good time here today. At the same time, I hope that you members can give us more valuable advice. I will. Ling Yan said hurriedly. Song Wei nodded her head slightly and did not say anything. Ling Yan nodded at Xia Ruofei and the rest in acknowledgement before walking towards the entrance of the banquet hall. After Ling Yan returned to the capital, he had made quite a few friends. There were also many who came today. He went to the door to say hello, mainly to leave a good impression on Xia Ruofei. After the outsiders had left, Xue Yi, who had been watching the show, came forward with a smile and said, Wei Wei, you're becoming more and more attractive. Even Zhou Yuan fell in love with you at first sight, hee. Song Wei playfully pinched the soft flesh on Xue Yi's waist and said, wretched girl, I'll let you gloat. Xue Yi was extremely ticklish, and she hurriedly waved her hands to beg for mercy. Ling Qingxue glanced at Xia Ruofei with a half-smile, then asked with interest, is this Zhou Yuan very famous? It's Glory World Corporation, it's very famous. A private group with a scale of hundreds of billions. Xue Yi said, didn't that Chairman Zhou just say it? He's the only male heir in their family, and he's very likely to be the heir to Glory World Corporation in the future. Ling Qingxue pouted and said, that idiot? If he really inherits Glory World Corporation, he'll lose everything in a few years. Ling Qingxue's family also ran a business, and Ling Qingxue herself was also an elite in the business management. Towards a rich second generation like Zhou Yuan, who was ignorant and incompetent, she looked down on him from the bottom of her heart. Although Glory World Corporation was a giant on a large scale, if the helmsman did not deserve it, the possibility of this super ship sinking was still very high. Moreover, if there was a crisis, the large Glory World Corporation was like a piece of fat meat. Those who had their eyes on this fat meat would definitely rush forward and start a feast to divide the benefits. 2468 Hiding from idle time, 2, Xue Yi giggled and said, Sister Qingxue, there are still 3,000 nails left on this broken boat. Not to mention such a big corporation like Glory World Corporation. Even if he's in decline, at least he'll have a lifetime of wealth and glory. That's true, Ling Qingxue giggled and said, it seems like someone has met a strong competitor. Xue Yi's eyes lit up when she heard that, and she hurriedly asked, Sister Qingxue, so our Wei Wei already has a boyfriend? Ling Qingxue pursed her lips and smiled, I'm talking about Wei Wei's future boyfriend. You should be asking her if she has a boyfriend now. I'm not sure. Shui rolled her eyes and said, "Something's wrong." "Something's wrong." With that, Shui turned to Song Wei and said, "Wei Wei, you must be hiding something from me, right?" Naturally, Shui understood the underlying meaning behind Ling Qingshua's words. However, she was not very close to Ling Qingxue, so she could only ask Song Wei. Song Wei blushed and said, "How could that be? Don't talk nonsense." When did you become so nosy?" "That Zhou Yuan. I've never heard of him before, but you're able to make sense of him. Don't tell me you've taken a fancy to this rich second generation? Do you want me to tell Uncle Rui? I'm going to kill you." Shui said exaggeratedly, "Would I be interested in such an embroidered pillow? You're insulting my taste." Shui continued, "Actually, a few days ago, a fangirl in our unit was gossiping about this person. She mentioned him. That's why I suddenly remembered him today." Xia Ruofei looked at Ling Qingxue innocently. Ling Qingshue's words not only shocked Song Wei, but also made Xia Ruofei's heart beat faster. In the current situation, if the matter between him and Song Wei were to be spread, or more accurately, the matter between him, Ling Qingxue, and Song Wei were to be spread, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. Ling Qingxue glanced at Xia Ruofei with a smile in her eyes, then asked, "What gossip did you guys talk about?" "It's just that this young Master Zhou is a playboy." A look of disdain appeared in Shui's eyes as she said, "He's been involved in scandals with many small-time celebrities, young models, and internet celebrities. The paparazzi often take photos of him going in and out of hotels with different women. It's no longer news." Shui continued, "That love-struck girl from our unit actually said that he wouldn't care even if this guy was a playboy. He even fantasized about marrying into a rich family and becoming a rich lady. It was simply destroying his three views. I feel that this kind of person who is completely irresponsible in his personal feelings should be destroyed." "What did he take women for? A toy?" Even though Shui was criticizing Zhou Yuan, Xia Ruofei felt uncomfortable listening to her, especially when Ling Qingshue's half-smiling eyes kept glancing at him. Even Song Wei secretly shot him a quick glance with hidden bitterness, making him feel like there was a dagger at his back. Xia Ruofei laughed drily and said, "Let's talk about something else. He's just a prodigal second generation, what's there to talk about?" "That's true," Shui said, then immediately giggled and said, "Handsome Xia. You're good to Wei Wei." He had come out to support her at the critical moment. He even said that Wei Wei's card was free of charge. At that time, Zhou Yuan's expression was extremely interesting. "Ha ha ha. But you can't go back on your word. Wei Wei can bring me here to eat and drink for free in the future." Xia Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Your Song Rui is also a shareholder. In theory, you're also the lady boss." He was actually thinking of eating and drinking for free? Besides, why don't you just put it directly on Song Rui's account? Do you still need Wei to guide you? Shui was stunned for a moment before she said, "That's true. But if that's the case, wouldn't we be losing our own money?" "I have to, look at your money, grubbing face." Song Wei snapped. "Can't you be a little more promising? Song Rui isn't as rich as handsome Xia," Shui said, "and he's usually very spendthrift. I'm counting on him to earn more money from this paradise gathering project." Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. "I'm just joking with you. I'll let Brother Zhao know later. In the future, both of Your membership cards will be on my account. But you have to explain it clearly to Xia Ruofei. It won't be good if you misunderstand. What misunderstanding? Xia Ruofei's voice was heard. Speak of the devil and the devil will come. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, you weren't hiding and eavesdropping, were you? Do I look like that kind of person? Xia Ruofei said arrogantly. Xia Ruofei, Song Wei, and Xue Yi all nodded in unison. Only Ling Qingxue was overjoyed. Xia Ruofei looked constipated and said, so this is what you think of me? This is too sad, I just walked over and heard Ruofei's last sentence. What are you guys talking about? Xia Ruofei laughed and said, we're talking about your Yi's new life. I've already promised her that I'll pay for all her membership cards in the future. I'm just asking her to explain it to you. You brat, you treat Yi as a treasure in your hands. What if there's a misunderstanding and you still come to mess with me? Then wouldn't I be doing something bad with good intentions? Hearing that, Xia Ruofei immediately said with an exaggerated expression, I'm also a shareholder of the Paradise Society. You can put your membership card on my account. It's not like I can't afford such a small expense. You actually want to put it on Ruofei's account? I can only say, you. Well done. At the end of his sentence, Xia Ruofei finally couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing. He even walked over and high-fived Xue Yi. Xia Ruofei pointed at Xia Ruofei and said, remember this. This guy is a big nouveau riche. As long as there was a chance to kill him, he would not let it go, just like today. Do you remember that? Hearing this, Xue Yi immediately nodded her head. Xia Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. That's enough, he said. You've only been together for a short time and you're already following your husband? Xia Ruofei rolled his eyes and said, this is called tacit understanding. You won't understand even if I tell you. More and more guests came to attend the opening ceremony, and the banquet hall became more and more lively. Those who were invited to the celebration were all rich and influential people in the political and business world. Xia Ruofei was not very familiar with people in this circle and did not like these social activities. Therefore, most of the time, he sat in the opposite corner and chatted with Ling Qingxue, Song Wei, and Xue Yi. Zhao Yongjun, who was good at dancing, brought Ho Liang, Su Zixuan, and a few others through the banquet hall, stopping from time to time to greet familiar people and chat briefly. Even Xia Ruofei quickly got into character and shuttled through the crowd with a glass of wine in his hand. Xia Ruofei and the others were in an unremarkable corner, which was relatively quiet. This was mainly because Xia Ruofei, Ling Qingxue, and Xue Yi were not part of the rich and powerful circle in the capital. Even Song Wei had little contact with them. Under normal circumstances, no one would take the initiative to come and greet them. In Xia Ruofei's eyes, the Paradise gathering was just for fun with a group of friends. He had never expected to make much money from this project. He didn't think that today's opening ceremony needed to be taken seriously. Naturally, he wouldn't inform Tang Yitian, Hong Kong's Ma Xiong, United States' Tang He, and his grand disciple Li Fu. However, Xia Ruofei was no longer a nobody. Some people in the circle of playboys might not know him, but Xia Ruofei knew a few people in the business circle. Xia Ruofei's joke had amused Ling Qingxue, Song Wei, and Xue Yi. At this moment, a few middle-aged men in suits and leather shoes walked towards Xia Ruofei with wine glasses in their hands. They were talking and laughing. 2469, the big shots gather, one, in the lead laughed heartily. Xia Ruofei raised his head and looked over. He couldn't help but be slightly shocked by this lineup. The person who had just spoken was short and had a strange appearance. It was the chairman of the board of directors of the Gold Rush Group, Ma Yun, who was now firmly at the top of the Chinese internet industry. Don't be fooled by the fact that this internet giant, who was called Father Ma by the netizens, was not tall in appearance or figure. However, his every move was very imposing. The few people with Ma Yun were also successful people in the internet industry. Among them were the few who had attended the release conference of Taoyuan Company's Jade Skin Cream, like Lu Dong of Jingbei Group, Qing Hao of Jumei Shopping Mall, and so on. In addition to these few, there was also a legendary giant in the Chinese internet industry, the famous chairman of the board of directors of Penguin Group, Ma Huai. After so many years of development, Penguin Group was no longer limited to the field of instant communication. This giant company's tentacles reached almost every corner of the internet industry: games, reading, e-commerce, group purchase, entertainment. All of these people added together could definitely top half of China's internet industry. Especially the two MA bosses, their permanent offices were not in Beijing. The Gold Rush Group's headquarters was in Qiantang City, the capital of Jiangsu and Zhejiang Province, while the Penguin Group's headquarters was located in Shenzhen, a special district in Guangdong Province. Air Ma had actually flown in from outside to attend the opening ceremony of a club. If this news were to spread, it would definitely cause a lot of gossip. It's Boss Ma. Xia Ruofei smiled and went up to him. Welcome. Welcome. Then, he immediately greeted the other internet bosses. Boss Lu. We meet again, welcome. General Manager Cheng, you're getting more and more handsome. Are you preparing to switch to the entertainment industry? Ha ha ha. Boss Gua. You're still as elegant as ever, old man. Finally, Xia Ruofei walked to Ma Huasu and said with a smile, Brother Ma. I've long heard of your great name. And I've finally met you today. Ma Yun and Ma Huai, both Boss Ma, were here today. In order to distinguish between the two, Xia Ruofei used the nickname Little Brother Ma from the netizens. This way, he would not neglect Ma Huai, and it would be easy to distinguish him. Ma Huasu still had the image of a modest gentleman. In an era where people in the internet used jeans and T-shirts as the standard, he always appeared in public in a suit and tie. Of course, everyone was dressed in formal attire today, so Ma Huatong was not too conspicuous. Ma Huachin showed a strange smile and said, President Xia, you can call me Pony. Pony was Ma Huai's English name. In fact, Pony meant Little Ma in English. Okay, Brother Ma. Xia Ruofei said with a serious face. At the side, Ma Yun couldn't help but burst out laughing. President Xia, well done. Huayan is tooth sundara. Sometimes this is an illness that needs to be treated. Lu Dong and the others also revealed knowing smiles. Xia Ruofei had a strange feeling when he saw this. It was common for these internet bigwigs to bicker with each other on the internet. In the eyes of many people, these people would have a real, life PK after meeting each other. The kind that wouldn't stop until his brain was smashed. In reality, they were like old friends. As the big bosses of the same industry, the competition between them was naturally very fierce. However, these people were all super rich people with assets in the hundreds of millions, and most of them were well educated. So they were quite gentlemanly. Besides, business competition was normal, and it didn't affect their personal relationship. Everyone, thank you for your support. Xia Ruofei smiled. Let's sit here and chat. At this moment, Ling Qingxue whispered into Xia Ruofei's ear, Ruofei, I'm going to walk around with Weiwei and Yi. You guys can talk. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, okay, I'll go. Over to you guys in a bit. Since Ling Qingxue and the rest did not want to join in the fun, Xia Ruofei would not force them. Ling Qingxue and the rest nodded at Ma Yun and the rest, then left with their wine glasses. Xia Ruofei invited everyone to sit together and smiled. I didn't expect all the big bosses of the internet industry to come here today. They've added quite a bit of glory to our paradise gathering. We must support President Xia's business, Lu Dong said with a smile. He still had a strong northern Jiangsu accent, but it was this accent that made people feel simple and kind. The last time the Yusher Cream's product launch was held in Beijing, Xia Ruofei had asked Song Rui to help arrange this matter. At that time, Song Rui had contacted Lu Dong through his good friend Jingbei in the industry. Thus, Jingbei Group had pulled several buses of employees to support the product launch. Lu Dong and the others had even supported the Yusher Cream at the product launch, and announced on the spot that they would open sales channels on the 5 major e-commerce platforms at the same time. The reason Lu Dong had attended that event in person was mainly because of Jingbei's reputation. Jingbei's family had been living in the capital for a long time, and Jingbei even held a small portion of Jingbei Group's shares. However, since then, Xia Ruofei and Lu Dong had been in contact on WeChat and they got along quite well. Hence, Xia Ruofei was the most familiar with Lu Dong and had the best relationship with him among all the people present. As for Ma Yun, Ma Hui, and the others, other than a coincidence, it was also because of the Paradise Club's strong background. On the other hand, it was also related to Xia Ruofei, or rather, the Paradise Corporation. Not counting the ordinary products such as iron skin Fingdo and Taoyuan de Hong Pao, just the explosive sales of the jade skin cream alone had already made Xia Ruofei famous in the industry. Although the scale of the Paradise Corporation's assets could not be compared to any of the people present today, these were all big bosses in the internet industry. Their eyes were absolutely sharp, and they could all see the terrifying potential of the Paradise Corporation. Even if the Paradise Corporation didn't have more new products in the future, just relying on the jade skin cream and heart-nourishing soup would be enough to let the Paradise Corporation snowball and grow. In a short period of time, everyone had come together to get to know Xia Ruofei, who had single-handedly founded Paradise Corporation. In addition, in the past few years, many people had been spreading their net to make investment arrangements. The few with the ability, such as Ma Yun, Ma Hualu, and even Lu Dong, all wanted to try their luck and see if they could invest in the Paradise Corporation. Ma Yun leaned back on the soft sofa and said with a smile, President Xia, we're all attending an internet summit in Beijing. When President Lu said that the Paradise Gathering would be holding its opening ceremony today, we all wanted to get to know you, a young internet celebrity entrepreneur, so we came uninvited. 2470, the Olive Branch, 1, the gentle and refined Ma Huasu also smiled and asked, President Xia, you won't blame us for being uninvited guests, right? Xia Ruofei laughed and said, what are you saying, brother Ma? I can't wait to welcome you all. How could he blame her? What did it mean to bring light to his humble dwelling? This was exactly what they were talking about. I feel that the banquet hall has become much brighter after everyone arrived. President. Xia, you're too good with your words. Ma Hua said with a smile. Ma Yun said, President Xia, don't just talk. And not practice. Hurry up and give us a dozen of your Paradise Association's membership cards. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. Ma Yun had taken the initiative to ask for a membership card, so Xia Ruofei naturally wouldn't reject these internet bosses of Yingluo to become members of the Paradise Club. This in itself was the best advertisement. Of course, no problem. I can't ask for more. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. He beckoned the restaurant manager, who was shuttling through the banquet hall, over and whispered a few words into his ear. The restaurant manager quickly nodded and quickly walked towards Zhao Yongjun. After Zhao Yongjun heard the news, he looked over at Xia Ruofei in surprise. When he saw that Ma Yun, Ma Huai, Lu Dong and the rest were indeed chatting happily with Xia Ruofei, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. However, he didn't go over directly. Instead, he excused himself from his friends and brought the restaurant manager to the side. Zhao Yongjun took out a stack of membership cards from his bag, counted them, and handed them to the restaurant manager. He gave a few more instructions, then walked to another friend with a glass of wine. The restaurant manager returned to Xia Ruofei's side. Xia Ruofei took the stack of membership cards. Without looking at the number on it, he directly sent one to Lu Dong, who was the closest to him, and gave one to each person. Although there were only 30 diamond cards, Zhao Yongjun had a backup. The stack of cards he gave Xia Ruofei were all diamond cards. Bosses, please come to our club more often in the future, Xia Ruofei said as he sent the message. These diamond cards were numbered. Xia Ruofei did not distribute them in order, but in a complete mess. This was to prevent the business leaders from comparing with each other and turning good things into bad things. One had to know that people like Ma Yun, Lu Dong, and Ma Huatai, even if they appeared to be harmonious on the surface, they were definitely competing with each other in the dark. If they didn't even have the heart to compete, they wouldn't have been able to make their companies so big. Ma Yun took the card and smiled. Are you still counting on this little bit of profit? Xia Ruofei said, I'm not like you big bosses. Other than a small company, I only have this club. How can I not be? Ma Yun pointed at Xia Ruofei and smiled. President Xia, let's not beat around the bush. Your company is not a small one. You can lie to others, but don't you think we know that? Lu Dong, Qingyu, and the others all agreed. The sales of Peach Blossom Company's jaded skin cream were very popular on the top few e-commerce platforms. For these CEOs, the sales data was no secret at all. The profit margin of the cosmetics industry had always been very large, and the jaded skin cream was almost always in a state of supply falling short of demand. Just this alone, the speed of making money could be imagined. Not to mention, although the other products of Paradise Corporation were less money making than jaded skin cream, all of them were the best in their field. It could be said that the image of Paradise Corporation's quality products had been deeply rooted in people's hearts. The potential of such a company could be said to be infinite. In the business world, strength had always been the deciding factor. Although the internet bigwigs could join the Paradise Corporation's opening ceremony due to the fact that everyone was participating in the Internet Summit in Beijing, it was more because almost everyone was quite optimistic about the development prospects of Paradise Corporation. Xia Ruofei begged for mercy and said, "Boss Ma, don't flatter me too much. Your gold panning group is still bigger than my paradise company. Even if I pull out a hair from your leg. My company's current market value is at most 1 or 2 billion. The market value of the gold panning group had already exceeded 100 billion. In terms of size, Paradise Company was really small in front of the gold panning group. Market value doesn't mean anything, your company isn't even listed, Ma Yun said in all seriousness. Xia Ruofei acknowledged this point. The value of Paradise Corporation was definitely not what it seemed on the surface. The invisible brand value and the value of Xia Ruofei's exclusive intellectual property were difficult to measure. Besides, Xia Ruofei's actual wealth was far more than that of Paradise Corporation. The funds in his overseas account alone were equivalent to several Paradise Corporation's. And this was pure cash flow. Even if Ma Yun was extremely rich, it would still be difficult to get him to take out $1 or $2 billion immediately. At this time Ma Huateng, who hadn't said anything, suddenly said, "President Xia, you've worked with all of us here, you can't favor one over the other. Our Penguin Group is also very interested in working with your company." Xia Ruofei was stunned for a moment, then he smiled and asked, "Brother Ma, is there any room for us to cooperate? I don't think they're in the same industry." Strictly speaking, Peach Blossom Company was considered a real economy company and didn't have much interaction with internet companies. Their cooperation with e-commerce platforms was also because the other party controlled the channels. Strictly speaking, this wasn't considered a close cooperation. In essence, it was no different from a small shop owner opening a shop on the platform of the Gold Mining Group or Kyokoboku Shopping Mall. On the other hand, Penguin Group had tried to get involved in the e-commerce field and compete with Gold Rush Group. As for Jingbei Mall, when Penguin Group was playing e-commerce, Jingbei Mall didn't have much to do with this industry. However, the Penguin Group's attempts in the e-commerce field had basically failed. Although Penguin Group invested in the e-commerce platform, it was only an investment. How can there be no room for cooperation? Ma Huasu smiled faintly. Now that we've entered the era of the Internet of Things, the Internet connects everything, and the Internet industry can cooperate with any industry. There was nothing wrong with that. The Internet of Things had been around for years, and it had developed very quickly. In the past 2 years, the most typical examples were smart homes and self-driving cars. Even so, Xia Ruofei still couldn't think of any possible cooperation between Paradise Corporation and Penguin Group. President Xia, Ma Huachen said with a smile, "Our group has too much cash flow recently. We have no place to spend it. Are you interested in financing?" When Ma Yun heard this, he pouted and said, "After all this, he still wants to raise funds." Ma Huai acted as if he didn't hear her. He looked at Xia Ruofei and said, 500 million Chinese dollars. I only want 10% of the shares, and I can give you all the voting rights. Also, out of this 500 million, 100 million can be used to cash out to the shareholders. The moment Ma Huayuan said this, Ma Yun, who had wanted to mock him, was stunned. Even Xia Ruofei could not help but feel slightly tempted. It had to be said that Ma Huasheng's conditions were simply too good. The estimated value of Paradise Corporation was more than $1 billion, and at most, it was less than $2 billion. However, Ma Huasu had directly given a valuation of $5 billion. Moreover, 500 million yuan for 10% of the shares was a pure investment. They didn't even need to vote. In addition, 100 million could be cashed out to the shareholders. In general, the money obtained from corporate financing had to be invested in the business operation. Only when both parties agreed in advance could a certain proportion be cashed out. Of course, with Xia Ruofei's current stock ratio, the so-called shareholder cash out was basically him alone. Xia Ruofei had not invested a lot of money into the development of Paradise Corporation. After transferring 10% of the shares, he could cash out 100 million yuan. He still had more than 80% of the company's shares and had absolute control over the company. If it were any other entrepreneur, their brain would have been blown away by this sudden happiness, and they would have most likely agreed to Ma Huasu's financing plan. However, the Paradise Corporation was not in need of money, and Xia Ruofei was even more so. He would not dilute his shares for a few 100 million yuan. Hence, Xia Ruofei was only a little moved at that moment. He quickly put on an apologetic smile and said, "I'm sorry, brother Ma. The company doesn't have any plans for financing yet. If I need financing in the future, I will consider Penguin Group first." Ma Huateng couldn't help but show a hint of disappointment, but little Ma had always maintained his demeanor. He quickly smiled and nodded. "All right. Don't you forget. Also, whenever you need funds, you can contact me directly. My financing plan will always be effective." "No problem. Thank you for your appreciation, brother Ma." Xia Ruofei nodded. Financing was sometimes like a gamble. Most premium financing was nothing more than a good outlook for the future of the startup. To put it bluntly, the premium part was just a bet on the future prospects. It was obvious that Ma Huasu was very optimistic about the future of Paradise Corporation. Ma Yun immediately said, "President Xia, our gold mining group is also very interested. If you need financing, don't forget me. And don't we have a cooperative relationship? Don't let your own fertile water flow into others' fields." Lu Dong, Chung, and the others also expressed their interest in investing in Paradise Corporation. Xia Ruofei happily agreed to an empty check like Wan. Xia Ruofei could write whatever he wanted. He was just doing her a favor. He had no intention of listing Paradise Corporation, so it was even more impossible for him to raise funds. Xia Ruofei had a good time talking to these tech entrepreneurs. They were all outstanding in the tech industry and had rich experience in managing businesses. Many of their opinions inspired Xia Ruofei. During the conversation, Xia Ruofei noticed that Lu Dong, who was usually forthright, did not seem to be in a good mood today. In fact, there was a hint of worry between his brows. Xia Ruofei felt a little strange. Coincidentally, Lu Dong was sitting beside him. Xia Ruofei leaned over and asked in a low voice, "Chief Lu, I don't think you're in a good mood. Did you encounter any difficulties?" 2471 Lu Dong's predicament. 1. Lu Dong looked a little embarrassed. He glanced at Xia Ruofei unnaturally and asked with a strange expression, "Haven't you been watching the news recently?" Xia Ruofei was slightly stunned. He had been so busy recently that he did not pay much attention to the news. Could it be that everyone knew about Lu Dong's incident? At the thought of this, Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly. "I've been busy these days. I didn't pay much attention to the news." "Boss Lu, what happened? Is there anything I can do to help?" Lu Dong could tell that Xia Ruofei was not pretending and his tone was sincere. He knew that Xia Ruofei really did not know about him. However, when he thought about the chaotic situation, Lu Dong could not help but sigh. Thank you for your kind intentions, President Xia, but I'm afraid you can't help much with this, Xia. Ruofei saw that Lu Dong did not want to say more, so he did not intend to pursue the matter. After all, everyone had their own secrets. Since Lu Dong was reluctant to talk about it, it must mean that he did not want to talk about it. At this moment, Ma Yun, who was sitting on the other side of him, smiled and said, President Xia, President Lu has had some bad luck recently. Following that, Ma Yun looked at Lu Dong and asked, Boss Lu, is it okay if I talk about this? If you want to say it, then say it. Lu Dong laughed bitterly. The news is all over the world. Even if you don't say it, President Xia will know after looking at the news on his phone. Ma Yun laughed and said, Boss Lu, don't think too much. There's always a way out, difficulties are only temporary. Lu Dong's eyes gleamed as he said, That's for sure. Since I started my business in Zhongguancun, I've encountered a lot of difficulties, but I've still made it all the way here. Ma Yun gave Lu Dong a thumbs up and said, Although our two families are competitors, I admire your drive. Lu Dong waved his hand helplessly and said, Boss Ma, don't flatter me to death. Ma Yun smiled and did not explain further. He turned to Xia Ruofei and said, President Xia, you'll know once you open the headlines or take a look at Weibo. President Lu's luck hasn't been very good recently. To put it simply, he was set up in Italy some time ago and is now in a whirlpool, facing problems both internally and externally. As Ma Yun said this, he smiled at Lu Dong and asked, Boss Lu, I'm not wrong, right? Very objective, said Lu Dong with a wry smile. Italy? Xia Ruofei was slightly moved. However, Ma Yun was clearly not giving a clear answer, because Lu Dong was also present. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, with a smile, President Lu, I'm really curious to see what's making you so worried. Lu Dong said helplessly, use your phone and see for yourself. The news is all over the place. Although some of them are true and some are false, and most of them are exaggerated, the overall situation is more or less the same. All right. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. He took out his phone and opened the news app, and as expected, he saw news about Lu Dong on the first screen. Xia Ruofei opened the news and read it carefully. Lu Dong looked a little embarrassed. He stood up and walked to the sofa across from him. He sat down and started chatting with Ma Hui, Qing Hao, and the others. There was a lot of news about Lu Dong on the headlines, but the quality of the articles from the media was mixed. They were not as credible as the authoritative media. Xia Ruofei read many articles with the mentality of understanding the situation. Soon, he had a general understanding of the situation. In fact, the ins and outs of the matter were not complicated. A few days ago, Lu Dong went to Rome, Italy on a business trip for business negotiations. As a result, he encountered a badger game and was in a very sorry state. Moreover, the storm had not subsided until now. Xia Ruofei had been in charge of the Paradise Corporation for a long time. He was no longer the veteran who knew nothing. Naturally, he would not see the problem so simply. Now, Kyokuboku Group was clearly having some internal problems, and there were even more storms in the capital market, causing its market value to shrink. The most important thing was that for a very simple case, the Roman police and prosecution had not come to a conclusion for a long time, allowing all kinds of news to fly around. This was obviously not a simple case of extorting money. Someone must have been manipulating this. After Xia Ruofei understood the general situation, he gradually came to a conclusion that the crux of the whole incident was related to Rome. If the police could handle it efficiently, things would be much simpler. The earlier they gave a conclusion, the earlier Lu Dong could free up his hands to solve all kinds of internal and external problems. He might even take the opportunity to clean up the internal affairs. Perhaps, a bad thing could turn into a good thing. After all, for a behemoth like Kyokuboku Group, it was inevitable that there would be a place where they would hide their dirty deeds. If they could take this opportunity to clean up their own mess, it might not be a bad thing. Xia Ruofei actually had a good impression of Lu Dong. This legend in the internet industry started from scratch and was a generous person. Lu Dong had personally attended the launch of the Jaded Skin Cream and even pulled several buses of employees to support him. Although this was for the sake of Song Rui's little brother, Jingbang, Xia Ruofei still had to accept this favor. Thinking of this, Xia Ruofei stood up and said, with a smile, "Dear CEOs, please make yourself at home. I'll excuse myself for a moment." Xia Ruofei nodded to everyone and walked to the side door of the banquet hall. After leaving the banquet hall, he asked the service staff to open a quiet lounge for him and walked in. Xia Ruofei found the phone number of Louis Hai, the person in charge of the Italian branch of the Hong sect, and dialed it. After several rings, Louis Hai, who was far away in Milan, finally answered the phone. His voice was filled with fatigue and a hint of anger. "Hello? Who is it?" Xia Ruofei was stunned for a moment, but he quickly realized that Italy was 6 hours earlier than China. It was 10 in the morning here, which meant that in Milan, it was only 3 or 4 in the morning, the time when a person was in deep sleep. To be woken up by the phone ringing at this time, anyone would be angry. Xia Ruofei guessed that Louis Hai didn't open his eyes. He picked up the phone in a daze, so his voice was full of resentment. "Ah, hi, it's me. Xia Ruofei." Xia Ruofei said. Hearing that, Louis Hai quivered, and his sleepiness disappeared instantly. He immediately sat up on the bed and said in a respectful tone, "So it's Mr. Xia. I'm really sorry, I wasn't fully awake just now, so my tone was a little, I should be the one saying sorry." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "I didn't consider the time difference. I'm sorry for disturbing your sweet dream." I'm fine. I'm fine." Louis Hai said quickly, "Mr. Xia, it's my honor to work for you. If you have any instructions, just say it." Xia Ruofei had a very high status in Louis Hai's heart. When Xia Ruofei flew to Italy, Li Fu had revealed that he was more distinguished than Xia Tian. Louis Hai, who had long admired Xia Tian's fighting skills, had more respect for Xia Ruofei. What was more, when Xia Ruofei was in Italy, he had given a big gift to Louis Hai and his brothers in the Turin branch. It was a jade pendant, engraved with basic protection arrays. With this jade pendant, they could stop a fatal attack. Even though the jade pendant was engraved with the most basic defensive formation and would break when it was triggered, it was still a priceless treasure for Louis Hai and the others, especially for these brothers who had been living a life on the edge of a knife. It was equivalent to having one more life. Therefore, Louis Hai's respect for Xia Ruofei came from his heart. Hearing this, Xia Ruofei stopped beating around the bush and asked directly, "Ah Hai, do you know about the Chinese businessman, Lu Dong?" "Mr. Xia," Louis Hai smiled, "it's explosive news in Italy, especially in the Chinese circle." "How can I not know about it? It's good that you know. That saves me the trouble of wasting my breath. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Then, he said seriously, hi, Lu Dong is my good friend, and it's obvious that he was set up by someone this time, so I want to help him. Since Xia Ruofei had spoken, Louis Hai felt it was his duty to do so. Mr. Xia, what do you need me to do? He asked. Without hesitation. Xia Ruofei said calmly, as for Italy, I hope that they can close the case as soon as possible. Of course, the conclusion should be in Lu Dong's favor. Hi, the Italy Roman police and the prosecution are deliberately delaying the time. How is the influence of the Hong sect on the official level? Close the case as soon as possible, is it? Louis Hai thought for a while and said, it shouldn't be a problem. After the last incident, the Hong sect's influence in Italy is much greater than before. We also have some friends like the senators. We can ask them to exert some pressure. Then I'll have to trouble you all. Xia Ruofei said. You're too kind. Louis Hai said straightforwardly, we're all Chinese. President Liu fell into a trap in Italy, so we should help him. In fact, if Xia Ruofei didn't ask, Louis Hai wouldn't have used his resources to help Lu Dong just because he was from Huaxia. As for Xia Ruofei, Louis Hai was Li Yifu's trusted subordinate. He didn't have any psychological burden to use the resources of the Italy branch of Hong sect, and he didn't need to worry about owing Xia Ruofei a favor. Speaking of favors, Louis Hai was the one who really owed Xia Ruofei a huge favor. The Italy branch's current situation was inseparable from Xia Ruofei's defeat of the Gelman family, not to mention the magical jade. The two of them chatted for a while, before hanging up. Xia Ruofei went back to the banquet hall, but didn't tell Lu Dong about this. He wasn't sure how long Louis Hai would take to settle this. It was unnecessary to tell Lu Dong now. If things didn't go well, he would be overjoyed. Xia Ruofei did not mention it, and Lu Dong would not bring it up either. Everyone leaned back on the sofa and chatted casually, as if they had forgotten about it. Soon, the cold dinner party to celebrate the opening of the Paradise Gathering began with a round of applause. Zhao Yongjun, who looked like a bridegroom, held a wireless microphone in his hand and stepped onto the small stage at the front of the banquet hall with a red face. 2472 A Shot to Fame. 1. The opening ceremony was naturally very successful. Zhao Yongjun, Song Ruwei, and the others were all from prominent families. The guests they invited today were either the leaders of their circle of rich playboys or influential wealthy businessmen, so naturally, they were carried by everyone. Zhao Yongjun only said a few words and then announced the start of the cold dinner. Everyone was freely moving around the banquet hall, chatting with their close friends. In order to create an atmosphere, Ho Liang had even specially arranged for a few popular singers to come over and sing. In the eyes of ordinary people, the line-up of singers who were responsible for warming up the stage could be considered luxurious. In fact, most concerts might not even be able to gather so many A-list celebrities. And at the opening ceremony of the Paradise Gathering, they really only played the role of warming up the stage. All of these celebrities came to perform for free. On one hand, Ho Liang was the son of Ho Tai. The resources he had in the entertainment industry were so many that it was frightening. Those who were in the entertainment industry were naturally willing to be on good terms with Ho Liang. On the other hand, the Paradise Gathering was a high-end social event to begin with, and celebrities naturally flocked to such places. Therefore, even if it was a free performance, there were still a lot of celebrities who fought to come. Ho! Liang only decided on their current lineup after a round of selection. Celebrities who were not famous enough would not have a chance to come even if they paid for it. After the cold dinner party started, Ling Qingshui even went to the Lingji private kitchen to take a look. Today's event was also very important to the Lingji private kitchen. Although senior brother Wu's abilities were outstanding, and he was also a disciple that Ling Xiaotian valued greatly, Ling Qingshui was still a little worried. Although the opening banquet was called a cold dinner party, there were actually many hot dishes. It was actually a bit similar to a buffet, but on a larger scale and of a higher standard. Among them, a few of the Lingji private kitchen's signature dishes would also be revealed at the cold dinner party, including the secret Buddha jumps over the wall soup. Senior brother Wu had rushed to the capital a few days ago to start preparing. This dish would become the signature dish of the Lingji private kitchen in the capital in the future, so he didn't dare to neglect it. There was a long dining table around the banquet hall today, and on it was a variety of exquisite desserts and delicacies. The most eye-catching one was the first table at the entrance, on which there was a row of eye-catching jars, a total of 5. These jars were placed on a specially designed shelf on the table, with hot water circulating below to keep them warm. This was the Buddha jumps over the wall that had been specially prepared for Lingji's private kitchen for the past few days. The jar used to store Buddha jumps over the wall was also specially made. It was several times bigger than the Buddha jumps over the wall sold in Lingji's private kitchen. It looked like a wine jar, and the layers of ingredients inside were very solid. Every ingredient was processed in strict accordance with the standard and in place. Just these ingredients alone were already expensive. Before the start of the cold dinner party, the mouth of the jar was sealed with lotus leaves, so no one felt anything strange about it. At most, they were a little curious when they saw a few big jars placed there. As soon as the buffet party started, the service staff removed the seal on the jar, and the unique rich fragrance immediately spread throughout the banquet hall. Today's guests were either rich or noble. What good things had they not eaten? However, everyone still couldn't resist the temptation of the fragrance and looked in the direction of the source of the fragrance. Soon, someone couldn't help but walk over with a plate. Today, the entire Paradise Club service staff was basically gathered in the banquet hall. To them, this was the first real battle since the opening of the club, so everyone was in high spirits. When the customers came to the Buddha jumps over the wall, a waiter immediately went up to serve them. He scooped out all kinds of ingredients that had been cooked just right from the jar. Fish maw, chicken, pig trotters, abalone, quail eggs. Each of these ingredients exuded an alluring fragrance. When these fragrances were mixed together, it had a special attraction. Many customers couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Very quickly, the area around the long dining table where the Buddha jumps over the wall soup was placed became the most lively place. There was an endless stream of customers who were attracted by the delicious food. After everyone had a taste, they were all convinced by this absolutely beautiful taste, and praises rose one after another. Zhao Yongjun and the others also took the opportunity to promote it. Dongzi. This Buddha jumps over the wall was not bad, right? There's a private restaurant in the Paradise Society, and this Buddha jumps over the wall is the signature dish of the private restaurant. The chefs were specially invited from the 3 mountains, and their skills are absolutely authentic. If you have time, you can bring more people here to try it. Director Gua, I'm not bragging, am I? Was the signature Buddha jumps over the wall soup delicious? Next time, if you want to try it, you can directly come to our Paradise Gatherings Lingji private kitchen, but remember to make a reservation in advance. Ha ha ha. Yongzi, if you have any social events in the future, think of our Paradise Society's private restaurant. Not only is the environment here good, but the food here is also first class. If you treat your friends to a meal here, you'll definitely have a lot of face. Of course, compared to tasting the food, everyone was more interested in communicating with each other. The main purpose of the guests coming here was not to eat. They valued the Paradise Gathering as a platform and the network that they could expand here. Therefore, it could be said that it was a victory for Lingji's Buddha jumps over the wall, to be able to create such an effect in such an environment. Ma Yun, Ma Hui, and the rest could not help but go and try it too. When they returned, they gave Xia Ruofei a thumbs up. 2473 A shot to fame, too. As a Cantonese man, Ma Hui loved to eat and had his own unique views on food. He smiled at Xia Ruofei and said, CEO Xia, your Buddha jumps over the wall is amazing. I've tried the most authentic Buddha jumps over the wall soup at the Three Mountains, but it was far from as fragrant as the one made in the big jar today. Our Jiangnan club also wants to bring in this dish. Ma Yun couldn't help but say, President Xia, your private kitchen can work with us. Without waiting for Xia Ruofei to speak, Ma Huasu smiled and said, I also want to add this dish to the staff cafeteria of our penguin group. Low end. Ma Yun scoffed. Everyone is equal in the face of delicious food. Don't think that you can deprive others of their right to taste good food just because you have some money. Ma Huasu retorted sarcastically. Ma Huasu's words caused Lu Dong, Qing Hao, and the others to burst into laughter. If one were to say how much money, everyone here was within the range of how much money. Ma Huadong's words even included himself in the scolding. Seeing this, Xia Ruofei spread his hands and said, Boss Ma, Brother Ma, the one providing Buddha jumps over the wall is Lingji's private kitchen. This is also specially invited by our Paradise Club. We have a cooperative relationship, so if you want to cooperate, you can discuss it with Ling GF and B Group. I believe they will be very happy to have such a cooperation. Ling's restaurant? Lu Dong, who had been silent the entire time, mumbled to himself. Then, he slapped his forehead and said, President Xia, that seems to be your girlfriend's family's business, right? Anyone who paid attention to entertainment news would know about the relationship between Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue. Ma Yun laughed and pointed at Xia Ruofei. President Xia, you're not kind. He actually wanted to get away with it. Fortunately, Boss Lu gave us a reminder. President Xia, since it's your girlfriend's family's business, you're not an outsider. You have to help facilitate the cooperation, it's all up to you. Ma Hui also nodded seriously and said, Yup. President Xia, I'm also very sincere in bringing in such a high-quality food and beverage company to our staff cafeteria. Xia Ruofei joked, it's not a problem for me to help you pull the strings. But if I succeed, how are you going to thank me? Why don't I get Brother Ma to top up some Q coins? For you? Ma Yun asked, scratching his head. Everyone burst into laughter upon hearing this. Even Ma Huasu couldn't help but burst out laughing. Xia Ruofei looked helpless. He spread his hands and said, he really didn't pluck a single hair. In fact, whether it was in the Jiangnan Club or in the staff cafeteria of Penguin Group, if Ling Ji's private kitchen could really be introduced, the effect on the promotion of reputation would be immeasurable. Moreover, Ling Xiaotian had always been planning to expand, so he would definitely be more than happy to cooperate with him. Hence, although Xia Ruofei looked very reluctant, he still agreed in the end. He said that he would try his best to mediate and facilitate cooperation. The influence of Ma Yun and the others in China was not inferior to some of the middle-class wealthy families. Hence, people would come over to greet them and hand their business cards to them. From time to time, when they saw familiar friends, they would also pick up their glasses and walk over to chat. Ma Yun and the rest had already experienced such social events countless times. They were all like fish in water and were very familiar with the place. Xia Ruofei, on the other hand, didn't like to socialize much, so, other than getting food from the table, he spent most of his time sitting in the corner, watching Zhao Yongjun and the others work around while he himself enjoyed the leisure. After the opening ceremony ended, Ma Yun and the rest bade Xia Ruofei farewell and left together. Many guests stayed behind to experience the various leisure and entertainment programs of the Paradise Gathering. The experience naturally led to consumption. The Paradise Club's first income after its opening quickly produced a few of Song Rui's friends to play at the small golf course. Using such a venue naturally required payment. Initially, Xia Ruofei wanted to bring Ling Qingxue and Song Wei back with him. However, after the Buddha jumps over the wall was revealed today, many customers had gone to book the Buddha jumps over the wall for the night. The other signature dishes were also very popular, so Ling Qingxue was also busy with the staff at the private restaurant. Hence, Xia Ruofei, Song Wei, Zhui Yi, and Song Rui decided to go to the filming location of the Life I Yearn For and take a walk by the lake. Just as they were taking a walk along the lakeside, Zhao Yongjun called. Xia Ruofei picked it up and said with a smile, "Big brother Zhao, you should drink slowly. Please don't drink the fragments." Zhao Yongjun was a little tipsy and laughed, "I don't think so. I know how much I can drink." Ruofei, brother Zhou came to me just now. He wants to talk to you about something. Are you free now? Zhou Leiyun? Xia Ruofei was a little suspicious. Zhou Yuan's matter had already been resolved, so why was Zhou Leiyun still looking for him? However, he had to give face to Zhao Yongjun. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, "Brother Zhao, I'm fine. Since he wants to see me, get someone to arrange a small reception room for him. I'll be there in a while." "All right," Zhao Yongjun said, "leave it to me. Make the arrangements immediately." Xia Ruofei could hear the excitement in Zhao Yongjun's voice. He wasn't completely drunk, but he must have drunk a lot. After Xia Ruofei hung up the phone, he said to Song Wei and the rest, "I have to go. Brother Zhao is looking for me. You guys can play here first. I'll come find you guys later. Go." Song Rui waved his hand. "Go. We're happier without you," Xia Ruofei chuckled. Please educate your Song Rui. This kid is getting more and more arrogant." At this time, Song Wei also smiled and said, "I won't stay here to be a third wheel, let's go together. I'll go find Sister Qingxue." "All right." Xia Ruofei nodded. Hence, he brought Song Wei to the main building of the club, leaving Song Rui and Zhui Yi some space. Song Wei went to the Ling's private kitchen to look for Ling Qingxue, while Xia Ruofei went to the small meeting room that Zhao Yongjun had just arranged for him. He pushed the door open and walked in. Zhao Yongjun and Zhou Leiyun were sitting inside and chatting. When they saw Xia Ruofei walk in, the two of them stood up at the same time and walked out to welcome him. President Xia. Zhou Leiyun had an apologetic look on his face as he said, "I'm apologizing to you again. Previously, it was my nephew Zhou Yuan." Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, "Director Zhou, it's all in the past now. Brother Zhao knows me well. I'm not the kind of person who would do things in front of others, but plot behind their backs. So, let's not talk about this matter anymore, okay?" Good. I thank you on behalf of Zhou Yuan for your magnanimity, General Manager Xia. Zhou Leiyun said. Zhao Yongjun smiled and said, "Brother Zhou, I told you. Ruofei is a very magnanimous person, and he won't beat around the bush. Let's just forget about this matter, and don't mention it to anyone in the future." "I know, Yongjun," Zhou Leiyun said. Xia Ruofei looked at Zhou Leiyun and asked with a smile, "General Manager Zhou, I don't think you're meeting me again just to apologize, right? If there's anything, why don't we just get straight to the point? I'm a straightforward person and I don't like to beat around the bush, so let's just be straightforward." 2474 Invitation to Invest. 1. Zhao Yongjun did not know why Zhou Leiyun wanted to meet Xia Ruofei, so he looked at Zhou Leiyun. "It's nothing much, actually," said Zhou Leiyun with a smile. "Yongjun, I bought a football club 2 years ago to play with. You know about this, right?" "I have some impression of it," Zhao Yongjun said. After some thought. "Is it a club from Spain?" Zhou Leiyun chuckled and said, "I can tell that you don't usually care about football." It was indeed a Spain football club, but it was not an ordinary club. It was a La Liga club, one of the 5 major leagues in the world. Does Messi know? The Barcelona team he's in is a La Liga team. Of course, I know about Messi, Zhao Yongjun said. He's the world's #1 in football. Messi was so famous that even people who did not watch football had heard of him. If you put it that. Zhou Leiyun laughed and said, "I'm a huge fan of Si Luo." Zhao Yongjun smiled awkwardly and said, "Brother Zhou, I really don't know much about football, but I do know Messi and Ronaldo." Zhou Leiyun nodded. "The full name of the club I bought is Real Español. This is the royal title granted by the King of Spain, so there is a crown on the team emblem." Hearing this, Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. "CEO Zhou, as far as I know, there are many Spain teams with the title of Real Madrid." Xia Ruofei counted on his fingers and said, "Real Madrid, Real Betis, Real Zaragoza, Real Sociedad." Zhou Leiyun revealed an awkward smile and said, "It seems that you know a lot about football, President Xia." Although there were many teams in the Spain football world with the name of the royal family, it was also a great honor. And the so-called universal team, Barcelona, is not a real team. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "Director Zhou, you seem to be getting into character very quickly. As far as I know, Barcelona is the Spanish's mortal enemy. Every time, the scene in Gattleby is quite hot." Xia Ruofei did know a lot about football. In fact, there were many soldiers in the military who liked football. When Xia Ruofei was in the army, he often played with his comrades. He was fast and had good physical fitness. His favorite position was the right wing. He often broke through along the right side and had a great time playing. On the weekends, his teammates would also watch the game together at the team club. However, after his retirement, he had been busy and watched the game a lot less. Even so, Xia Ruofei's understanding of the top league far exceeded that of a football noob like Zhao Yongjun. He was familiar with some of the grudges of the 5 major leagues, such as the double red club between Manchester United and Liverpool, the national derby between Real Madrid and Barça, the Merseyside derby between Liverpool and Everton, and the Catalan derby between RCD Espanyol and Barça. The feud between Spain and Barcelona had been going on for a long time. At the beginning of the team's establishment, the two teams were full of various conflicts. Barça was established by the United Kingdom and other foreigners in the Gatay region at that time. After Barça was established, the local Spaniards in Gatay also established a club, and directly used the name Spaniards. It could be said that they were at odds with each other. In addition, because of the gap in strength, Barcelona had been suppressing the Spanish team for a long time. After so many years, the Spanish players and fans naturally held a grudge. Of course, there was a more important reason. Both teams were located in Barcelona. Barcelona was world famous, while Espanyol was not very well known. They were all in the same city, and the honor would always belong to Barcelona. When others mentioned the city of Barcelona, they would only know about Barcelona. Many fans might know that Espanyol was also a regular in La Liga, but they did not necessarily know that this team was actually in the same city as the powerful cosmic team, Barcelona. This was intolerable in the eyes of the Spanish team. The so-called mortal enemy of the same city was probably such a situation. Therefore, whether it was in the King's Cup or in the league tournament, whenever Spain met Barça, there was no need to mobilize at all. Each and every one of them was full of fighting spirit. It was often because of this strong spiritual motivation that the players often played beyond their level, and occasionally they could draw or even beat Barça. Against Real Madrid, which was basically on the same level as Barcelona, the Spanish team had very few wins. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were the point boy. Of course, Zhou Leiyun replied. Although our strength on paper is not as good as the other party's, so what? Just do it. Xia Ruofei could not help but laugh when he heard that. He did not have any bias. To put it bluntly, he did not have a loyal team. He liked high-level teams, whether it was Barcelona or Real Madrid. He also admired top star players like Messi. However, Zhou Leiyun's words were very much in line with his temper. Director Zhou, we've been talking about soccer for so long. You haven't told me why you're looking for me. Xia Ruofei continued. Zhou Leiyun smiled and said, of course it has something to do with football. I would like to ask President Xia and Brave Army, are you interested in investing in a football club? I can give up some of my shares in RCD Espanyol, and everyone can invest some money to play.